That's get it over with now. I don't want to deal with the winner go home game because we've seen in this series that literally anything can happen. What the Stars did last night, outside of that, like literally, it wasn't 10 minutes. I think it was like
maybe 5.
I think those 2 goals were about 2 minutes apart. They were quick.
But it was a build. So there was a little stretch.
That second goal, they did a great breakdown on TNT of that second goal, by the way, that Seattle had, and just it was something that Ottinger really had no chance on. It was a redirect, and it just their defense though was again very, very good. When their defense is playing like that, and the way Otter normally plays, they're just very tough to beat. And I'm fascinated to see what happens in the West Finals. If they get there, knock on Corian, knock on plywood,
whatever it is.
Give me McDavid. Give it to me.
Why?
Why are you doing this?
Just because I want to see greatness. If you're going to go out,
give me McDavid. Give me Draisaitl.
Yeah, that's a guy you got to see once in person.
Yeah,
in your lifetime.
I do want to see him in person. In January.
Yes.
Not in May. I don't want to see the 2 best players in the game. Arguably, they do have Trout and Ohtani. Essentially.
Oh, yeah.
They've got, you could say they're the 2 best players of the game. It's probably 2 of the top 6, 5, whatever.
2 of the top 3. You got to put Pavelski above both of them.
I mean, potentially.
Especially if he's just going to play the Kraken the whole time. We talked about this while you were gone.
What's he got, 5, 6 goals
this
series?
This is 8 games this year, regular season and playoffs for Pavelski against the Kraken. He's scored in all but 1 game. And not just scored a goal. It would not just put up points. And so he had a goal and an assist last night. Jason Robertson, take him off the milk carton. He's back, baby.
3 assists. I'll take it.
It's the 3 stars of the game. It was that top line. It was Hintz, Robertson, and Pavelski, and we've got Sevy later on today at 9. Lots to talk about there with that top line and in general what they did. But we'll be getting into the Stars and the Kraken a lot this morning. 6:20 is when we'll especially break it down. But there was also what a great night for DFW Sports as your Texas Rangers, and specifically leading Cy Young Award candidate in my mind for the last 3 starts anyway, Nathan Eovaldi was at it again.
0-2, here it comes. Swing and a miss. Strikeout gets him. As Eovaldi with his 11th punch out of the night. He's gone 7 scoreless.
So this is where I'll ask my Sean Sharif question, Chop.
Yeah.
How much of your attention was on the Stars, and how much was on this Rangers game and Nathan Eovaldi and the performance he put up?
95% of the Stars.
I think I was pretty consistently flipping back and forth. It really does help having the intermissions with the Stars game, because now you can fit 2 innings in. You can watch 2-3 innings of Rangers baseball.
You really can.
During those intermissions.
You really can. I just have a. I think the TNT crew.
Dynamite.
I love the TNT intermission crew. They're really good. So I was watching a lot of that. I was over at Sarah's place. It's easier at her place to switch back and forth than mine because I've got I do everything through like Prime.
Yep.
And boy, having to go, there's no return. There's no previous channel on the Fire Stick.
So it's a Roku. Is it like a Roku or a Fire Stick? I don't know if this is the case for you. So you may want to try this. The rewind button on Spectrum, when you have the Roku, the rewind button is previous channel. So
really?
I found that out by accident.
Okay. Because and since there's no buttons on it, to go from 240 to 676, a pain, man. You got to go to the guide. You got to hit this. Then you got to go. So it's a lot of times, like if I'm at home, I'm committed. I'm pot committed. But we were at her place, so I was able to switch back and forth. But but every time I went back, it was a commercial. I was like, all right, I don't want to miss too much.
Disappointing.
I know.
Well, I'll tell you what you missed. Nathan Eovaldi is now up to 28 2/3 scoreless innings. 8 2/3 last night. He gives up the double with 2 outs. Then he walks the guy with 2 outs. It's like, all right, Boch tried to give you a chance to close this one out. Now you're up over 110 pitches. It's time to take you out here. But Nathan Eovaldi was absolutely fantastic last night. 12 strikeouts, 1 walk, and he continues to mow guys down. And it's easy when it's Oakland They're now 8-31.
Here's my one question. I get throwing him out there to go for the shutout.
Yes.
But after
the double, you wouldn't have even let him walk the next guy?
No, I would have. It's just like, if he's at 113 pitches, I mean, you're kind of like, what are you really saving by getting him out of there with one out? With one out left?
I think. I mean, it was a 4-run game. I think you just didn't want to set up what you put on. You put on a runner, and then you've got the tying run coming up to the plate, and the back end of your bullpen's been so bad this year. You want to then leave it in their hands, not to give up a game-tying grand slam. I mean, I kind of get where it's just like, let's just, his velocity had dropped a little bit. I think his last 2 fastballs were like 94, 95. And then, I mean, four balls in a 5-pitch at bat. Yeah. I think it was just probably like, all right, we tried to give you a shot at this, but it's time now.
I get it. It's like, because I love when managers let their pitcher get that chance at the shutout.
Yeah,
I think it's.
He tried.
Yeah, he tried. They tried. I think it was a great move by Bochy to try. Which is like when you get to 2 outs and I don't know. It's like let him go, right? What's let's just say it takes a 7-pitch at bat. What's really the difference between 113 and 120?
Yeah, that's true.
Did y'all see the attendance real quick in Oakland?
I know it was 4 digits. I don't remember what it was. Let me look here, actually. 2,949.
The Stars had 8 times more of the attendance.
It was at 6% capacity.
216 on the game time.
I think they lost money. With the lights and everything, they had to have lost money last night.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I feel like that fan base probably has to do a lot of drinking. They may have made up for it in the concessions.
Guys, this team is so bad.
They're historically bad.
They are.
And the Rangers right now, this offense is historically good. And now you've got Nathan Eovaldi on at least for the franchise, historic run here. Things are rolling for them. And the Rangers have the Atlanta Braves up next. And Chop, I think Kevin Gray made a great point last night in the pregame show, talking with Jared Sandler about preparing for the Braves while still trying to make sure you close out this series against Oakland.
So as I look at not only this series as they finish up their West Coast road trip, I look forward to the series that begins on Monday with the Atlanta Braves. If this team is able to take 3 or 4, let's say, from Oakland, how do you feel after this road trip knowing that you're going to be playing one of the best teams in baseball starting on Monday? Obviously, business has to be handled here, but what are you looking for them to be able to do that in this series?
What are you asking me about?
The Rangers
playing the Braves or taking care of business? I was confused by the. I just want to make sure.
I'm sorry. Not looking forward to the Braves series, knowing what you have to do in Oakland before you get to Atlanta starting on Monday.
Yeah, I mean, sorry, are you asking me? Sorry, are you asking me about what I'm looking forward to about the Braves Rangers?
I'm doing a horrible job asking this question.
I mean,
no. It's on me. It's on me.
I didn't want to ask. I didn't want to go a totally different direction than what you're doing.
I'm a horrible broadcaster in this very moment. How do the Rangers ensure they handle business against Oakland before taking on Atlanta in what is going to be the most anticipated series starting on Monday?
Yeah, I mean, so they are the better team.
I'm still not sure what KG was trying.
I still don't know.
I love you, KG. I have no idea what you're trying. I heard that last night, and I was like, that. I'm gonna have to see if Chop could figure out what KG said. And KG admittedly was like, it's in my head.
It's in my head.
I don't know how to get it out here. But great night in the Metroplex. You had the Cowboys schedule release. A lot of interesting takeaways are gonna have from that coming up at 6:00. You had the Stars winning, the Rangers winning. It is a wonderful Friday here on 105 Through the Fan. Coming up next, new research shows just how insufferably hipster society is becoming. We'll hit it next here on the Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, big show. Eric Nadel joins us at 5:20. And then at 6:00, Linda Cohn talking hockey. Nation 2 to 7.
Fest, the most amazing Memorial Day weekend experience ever. This one-of-a-kind event includes the hottest names in music and a large showcase of top U.S. Army technology. Register now at usasalute.com. Use promo code KRLD.
Back here on Sean and RJ. Bobby Belt, RJ Choppy, Sean Sharif is out. We do have Peyton Russell. We do have Ryan Contreras not physically here. He's running the fan cam remotely this morning. Partied a little too hard after that Stars victory.
Yeah, it must be what it is, right?
What time did you finally go to sleep last night? I got the Craig Ludwig sleep schedule. I slept 3 hours because I was just kind of up after the Stars game.
Oh, you were?
Yeah, I fell asleep about 1:15, I think.
1:15?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like I said, it was the Craig Ludwig sleep cycle.
I went to bed basically
right after the end.
No, when Foxa made it 5-2.
Oh, you're like, yeah.
I was like,
get that
right,
extra time.
Yeah, I'm out. And that was I only gained like there was 5 minutes left in the game.
Yeah, it was like 3:40 or something like that.
Yeah. So it wasn't much time. So I was like, all right.
Get every second you can.
Yeah, because I didn't want if it was still 4-2, yeah, that means there's still time for they get a goal and then they're gonna get the empty net chances. 3-goal lead, I feel good.
Yeah, it was done at that point. I felt comfortable enough to tweet the game blouses. Dave Chappelle gift there.
Do you know what that's from, Peyton?
Dave Chappelle?
Do you know who that is?
I just said Chappelle, though. That's why you know that.
Yeah, well, he's a comedian.
Do you know the reference, though?
What was the reference? I missed it.
Game blouses.
Oh, no, I don't.
See, I wonder how many people actually know that anymore.
What if I said I'm Rick James B? Oh
I know Rick James, but
Peyton.
yeah, it doesn't.
What's Prince really good at?
Purple Rain.
I'll accept that answer. I'll accept that answer. All right, good job, Peyton.
1 for 9.
Speaking of Prince, you own any Prince vinyls, Chop? Do you own any vinyls in general?
I own some CDs. I don't own any vinyls.
Vinyl has been making a comeback in recent
Hipsters,
years.
man. Hipsters. Now, my kid has some.
Does he have a record player?
Yeah.
Okay, then he is one of half of vinyl owners who actually owns a record player. This is new research from Luminate that, according to their study, half of vinyl LP buyers don't own a record player.
Why?
Because this is that, let me buy the album and then I'm gonna frame it or I'm gonna put it over here. Like I've got a stack of them because of the aesthetic or whatever else. I already kind of thought the vinyl resurgence was a little hipster, little douchey.
Oh, it's definitely
even
hipster.
though I like them. I like vinyl and it sounds really good. It sounds better than digital. You
think the albums sound better?
Yes, I do. I think you can. I mean, it's as long as you've got like a high quality record player, not some just cheap one that you're using. I think it does. But this is under Luminate's top entertainment trends for 2023 report. They found that of the 3,900 U.S.-based respondents surveyed, 50% of consumers who bought vinyl in the past 12 months own a record player. So that means half of them don't. And it's just the aesthetic. You know what this reminded me of? It reminds me of like Peyton back there behind the glass. Like Peyton's got perfect 20/20 vision, but he's part of this hipster generation that wears the lenses that...
Well, it's early. Eyes haven't adjusted yet.
Yeah.
You don't need glasses?
No, I do.
He does.
It's really
but
bad.
this is something... My daughter is trying to do this now. She's trying to wear... She doesn't need glasses. She'll wear the lenses, though, that... they are
blue light filter lenses or whatever.
She just wears them because she likes the aesthetic of wearing glasses. And this, to me, is the music version of that, is buying vinyl to just stack it up.
I would never buy something that I can't use. I wouldn't think. Well, that's not true. Memorabilia. Can't use memorabilia. But I guess there's some, that's kind of the same. If I'm buying
Are you talking yourself into thinking this is acceptable?
Okay, so let me ask you this. What's the difference in buying a Beatles vinyl? Is it an LP? Is that what they're called?
Yeah.
What's the difference in buying that, like an old one, and buying a throwback, a 1973 Nolan Ryan baseball card?
one is meant to be a collectible, the other is meant to be listened to. Like the entire existence of baseball cards is for like memorabilia, trading, resell it. Like you're not. What are you actively going to do with a baseball card that you're not doing if you have it as in a sleeve?
Let's say you buy a game worn jersey. Well, jerseys are meant to be worn.
But not that one. That was worn by somebody.
Yeah.
So then you are collecting that. I feel like it's a little. Now look, if this is the vinyl, when you talk about the Beatles vinyl, if it's like this is the vinyl that Paul McCartney and John Lennon like listened to, their first album that they transferred over to vinyl, they listened to this. Then it's like, okay, well then I understand not wanting to play that.
Fair.
That's a collect. But just buying like Taylor Swift's Red and buying that on vinyl to hang on your wall.
Would it be Taylor's version though, or the
Scooter Braun one, the one where he bought all of it and she had to re-record all of her music or whatever that was? So I just found that interesting. Here's another research study I found interesting. Chop, have you ever heard of supposed toxic masculinity?
I've heard of it. I don't agree with it.
Get ready for toxic femininity.
Oh no.
Very underreported issue. This is from scipost.org. When seeking casual encounters, women judge promiscuous men more harshly than men judge promiscuous women, according to new research from Norway. They call it a reversed double standard, favoring women in short-term mating contexts. So, for all the talk of...
So wait a second.
What's the old... I don't know if I think... I'm not even gonna chance it. S-shaming. You remember how that term got thrown around a lot? For all of that, it's the reverse. The women are actually S-shaming the men who are just exploring their sexuality.
Okay, so women have a negative view on men who sleep around.
Mm-hmm. More so than men have a negative view of women.
I could see that. I can absolutely see that.
That they judge them less harshly. Men do. Men just go, look, and I think this is a common male trait, right?
We're understanding. I wasn't the first?
Exactly.
Wow.
We're understanding. We're we get that, you spend your youth exploring things and searching for the right partner, and we give grace to you. And apparently, according to research, women don't return that at all.
Huh. So like there's a I think it's satire. I thought I saw a picture of it. It's a really attractive girl laying on a bed, right? And doing just a very seductive look on her face. You could tell she's not wearing any clothes, but the sheets are like covering parts of her body. And it was a BMW ad, and it said, you're not the first, but do you really care? And it was a BMW like used car ad. It's amazing.
That's a strong ad.
Amazing. Like I think every car company should use an ad like that, because that's how I think most guys feel. It's like, yeah, you mean I wasn't the first? Oh no.
Which is funny. I do find that the idea of S-shaming, like I said, I find that I feel like it runs more in like women to women circles, like that they judge that a little more than I think most guys. I feel like just kind of go, eh. Like, I mean, that's the reality of it, right? Like everybody out there.
It's reality.
Guys judge more at like the gym and stuff, I feel like.
What do you mean?
Like you walk around, you're like, that guy, he's lifting much, but he's not big, or bad form.
That's
it's
true.
It's like,
you judged Chiafalo for the amount of weight that he was lifting.
No,
it's like all that weight, but bad form doesn't count. I feel like you're judging a lot there.
My thing with Chiafalo was I was just stunned that he's so big with not lifting very heavy at all.
That is true. He is. It's just the genetics and his age.
Yeah, that's what it is. It's his age.
He's just a young.
Was he 24?
Yeah. Well, actually, what is he now?
29, isn't he?
Yeah, I think he just turned 29. So he's got the luck of the genetics there. We've known where the Cowboys were going to play in 2023, but now we know when. Reactions to the NFL schedule release and the start of rookie minicamp today is next here on The Fan.
We have you covered. Security.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Cholos. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. Thank you, as always, for being a Cholo. Shout out to the 6 a.m. Club. Appreciate all you rocking with us every day. I'm Bobby Belt. We've got RJ Choppy, Peyton Russell. Ryan Contreras is not here today, but he is operating the video from home. Say hi to him in the YouTube and Twitch chats. Sean will be back on Monday, but RJ Choppy, we have NFL schedule release.
Yeah.
Do you care about this? The way I find there's two different people. There are people who really care about this and are obsessive of, oh my gosh, I got to know where this is, and it's really going to impact what I think about how the Cowboys are going to play this year and how the season's going to operate for them. And then there are other people who are like, I don't care about the schedule release at all. Or do you fall in the middle?
I'm kind of in the middle. Like, I don't really care. Like, was it Dick Motta that said it when the like NBA schedule would come out? It was either Dick Motta or Cotton Fitzsimmons. Can't remember. But he looked at it and goes, amazing. 41 at home, 41 on the road. I don't know how they do it. And
that's a good line.
You know, I used to be able to say with the NFL, amazing. I don't know how they did it, man, but somehow 8 at home, 8 on the road. Can't do that anymore.
Let's run
now
down.
It's 9 and 1.
Yeah,
and 8 and
now it's messed up, and you have 9 on the road this year.
4 international. I mean, it's all over the place.
I counted 8. My math is off. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 on the road. Did I miss?
No. Then my math is off, is what it is. I had one written down wrong. But I'll go down the list here of what the Cowboys' schedule is. They open the season on the road against the Giants Sunday Night Football. Then it is the Jets at AT&T Stadium in Week 2. Surprised at all that one, the McCarthy-Aaron Rodgers game, is that early in the season?
A little bit surprised. I figured that would be pegged maybe for a late season game. You know, that I thought that would be one of those games that they might want to put on Sunday Night Football, on Monday Night Football, on Thanksgiving.
I thought it would make sense as an opener, like an opening week game.
I could see that too. But the NFL now will have the Cowboys and Giants open for the 6th time since 2010.
Jeez. And Dak Prescott has won 10 in a row against the Giants, and you don't believe in Brian Daboll.
And I don't. And the Cowboys in those previous 5 games against the Giants since 2010 in-season openers, 5-0.
So what are we complaining about?
Nothing.
Give us the Giants every year.
And they're a 2-point favorite.
Already?
And they should be a 7-point favorite.
Easy
money.
Be interesting to see how that line moves.
It's going to be 4.5 by the end of the month. So I would go to Vegas just get on your phone if you want to. It's illegal here in Texas, but who cares? Just get on your phone and place that bet, because a 2-point favorite, Cowboys win that game by a tutty.
I hate that phrase. Week 3 on the road, Arizona Cardinals. Then you've got at home in Week 4 against the New England Patriots.
Is Week 4 Thanksgiving?
No, what do you mean?
Well, to Marcus it is.
Yeah.
Mosier.
Gosh.
That's
what you're
doing.
Okay.
He's the best.
He's the best. He is. He's the best.
It's funny when I complained about Mosier yesterday as we were coming into crosstalk. Hagee walked in here and goes, "So, do you really hate Marcus Mosier? I couldn't tell based off of." I was like, "No, I hate that guy." And then Bassett goes, "You hate a lot of people."
You do hate a lot of people.
I don't think I hate that many. I just think I have a very fervent hate for a select few, and so it comes off as if it emanates from me. After Week 5 on the road against the San Francisco 49ers, then Week 6 on the road against the Los Angeles Chargers, and then Week 7 is a bye.
Now, real quick, 5 and 6. That's the season.
That's potentially McCarthy's job to me.
So there's a real possibility that they are. There's a real possibility that gets them that they're 3-3 after those 2 games.
Yes, and here's the thing, is that Week 7 is a bye week. Think about how difficult this trip is, Shop. You go on the road to San Francisco for a night game.
Come home.
You come back. Then you go right back out to the West Coast for it's a Monday night game on the road against the Chargers. But we talked yesterday about how San Francisco 2 years in a row basically has pushed the Cowboys to make changes. If you lose to the Chargers again on the road or lose to the 49ers again on the road on national television, come home, go back out to the West Coast, lose to the Chargers and Kellen Moore, get embarrassed by them, and then the Joneses have to sit on that and stew for 2 weeks in the bye. Man, if that goes south, if they are 3-3, 2-4, and they lose those games back to back, that right there, that week 7 bye might be the date that you circle and go, that could be the time where if you're going to say Brian Schottenheimer's taking over the play calling, it might happen that week.
Yeah, now there's one thing here with that. Now the play calling is one thing. He may take over the play calling. But God, I've seen Brian Schottenheimer's play. I don't know that I want
I'm not saying it's great, but
like nothing against it. It's just he's a run first guy. At least he has been, and I just can't stand that.
Well, McCarthy wants to run the damn ball.
Well, yeah, but
he told everybody at that on the record lunch.
At the end of the day, he's still a West Coast guy, right? West Coast offense, and that's not run first. Here's the one thing that I would say. Yes, I agree, but I also think that this is not going to happen because if they go and their defense gives up 24 against San Fran, and then they go to the Chargers and Kellen really puts it to them, or more like Herbert, really. They're not going to promote Dan Quinn, whose defense just gave up 56 points in the previous two games.
Not necessarily that, but it would. That is to me, and we'll go through the rest of the schedule here in a sec. To me, the loudest us here on this show, ESPN, Orlovsky, all of them, they are going to be talking. That is going to be the loudest 3 weeks for Mike McCarthy of this season. Leading into San Francisco, how that has been a measuring stick for Dallas this entire time. Then going into the Chargers and having to go up against Kellen Moore and measuring your offense against what Kellen Moore's doing there, and then having to sit on the bye if those two are losses. That is going to be the loudest from the outside perspective that the Cowboys are going to have to deal with all year. Now, if you beat San Francisco and you beat the Chargers, that could be the best part of the schedule for Mike McCarthy. That could the publicity may not be any better for Mike McCarthy than it is during that stretch, but it also has a chance to be the worst stretch of the season for him in terms of outside noise.
Totally agree. Like that's going to be San Fran and Kellen. That's going to be a ton of noise there. Ton of noise. Even if they win the games, there's going to be noise surrounding them.
Those were already huge games that would get talked about a ton. The fact that they're both primetime games. You're on Sunday Night Football against the 49ers, then Monday Night Football against the Chargers. That's going to be a really loud stretch for the Cowboys. That's where they're going to need locker room leadership and the, hey, it's all about us mentality or block out the noise mentality. They're really going to need it during that 3-week stretch. Week 8 coming out of the bye, they get the Los Angeles Rams and Stetson Bennett. That's at AT&T Stadium. By the way, I did count it up, Chop. It is 9 road games. November 5th, 3:25 kickoff in Philadelphia against the Eagles. Then you are at home against the Giants on November 12th. November 19th on the road against the Panthers. Back home for Thanksgiving against the Washington Commanders. And what's interesting to me there, Chop, is one of the advantages the Cowboys have been given in the past is the week before Thanksgiving, they've played at home some years. And that's obviously a huge advantage for the team that has to travel.
Absolutely.
Landover, Maryland, and Charlotte, North Carolina are they're not right next to each other, but it's roughly going to be the same distance in terms of
your flight time is
your flight time is going to be very similar.
Minimal.
Yeah,
the change is very different.
Washington is playing at home the week before. Dallas is in Charlotte. They're both playing noon kickoffs. I think that's the NFL trying to make that as even a travel boost as possible.
Yeah, I've always felt that if you're playing at home on a Thursday night, the team that's playing you that Thursday night needs to be playing at home the Sunday before. And the team playing on Thursday night needs to be on the road the Sunday before.
Yeah.
I've always felt that for fairness that it needs to be like that. And I'm glad they're doing it. I'm glad they're doing it. That's the only way that it is fair for both teams, is that the road team on Thursday is home the Sunday before, and the home team is on the road the Sunday before.
The Thanksgiving game against the Commanders starts a 3-game home stretch for the Cowboys. They are the following Thursday, a Thursday night game against the Seattle Seahawks at AT&T Stadium, and then they get that pseudo-bye, that 10-11 day layoff from the second Thursday game. And they are going to need that. You talk about another critical stretch. We mentioned the Chargers and the 49ers, that section being really important.
This is the toughest stretch of the year for them, this 5-game stretch from November 30th to December 30th.
This is a huge stretch. That 10-11 day bye, and I wonder again if the NFL did that on purpose, gave them that 10-day bye, knowing this is a brutal stretch that they're going to have to go through. It is at home against the Eagles. It is then on the road December 17th against the Buffalo Bills. You're coming off a night game, by the way, a Sunday night game against the Eagles, and then traveling. So it's in effect, it can function like a short week, short rest. And you were going to Buffalo for a middle of December game. That seemed like the one thing you didn't want to see on the schedule was a middle of December game against Buffalo.
There was two things I didn't want. I didn't want to go to Miami in September, brutally hot.
Yep.
And I didn't want to go to Buffalo in December. I wanted Buffalo in September and Miami in December. Well, we got both in back-to-back weeks.
Yep, because it is at Buffalo on December 17th. Come home, then it is over to Miami for December 24th, which means I will be in Miami for Christmas Eve. Jealous, Chop?
No, not even close. Not even a little bit.
I'm not jealous.
I've been to that airport, and I never want to go back.
And then you are coming off of a road game for a Saturday game at home against Detroit. So you're getting short rest again.
Yeah.
And you're traveling.
Yeah.
And then you finish out the season on either January 6th or 7th, just like it was last year where you didn't know exactly what day it was till the week before. You finish out the year on the road against the Commanders. But the two stretches of this schedule that look just brutal are those back-to-back games on the West Coast against the 49ers and Chargers, and then that close of Philly, Buffalo, Miami, Detroit.
Well, and I mean, don't forget Seattle, too. Like, that's a 5-game stretch against every team in those 5 games. They all had winning records last year.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Seattle made the playoffs. The only one that didn't make the playoffs was Detroit, and they're
the sexy pick this year.
Well, yeah, but they finished with the same record as Seattle. Like, they could have been, if Seattle had lost that game to the Rams in overtime, Detroit would have been in. So, like, that's a brutal stretch of 5 games. It's going to be 5 of the more difficult games that any team is going to face the entire season. I mean, they're going to face, at worst, 2 of the 3 or 4 best teams in the NFL in back-to-back weeks in the Eagles and Buffalo.
443, y'all are always thinking negative. What if they're 6-0 after the Chargers and the 49ers? They might be. And I think we said that could either be the most positive or the most negative stretch, depending on how those games turn out. It'll be the loudest stretch of the season. They have an ability to set it up to be either the positive type of noise or completely negative type of noise. It just has a chance to really teeter there, and I think that's why it's so important. But anything else standing out to you other than that final stretch and then the Chargers and the 49ers games?
I have to go back and look at every other team that they're playing, who's coming in on short weeks.
Yes.
I have not seen anybody put that together yet. Obviously, you know, that's a very time-consuming process. But yeah, that's the one thing that I have not been able to look at yet is where did the NFL schedule losses? And I don't see any scheduled losses yet. I guess the back to LA after you went to San Fran, that back-to-back, that going back out to LA is a scheduled kind of loss, and going back out to Miami after you just went to Buffalo is kind of a scheduled loss.
It's going to be those are going to be really tough stretches. And then, like we mentioned, the coming back home on short rest, taking on the Lions. And the Lions, again, they're playing the previous week in Minnesota. So it seems like with Dallas playing in Miami the previous week, the NFL tried to set it up as fairly as they could for travel benefit for both teams there. A lot of interesting stuff on this schedule. We will at 7:20 go through and pick how we think the Cowboys will finish based off of this schedule. But coming up next, the Stars are one game away from the Western Conference Finals after beating down the Seattle Kraken last night. We'll talk about it next here on Sean and RJ.
The latest from the Star in Frisco, as well as inside information.
And we were off and running in Game 5.
Sir.
Sean and RJ here on 105.3 The Fan. Bobby Belt, RJ Choppy, Peyton Russell. We got Ryan Contreras running video remotely.
Man.
No Sean Sharif. He will be back Monday.
That is a Ryan just sleeping in.
He was like, I mean, he was drunk.
Under the weather.
He was drunk texting
He got
everybody.
the RJ fever.
He did.
That's true. I had one this week.
He was drunk texting everybody last night, like, just go Stars. And we're just like, Ryan, you got to pull back, bro.
I'll ban you on the Twitch.
Yeah. You got to shout out to the Twellos. Yeah. You got to, and to the YouTube. They're up and at it this morning. But man, it's you got to throttle back, Ryan, because then you've got these long weekend illnesses.
I know. I know you're almost 21, but yeah, really calm it down.
Rye. So that was last night. Stars beat the Kraken 5-2, and this was a game that, Chop, I don't know about you, when it first started out, and you just heard that Wyatt Johnston goal, which occurred early in the first period.
Yes, it did.
When you saw the game start out, the first 4 minutes of this game, 3-4 minutes of this game to me just felt frantic.
Yeah, it was a lot like last game.
Like, I mean, and just it was hair on fire. Stars, Kraken both had a few really good looks, few good shots on goal. There was a really great save by Ottinger right before the Wyatt Johnston goal, but it felt like, oh my gosh, this is going to be one of these like 6-5 type of games. And the Stars get the goal from Wyatt Johnston. A couple minutes later, it's Rupe Hintz coming in, scoring the goal, put him up 2-0. And from there, it was, other than a small section of the second period, kind of smooth sailing for the Stars.
It was, and even in the third, even in the second period, the Stars got out quick again.
35 seconds into the third period, Pavelski scores. They go up 3-0.
Yeah, and in the second, right? In the
second period, yeah.
And then the Kraken come back with two quick ones. That that Seattle team, like they just don't go away, and it's annoying. Like you just want, like after a team's down 3-0, you just want them to give up. That's what I do. I want them to get. I like to give up.
RJ, you tweeted out. You almost jinxed it. It got a little worrisome on the tweeters.
What did I say again?
I can't say it, but you said that's a game, B.
Oh yeah, you could say that. Well, no, maybe not.
And then it was like 2 goals in the next 3 minutes.
You know what? I don't care. Like once I send something out there, I don't take blame for what happens next. Yeah. I don't take blame for that. It's on the Stars, on the team. Because it was game. I was right. Did they ever get tied? Did they ever lose? No,
you were right. They won the game.
I was right. It was game.
Jake Ottinger with 29 saves on 31 shots. And I don't know. This was something where I didn't feel like, I mean, early on, I thought that the Kraken got a few good looks. But overall, this felt like a Tim Hardaway Jr. night from the Kraken. They were volume shooting. That they were trying to get shots on goal, and that's all they were worried about. It wasn't necessarily about quality shots on goal. I didn't feel a lot of, even when it was 3-2 and you were a little tense, like, man, we need an insurance goal here. I didn't feel like the Kraken were particularly close. Like, I thought Ottinger was in a good rhythm. I thought he was playing confident. And, now that you're up 3-2, I think it's a good confidence builder for him going back into Seattle on Saturday night and a chance to redeem himself from what was, a tough road trip the last time.
Spits and Suds.
That's right, Spits and Suds. New Spits and Suds is out this morning.
Was he up here last night?
He was up here, I think. Yeah, because it's new one's out with Sean Shapiro this morning.
Wow.
Ooh.
But in general, I think that Jake Ottinger played really well.
He was fine. There was a little spurt where he wasn't.
Well, even the second goal, it bounced off a skate,
and I don't. Yeah, and those redirects, that they're the most difficult, obviously, ones for goalies to defend because they're helpless. Their momentum, their body is going one way, and all of a sudden, with 4 feet in front of you, a 60-mile-an-hour puck, a 90-mile-an-hour puck. Now it's 60 miles an hour. Redirects into something else. It slows down and it goes a different direction.
The top line played really, really well in this one. Rupe Hintz, Jason Robertson, Joe Pavelski. Pavelski scores, Hintz scores a couple. Robertson with the 3 assists. He's off the milk carton. We can take down the missing posters. Here's the thing. I thought he played well last game too. Is it just, are we looking at this as, because that was when the switch occurred and they took Sagan back off the line. Is this one of these things where Robertson needs Pavelski on the line to have success? Or not needs him to
I
have
think-
success, but is he more dependent on him than people have wanted to acknowledge?
No, it's just some guys' games just doesn't translate to the postseason.
Because he was not, so far, these games where he has not been on the same line with Pavelski, he has not been good.
Yeah, I mean, look, Joe's a tremendous player, and he's a great teammate, and he helps other guys out a lot. But I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's hard to say why Robertson's postseason has not been fantastic. There were some. Was it Bouchagras that said it? There's no rhyme or reason why he has not played to the level he played at in the regular season. Is it all mind? Is it all a mental game with him? Maybe it is. If it is,
hurt? I mean, that's what some
maybe he
people
is.
point to.
And you'll never find out. These hockey guys don't tell you if they're hurt.
Yeah, I mean, Hakanpää hadn't. I know Hakanpää has taken a lot of criticism, and that kind of throttled back a little bit when it was last game he missed. It's like, oh, okay, there's an issue that he's dealing with right now. But Peyton, what are your thoughts on the idea of Robertson just playing with Pavelski? Do you think it's just the improved play is coincidental with Pavelski getting back on that line, or do you think it's just that's the group that's got to be together for them to all be at their best?
I mean, they play together most of the season, so I feel like it's one of those things that you're just more comfortable with those guys on the ice. I mean, I'm not worried about Robertson right now. I mean, he's done fine. I mean, it's just high expectations, really. We expect him to do what Rupe Hintz and what Pavelski have done in the postseason so far. It hasn't clicked like that, but I mean, hey, you're all that, and you're 1 win away from the Western Conference Finals.
And that's the thing. They've gotten to this point really with no production from him.
Up until the last 2 games, I thought he's played well. And last night, which, by the way, 469, y'all are nuts. He had 3 assists last night. Yes, we just said he played well last night. He came back last night. He showed up last night. That was the point.
It's not, but this hasn't been just last night. Like we've been talking about this for. What is this now? That was their 10th, 11th game. 11th game in the playoffs, and he's played well in what 2.5 of them. Really well. And last night was one of those games, and that's good because they need him to get going. First is getting some assists, but now it's about putting the puck on the net.
Pavelski, by the way, now he has this is 8 games against the Kraken this year. He has 10 goals and 12 points in 8 games this year. Tim Roberts over on Twitter the other day, I thought, had a good line when I had tweeted about Pavelski had scored in all 5 of the games he had played against the Kraken leading into Game 3. He said, every franchise needs a villain. I pray we can give Seattle their first. And that was a cool perspective I hadn't really thought of yet, is there is a unique opportunity here with Seattle being such a young franchise to be the first, really hated villain, and that's kind of a cool position for Joe. But a rivalry, not just that, but just giving somebody for that fan base to, I hate Joe Pavelski. When I see it, like when it's the same feeling that Rangers fans used to have in the 90s about Tim Salmon. Remember how Tim Salmon just used to kill the Rangers?
Tim Salmon.
He would, it was, the guy was, I don't even know what he hit for his career. 280?
Right now.
280 or something? I have no idea. But against the Rangers, I swear he was a 350 hitter.
Vlad Guerrero, too, with the Angels.
Vladdy was the same way. Vladdy used to just kill the Rangers.
282.
And Pavelski now, 282?
282.
Dang, I nailed that.
Yeah, you did. Now, 282.
Now I'm going to have to go look and see what his splits were against the Rangers. But I just think that's a cool opportunity, I think, for Stars fans and be able to kind of build this rivalry a little bit. Because you are seeing it. There is some bitterness on Kraken Twitter to the extent that exists.
Wow.
There is some hatred towards the Dallas Stars and Joe Pavelski.
353 with a
I nailed that.
1072 OPS, which was his highest OPS in his career.
Easy. But that is a good position to be in. Any other thoughts coming out of this game from the Dallas Stars? And as Peyton, let us know on the truckwreck.com fan text, 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053, who you want to see next round if the Stars advance. They got to take care of business, Game 6 Saturday night. But would you rather see Edmonton or Vegas? Because Peyton is saying, give me Edmonton and give me...
Go ahead, man.
Vegas is really good, too. I mean, that's why they're the 1 seed out there.
Vegas is fantastic.
Vegas is really good.
And the thing is, you don't get home ice either way.
Right, but you want to bring on just give me Draisaitl, give me Connor McDavid. Let's go.
I don't want it.
You're welcoming Ohtani and Trout.
and you could still beat them.
No, you can't. Like there's no doubt. Like they could beat either team. Now, a lot of people around the NHL will think that the winner of the Vegas Edmonton series is probably going to, win the cup. At least, make it out of the West.
Yeah, and they have the right to do
and
that.
And that's fine. Like they're two tremendous teams. But I mean, you can have it. You can have it, man. You wanna worry about McDavid and Draisaitl? You wanna okay. It's like Tiger Woods when the players say, "Man, I would love to see Tiger. I would love to feel what it's like to go up against Tiger on Sunday in his prime." Yeah, go ahead, give it a shot, man. Knock yourself out.
And Edmonton has to deal with Pavelski and Robertson if he gets going, and Rupe Hintz and Wyatt Johnston. I mean, right back at them.
Boy,
Ottinger.
that's like saying
okay.
That's like going up against
Where's the
Trout and
respect
Ohtani and saying, "Man, you know what though?
Zeke Duran and
You gotta deal with Ezekiel Duran."
If DeGrom can get going, watch out. If DeGrom can actually come off the injury list, which we got some bad news about Jacob DeGrom yesterday that we'll talk about with Jared Sandler at 9:20. Really quickly, other action in the NHL last night. The Carolina Hurricanes advance. They beat the Devils in 5 games. To my untrained hockey eye, that's the best team I've seen in the playoffs this year. Carolina's really good.
They're fantastic.
They play so fast and they just look so smooth setting shots up. And I've really enjoyed actually watching. That's a team that I'm obviously going to watch the Stars for what we're doing here, but that's a team that I've enjoyed watching Carolina just when they're on TV. I've enjoyed this postseason turning them on, but they end out carrying things.
Rod the Bod.
And tonight we get Edmonton and Vegas, right, Peyton? They're playing tonight.
yeah, Game 5 it'll be back in Vegas.
All right. Well, we're
And
gonna.
I think you get Panthers Maple Leafs too.
Yeah, but the
Yes.
Leafs they're done.
Are they?
They're not coming back. They're not coming back from that. Yeah, they're not.
Are they?
They're not coming back from that.
They staved off elimination.
They did, but they're not coming back from that. RJ Choppy has discovered a new societal racket, and he wants to warn the Tolos about it. That's next on Sean and RJ here on 105.3 The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, big show.
Through the Fan, Bobby Belt, RJ Choppy, Peyton Russell. This is one of your jams.
Yes, it is.
Have you stacked up more bumpers?
I have a list of a few that I'm going to go through. I just have to hang out here for about an hour and a half.
What is this song?
It's Copperhead Road.
Why does it sound like Chattahoochee? It sounds like modern Chattahoochee by Alan Jackson. Boy, there's a lot of songs. When we were driving to Arkansas, we had some country songs playing, and it would start playing that Barefoot Blue Jean Night by Jake Owen. You know that song?
I'm aware of it.
Okay, do you know the song Make Me Want To by Jimmy Allen?
I do not.
Sounds exactly the same. And I told, it starts out, and I just go, light me up like a bonfire. And I was like, oh, this isn't the same song. And we kept finding, man, these country songs, I like country music, but a lot of them, they seem to kind of mirror each other a little bit.
I mean, it's hard to recreate greatness.
It is. It is. Why mess with a good thing? What was the old line from the Beach Boys? Mike Love said to Brian Wilson, don't F with the formula.
That's right.
Don't F with the formula.
Don't
baby.
mess it up, man.
Don't screw this up for us.
FAF.
As you heard leading into the segment, the sweet voice of one Corey Majors. Corey and I are going to be at Jake's Game Day in McKinney tonight.
Yeah, look at you guys.
From 5 to 8 p.m. 5 to who knows when, because I have a designated driver tonight, guys.
Oh, look at you.
So I'm ready to get. That's right, Jane, Daddy. So I'm ready to go. But I did promise on the Facebook and Twitter and everywhere else that I would give you a password. All right. And if you come say the password to me, then I'll go ahead and buy your first
Samuel
round.
Jackson.
I'll buy your first round, but you got to come up and tell me the password that I gave you during this segment. And I hadn't thought of what it was until we just entered this segment.
Okay.
I didn't have it ready. So I'm just going to go with a basic one. Just come up to me and say, Sean has small hands. If you say that, I'll buy your first round. It's easy.
Simple.
You could guess that one, probably, even without hearing
Yeah,
it.
someone might say it just because,
They might say not even knowing.
You have to, you got to come, you got to say, Sean has small hands and Peyton has an awful mustache. If you say that, I'll buy your first round.
Hey, by the way, the bet payoff, we're T-minus less than 30 days before I can shave again.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I totally forgot you weren't allowed to shave.
Come on, man. I would have shaved 2 months ago.
I really did.
So how long has it been?
It was 6 months from, I think, December 8th.
Yeah, I totally forgot that.
And you haven't shaved since December 8th?
I mean, I've trimmed and stuff. It's gotten kind of weird and something, like the sideburns. So I've, trimmed,
That's
but, I haven't, shaved depth off.
That is... I could go if I went since December 8th.
I'm sorry I brought it up. If we're just gonna crush me.
My beard
Get ready,
would
YouTube. This is gonna be on Twitter because Bobby's gonna post it later on.
I've never.
Add to the clip, the montage.
Boy, that's a stuff. You got to get your levels checked. You need to. You need to get your numbers checked, man.
He's
you really
got
do.
low T.
You may have low T at 26. I can't believe that.
All right, Chop. So you were talking to us yesterday during the break. You're like, all right, got to run out of here. Got to go get fitted for my suit.
Yeah, so we have a wedding next week.
Oh, yours?
No.
Oh.
So I had to get. They told us on the invitation. They didn't even put on the invitation. At the shower, Sarah comes back and was like, the bride wants everybody in black. She wants it to be a black tie.
Mm-hmm.
She wants it to be a black tie wedding. Now, they didn't put it on the invitations, but they kind of let everybody know. So I was like, all right, what's this mean? Does this mean I got to wear a tux? And she's like, yeah, or you can just buy a black suit and wear a black suit. I was like, that's what I'm going to do. Because I have a dark blue, so I have a blue suit, right? Blue suit, brown shoes. I don't have a black suit. I was like, this is an excuse to get a black suit.
Yeah.
So bought a few suits online. None of them worked because, I don't know if you can tell, I'm pretty yoked.
I can tell.
So my upper body is way different than my waist. I have the suit jacket that I have was a 50, 48, 50. It comes with 42 waist.
Wow, really?
That's
not proportional at all.
I know, and I'm not a 42 waist. I'm like a 36, 38. So I had to go find. So every suit I bought, stock, just came like that. For whatever reason. I don't know why it came like that, but that's what it came with. So I finally went and I got a suit that it was, you could pick the pant size, pick the jacket size. This is why I hate shopping online anyway. I know it's old. I know nobody wants to go and shop anymore. I would much rather just go and get it over with than to have to buy it online and figure out a place to return it to. What a pain in the butt. Anyway, be that as it may.
Mm-hmm.
I got the suit in a couple of weeks ago, and I just been meaning to get it fitted, and I haven't. I need to get the pants taken up, like they're too long, and I want to get them I need the jacket to be taken in around the midsection a little bit. What a racket you tailors are! I just did a quick Google search for tailors in the Grapevine area because it was on my way home, and I'm always over in this area. It's right by my gym. It's right by the Costco that I go to, and I was like, I just need to find this. I need a tailor. I go in yesterday, and she puts a couple of pins here and a couple of pins over here, and I go to the counter. Take a guess what this thing cost.
What it cost to stick pins in your side?
No, that was free.
Oh, okay.
What it cost for them to tailor my suit?
I'm gonna say $100. Peyton?
I'm gonna go $225.
I have no clue. I wear hoodies.
It was $221.91.
Oh my gosh.
I'll take it.
I said that was more than the suit. That's more than the suit. It was like $150.
Just to tailor it?
Just to tailor this thing.
See, Peyton's not. He's not disturbed by that because he lives in the Russell estate, and he's like, sounds like you got a good deal, because he's of the belief that
Three figures. What do you complain about?
Yeah, exactly. What are you talking about? That wasn't even $1,000. But
I was thrown, and then she's like, yeah, to do one spot on the back is like $105 on the back of your jacket. I was like, I'm sorry, we're gonna remove that.
What?
I don't need it that bad, dude. I literally just don't want my pants dragging on the floor. I don't need it that. Just take off this, and this, and we're good. $221 to tailor a suit. I was floored.
And now you understand why people just look for the deal online and buy it online and don't go in person and get stuff tailored because it is a racket. Now you understand. Which you mentioned there that it's by your Costco. And I know you said yesterday you also dropped a ton of money at Costco, your whole life savings, basically.
I did.
So how much between Costco and the tailor did you spend yesterday?
All right, so if I paid the tailor the full amount, which was the $221, I would have spent about $600.
Jeez. What did you get at Costco?
I got the kids this weekend, so they need to
bulk
have their chicken
cheese
nuggets.
balls.
They didn't have this. They didn't have that. I got eggs. I got I needed seasoning. I had everything, right? Bacon, eggs, milk, detergent, paper towel. Everything I got there. I walked out of there. That my dude, these perfect bars here. I got 4 boxes. These are like $20 a piece. Jeez. Or $20 for the box. I got 4 boxes of them. You got to buy in bulk. That's $80 right there. It never ends. I can't go into Costco without spending less than $250 anyway.
Does Sarah shop with you?
No, she'll go on her own. But I got some of the stuff for her. She needed to go.
Who's the more frugal of the two of you?
Oh, she watches. She watches what she spends far more than I do. She will price shop before she goes.
So have you found you have to shop without her, to get what you want to get?
No,
because here's what I've always found with my wife, and I've brought this up before. Kristen grew up broke, and so because of that, she's never been able to shake that aspect of it. She always feels like we are, we're one purchase of not on sale Doritos away from food stamps. She's that serious about how the dire financial straits we could be in. And so I've found that I can't go shop for something I want if she's there, because she'll go wait, I have a coupon, or wait, we need to go price check it here, we need to go check. So when you say you spend, if you would have paid the full amount of the tailor, I assume you had to do that without Sarah with you.
Oh, like I had like I
Because
told,
she wouldn't have let you spend that
I
much
had
money
told
at
her
Costco,
what
would
the
she?
I had told her what the cost was going to be, and she was like, absolutely not. She Googled it. She goes, it should be around 100 and like on the high side, $120. On the high side. And after I got rid of the jacket aspect of it, which I didn't really need, it went down to about $120 total. I mean, I still got some of the jacket done. There was the one part, the nape. Is it the nape?
The nape of the neck?
The nape of the neck?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think it was the nape that was like the $100 part. The bottom, the sleeves, and then the waist, like the waist part, getting that sucked in. That was relatively inexpensive. It wound up being like after tax, $115, $120.
The truckwreck.com fan text is trying to set you straight a little bit. 972 says, Chop, go to Men's Warehouse. The tailor is free.
I assume it is if you buy the suit from them. I didn't buy the suit from them.
That was one of your mistakes right there.
Yeah, could have been. Man. Speaking of,
there's a girl in Hazlitt apparently who does it for $20. Says she's basically the seamstress for all of Hazlitt, according to the 817.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah. There was one I used to go to in Roanoke, and she doesn't even put pins in there. She just looks at it and says, "Okay, I'll take care of it." And I'm like, "Okay."
Like a true pro.
I'm like, I'm not trusting this lady.
No, that's a pro right there.
That's a pro.
That's somebody who can eyeball it. Do you need
eyeball it?
Do you need your food cooked by a chef who uses measuring cups, not the one who's just like, there it is, I got it.
Yeah. By the way, speaking of Men's Warehouse, we went there last night or yesterday afternoon, early evening to go.
You're gonna like the way you look.
Yeah. Needed to buy some shoes. They wanted no part of us.
Why?
This was the worst customer service I'd ever had in my life. It was like there was like 3 people in there. It's like, does anyone want to help?
It's because they know.
Does anyone want to come on over to me and help me with these shoes? Like, 'cause I needed them to go in the back and get some shoes. Anyone? We're here. Hello. Anyone?
Is it because they know that they're getting all the business from the people who don't want to pay $200 for their suits tailored?
Maybe.
So they're like, we don't have to treat these people well. We can treat them however we want.
Yep, maybe.
So that's just one of 2 fascinating stories from RJ Choppy today. And we've got the other one is rather serious. You'll get to hear about Choppy's story yesterday involving a 9mm bullet. That was
I love hearing that.
That made for a wonderful Thursday for RJ Choppy. Coming up next, we have headlines for you. The stars go up on the Kraken. Nathan Eovaldi continues to mow people down. And the NBA playoffs ended for the Phoenix Suns in depressing fashion. That's all next here on The Fan.
But let's get you over to Boomerjacks, your official.
KRLD.com. This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
From our fan studios secured by DFWSecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Swings here and hits a high fly ball to left. Kemp going back. He turns, he looks. That ball is out of here. Marcus Semien, a solo home run. And the Rangers lead 2-0 on the Semi Blast. That is home run number 7 on the season for the Road Warrior.
Rangers skunked the Oakland Athletics last night, 4-0 behind another great performance from Nathan Eovaldi. That's Rangers radio on the call, Peyton Russell.
That's us.
Yeah, that's us. Jared Sandler, to be specific, our guest at 9:20 today. We've actually got a loaded. We have loaded guests. Sean Sharief's out today, by the way, if you couldn't tell. He'll be back Monday. 8 o'clock, we have Michael Gelkin from the Dallas Morning News. 9 o'clock, we have Brent Severin. And then 9:20, Jared Sandler. But the Rangers, 4-0 victory over a historically bad Oakland Athletics team. Another great performance from Nathan Eovaldi.
It was. And I mean, look, I love that they gave him a chance to try to get the complete game shutout. But, I mean, I don't care what lineup it is, even if it's the Athletics. Anytime you go 8 2/3 and all-out run, I mean, that's a banner-type game. And that was a tremendous, and he is on a hot streak. Like, this is the guy that when they got him, you could either get a bona fide front end of the rotation, not a one necessarily, but a really, really legit number 2 starter, or they could have gotten a guy who you don't know what you're getting from. And so far this year, they have gotten nothing but fantastic effort and production from Nathan Eovaldi.
He is now 5-2, a 2.7 ERA. Yesterday, 8 2/3 innings, 3 hits allowed, no runs, 12 strikeouts, 1 walk, 10 ground ball outs to 3 fly ball outs, keeping the ball down, getting swings and misses. He is now up to 28 2/3 consecutive scoreless innings. Just a fantastic showing from Nathan Eovaldi. And man, if you can just get Jacob deGrom back, who Bruce Bochy said probably another 2 or 3 weeks yesterday, that just continues to extend and grow. But if you can get deGrom back and you continue to get what you're getting from Dane Dunning and Nathan Eovaldi, this has a chance to be a really, really good baseball team deep into this season.
It has really, I mean, beyond just deep into the season, deep into the playoffs. If you have deGrom healthy and Eovaldi's pitching like this, like seriously, like this is how teams that may be not, let's say 1 through 9 in the lineup, not as good as the best team in the sport, you know, in terms of name recognition. When you've got 2 guys at the top of your rotation that can A, strike guys out, and B, shut lineups down, you are a danger in every postseason series you play in, regardless of whether or not the other team's offense is a lot better than yours or not. Ask Houston when they had Verlander and Cole. They were just. I don't even think they won the series that year. I think Washington did.
That was 19, I think, right?
Yeah, they were just really impossible to beat, though. Like it would take everything to beat them,
including trash cans.
There you go.
Yeah. Meanwhile, at the American Airlines Center last night, the Dallas Stars are now 1 game away from the West Finals.
Unable to take the puck back, and it's skated out by Thomas Harley, 21-year-old, into the zone. Rupe hits, scores! Goals in back-to-back for Hintz, and a quick 2 for Dallas in the first.
Stars beat the Kraken 5-2. Rupe Hintz, that's one of 2 goals for him. He also had an assist. The 3 stars of the game last night, it's all your top line. Rupe Hintz, Joe Pavelski, Jason Robertson. Great showing from them.
It was, and this is they need Robo to get going. They absolutely do. The fact they've made it to this point where they are on the brink of the West Finals, and they've really gotten limited production from Robertson, says a lot about Ottinger, and it says a lot about the rest of the team. You know, and don't forget, they did this for several games without Pavelski.
Yeah,
to get to this point in the season. I know he's been here for the series, but
took out the Wild without him.
Took out the Wild without him, and that was a physical series. It was a tough series to play. But this series has gone exactly like the Minnesota one did, down 2-1, and then you start rolling. And this team is they are rolling right now. The offense is clicking, and it looks like Ottinger's gotten his legs under him.
When it was 3-2 there before Hintz put them up, gave them the insurance goal about midway through the third period, how nervous were you watching that? Were you waiting for that domino to fall of Ottinger giving up a goal?
Giving up another one?
Yeah. Little tense.
No, I mean, look, he has given up bunches. I think basically every goal Seattle has scored in this series,
they come like a minute apart,
has been followed by another one like a minute or not even a minute later. Like they have come in bunches in this series, and that's what's scary. And that's why. And I'm an idiot because I put this on social media. I said the game over. It was 3-0. Game over. I know it was like 30 seconds into the second period as a game over. Completely forgetting that this is what Seattle's done the entire series. They score and they score again.
Yeah, and which is what they kind of did in the second period.
It is
yesterday. Not as close together. It wasn't a minute apart, but they scored
2.5.
I think it was more like 6. So yeah, it was about 6 minutes apart. But still, they absolutely will score in bunches on you. But Jake Ottinger, I thought it was a nice bounce back for him, nice confidence builder. And now Saturday night, they get a chance to close out the Seattle Kraken. And now if they're able to do that, you're just waiting on the results from the Golden Knights and the Oilers series. Setting up pretty nice, though.
6 o'clock game. No more 8:30s. Now it is Saturday, but
yeah,
6 o'clock.
Thanks for the 6 o'clock start on a weekend when we're able to sleep in anyway.
I will be in
Mexico,
Melissa, Texas, at a baseball game.
Melissa, I once
I've no.
You dated a girl named Melissa?
No, you know
it's
where
a good song.
You know
who sings it?
Reba.
You know where Melissa, Texas is? Have you been there?
Oh yeah, we play baseball. They've somehow put a team from like Grapevine in Melissa every weekend.
Here was how poor my mom's sense of direction was growing up. May she rest in peace. Sean Sharif, not here to make fun of my mom being gone. Is my mom was trying to take us to Garland one time and got lost, and we ended up in Melissa.
At least in the same side of town.
Man, that's way out of the way, though.
It is.
Melissa,
it is
when you're trying to get
way.
to Garland,
yep.
That's aggressive. Also, last night, cut 12, Peyton, the Carolina Hurricanes advance.
Back for Drury, back to Gostisbehere at the left point. Now Kotkaniemi, top of the right circle. His shot, he scores! Jesper Fast ends it! Carolina going to the conference finals! The Canes win it 3-2 in overtime!
Carolina with the victory in overtime over the Devils. They take this series 4-1, and as I mentioned earlier, to my untrained hockey eye, RJ Choppy, that's the best team I've seen this postseason is the Carolina Hurricanes.
They're fantastic. They are really, really good. They've been good all year. Boston got all the pub in the East. Was it? I think it was Sevy that said that he thought Carolina was going to come out of the East anyway. And he'll be on with us at 9:00 this morning. But they're fantastic. There are 3 or 4 teams. Well, there's really 3. I mean, I think a lot of the hockey experts love Carolina in the East, and and I know Linda Kona, she said this yesterday. She'll be on with GBAT today. She had said this yesterday that I had heard. She said that she thinks the winner of Vegas Edmonton is gonna win the cup overall.
Well, it's okay to be wrong.
It's okay to be wrong.
She's still really good.
It's okay to be
and
wrong.
She'll still be a great guest. She can just be wrong about that. By the way, really big news. 5:20 today, G-Bag Nation has the interview. Eric Nadel.
Oh!
Eric Nadel will be on with the G-Bag Nation at 5:20 today. You are not going to want to miss that. If you do happen to miss it, we obviously got the Odyssey Rewind feature, but I'm sure you're going to hear cuts from it on Monday. Great to hear. It'll be great to hear Eric's voice again. In the NBA last night, the Boston Celtics managed to stay alive.
The boos rain down as Jason Tatum steps back into a 3 that will end the night and send the Celtics and this series back to Boston for a 7th and deciding game.
Somebody's going to get my tickets on Sunday.
Peyton was so excited to play that clip. Go ahead and play it again for Chobby. Peyton.
Wow.
First thing I walked through the door, he goes, "Hey, come here. You got to hear this Boston Celtics
That's
call."
amazing.
The boos rain down as Jason Tatum steps back into a three that will end the night and send the Celtics and this series back to Boston for a 7th and deciding game.
Somebody's going to get my tickets on Sunday.
Oh, so good. Oh, man. And you love it because you know he's getting hit up for tickets all the time.
Yeah. What a call on Boston radio. Jason Tatum was great down the stretch, made 4 threes in the final 4 minutes as the Celtics were able to pull away. But man, leading up to that, I went to the NBA box score and I had to look at it. Up until 4:27 left in the fourth last night, Chop, Jason Tatum was 1 for 14, which is why it was a little funny that after the game, he was still pretty high on his own game.
I'm humbly one of the best basketball players in the world. You know, go through struggles, go through slumps. It's a long game. And, thankfully I got some great teammates that held it down.
Okay.
He is one of the best basketball players. But
everybody in the league is one of the best basketball players.
Don't say humbly, though.
Humbly, everybody in the league is one of the best basketball players in the world.
It's like when we were what we were discussing with Slater last week. What's the saying we always say? With respect.
With respect.
Hey, with respect. Or how you tag something with, I'm just saying. You say
No
something
offense.
really rude and stark.
Yeah.
No offense. I'm just saying that sort of thing.
Let me tell you something. This was a gutless fourth quarter by Philadelphia.
Yes. It was an awful showing.
Gutless. You have a lead at home going into the fourth quarter and with a chance to advance to the conference finals where you would have home court advantage for the rest of the playoffs, including the NBA finals. And you put up 13 points. That is a gutless fourth quarter by the Sixers. Absolutely gutless.
Just allowed Jason Tatum to rain threes down on you after holding him in check for, the first 43 and a half minutes of the game. Meanwhile, over in Phoenix, the Suns are finished.
The Denver Nuggets blow out the Phoenix Suns for the second game in a row. And for the 5th time in franchise history, the Denver Nuggets go to the Western Conference Finals. Tonight, the final from Phoenix, 125-100.
So, let me tell you about this one. Well, Denver scored as many points in the second half as they scored in the first quarter. And they won by 25. Try doing that again.
That's what happens when Kevin Durant starts 1 of 10 and Devin Booker is 3 for 12 or whatever he started out with, which, by the way, Peyton, I know you said it earlier. Tim McMahon says Devin Booker just dipped on the Phoenix media.
Dylan Brooks, TikTok generation, man. You lose, you go home.
This immediate fans don't care. Fans don't care.
I know, but it does say that guy, he's one of these guys who likes to talk.
Yeah.
When things, what was the Luka line?
Everybody talks tough when you're up.
Everybody talks tough when they're up. That's what he does.
And when you're down, he goes home.
They were down. All the memes were going around last night of Luka staring and smiling at Devin Booker as they were down 30 at half. Just absolutely brutalized. Nikola Jokic, who's not one of Mark Jackson's top 5 MVP candidates.
Mark Jackson had him completely off his MVP ballot. The only one. Joker got a top 5 vote on all 99 of the 100 NBA MVP ballots. And Mark Jackson was the lone dissenter.
It's weird he's not back in the league in a coaching capacity. Jokic last night, 13 of 18, 32 points, 12 assists, 10 boards, 3 steals. Just a monster. And Denver, right now through this playoffs, looks like the strongest team to me.
Yes, without question. They look like they're kind of a juggernaut. Now, I am fascinated to see how they match up and how it works when they go up against either Golden State or the Lakers. Fascinated with that one. But right now, they look like they are as good as it gets.
Headlines on a Friday. On a Thursday, yesterday, RJ Choppy spent a good portion of his afternoon talking to the police. What did he do? He'll explain why. Plus, we've got predictions for the Cowboys 2023 season. That's next here on Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
But let's get you over to
On RJ on 105 through the fan, Bobby Belt, RJ Choppy, Peyton Russell. Sean Sharif is out today. He will be back on Monday. We got a Rangers ticket giveaway for you here during the Expressway. We've also got, back by popular demand, the old nosebleed staple, 60 Seconds of Trash with Peyton Russell. So the Twolos were really hammering for that yesterday, Peyton. I know they were excited when you went in there and told them it'd be back today.
Yeah, they were very excited. They said, we're all going to wake up on time. We're going to be here during the Expressway. So big crowd, big audience.
Yeah,
Can't let them down. It's some stinky trash, man.
It's just for your trash. Yesterday, by the way, quick promo tonight. A reminder: Jake's Game Day in McKinney. It'll be me and Corey Majors, 4150 El Dorado. And we'll be out there from 5 to 8. It says till 8. I will probably be out there later than that.
Maybe later?
I'm guessing Corey Majors will too, but it's going to be a party. And as I said during the 640 segment, if you come up and say the password to me, your first round is on me. So you got to know what the password is, though.
We've already given it?
Yeah.
And if you didn't listen, hey.
Yeah. You know, the 6 a.m. club benefits from that. Yep. That's why it pays to be in the 6 a.m. club. But we'll be out there at Jake's Game Day, and a wonderful gesture by the folks there at Jake's Game Day. They're going to be giving 20% of the dinner sales tonight to the Allen cause. So not only do you get to hang out with me and Corey Majors, and we get to tell you guys how much we appreciate you guys as Tolos, you also get to help out to a great cause. And so that'll be at Jake's Game Day tonight in McKinney, again, 4150 El Dorado. So I know you sent this over yesterday. Kendrick Perkins, who didn't have a lot of air during his time in the NBA. He was not a high-flying individual, but he dunked all over Richard Jefferson yesterday.
He did. This is on ESPN. They are. Doesn't matter. They were talking about. It didn't even matter what the topic of conversation
they're debating
was.
Something.
And then Kendrick Perkins just completely and Richard Jefferson is taking it kind of well, I think. He is now, though, a meme for life.
I just can't agree with that. I believe the Lakers have a complete team. I believe that the Celtics and Philly both have complete teams. I mean, what is your definition of a complete team?
I think a team that has look again, we're splitting hairs here. I understand.
We're not splitting hairs ever.
Are you okay? Can we okay.
Go ahead, Rich.
You're not splitting hairs ever.
The look on Richard Jefferson's face, man.
You know what it was? That was the look of like, damn, he got me. I don't think it was anger. I think it was more just like, crap. That was a good one. And you asked a good question in your prep email when you sent this. What's the worst you've ever been roasted? And I don't think I've received a bad burn yet. And so I'm inviting it.
You're inviting a bad burn?
I'm inviting the worst you can give. And I know you guys can dole it out. The truckwreck.com fan text is really sharp and really funny, and they come up with some really good one-liners. So go ahead, drop them in on the truckwreck.com fan text, 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. Roast me as best you can, and I'll pick out the funniest ones, and I'll read them later in the segment. Or you can roast Peyton or Chop, too, if you like.
Either one.
But I feel like I'm going to be the easier target. Peyton will be the easiest target for about a month more until he's able to shave.
Well, you guys took care of that the last, 8 months or so.
Yeah.
That we've all been here.
With roasting you?
Yeah, I've roasted him over the facial hair.
Everything I say, I'm a laughing stock. It's okay.
The thing is, though, it's like,
I know.
You have a month more to grow this beard. I don't think it's going to grow any more at all.
Well,
I don't think.
I do trim it to keep it nice. Or else it's just like, I look like a leprechaun. It's all out everywhere.
That's okay, man. Go with that.
No, it's not okay. It looks bad.
No, you got to rock that, dude. Get yourself a Luke Combs look.
972. If Geico decides to revive the caveman ad campaigns, they should definitely cast Bobby. Jeez!
Oh my God! I just saw that one.
903. Bobby, you must be saving this year on Mother's Day.
God!
Dear Lord! All right, that's the one seed.
I was going to say no, yo mama jokes, but
Oh my God!
All right, that's the 1 seed right now.
Did Sean text
Very
that
good,
in?
903.
Done.
Yeah,
As Vince Carter would say, it's
over. Man, that was
over.
That was a pretty quick end, man.
Wow.
You guys can try to top it. That's so good.
Oh my God!
I respect that. That is strong. All right, let's run through this Cowboys schedule, which came out yesterday. How did you like the Cowboys schedule release? The Yellowstone parody, which was, we would have played it. It's 6.5 minutes long. These are becoming kind of obnoxious. Not the Cowboys. I just mean all these 6-minute release videos.
Okay, so I had a love-hate with it.
Because you're a big Yellowstone guy.
Love Yellowstone. Despite the fact that Taylor Sheridan and Kevin Costner have issues which apparently are causing the end of the series. So I'm a little bit in my feelings about how I feel about Taylor. He still is a genius. And he was part of the Cowboys schedule unveiling. But what I didn't like about it is a lot of the other ones do something with each team, and they gradually, throughout the 4, 5, 6-minute video, show the schedule one by one. The Cowboys did this long-form sort of, short video, 5-minute video, 6-minute video, and the first 5 minutes of it was Taylor Sheridan and Jerry Jones reenacting scenes or doing auditions to be on the show, and then at the end they just went through a quick scroll of the games. I didn't care for that part of it.
They've got to cast Jerry in a cameo in Yellowstone before the show's up, right? I feel like the Southern drawl. You don't think that would fit in on that show? Like he looked like he was leaning into the bit with the Yellowstone bit. He strikes me as he must be a fan of that show.
Yeah. Like the Titans one, I thought was fantastic.
Which is a bit. So theirs was, they were asking people on the street, mostly girls walking by, to like guess what the name of this opponent is. They'd show you the logo and then you'd have to guess it. And what was the guess for the Falcons?
The Red Stallions.
The Red Stallions is what somebody guessed. And then the Falcons, funny, changed their Twitter name to the Red Stallions last night. That's funny. But this is also like, my one issue was everybody was like, this is so funny and innovative. And it's like, this has been going on TikTok for like a year where guys have their girlfriends guess them. They just did what guys have already done. In fact, that to me was the power of the Cowboys brand. There was this one video of this guy showing his girlfriend all of them, and she just kept guessing, I don't know, the horses, whatever.
Yeah.
And then she saw the star and she went Dallas Cowboys.
Yeah.
And she knew that one.
Cowboys got mentioned a bunch as the Colts.
They tried. All right, let's go through this Dallas Cowboys schedule. RJ Choppy is going to tell you, and I'm going to tell you what the Cowboys record is going to be. All right. And before anybody freaks out and says, how do you have them losing to this? Or how do you have them playing that well? We're just projecting. Okay, it's an early projection.
You have to pick. Your team is good. Your team is good. What team you root for? They're going to lose 1 or 2 games to a team that you say, how the hell did they lose to that team?
Yep.
And they're going to win 1 or 2 games to a team you say, I have no idea how they won that game. Like, none. So there is no, no, there's none of that.
So first game of the schedule here on the road against the New York Giants on Sunday Night Football. RJ Choppy, I have this as a loss. A loss.
What?
A loss.
Are you well? Are you unwell?
Look.
Are you unwell?
No.
Answer my question. Are you unwell?
No. Well, I mean, I don't know. I haven't read all the roasts yet from the Truckout.com fan text, so my mental health may be declining after I read them.
By the way, a lot of people are saying we were laughing too.
Yeah, you can lay out. I'll say what the roast was. 903 said, I bet Bobby's going to save a lot on Mother's Day this year. This year in the last 16 of them, 903. Anyway, Choppy, I think that eventually you're 10 straight victories for Dak. This is something's got to give at some point, and I do think that New York is on the up and up. It's a road game to start the year. I'm going to say that there's a little bit of a hangover to start the season. Giants win this one.
I am shooketh that you said that. So, all right, Bobby is going with a loss. I am going with a win. I have absolutely zero respect for the Giants. I think Dayball is just a he's me with less neck.
That's what I'm saying. He's you. No neck, meathead.
And I have no neck, and he has far less neck than I do.
You should love him.
He looks like a Lego character,
this.
just with no neck at all. So the team's awful. So no, I am out. That's a win.
Following week, New York again. This time the Jets at AT&T Stadium. This is a victory. Mike McCarthy is going to get his revenge. They are going to beat Aaron Rodgers at AT&T Stadium. Give me the Dallas Cowboys over the New York Jets.
I have the Jets winning.
Okay.
Aaron, I am fully bought into Aaron Rodgers. I have seen far too often Aaron Rodgers come to this place and absolutely break our hearts. Absolutely break our hearts.
It's been tough, but again.
It's been tough. And even there, it's been tough. So I am taking the Aaron Rodgers'
on the road against the Arizona Cardinals in week 3. Arizona is one of the worst teams in football. This is a victory.
This is a victory. Although, Kyler Murray, first in, last out.
Unlike Lamar Jackson.
Unlike Lamar. He has been bought in, apparently, on the, was it Jonathan Gannon? Whatever Gannon's, putting down, whatever he's selling. Kyler's been bought in, so keep an eye on that. But I am with you. I got this as a win as well.
Week 4 at home against the New England Patriots. That's a team that doesn't even believe in their own quarterback. They don't know what the hell they're doing. That is a victory. Cowboys start the season 3-1.
I agree. That is a victory. We both have the Cowboys at 3-1 through 4 games.
This is the sticky part of the schedule we talked about earlier. Week 5 on the road against the San Francisco 49ers. They have proven to be your kryptonite. This is a night game on the road. I've got the 49ers in this one.
Yeah, I do too. It's not easy going to the West Coast, a road game against a really good team like San Fran. I've got this as a loss as well.
Follow it. You go home. You come back to the West Coast. That's going to be tough travel. Week 6 against the Chargers. Monday Night Football. Kellen Moore revenge game. I think the Cowboys are 3-3 at the bye. They lose to the Chargers.
I agree. 3-3 at the bye. I think this is a tough game. It's a tough stretch. Those 2 games out there, back out there again. We saw Tampa do this last year. They lost them. We saw Miami do this last year. They lost them. This is a tough stretch. I got 3-3 at the bye.
Bye week, a chance
by the
to
way,
reset.
No coaching changes at the bye week.
None. Play caller change?
I hope not. I
depends on if they
Brian
get embarrassed.
Schottenheimer knows a lot of football, and he's a good coach. I just disagree with philosophically a lot. He's too much of a run-happy guy, too conservative, so I hope not.
Sorry. 972. Bobby sounds, we're still roasting me. If you missed earlier, we're roasting me on the truckwreck.com fan text. 972. Bobby sounds like he wants to be above everyone, but his depression won't let him. Week 8, the Los Angeles Rams come to AT&T Stadium. The first noon kickoff and against Stetson Bennett and the Rams because Matthew Stafford is cooked. This is a Cowboys victory. They bounce back. They are 4-3.
I agree. The Rams are a broken, forgotten team. Didn't Peter King have them like as the 18th or 20th or something like that best team in the league? Like they were way down the list with or without Stafford, and it doesn't look like they have. I don't know what he is going to be anymore. I don't know where his arm is, and that team is in. They have salary cap problems, and this is what happens. They sold out. Now they got their title, but they sold out. They're going to be a team that wins a championship and basically wins 5 games a year for a while.
The following week, you are on the road against the Philadelphia Eagles for a 3:25 kick on Fox. This is a loss on the road to the Eagles.
We are on point here, man.
Look at this.
Same record through was this 4-4?
4-4
through 8 games.
Yeah, 8 games, 9 weeks.
Yep. So the only difference is you have them losing to the Giants, and I got them losing to the Jets, and the rest of them we are in lockstep with.
Back home against the Giants in week 10. This is a victory, and this is the start of a section where the Cowboys start to get right, in my opinion.
This is a win as well. Giants have nothing, a big bag of nothing. And real quick, you had picked the Giants to win week 1. The Cowboys are 5-0 since 2010 in week 1 games against the Giants.
That's not right, though. Because they lost Dak's first start in 2016.
That was not to the Giants.
Yes, it was.
The article,
I know Dak's career backwards and forwards.
The article I read today.
Maybe they mean the primetime games.
I don't know. The article I read this morning said 5-0 against the Giants in Week 1 games. I don't know.
The Carolina Panthers on the road in week, 11? Because I've got them at 5-4. This is a victory, 6-4. Again, you're starting to get things right here.
You don't believe in the Bryce Young effect?
I believe in Bryce Young. I think that he'll be good. I think Carolina could be good, but it's a win.
It's a win. It's a win.
The Thanksgiving game against the Washington Commanders. Do we even need to say it? It's a win. 7-4. You've won 3 in a row. You're starting to feel good about yourself. Cowboys are right in this ship.
7-4. I agree. This is another win.
Following Thursday, AT&T Stadium, Thursday night football game against the Seattle Seahawks. Seahawks were a playoff team last year. I still think that Geno Smith will return to earth a little bit here. I don't know how good a football team that is. I've got this as a victory, 4 straight for the Cowboys. They beat the Seahawks.
4 straight, man. We are rolling.
8-4.
Was this Romo-vember?
Yes.
That's what this is? Romo-vember?
It's a Romo-vember to remember. They get the mini bye after the second Thursday game. It is the Philadelphia Eagles at home on Sunday Night Football to kick off the month of December. We might split here, but I think Cowboys-Eagles, a split is reasonable. So I've got them winning the game at AT&T Stadium and going to 9-4, 5 straight wins.
I have this as a loss.
Man, we were doing so good, Chop.
I know.
Following week, on the road against Buffalo. That's a nightmare game. It's going to be freezing. 5-game win streak ends here. They lose and go to 9-5.
They lose as well. I have them losing this game, and I have them now at 8-6.
Following week, Miami Dolphins, Christmas Eve on the road. Again, tough travel. I think a tough football team. This is a loss, 9-6.
Whoa!
Yep.
A loss!
Man, that's the thing about that. Buffalo to Dallas to Miami to that's a tough stretch.
Woo-hoo!
You've got a victory here?
Hang on a second. Let me count yours out. 1, 2,
I'm at
3,
9-6.
4, 5, 6. Dang.
Do you have this as a victory?
I've struggled with 2 games so far. I've struggled with Philadelphia at home, and I've struggled with this one. They're going to win one of those 2. They're not going to lose them both, so I will put this as a victory.
Okay. All right. He's got his victory. We're both at 9-6. Following week at AT&T Stadium, Detroit Lions. After 2 losses, I think the Cowboys right the ship here. They beat Detroit, who struggled on the road last year.
They did struggle on the road last year, but I cannot ever bet against a meathead. My fellow meathead, Dan Campbell, fighting Texas Aggie, remember himself. I will take Detroit.
All right, so you're at 9-7. I'm at 10-6, and then to close things out against the Washington Commanders, they actually beat them in Landover to close the season this year, unlike last season. Dak doesn't play the worst game of his life, and the Cowboys finished at 11-6.
I agree. I have a victory. I have them at 10-7.
All right, pretty close. I think we matched for the most part.
And we did match. We did match, I think, for the most part.
Before we get to 60 seconds of trash with Peyton Russell, let me look through the truckwreck.com fan tech, see if we have any other good roasts here, or if you guys got any. 817, Bobby Belt eats corn the long way.
That's a good reference. Mookie Betts.
682, this is one for you. RJ looks like a big toe with arms.
What does that mean?
I think that's
it's like the Spy Kids, the Thumb Thumbs.
Yeah, the Thumb Thumbs. I think that's good.
Look, just because I have spinal compression and my neck is shrinking and I've lost 1.5 inches of my height in the last 2 years, doesn't mean I look like a toe thumb.
469, I'm going to call Bobby 100 because that's how many yards he has to stay away from any school. 412,
wow.
Bobby looks and sounds like one of those animatronic bears singing about pizza or whatever. 469, Bobby's built like a busted can of biscuits. 972, Bobby, you look like a lemur that ate too much and gave up on life.
A lemur?
Yeah,
like the little
lemur.
like the little prairie dog things?
Yeah.
The ones that just keep jumping off the cliff. If one jumps, they all jump?
Yeah. 214, Bobby looks like mail order Seth Rogen from Wish. 817, wow. Bobby's sports takes are as good as his parenting skills. Both need work. All right. It's now time for this.
60 seconds of trash radio with
Preston Russell.
We got Peyton Hillis.
I'd go finger in the peanut butter. That's right. I would.
What trash you got for us?
So hang on real quick. Do you guys, when you guys eat, do you guys ever eat peanut butter out of the jar?
No.
Yes.
I mean, if I have, I was just gonna spoon.
Okay. Because I was like, Sarah and I were getting like a scoop of peanut butter, and I was not even thinking, and I went to go put the spoon back in.
Oh, you're gonna double dip.
I was gonna double dip, and she was like, "We don't put this in the fridge. You are not double dipping that."
Yeah, no, like
the bacteria that grows in there and stuff. And I was like, yeah, I know, but it's our bacteria.
Yeah, it's
And
fine.
It's
You guys
fine.
share
It's
a
our
lot.
bacteria, but that was just a little. It just triggered me with that.
You guys swap spit on the regular. What's
we
the
do.
difference with peanut
Well,
butter?
I guess she's right. I mean, it's going to grow fungus or whatever.
Well,
I think I was like, not if we eat it fast enough.
Yeah.
we just go through. It's not going to do that.
That's your motto in life. Not if we eat it fast enough.
Right.
Go ahead, Peyton.
Guys, the AIs have taken over officially.
Why?
It's over. A 23-year-old Snapchat influencer named Karen Marhori. Which
Hang on a second. There's not a 23-year-old named Karen.
So you want to know how she spells it though?
Carin.
Ooh, close. Caryn.
Yeah.
Oh gosh. So she's from Wise County.
Yeah, probably, or California.
if you have a Y in your name, just we're in place of an I.
That's a good one. I like
100%
that.
from Wise County.
She has made a AI doppelganger of herself, and she's selling it for $1 a minute. Now, this AI can do all sorts of things. It can talk about plans of the future, stocks, or pillow talk, is what she says. Sexy time.
Really?
$1 a minute.
$1 a minute?
Yes. Now, again, it can do all things. You can vent to it. It can talk about anything you want. $1 a minute. Now, the sad part is that there's a 26-hour waiting list because over 5,000 men have already signed up for it.
This is sad.
She's 23 years old too, and so it's one doppelganger too. It's not like she's made multiple. It's one, and they're sharing it, which I find that just a little bit disgusting. I don't know if I want to share an AI with someone else.
Yeah,
No,
right. I feel like if I have an AI woman, it's like you're mine.
Yeah, you're very possessive over your AI women.
It's like a NFT. It's like an NFT. Jers.
That's my NFT.
But I mean, is this what the future's holding, guys?
Reddit. This happened recently. Somebody was using an AI bot to like to sell generated photos, and people were paying for them.
Really?
Yes. So I don't know. Maybe that's your way in this world, Peyton. You can start an OnlyFans with an AI.
Yeah, the dating apps aren't going my way. You know, Hinge, Grindr, nothing's working.
Stop it.
Nothing's going my way,
You
guys.
could, you're casting a lot of lines there.
Why not, right?
Yeah, that was some
Cast as big a net as you can.
That was some disgusting trash, Peyton.
Yeah.
That's for
Phone
sure.
sexy time too is $60 per hour, by the way. Which
if you're gonna do that,
I
shouldn't
guess
you
that's
just charge
$1 a minute,
$69 per hour? Like just as
I
the
would think
base?
so. Yeah, that's the good
inflation too. So yeah, AI is taking over, guys. Not great.
Well, that's distressing. Let's make the Tolos feel better with a Rangers ticket giveaway.
That's right. Tolos caller number 10 right now at 877-881-1053 wins a 4-pack of Ranger tickets May 19th against the Colorado Rockies. You'll want to get there early because the first 15,000 fans, Tolos, get a Corey Seager City Connect bobblehead presented by Globe Life. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
Real quick, Robert. The fan text is saying that we think that we think the Cowboys aren't very good.
I said 11-6.
And I said 10-7. In what universe is 10-7 and 11-6 not very good?
That doesn't win you the division.
They didn't win the division last year with 12 wins.
Yeah.
Philadelphia is arguably the best team in the league.
They got to go 17-0 sooner or later, right?
I mean, sooner or later, everybody's going to have to go 17-0 at some point. I just don't know. I just disagree. I think 10-7 is a great season.
I mean, and I said 11-6. If they were to go 12-5, 12-5, 11-6, I think they would take that.
Like they don't realize a 10-6 season when it was a 16-game schedule. A 10-6 season was the equivalent of winning 100 games in baseball.
Yeah,
like that is an amazing season.
Yeah, absolutely. Cam Paranormal on the Twitch says Bobby's built like a bag of potatoes. We're still roasting me. I still think the tops is the 903 burn. That's nothing's beaten that yet. You guys have given some good stuff, but
yeah.
That's the number one. Okay, RJ Choppy, tell us about the bullet and the broken window that had you on the phone with police yesterday.
Well, so backstory. Sarah had seen a video on social media, which I showed you, that some of her neighbors put in their group chat, that someone in her apartment complex was sitting on their patio, and the area that she lives, like across the train tracks, it's like apartment, train tracks, like a few little buildings, like warehouses, and then 35. Across the train tracks, there was gunfire, like a shootout. There was multiple people shooting guns.
Yes.
And then there's guys out there, and all of a sudden, you hear like the bullet, like kind of come in his direction.
Almost like a like the sound, dead serious, sounded like one of the sound effects from like Saving Private Ryan when they're going on the beat, like that.
Yeah,
that's
it
what
went
it sounded
from
like.
crack to that, right?
Yep.
So the guy's like, "Oh my God, get inside!" He gets his dog inside and everything, and we're watching this. We're just stunned. Oh my God, this is her apartment, and you could see that her apartment, like, is in kind of the same general vicinity, right? It's not next door, but it's kind of in the same vicinity. Well, fast forward to yesterday, and I'm driving down there. It's like 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, and I get home. I go to the tailor, which tried to charge me $221 to
spend
alter my
$2,000
suit.
at Costco and the tailor.
I spent like $350 at Costco, and then go to the gym, shower, and drive down. It's like my daily routine. And she calls me, and I'm a few minutes away, and she goes, "I am freaked out." I'm like, "What happened now?" And she goes, "I was like cleaning up, and I noticed this glass on the windowsill, and there's a crack, and I looked down, and there's a bullet on the windowsill."
That's concerning.
And I was like, "I'm sorry, what?" And it flashed back to that video from, and then it was like, "Oh my God, that bullet went through your window."
Is this a bad neighborhood?
Like where she is, it's literally the other side of the tracks. Like, she is against the train tracks, where the other side of the tracks is like 8 miles. Like the other side. If you know Fort Worth, the other side of the tracks is kind of like she's like kind of near where like Cutting Edge haunted house is, like kind of in that area. But she's further like west of that. She's on the other side, literally on the other side of the train tracks. But yeah, she's kind of by like the TMP station and everything, and so like in that area. So the east side of that is not like the greatest area, obviously. Obviously, it's not a great area if you got multiple gunshots. And if you heard these guns fire
on that
like,
video you played, it sounded like
they were
200 rounds.
They were full on automatic. Like
Yes.
they had rigged the gun to be a full on automatic. You could clearly hear this. Nobody was pulling the trigger that fast, so it was full on auto. And we find this bullet in her apartment, right on the windowsill, and like it's like, dude, like this thing could have been if this bullet, because it hit the corner of the window and the kind of like the edge of the windowsill, and then obviously the wall, and then it just dropped. So like if it was like
didn't shatter the window though.
No, it was a clear as day hole. It made it kind of spiderweb the window.
Yeah.
Right, but there was just a hole through it. And then it obviously hit the wall and stopped, and it was. I mean, that is probably several thousand feet away, 2,000 feet. I remember a quarter mile, half mile. So I mean, it was still going.
Yeah, I mean,
it was still going.
It had enough to get through the window there,
and then it hit. You could see there was a burn mark on the curtain, and then it had somehow dropped onto the windowsill. Because it had lost so much momentum by hitting the side of the window, like the metal part of the window, and then the like the wall, right? And then it finally gone through and hit the curtain and just dropped down. But I mean, if that's a few inches to the other side, we could have been walking around in the apartment.
Yeah,
and it's just scary.
So what was the police response?
Well, first of all, we had to call the apartment.
Yes.
The leasing office. Went to the leasing office, told them what happened because they've got to fix the window.
Yeah, you're like, can you send pest control? Also, there's a bullet in here.
Yeah, they've got to fix the window, and they got to fix like the bracketing around the window, and then they got to do some touch up on the paint and everything, and then the police stuff is all online.
You had to do it all. You couldn't.
Well, we tried to call.
Uh-huh.
They kept calling, and everything said file this online. But online, there's no drop down tab where it says like, what is the reason for your non-emergency or whatever. There's no drop down tab for somebody shot a bullet through our window. Okay, they don't have that tab.
Uh-huh.
So we spent like a lot of time trying to figure this out. I think she's got it handled now.
Was she rattled by it, or was she just kind of like, were you rattled by it?
No, I wasn't rattled by it. It's just like, it's just an uneasy feeling. I've never experienced this before. I've lived a privileged enough life where nobody's ever shot a bullet through my window. That's like, so I was uneasy, but I wasn't like, oh my God, I can't today. I wasn't like that.
You guys ended up staying over there though last night, right? Or
Yeah,
were you somewhere else?
we watched the Stars game on the floor.
But like, why not just go back to your place?
Well, because I was already down there. And
But you have no bullets in your house.
I have no bullets in my house. I live 30 minutes away.
You just have crazy HOA ladies who
we
want
do.
you to pick up your boxes.
I was 30 minutes away. We were already down there. I had work to do. We had stuff that we wanted to get taken care of. So it was just, and plus we needed to be there in case, we did get a hold of the police. They wanted to come. I don't know if they want to look at the bullet.
Yeah.
I'm sure they're going to want to do some kind of, if they want, they may say, hey, dude, this is what happens. We're not going to, no harm, no foul. We're not going to waste time coming over there. Maybe they want the bullet. So we wanted to stay down there just in case.
So are what's the plan now? Is it just, replace the glass, or is the plan we're getting out of here?
Oh, we're getting her out of there.
She's moving?
Oh yeah. Her lease is up in a couple of months. That couple of months got moved to a couple of weeks. We're gonna find a way to break the lease. I don't know if you work in the apartment world and you can tell me if there's a clause in an apartment contract where if somebody shoots a bullet through your window that you can get out of the lease. Let me know on that one. Because we don't want to leave. We don't want her there until like August anymore. September.
Just have her leave and then have Mackenzie break the news to the leasing office.
There you go.
That's the way you fix
that.
that.
There you go. I like that idea.
What can we expect from Cowboys rookie minicamp, reactions to the NFL schedule, and is an Ezekiel Elliott reunion still possible? Michael Gelkin from the Dallas Morning News Whale Alert joins us next here on 105.3 The Fan.
Get the top stories exclusive. Sean and IJ on 105.3 The Fan.
8 o'clock hour here on Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. Bobby Belt, RJ Choppy, Peyton Russell. Sean Sharif is out today. He will be back on Monday. We got the NFL schedule release yesterday. We have Cowboys rookie minicamp starting today. And we've got questions about the futures of Dak Prescott, CeeDee Lamb, Trayvon Diggs. A lot going on with the Dallas Cowboys, so there was nobody better to call and ask to come on and talk about it than Michael Gelkin, who covers the Cowboys for the Dallas Morning News and is a brand new proud papa. Michael, how you doing, man?
Doing well.
How are you looking at this? Do you have any general thoughts on the Cowboys schedule and any takeaways for particular sections of the season that you think are particularly difficult?
I saw the. Can you hear me okay? Sorry.
Yeah, I got you now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, great. I saw the 3 of 4. There's 2 stretches this season where the Cowboys will play 3 of 4 games on the road. And the first one happens right before the bye week, and the second one happens right before the playoffs begin. And in each of those stretches, you have at least one game where you got to figure the Cowboys are going to be able to stack themselves up against one of the NFL's best, where we'll have a good chance to gauge them in terms of where the Cowboys are at that particular stage of their season. And the first one comes on the road against the 49ers, and then the second one comes in December against the Buffalo Bills on the road again. And so those 2 stretches, and in particular those 2 games, seem striking. I think it's funny that the schedule comes out, and too often we react to the opponents. But we've known the opponents for months. I mean, we could have a pretty in-depth conversation about what the Cowboys' opponents are going to look like in 2024 and even 2025 and so forth. So, yeah, it's really about the structure of the schedule. So that's kind of what stood out to me when I saw the structure of the Cowboys.
Is it there's also 2 stretches in here where they go long road trip, back home, long road trip, back-to-back weeks, at Niners, at Chargers, and then at Bills, at Dolphins. Is that are those 2 stretches that you think are forget the quality of opponent, because they're both, all 4 of them are good opponents, but the travel, is the travel difficult?
Yeah, I think I'm sorry, I got the room in the house, and I can move if it continues to be an issue. But when I looked at the one part of the Cowboys schedule that included back-to-back trips of Buffalo to Miami, I've covered a team in terms of the Raiders years ago, and when that sort of travel showed up, I decided to just stay on the East Coast rather than go, Buffalo, and you go back to your hometown, and then you go back out to the East Coast. Now, granted, the Raiders were in Oakland at the time, so West Coast travel is different than traveling into Dallas, but nonetheless, I think you see that travel. It'll be a valid question when Mike McCarthy next speaks. Is that something that you guys are amenable toward of maybe staying on the road? And given the Cowboys are here in kind of the middle of the country somewhat, be it south, and the state of their facilities, I could see them just deciding we're just going to stay home. We'd rather be home. But I still think it's a valid question given the travel. It is an opportunity to break it up.
Michael, Cowboys rookie minicamp is getting underway today. We've got the next couple days of instruction. It's a lot of teaching and not so much the same sort of practice chatter that you would hear from OTAs or regular minicamp or things like that. But is there anything in particular that you're interested in finding out about this week, whether it's which coaches are working with, DeMarvion Overshone, for instance? How much is the stance tweaks we heard about Mozzie Smith? How much of that is in play? Is Asim Richards, is he somebody who's going to be taking reps at all 3 spots or getting instruction at all 3 spots on the offensive line? What are some of the things that you're looking for here at rookie minicamp?
Yeah, I think, first, you want to see your ideally, like Mozzie Smith should be the best player on the field. He should look incredible when we see him, and by all indications, he will. In terms of his physicality, I'm interested to see how the Cowboys tweak his stance. That's going to be something that we're going to be monitoring over the course of training camp, over the course of the spring. There's some unlocking that can be done as it pertains to his pass rush ability. The Cowboys feel just by merely a change in stance and scheme. And so that, I think, will be really interesting to see him get comfortable in that respect. then I think you kind of probably can go down the list. I think there's something for every guy. But Luke Schoonmaker, the tight end out of Michigan, the second-round draft pick, he's going to be, I think, a real impact player right away. That's what the Cowboys believe they have. And I like to do this exercise after the draft where I get on the phone with different teams around the league and really gauge what people think about the Cowboys draft, because I think it's a bit of a misnomer when we talk about, oh, this pick was a reach or this pick was a steal, and we base that on outsiders in terms of the industry, but we really should be talking to teams, the ones with the medical, the ones with the full understanding of character and so forth. And I heard a lot of really good things about what the Cowboys got. And obviously not just Monty Smith in round one, but as well Luke Schoonmaker and their belief, their belief around the league that this is a quality, balanced football player who's going to bring a lot to the Cowboys in short order. So this will be my first opportunity to see him in person. So I'll be looking personally to see that.
We're talking with Michael Gelkin, covers the Cowboys for the Dallas Morning News. You can follow him on Twitter at Gelkin NFL. Michael, there's this chatter out there. We don't know how real some of it is. Some of it's been perpetuated by the owner and general manager. But this chatter that won't seem to die about a potential Ezekiel Elliott reunion, how realistic do you think that is? And is it something where the more time that passes where he doesn't have a job, the more realistic it could become that he ends up back here?
Yeah, it's funny because I think there's a lot of different thoughts that are going through my mind as I try to answer that question. I think Jerry, based on, the few years that I have been around him, but if you want to just look at the Odell Beckham Jr. situation, there's a bit of a tendency there to talk about something for, because it's interesting, because it's intriguing, because it's engaging with the public, certain scenarios of potential player acquisition, when there really isn't a realistic chance, or maybe the wins aren't exactly what are being portrayed, but you talk about it publicly as if it's more imminent than perhaps it is, or there's more interest than there is. And I think that's a bit of what happened with OBJ, where we talked a lot about that when privately the Cowboys weren't exactly where they seemed to intimate publicly that they were. But when it comes to Ezekiel Elliott, I think it's valid that we talk about him until he signs elsewhere. As long as he's available, to me, based on what I've heard from back channels of how the Cowboys have kind of made their interest known, what they've told different people around the league, it has, to me at least, seemed, and this was albeit before the Ronald Jones signing, but it seemed like there was, inside the building, a non-ruling out of the possibility that Ezekiel Elliott could return. That being said, they did assign the guy's number. So if Zeke's back, he won't be number 21. He'd probably be like number 15 and negotiate that up from Will Greer. So it almost seems like the Cowboys have moved on in some respect, but for a team that wants to run the football as much as Mike McCarthy does, I wouldn't rule out them doing something at running back just because of it being such an importance to them, and they do think so highly of Zeke, and they still think as it relates to certain situations, kind of a tight space, things that come up in terms of red zone and third and short, those sorts of situations. They really think he's a plus player still in this league. So I'm not ruling it out until he's gone elsewhere. But yeah, with this organization, there can be smoke sometimes when they talk about a potential acquisition, just because there's a public engagement of they know that we'll talk about it until the situation is resolved.
Michael Gelkin joined us here on The Fan. Dak, Diggs, Lamb, where do you see the timeline for those extensions happening?
Okay, so this is more my opinion, but I would think that typically you try to take care of the quarterback. So I would think that would be a focus, given the just nature of a quarterback contract, in terms of the structure of the deal, the cash flow, and all those sorts of things. It really dictates your books elsewhere. So it would make a lot of sense to want to check the Dak box first as it pertains to his contract extension. To me, CeeDee Lamb is right there. I think that's a deal that the Cowboys really want to get done this offseason. And as it relates to Trayvon Diggs, I'm just not sure that we see that get done in 2023. Maybe we do, but I think it's far more likely that Dak and CD get done this year than it is with Diggs. And so we'll ultimately, that's just one man's thought on tea leaves, but that would be my general expectation, is that I would look for Dak. I would look for CD. And I think you can make the argument that you should take care of Terrence Steele before you take care of Trayvon Diggs. But ultimately, we'll see what direction the Cowboys go and when they hit those different spots.
I'm glad you mentioned Steele there, because that's one that's kind of been quiet. Do you think is it imperative that they get an extension done with one of Diggs or Steele so that they're not left hanging, having to pick on who to tag? It's similar to where they ran into that with Amari and Dak, where it was like, well, we've got one tag and now we got to kind of expose somebody to the free agent market. Is it just a requirement that they've got to get one of them done here?
I think there's validity to that. And to me, Terrence Steele is a type of guy that you want to pay. Like, he embodies so much of what draft and develop means. I mean, we talked a lot about, all the draft picks that we're going to see on the field at rookie minicamp. Let's not forget that Terrence Steele was an undrafted rookie who, if I'm not mistaken, arrived here during the COVID-19 offseason, right? 2020, 21, 22. Yeah, this is his fourth season in the league. That's right. So it's what he's done for a guy who showed up here undrafted, who showed up without the ability to have a screen, without the ability to have, a full training camp, without the ability to step on the field in the preseason as a rookie, all those things, and to be thrown in the fire year one and to win thereafter, back-to-back off-season awards for what he's doing in the weight room, and by all indications has had a phenomenal recovery from his ACL. This is a guy, just character, work ethic, the way he's gritty in terms of, you look at what he does against the run. If you were to go frame by frame after the snap, last season, so often if the Cowboys are running some of their bread and butter plays in the run game, it's Terrence Steele who's off the ball first. And so his first step and all those things, he just sets a tone in a lot of ways. So to me, you jump at the chance to take care of Terrence Steele, and you have to pay him as a tackle. There's been conversations about potentially moving him this season to guard, and we very well could see that come to fruition. But you've got to pay him as a tackle, because that's what he is for your organization long term. But I think you get it done, and I think you get it done over 6 years, something like that. A very long-term deal that we've seen the Cowboys do with offensive linemen. They feel comfortable projecting that position forward across several years. We've seen that with the Frederick deal. We've seen that with the Tyron Smith deal. And I think we should see it with Terrence Steele.
Last one for you here. And obviously a lot can change, a lot can develop over training camp and this offseason and everything else. But right now, if I said, Michael Gelkin, you got to lay a bet down, who is the starting left guard, everybody healthy week one of the NFL season?
There's something that Mike Solari, the Cowboys' new offensive line coach, has said, and that is that he wants to start the best five. And look, I haven't seen some of the new additions the Cowboys have made. Chumadoga, they have Josh Ball. They want to do more with him at guard, and there's some other guys there in the mix, Team Richards now. But I can't, based on what I've seen, imagine Terrence Steele not being in your best five. And so based on that preliminary feel of the Cowboys offensive line room, I would say Terrence Steele. Now, I haven't seen Terrence Steele play guard before. What his comfort level will be for someone who doesn't get an opportunity to do a whole lot of it in the spring. I don't think we're going to see a lot of him in the spring coming off of the ACL, but in camp, he should be, again, we'll see. We're going to do but should be full go. There's a lot more that we need to really see firsthand before we can comfortably project Terrence Steele at left guard, but I would think that he's your starter there.
Michael Gelkin is one of the very best reporters on the Cowboys beat, covering them for the Dallas Morning News. You can follow him on Twitter at GelkinNFL, where you can also wish him congratulations on his new daughter. Michael, thank you so much for joining us, and I'll see you out at the Star soon.
Awesome. Thanks, guys. Appreciate you.
Despite a strong start to the season, the back end of the Rangers bullpen has been an absolute disaster in recent weeks. We're going to kick around a few solutions. That's next here on Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Let's get you over to QC Kinetics. You dealing with joint pain? Pain your knees, hips, back, shoulders, elbows, ankles, whatever it may be that's bothering.
to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels at 214-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
0-2, here it comes. Swing and a miss. Strikeout gets him. As Eovaldi with his 11th punch out of the night. He's gone 7 scoreless.
And Nathan Eovaldi would get to 12 strikeouts, a new career high. He is also up to 28 straight scoreless innings. He has been absolutely dominant. You're listening to Sean and RJ here on 105 Through the Fan. Bobby Belt, RJ Choppy, Peyton Russell, Ryan Cotrera running the video. Sean Sharif is out today. He will be back on Monday. You heard Jared Sandler there doing the play-by-play. We mentioned this earlier, but programming note 5:20 today. You want to Tolo all the time, but you definitely want to be tuned in to G-Bag Nation at 5:20 today as Eric Nadel will join the G-Bag Nation, and it'll be great to hear Eric's voice again. Now, Choppy, the Rangers are 23-14 right now, playing great baseball, second best run differential in the major leagues behind only Tampa Bay, who is off to a historic start. So the Rangers are one of the best teams in Major League Baseball. ESPN just put them number 5 in their power rankings. They're buying in on the legitimacy of the Texas Rangers. At 23-14, they are a stable back end of the bullpen away from being 29-8 right now. 6 of their last 8 losses, the Rangers have allowed the go-ahead run in the 7th inning or later. We're talking about if a bullpen is just there to hold things down late, they are winning 6 of their last 8 losses and would be sitting at 29-8 right now. Jared had sent this to me yesterday. The Rangers are the only team in Major League Baseball to lose 4 games this year in which they led by at least 4 runs. They have had as dominant as they've been, they've had serious trouble in the back end of the bullpen. This started, oddly enough, at home against Oakland, who they're playing right now. They led
losing any game against them.
Man, they led 4-0 after the first inning. Bullpen allowed an inherited runner to score in the 6th to tie it at 4. Will Smith gave up the go-ahead home run in the top of the 9th after replacing Jose Leclerc. They lose that one 5-4. They lost a lead in all, or they gave up a go-ahead run in the 8th or later in all 3 of the games against Cincinnati. That was an awful run there where they gave up a 6-0 lead. They gave up a 6-4 lead. At the beginning of this month, they led 7-6 in the 7th inning against Arizona. They allowed 5 runs there. That was in the 7th. That was the Jose Leclerc meltdown where he just could not throw a strike. The very next game, they're up 4-0 on the road against the Angels. They give up 1 in the 8th, 3 in the 9th, lose in the 10th. So this is a bad back end of the bullpen.
Yeah, it's not great at all. And they have not faced there are some teams that have faced this brutal schedule, and they've had a decent schedule. It hasn't been a cakewalk, but it also hasn't been murderer's row either. And when they do get into that, and they do have to face these bang up lineups, you need the back end of your bullpen, because chances are when you go up against a really good lineup, and that varies from in health too. I mean, like when Houston's healthy, when the Yankees are healthy, their lineups are very good. They also take a lot of pitches. They work the count. You may not see Eovaldi go 8 innings.
Yeah.
You may go 5 or 6, right? Which means you're going to need 3-4 innings from your bullpen. On most nights anyway, you're going to need that, but especially against good lineups, you're going to need at least 4 pitches out of the bullpen in that game. 3 to 4. So when that happens, you need multiple guys. I mean, that's the one thing when you start getting these bullpen games. Let's say it's a 1-run game. You're trying to cling to a 1-run lead. If you go to three different bullpen guys, you got to make sure every single one of them is on that night.
Yeah.
If one of them is off, it's a completely different ball game, and that becomes the problem. And that's the problem when you don't have a deep bullpen, and they don't have a deep bullpen right now. Now there's help out there, but on May the 11th or 12th, it's expensive.
It is expensive. Now, before we explore that particular option, we can take a look at some of the in-house options really quickly. Currently on the 40-man roster, not in the major leagues, Joe Barlow, Zach Kent, Taylor Hearn, Ricky Vanasco, Owen White, Cole Winn. There is zero reason to mess with Owen White. He is your top pro-ready starter in the farm system. He's continued to progress. I don't think you want to yank him out of starter work and
that
throw him in the
screws
back
with
of
him
the
anyway,
bullpen. Yeah,
right?
you don't want to do that. Zach Kent has been hurt since early April. Vanasco has yet to pitch this season due to injury. Taylor Hearn has been there, done that. Cole Winn just flat out seems broken right now. So the only immediate option on the 40-man roster, it seemed, would be Joe Barlow, who's done well at times for the Rangers bullpen. But he was sent down at the start of the year because Chris Young talked about it. He doesn't have the velocity right now. And I don't know if that's improved while he's been at Round Rock. He's almost 12 innings at Round Rock this year, 2.31 ERA, 12 strikeouts, 4 walks. Not bad.
There's two schools of thought. There's two philosophies. One, bring a guy up, bring your best pitcher up, all right, and do what the Rays did in 2008 with David Price.
Yes.
Okay, so what they did with him is he was this hot shot pitcher out of Vandy, dominating in the system. He came right up real quick.
He did.
He came up real. I'm not sure. I don't remember him. I mean, he may not even spend a full year in the minor. I don't think he spent any time at all.
He did not. He started in March and he was up by September.
Yeah. So
and pitching serious late innings for them in the playoffs on the road to the World Series.
I mean, did he not close for them?
I don't remember if I know he came in the 8th in the ALCS in a high leverage situation. I think it was against the Yankees that year.
Red Sox.
Red
Sox. Yeah,
he didn't close that game though.
He didn't.
He did.
He did.
But he came in the 8th. I think with there were runners on. I remember it was just a big high leverage situation.
So school of thought number one is take your best pitcher, bring him up, put him in the bullpen. Okay, that as a starter gives you two things. One, maybe he can go more than an inning, 2 innings, 3 innings. He could be a long guy like Dane Dunning was, or he could just be a really good dominant force. The other philosophy is don't ever mess with the starter. If the starter's going to be a starter in the majors, don't put him in the pen. Remember they did this with Scott Feldman. They fool around with Scott Feldman. Oh, you'll be the bullpen. And then, now we need starters, so now you're going to be the starting rotation.
Yeah.
Oh, now you're going to go back to the bullpen. Well, you never get time to build up the arm endurance, right? And once you go to the bullpen, let's just say they bring up Rocker. Let's say they bring up Rocker, right? Let's say they bring him up.
That's the name.
Right.
Vandy.
Yeah, let's just say
Vandy pitcher.
Right. Let's just say they bring him up. All right. He's been building endurance as a starter. Now they put him in the bullpen. Well, he's gonna lose that over time. Now, in the offseason, he'll be able to regain it.
What if he projects as a what if he projects as a late inning reliever in the future?
If that's what he projects as, then bring him up. I'm not saying I'm not using him as an example. I'm just saying the name.
I don't hate the idea. Look, Kumar Rocker is going to be 24 in November. He's older than David Price was when he came up. David Price, by the time he got to the major leagues, had pitched 300 innings in the SEC and 109 professional innings. Kumar Rocker threw 236 innings in the SEC, already notched 60 professional innings between A-ball, rookie ball, independent ball over the last couple of years. He should be over 150 professional innings by September. And so you're talking about similar work that Price got leading up to it. Now, you'd have to add him to the 40-man roster. But, the questions about his control doesn't look like an issue right now, Chop. At High A Hickory, Kumar Rocker is 23 and a third innings pitched so far this year. His whip is under 1. His walks per 9 is 2.3. He's striking out 14.3 batters per 9 innings, and he's getting a lot of strikes looking. And so he's not just getting, undisciplined hitters at High A to swing at his slider. Like, he's hitting the strike zone, and that's always been a question about him. And so would you be interested in the idea of fast-tracking Rocker? I think right now there's no excuse not to put Rocker in Double-A.
Okay,
right
so yeah, you can't bring. I mean, yeah, you need to move him to Double-A first.
Yeah, not jump him to the.
You can't. You're not talking about today.
No.
Okay.
No. This is a fast track plan similar to Price, where you go A, Double-A, Triple-A, majors like they did with Price.
Well, look, I mean, if he's dominating every level, then there's no reason to waste his arm.
I think
don't waste his bullets.
I think
down there.
he's shown a month at Hickory. He's not struggling with the control. He's striking out bad. Get him to Frisco. Let's see what happens there.
Okay. I mean, now listen. The other thing is, they have to believe that this 38 or 30 or 40 game stretch is legitimate. And I generally believe that they think it is. Like, if they think they're playing above their head, then they shouldn't. If Chris Young thinks, which
I don't think they are.
Right.
I think they're legitimate.
If Chris Young thinks we truly are one of the 5 best teams in baseball, then you can start fast tracking guys if you want to, if you need to, or you can overpay for help. You can overpay for Aroldis Chapman, which
would you do it? Aroldis Chapman. Really?
Aroldis Chapman is.
Let's look at this really quickly. Just
he's a jackass.
He is a jackass.
Like how do I put? I don't know.
But let's look at the jackass, how he's played. He was in a steady decline in New York the last 3 seasons. His velocity was down. Number of hard hit fly balls skyrocketed up from his career numbers. He had control issues throughout his career, but his walks per 9 had gotten past 6 in the last 2 years. I mean, he was just all over the place. In fact, he had allowed more home runs in his last 103 innings pitched heading into this season than he had allowed in the 352 innings prior to that.
Wow.
So, I mean, he was getting rocked, but he's found himself again in Kansas City a little bit. It's a small sample size, but the velocity's back up. He's getting ground balls again. Would you go after Chapman for the back end of this team? We're talking about this. It's like the same question of, do you go after an Odell Beckham Jr.? Do you roll the dice because of where you feel like you're at? If you feel like you're at a particular spot and you're the Rangers and this is the best possible reliever out there, do you go make the move? And what do you give up?
I struggle with this.
You can't?
This guy's such a jackass, man. Like when he was not guaranteed a spot. So last year he was at the Yankees and before they set the playoff roster, he was like, I want you to guarantee me a spot on the playoff roster. And they said, we can't guarantee you that. They were going to go through, because this was like, remember like all the division winners and such had like a week off while everybody else was playing in those three game series.
Yeah.
And they were just everybody was staying there just practicing essentially. And they were going to make a decision on their playoff. He just left the team. He's like, I'm not going to be around. If you're not going to put me on the roster, I'm just going to leave.
Yeah.
And it's like, all right, I don't want that guy. That guy's a clubhouse problem. I don't want that around.
Yeah, you may not now.
I mean, I'd rather go after like a Carl Edwards Jr.
The race car driver.
No, yes, he's having. I mean, he's got an ERA under 2 right now with the Nats. My only concern with him is his whip is a little high. It's 1.3, which is not good for a reliever.
No,
you want something around the 1 mark or less if you can, especially for a closer. But there are guys out there that you could go get if you wanted to. There's quite a bit of them.
940 brings up. We talk about Kamar Rocker. It's Kamar, according to Corey Majors, by the way, who just texted me. 940. Mark Church is pitching well. He might be a good option. Mark Church could be an option. He's was a 18th round pick in 2019. He is pitching pretty well at AA Frisco. He's got the 97 mile per hour velocity on his fastball. Good fastball slider combo. That might be a guy that they look at. And I think this is the best one right here. 254. How about Dutch Oven? Chop.
Well, I am 100% in on that one. You bring Derek Holland back. First of all, he needs to take Ian Kennedy's spot anyway. There's no reason why he has a job that and Derek doesn't. That'll solve something. You get yourself another lefty down there. Joe Kelly's on the name, and Joe Kelly's got a club option for next year.
Friend of the KNC masterpiece, Joe Kelly.
And his whip is under 1. It's under it's 0.88, so it's very, very good. Joe Kelly's a guy that I would absolutely consider bringing in. Plus, I mean, you can sell some T-shirts, give you the kissy face all you want.
Yeah,
and like I said, the club option for next year is huge.
He'd be fun. He'd be fun to have around here. What is a shutdown corner, and is it unrealistic to expect that level of play from Trayvon Diggs or anyone else for that matter? We will talk about it next here on Sean and RJ on 105 through the Fan.
Coming up on the next KNC Masterpiece, we will obviously talk plenty about.
client before and after photos and experience videos. So join me, Bobby Belt, as I'm now fitting into a smaller belt. Visit SOTAweightloss.com. Soda Weight Loss is, say it with me now, state of the art.
It's time to warm up that scoreboard and get ready to bring home the win with Specs. Specs has you covered with lower prices on all your favorite fan fuel. From craft beer, rare spirits, and world-class wine to chips, dips, and gourmet finer foods. And with same-day delivery when you order online or through the app, Specs is your MVP for the biggest score of the game. At Specs, the fun starts here.
Here's to you, cheers to savings.
The Rangers and the A's go at it in Game 2 of their series tonight in Oakland. Hi, everybody. This is Matt Hicks inviting you to join Jared Sandler, Mike Peasley, and me. Our coverage of tonight's game gets underway at 8 o'clock on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
The great Bobby Belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me
take off my belt. We're not. Are we asking Trayvon Diggs to be something more than he or really anyone else is capable of? So this is a conversation that came up in the Twitch chat last Thursday. Shout out to the Twolos and the YOLOs on YouTube as well. Appreciate all you guys listening. One of our Twolos, Shoot Brown 78, had asked last week, who was the last shutdown corner in the NFL? And it made me think about what that definition really means. Like, what does shutdown really mean? Because it's one of those wiggly words where we say, you know, franchise quarterback, shutdown corner. Like, what does that really mean? So, RJ Choppy, before we tackle the actual answer, need to understand the question. So, how would you define shutdown corner?
Someone that never gets the ball thrown their way.
I think that that's a good one.
If you are on the field, the quarterback never even looks in your direction. They just worry about the other side of the field.
That's pretty much my definition. My definition of a shutdown corner would be the week in, week out expectation that one half of the field is essentially off limits to the quarterback. Quarterback cannot go over there. He's just got to assume that side of the field's gone. And that's, you know, a guy like Dion was that way. I also think in order to be a shutdown corner, to earn the label, you're going to have to sustain the success over multiple seasons. So you can't be a one-off. Josh Norman was a shutdown corner for 1 year. It was 2015. He was a supernova. Yeah. He was a shutdown corner for a season, but you would never say, I don't think, oh, Josh Norman was a shutdown corner. Like, that's he fits into that box. So with the definition in mind of taking away an entire half of the field, you know, somebody who does it consistently over an extended period of time, some of the names for me that stand out as shutdown corners since the year 2000. Champ Bailey.
Yep.
Darrelle Revis.
Yep.
Richard Sherman. Nnamdi Asomugha.
I believe it's Nnamdi.
Nnamdi, whatever. Asomugha.
Do you say Medano?
Asomugha. Yeah, I do.
Like Medano?
Yeah.
You call him Medano?
Yeah. I say Chopey.
Chopey.
Yeah, Chopey.
It's actually probably how it really is.
And that's about it for me. Asomugha, Sherman, Revis, Bailey over the last 23 years.
Yeah.
Am I missing somebody? Would you count Patrick Peterson?
I thought he was one of the guys I was thinking of. Probably not.
Jalen Ramsey?
Ty Law.
I don't know that Law took away the field, though. Like, he was really good. I just don't know that I think people still tested him.
Yeah.
Dude, would you exclude?
Bleacher Report had him as the fourth best corner in all NFL history.
He was really good.
They had him ahead of Champ and Revis, which I thought was crazy.
I think that's nuts. But would you dispute any of my names? Champ Bailey, Sherman, you looked like you disputed.
I just don't respect guys who don't travel. He's a zone corner.
Okay.
Like, cool. So is Byron Jones.
So at least for me, I've got 4 guys in 23 years. I can come up with way more franchise quarterbacks than I can shut down corners.
Well, they're so rare because it's of the fact that they are reliant on, and this is the problem with defense. This is the problem. This is a perfect exercise that we're doing. It's the problem with defense. You're relying on how good the quarterbacks are. I don't care what the corner is. A great quarterback can find a way to beat the corner. And that's the problem. Like, you are at the mercy. I'd be willing to bet that if you went back and look at every single one of Deion Sanders' interceptions, a majority, just like if you go look at home runs, all right? Who's going to win the home run title this year? Let's just say it's
Robbie Grossman.
Let's say it's Shohei Ohtani.
Okay.
All right. Or use Aaron Judge last year. He had 62 home runs.
Sure.
I would if I haven't done this, but I bet you if you were to go look at the pitchers he hit home runs against, they were probably back end of the bullpen guys. I don't mean 7th, 8th, and 9. I mean the 4th, 5th, 6th guy out of the bullpen on every team, or the 3rd, 4th, and 5th starters of the rotation. I doubt he was hitting a high percentage of his home runs against the other team's number one starter.
It's a good question.
So,
now I'm gonna have to go look that up
right?
for later.
So it just makes sense because those guys don't give up home runs.
Yeah, I feel like Judge hit home runs early in games though.
Yeah, he definitely did. He definitely did. But I'm saying, like,
but to the point, I do want to. And it does make me want to go back and look and see like who was Deion picking off, just because I'm curious now.
Was he picking off? You know, when he wasn't playing for the Cowboys, was he picking off Troy Aikman? Was he picking off Joe
Bobby
Montana?
Hoyne?
Or was he picking off Bobby Hebert?
Jeff George,
yeah. Right? So, like, who was he, right? You got to look at those things because the all, like, you're not going to get a ton of interceptions when you go play Tom Brady, right? Or Aaron Rodgers. I don't care who you are.
We agree Champ Bailey's shutdown, right?
I think so.
Okay, is Champ Bailey rarer, not better, more valuable? Is Champ Bailey rarer than Patrick Mahomes?
No, I would think not.
You don't think so?
No, because I think Patrick Mahomes is a one of one.
Fine. Is he rarer than Joe Burrow?
Yes.
So with that in mind, are we asking Trayvon Diggs when we talk about the discussion of, well, you can't pay him or you got to pay him this much, he's got to be a shutdown corner. Are we asking him to be something? Is it an impossible ask? Basically, if you're saying, I want to shut down corner if I'm going to pay them $20 million, or I want to shut down corner if I'm going to pay him like the number one corner, are you not saying I am never going to pay a corner?
I wouldn't. So corner to me is a weak link unit, right? It's more about
you think whoever your worst corner is how good your unit is.
Yeah, because the quarterback could just pick on that guy. Now, this is where
top
you have
three, right? Not like weakest, like your 4th or 5th corner. More like your top
your
three.
guys on the
your
field.
nickel or whatever. Yeah.
So like Anthony Brown would not be a good best corner on your team. But if he's the 3rd or 4th best corner on your team, going up against the 3rd or 4th best receiver, that's pretty good. You could deal with that.
Sure.
Right? You could deal with that. You don't want him going up against it. The problem is when he went up against Antonio Brown in week 1 2 years ago as the 3, when Antonio was their 3, who happens to be a Hall of Famer or ish, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
you're screwed. And you know, and they were screwed. Tom just picked on him.
I just when I look at, because I know that's been the argument for a lot of people when it comes to Diggs, is the idea of he's not a shutdown corner, he's not this or that. I think the true definition of a shutdown corner, what you're basically saying is, well, you can't pay him because he's not the 5th one in 23 years. That's
fair.
That's a really high standard that I don't know is fair, and I think that there's a lot on his resume that says he shows flashes of that shutdown. I mean, the fact that he's taken away Justin Jefferson the way he has a couple different times.
Cool. It's very good.
He's covered Mike Evans really well a couple different times. Terry McLaurin can't get anything against him the last several matchups. Like, I think there is a lot that Diggs does that's valuable, but essentially I think you're saying you're not going to pay any corner unless they're shut down. Peyton, you think we're missing anybody? Are there any shutdown corner names you feel like we neglected? Or are we making this sound rarer than it is? It's like diamonds. We have a monopoly on them, and we're just saying they're rare.
If you need a diamond, you would go on over to Diamonds Direct.
That's what you would do.
Stephon Gilmore, for sure, I would think.
You think Gilmore was a shutdown?
Yeah, on his peak. I mean, if that's where you're going with. A lot of corners fall off in the end, but I would still go Stephon Gilmore.
I think that's fair. I think it's fair to at least include him in
For
the
how
conversation.
long do you have to be shut down to be considered shut down?
I would say, Choppa, would you say? I think 3 years sustained success.
At least. Wait, before I call you shut down?
Yeah, before you can earn that title.
Yeah, it's because your career's not gonna be very long.
Because Norman was a year. Norman shut everybody down in 2015. That was great, but it was a year.
Yeah,
and it was done.
You gotta be able to do it. You had to be able to do it in multiple seasons. Because if you do it in one season, I could easily just go to the schedule and say, oh, okay, what quarterbacks they play. But then if you go the next year and you face, the
right, like Josh Norman, what were you doing? You're shutting down Tony Romo. Big deal.
Okay. I see what you did there.
Sorry. It was waiting there for me. Cowboys rookie minicamp gets going today. They signed all of their rookies yesterday, I believe. So they've got the entire rookie class under contract. They will have work today and tomorrow. They do not, the practice is not open to media today. It is open on Saturday. I will be out there, have some takeaways from it on Monday, hopefully. But a couple different things. I know we touched on this with Michael Gelkin a little bit, but some of the things that'll be interesting to watch, I think, Mozzie Smith, how much of the teaching, because this rookie minicamp is not practice. It's not practices. It's teaching. It's instructional time.
That's what Lamar missed some school.
So
QB school, Ravens school.
What can you gather from that? Not as much as you would from a normal practice, but with this particular draft class, there are things you can gather. What kind of tweaks are they making to Mozzie Smith in his stance, his hand usage, things like that? What are they teaching him there to make him a better pass rusher? DeMarvion Overshone, he's a guy who played safety, played linebacker. Some people think he can rush as an edge. Which coaches is he working with? Is he working with Adam Dirty some? Is he working with Scott McCurley, the linebacker coach? How much are the different coaches getting their hands on him and teaching him and instructing him? That'll give us an idea of how much of a chess piece he's going to be. We mentioned Asim Richards, a guy who Mike Solari, the offensive line coach, told us on DallasCowboys.com during the draft show, said Richards was a guy who could play all 5 spots, they thought. So is he snapping the ball while he's out here at minicamp? Is he working left and right stances? Those are all different things to look at. And then I'll just be excited to see Deuce Vaughn and see him running around.
Can't wait. I really can't wait. I really can't wait, man.
He's going to be the training camp superstar. When we're out there in Oxnard, he's going to be the one getting all the buzz of, he
can't
made
wait
this cutback.
Tower over one of these guys.
Oh, yeah, you will. Because he's 5'5" flat. He is 5'0".
Yep. I cannot wait.
That's what you're excited about?
I had no.
So you're gonna want him for a morning show interview.
Absolutely. No doubt about it. Plus, I mean, that's your running back for 2024.
You think so?
Starting running back. It ain't Tony Pollard. Not gonna reset you. You want to make that? You want to sign a running back again? Made that mistake again?
I mean, the Cowboys might. They sure love signing running backs to extensions.
They do.
You heard Steven. We want to get an extension done with Tony Pollard. We want him here in the next 3-4 years. You don't like that?
No. And if they do that for cap purposes, oh God.
There are better ways to massage the cap than extending a running back. Let's recap Game 5 and preview Game 6 of the Stars-Kraken series with Brent Severin. Dallas Stars just 1 game away from the West Finals. Final hour of Sean and RJ starts next on 105 through the Fan.
You're listening to Sean and RJ on the Fan. Coming up at 10 o'clock, it's Corey Majors, Kevin Hageland, and Mike Bassick. The KNC Masterpiece on 105.3.
live on the free Odyssey app.
From our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Hakanpää keeps the zone. A pass behind Johnston. Johnston scores! The first pass was broken up. Johnston got another one and would make no mistake. It's 1-0 Dallas.
Fist Pump Hour here on a Friday on Sean and RJ. Bobby Belt, RJ Choppy, Peyton Russell. Sean Sharif is out today. He will be back on Monday. Every hour's been Fist Pump Hour because
every hour
the Stars won Game 5. Yeah, it's been Fist Pump Day, Chop. Fist Pump Day because the Stars are up 3-2. They got a chance to close this out on Saturday.
Yes, they do, and they better. I don't want to have to. As Shaq said, just bring one suit.
Oh gosh,
one suit.
Yeah, just bring the one suit. All right.
As if there's more than one game. There's not. There's only one game up there. Yeah, you don't want to have to deal with a Game 7. You get this thing over as quick as possible. Do exactly what you did in Minnesota. Go up there, take their spirit.
And while we still have hockey and playoff hockey, Sean Sharif he says, "Hey, this is the time of year where I will allow hockey discussion. So we got to get Sevy back on." So we did. We got Brent Severin, and we got him because we knew Sean was out today, so he got a chance to talk to the real hockey guys here at the station. So, Brent Severin, how you doing, man?
I'm doing good, guys. Why are you getting me up before 10 a.m., though, for the love of Mary? I need my beauty sleep, fellas.
See, I was in, we were talking last night. I was literally so alert after the Stars game last night with these 8:50 starts, 8:55 starts, that I went to sleep at 1. So I got up at 4. So I'm on about 3 hours. I'm on, as Craig Ludwig recently told the morning show. He said he sleeps. He goes on about 3 hours every night. So that's what we're doing. Sevy, you're
hold it. If you're pulling up the Letty sleep schedule, man, you're in a lot of trouble. Let me tell you.
I didn't say all the other. I didn't say all the other habits. I just said the sleep schedule.
All right. Okay, let's move on then.
So Sevy, when you look at that game last night, man, we were Choppy and I were talking about this earlier. It felt like those first 5 minutes were just frantic, hair on fire, fast. Like it felt like it was going to be a snowball effect. Ultimately slows down a little bit, but this was a game that felt like it was in the Stars' control for most of the night, other than maybe a brief section in the second period. How big was this win, do you think, in terms of just being a complete victory and a confidence builder that you can go into Seattle and wrap this up on Saturday?
Yeah, it was a nice job, really, and there were moments where the Stars reeling a little bit, as you expect in every game, but full control really for most of the night. And I think when you look at it, we always look at shot attempts, and that's how many pucks you can put at the net. It can be missing the net, it can be blocked, it could be off the post, it can hit the goaltender. And when you look at it, the Kraken have been really limited in their shot attempts toward the Stars' cage as this series gone on. When you look at shot attempts in the first game, the Kraken had 84, which was a lot, and they go on to win that hockey game. Then you go to game 4, and boy, does it ever drop. 55 in game 4, and yesterday 53. So you can see that it's trending in the way the Stars want. They're limiting shots, and a lot of shots are coming from distance, and Ottinger can have those for the most part. And they're really doing a better job defensively when you look as this series continues to go on. Kraken like to skate, they like to move, they like to forecheck. But when you look at that particular analytic, you can see that the Stars are doing a real good job of protecting their area of the ice. I'm a big defenseman. I love defensive hockey, and it's important for me what you're doing in that end, and the Stars have been really good in that area. And, of course, you got Ottinger that's cleaning up at the back end there, but you got to give him a little help in front of the net. So this is the area that I think the Stars have been good, and that's why it kind of felt good last game, because you kind of Stars are never really in a ton of trouble or sustained effort by cracking up ice. So I like what the Stars have done so far in this series.
Seattle scores in bunches. It's how do they do that, man? That's what's different about them?
Well, again, I go back to what the Stars are doing, and I don't know. That's just the way I always look at things. You look at your team that you're with and what they can do to prevent that. And during those little moments, those little breakdowns, Stars are doing some uncharacteristic things, like a couple of times during those two scenarios that you're talking about, where in each of the games where the Stars or where the Kraken, have come back and put a ton of goals. Like there's been a couple bad changes in there. The Stars have lost their man. You get excited, and one of the biggest things that I noticed from the Stars team that I played in '99 is they didn't get frazzled when things started to go awry. When the crowd gets into it, your brain can really start to go crazy. I got to be here. I got to help out here. What you have to do is you got to relax on the ice. You sort it out in your head defensively, and you just get the puck out. And the Kraken were doing it the other night too. Last night they were running around a little bit. You look at Roope Hintz's goal from the middle of the ice in front of the net. Like that is just a total blown coverage by the Kraken, and it's because Roope Hintz uses his speed, goes around the net, actually leaves the offensive zone, and then sneaks down. And the Kraken get totally mesmerized by the puck, and they come down. So that happens on the ice. It is a real hard thing to control in your head because you get frantic. The crowd's going crazy. Things are happening. Bodies are coming at you. People are running all over the place. And what you really have to do as a good team is just relax. You still have to remain intense. You still got to win your battles, but you got to sort out in your own end. If you don't, it's what happened to the Stars a couple times. You have a bad line change. Then even Max Domi coming down on the goal by McCain, it was a bad change. He's coming down. He's got his man is to back check McCain, the forward that scored that goal, and force pressure from behind. And because he was coming off the bench, because he was late, he gets turned up. It's called an escape by the Kraken player, and he gets lost a little bit. McCann is trying to throw the puck towards the net, gets it to where the net goes in. So these are these small little things that the Stars have to watch, and you have to. If you're going to win a Stanley Cup, you have to tighten those up, and you can't make those kind of mistakes. It's, millimeters. It's 2 feet here or 2 feet there. That is the difference in any NHL hockey game at this level at this time of year.
You think Otter stabilized, or was he never even – nothing was ever even wrong? He just had a couple of a little blip in game 3?
Yeah, you can't be perfect every single game, right? Everybody looked at the Calgary series last year. Anybody who saw that where he just absolutely was honest. You can't do that every single game. You do have to beat the guy down at the other end, and Ottinger did that. Grubauer had a couple that went by that he probably wanted to have back, but that's the way it is. When you got Roope Hintz shooting lasers like he did on that one goal, you can't stop everything. And like I say, it is so important the guys in front of you. You have to be able to handle some pressure at some point in a series, and that's what Ottinger's done, and that's the reason why the Stars are leading in this series.
Jason Robertson had a really nice game last night with 3 assists. It's felt like the last 2 games he's kind of gotten back into the flow of things. Is that just a function of the switch back to Pavelski on that line from Sagan? Do you think it's just the chemistry he has there with Pavelski and Hintz is just that strong?
Yeah, and I know Robo takes a lot of heat because he's got it's more difficult in this playoffs to get to those areas. Like, he can't just lurk out on that top of the circle and expect to score. You know what I mean? That's his area. But now, just like he did during the season, he was struggling at a point in the season where he couldn't score goals. But guess what? Man, he was dishing the puck. And that's what he's been doing. He's still been filtering the puck to the middle of the ice. He's making some great plays. He's had some opportunities. It's like he doesn't – like when you look at a guy and he's not creating offense or not getting the chances, that's when you got to worry. But the play that he made from behind the net on the the Pavelski to Roope Hintz, unbelievable. Like he out-battled the guy behind the net. He chipped it out front. Then the puck enters the net because of his work in that goal. So he's been doing a lot of good things, but – quite honestly, yeah, you put Pavelski on that line, and all of a sudden, that line, when you were united for a couple games, 5 goals, 12 points, you got to ask yourself, what was the difference? Mr. Pavelski was put in the middle of that line and has really helped it, of course. What
do you think about the job that Pete DeBoer's done throughout these playoffs, just in terms of the approach where, all right, Pavelski's back, but Sagan's been working on this line. Let's roll with Sagan. And then as soon as it's like, all right, this isn't working anymore, let's make the change. What do you think about the adjustments and just the temperature that he's taken of his team throughout these 2 series?
Listen, he has been impressive right from training camp. Like, I've been to I don't know how many training camps as a player and as a broadcaster, and I've never seen a team with a new coach infused that has changed as much as this team. Like, you immediately saw the difference at training camp. Now, as we progress through the year, what you have to do is you're giving little teaching moments throughout the year, and they're making sure that the Stars are being aggressive in all three zones. They want to attack in the corners defensively. In the neutral zone, they're making sure that they're doing the right things. And offensively, making sure that you're pressuring with support every time. And as the games wear on during the season, there's going to be little blips when you fade away from the philosophy of the team, and he's pushed them back. So I've been watching these teaching moments. I've watched his demeanor. He doesn't get too excited. You know, like the power play wasn't working at a point this season. Guess what? He didn't change a darn thing. He kept the same personnel out there when he could. Yeah, Rope Hintz got hurt a couple times during the season, but he just kept going with that same first unit, kept throwing him out there, and eventually, you know what? It turns around and comes back. So the process, right from beginning of camp to now, this is what's been most impressive for me. You have to keep the same message. And, of course, Pavelski has been the conduit, the guy that has been kind of the liaison between the coach and his team. And when you have a guy like that who has that many skins on the wall and that has that kind of reputation, you know, it's definitely going to help your coaching staff. So he's been outstanding, I think, in my regard for what he's done this season. It's been fun to watch how he's pushed buttons this year without getting away from his main philosophy.
Sevy, Peyton, who called you to get you on here,
gonna throw him under the bus.
He said earlier today that he wants McDavid and Draisaitl in the next round. Should we just smack him upside the head? Like, do you, as a competitor, you want to go up against that, right? But like, you know, you don't want to go up against the best of the world, do you?
Well, tell Peyton to watch the games too. I think Vegas overall is a better team. All right. Yeah, I know you're watching the fluff. You're watching the money bags. He's a little money bag guy, right? He likes the little dancy dude and all that sort of stuff. I prefer a good, strong defensive team, and I think Vegas might be a little bit better in that regard. So I don't know which is the better squad. Yeah, obviously when what's the power play clicking at? Like 95%? No, it's like 60% or something ridiculous for the Edmonton Oilers, right? That's where you got to really be leery because they can really get you that way. But it's up to the Stars. Like when the Stars have gotten in trouble in this Kraken series, it's their mistakes. Again, I'm very focused on what the Stars are doing and how can they improve and what they're doing right, what they're doing wrong. If they play their best hockey, there's one team that they're going to have trouble with in this playoffs, and that is the Carolina Hurricanes. Yes, I picked them at the beginning of playoffs to win the Stanley Cup because that is the team of all the teams that have come in and played the Dallas Stars, and I'm like, this is a team that the Stars will have a lot of difficulty handling in a 7-game series. Everybody else, you know, even the Boston Bruins, I thought the Stars were very good against in the regards of playing in different areas of the ice. But this Carolina team, this gives me a little angst, you know what I mean? So hopefully we can see that in the final and see these two teams going at it, but a long way to go. You got to get through this. This series is not done, fellas. This is tough. This is still a long way to go. Kraken are going to push. So everybody just relax a little bit. You win a game, you don't get too excited. You lose a game, you don't get too excited. That's the nature of playoffs.
Well, we're going to still cross our fingers for a victory on Saturday, Sevy. Brent Severin, great as always. We appreciate your insight, and we'll keep the playoff run rolling, and we'll keep Sean out more so that you can come on as much as you want.
All right, tell Peyton to watch a few more games, all right?
There you go, Peyton. Brent Severin, Dallas Stars analyst. We also got Kevin Hagelin here in the studio. Hagee, what is all this stuff?
So, what is this? So, I'm walking in the office, and I see a truckload of amazing gifts, and somebody from our company like, hey, can't go up just quite yet, and I thought, this might be news business. I don't want to step on 1080's toes and be like, come on up. And then they mentioned Tim Collins, and I was like, well, hold on.
We know Tim Collins.
That's right. Tim Collins is, and so I was like, come on. And so I brought all the good people from Kroger with me. Here's my one request. Since I helped facilitate last time, I got left out.
You did, yes.
So this time,
Sean's not here to dictate this time.
I know. I like the way you pronounce that. Very intentional.
Yes.
So they've brought chocolates, cakes, flowers.
This is wonderful. Yeah, we got
to celebrate
Ismail
Sean
and Matt.
RJ.
Thank you so much.
Mom.
Wow.
Look at that. Yeah, to celebrate Mom, not Sean and RJ.
No.
This is awesome. Which Kroger are y'all from?
Come on up. Come on up.
Yeah, come on over here real quick. Yeah, which Kroger are you from?
So I am at the Mockingbird station, and this is Ishmael.
Hi, I'm from the Cedar Springs Kroger.
Okay, there you go. Cedar
right.
Springs and Mockingbird Station. Those are the ones that you guys need to go for all your Mother's
Got
Day.
cards, flowers, cupcakes,
Everything.
for mom, wife, whoever you decide
This
to
isn't
give
getting
it
to them. I mean, we're gonna just take this probably.
Even the
But,
flowers?
I mean, we'll say they get. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, they can have the flowers. I don't have any use for flowers, but everything
Okay, then
else.
there isn't cupcakes or strawberries.
Yeah.
No, there's none of
Just
that.
flowers.
Yeah.
Flowers.
Yeah,
That's what you gotta do.
we're not going to tell my mom or state of the art weight loss about the cupcakes or the
That's a
chocolate.
good point. They're already mad.
I like I said.
Yeah. What is the latest? Thank you guys so much. We really appreciate it. What is the latest with Jacob deGrom and Corey Seager? We'll chat with Jared Sandler. Maybe he'll have a solution for this bullpen. That's next on 105.3 The Fan.
But let's get you out to the all-new Platinum Ford location.
car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels at 214-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
In the middle of the final hour here on Sean and RJ on a Friday on 105.3 The Fan. Bobby Belt, RJ Choppy, Peyton Russell, Ryan Cotrera on the video. Sean Sharif will be back on Monday. So I was listening to the radio last night, Chop, and I was listening to Get Right because I Tolo, no big deal. And I heard somewhat of an awkward interaction for our next guest, Jared Sandler. Kevin Gray was asking a question that I'm still not sure we know the answer to.
So as I look at not only this series as they finish up their West Coast road trip, I look forward to the series that begins on Monday with the Atlanta Braves. If this team is able to take 3 of 4, let's say, from Oakland, how do you feel after this road trip knowing that you're going to be playing one of the best teams in baseball starting on Monday? Obviously, business has to be handled here, but what are you looking for them to be able to do that in this series?
What are you asking me about?
The Rangers
playing the Braves or taking care of business? I was confused by the. I just want to make sure.
I'm sorry. Not looking forward to the Braves series, knowing what you have to do in Oakland before you get to Atlanta starting on Monday.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, sorry, are you asking me? Sorry, are you asking what I'm looking forward to about the Braves Rangers?
I'm doing a horrible job asking this question.
I mean,
no. It's on me. It's on me.
I didn't want to ask. I didn't want to go a totally different direction than what you're doing.
So I'm a horrible broadcaster in this very moment. How do the Rangers ensure they handle business against Oakland before taking on Atlanta in what is going to be the most anticipated series starting on Monday?
Yeah, I mean.
So, Jared, what's your answer?
I was going to actually ask him the same question on purpose.
Jared, what's your answer?
Oh, man. Guys, I felt so badly because I didn't want to. I mean, I didn't want to call KG out, but I literally had zero idea what he was asking because he started off like we were going down this path about the Braves, and I thought he was about to ask me, hey, don't want to look ahead to the Braves. I get it. You got to still play the A's, but what? How excited are you to face the Braves, one of the best teams in baseball? And then he totally veered off course, like he was swerving on the road. And sometimes Dawson will ask me a question, and I'm not exactly sure what he's asking. Other than what's the turning point? That's his favorite question. That's pretty simple. But sometimes someone will ask a question but I feel like I know the general direction and I might not be answering it exactly how they had hoped, but I'm in the same zip code. I was about to start answering the question, but then I just realized I have zero idea. I don't even know what to say. And so I felt really bad, but we've all been there, right? We've all asked a question and we kind of talk ourselves into circles. And
every day,
I just Eric Chiafalo, we love playing that drop of, his, but I just didn't know. And I felt so badly. And I listening to that, maybe I could have just blindly thrown out some words, but I thought there was a good question in there. And so I wanted to make sure I was answering his question. I had no idea, and I felt really bad, and I still feel badly listening back to that.
Oh, speaking of feeling bad, Jared, and don't feel bad. You just made KG feel really embarrassed. No big deal. But speaking of feeling bad, Jacob deGrom still feels bad, and we'll talk about all the positive things soon. But I know Bruce Bochy said yesterday 2 to 3 more weeks on deGrom. Is our level of concern rising at all here with this?
Well, so I'll be honest. I never really had the sense that this was going to be a 15-day and you're back type of thing. You guys recall his body language wasn't super great when he came off the mound. He seemed disappointed and frustrated. I think what helps Bobby is that the team is playing so well. And not only are they playing so well, but they're getting such great pitching. And so it's weird to say. It's not that he's an afterthought by any means. But this isn't last year when John Gray went down. If Martin Perez didn't win his start, you really weren't sure when you were going to get your next strong starting performance. And part of the irony is that one of the guys who was a part of that problem last year has been a part of the solution this year, and that's Dane Dunning. Yeah. Dane just wasn't pitching at the level last year that he's pitching at this year, and maybe the hip that ended up requiring surgery in the offseason had something to do with that. But yeah, I mean, long term, yes, I think whenever you have a pitcher that's out and it's an arm thing, it's always fair to be concerned. I think the fact the Rangers are playing as well as they are will help buy some time. But I think, if you're a Rangers fan and you're wondering when will Jacob deGrom be back, I think, we need to prepare as a fan base for the possibility that maybe it is 2 to 3 weeks, maybe it's 2 to 3 months. You don't know. And I don't think anyone really does know because they're waiting for the inflammation to go down. They check, there is no structural damage. So like I've heard people say, just have surgery. Well, I get that. I think like for some people, there'd be like some peace of mind in that, hey, yeah, we've addressed the problem, surgically repaired, people come back from Tommy John, they're fine. But first of all, it's not a guarantee. For every success story that we know of, you don't really remember or recall some of the guys who struggle to come back. And why would you repair something that isn't broken? It's just this inflammation. Like you would never recommend surgery to repair a muscle that isn't torn. And so, I think what is so frustrating for Jacob, and you could see it in his face and hear it in his voice a week ago when he spoke to the media, it's that there's nothing that he can really do. He's just kind of stuck. Like he can't, and he knows that there is this label and this narrative out there that started when he was in New York about, he's always something or whatever. But like, what is he supposed to do? There's really nothing that he can do. And I think that's what's really frustrating for him.
Speaking of Dunning, because you mentioned him a moment ago, let's just say DeGrom is back tomorrow and he's fully healthy and then the entire rotation is healthy. Has he earned a spot in the rotation? And if he did, does that mean it's, Heaney's out?
I don't think so. I mean, listen, Dane Dunning's been awesome. And I hate to say it, like he hasn't earned it. I think that he goes back to his valuable role as a multi-inning reliever. The reality, RJ, is that DeGrom's not back tomorrow, and the chances of everyone remaining in great health between now and when DeGrom comes back is, a coin flip at best. That's just the way this works, and hopefully, it's the right side of that coin flip, and it's a good problem to have. I think in reality, one of two things will happen. There will be a need in the rotation somewhere with someone, or, Dane will regress to a degree where it makes sense to throw him back to the bullpen. And I'm not saying that, what we're seeing from Dane isn't real. I think he's a very smart pitcher. I think the way he attacks guys, and he really pitches without any fear. I mean, he throws 90 miles an hour, and he will go inside on guys, and he'll make them look silly, breaking their bats and doing it. But is he going to have an ERA in the ones for the next 2 months? I mean, gosh, I guess crazier things could happen. I don't want to take anything away from Dane, but, as he continues to start, what is that going to look like as opposed to the role, that he had to begin the year? So I guess I'll say this. In a month, if Dane Dunning's got an ERA in the ones and is just rattling off quality starts, yeah, you probably would have a tough time taking him out of the rotation. But I think this is one of those problems that in reality is going to sort itself out either by someone else's poor performance, someone else's health, or just the natural sequence of events kind of, playing out.
How has Nathan Eovaldi done this? I know he's been a really good pitcher in the past, but he's also been inconsistent at times. He has looked nothing short of tremendous of late, is he not?
Yeah, he's been great. I mean, I think you could ask me this question 5 times throughout the day, and I'd probably come up with 5 different answers. And I think that's a part of the big answers that, it's against the Yankees, even though he didn't throw the pitch a ton, it was the curveball early on. He got the Yankees off balance. They had to think about a 75-mile-an-hour pitch that he was able to throw for a strike. And then, I thought against the A's, the cutter or the Angels, the cutter was great. And then last night, the splitter was unhittable. And it's not like the other pitches aren't good when, it wasn't like the splitter was non-existent against the Yankees. The curveball helped elevate the splitter and the, it's just, they're all working. And, he throws hard. I know we had talked in the offseason about velocity, and, he's still throwing 95, 96 miles an hour. He's able to dial it up to 97 at times when he needs. I mean, late in the game yesterday, he was hitting 97, trying to put guys away. That splitter's a really good pitch. And I really wonder, we always talk about how, a pitcher overexposure hurts them, the more that the league sees them or that sort of thing, like the sweeper, the more, first of all, the sweeper's not a new pitch, it's a new characterization of that sort of a slider. But, the more people see it, the more used to it they're going to get. I always wonder with guys who throw good splitters, and Nathan Eovaldi throws a really good splitter, how much of a general advantage that is, because there just aren't many guys around the league who throw good splitters. And that pitch has been nasty this year. So I think that's huge. And then the other thing I'd say is, don't walk guys. I know he walked the final guy he faced, and that's what led to his exit, 1 out shy of another complete game shutout. But that was his only walk. And like Jacob deGrom, Nathan Eovaldi is in a pretty impressive class of guys who have struck out X batters while walking only Y batters, whatever the list is, throughout each start. He doesn't walk guys. And when you have his stuff and you're able to command it and pound the zone, I think that's been a real separator for him compared to other guys who also have great, they have great stuff, but, they don't know where it's going half the time.
So as I look at not only this series as they finish up their West Coast road trip, I look forward to the series that begins on Monday with the Atlanta Braves. If this team is able to take 3 or 4, let's say, from Oakland, how do you feel after this road trip knowing that you're going to be playing one of the best teams in baseball starting on Monday? Obviously, business has to be handled here, but what are you looking for them to be able to do that in this series?
So, okay, that's the confusion. If he would have ended 2 seconds earlier, the question is like, hey, team's rolling. They take 7 of 10 on this road trip. Now you're going to face the Atlanta Braves. That's a great. How you feeling? I could have answered that, but then he went to like, how are they? And I think ultimately what he was asking is, how are they going to take 3 or 4 from the A's? But it just was an odd change of lane. Like he changed.
What are you asking me about?
Jared, we appreciate you. Go get us a few more victories and a shout out. I know you're in the booth as we've talked about for Eric Nadel.
Ball's hit to Vegas.
But we've been promoting this morning. Eric Nadel at 5:20 today on with G-Bag Nation, so we're all excited for that. But go pick us up a series sweep, and how are you feeling about the Braves and all of that, okay?
You didn't ask me about Kumar Rocker. I thought
I know we ran out of time. You gave me a 3-minute answer on DeGrom. So we ran out of time. I'm sorry, Jared.
Yeah, well,
we're gonna do it.
Anyway.
We're gonna. It was not a bad idea. You're a bad idea, and you don't know how to answer KG's questions.
Your face is a bad idea.
All right, get rid of him, Peyton. We don't need to talk to Jared. Jared Sadler, love you, Jared. Crosstalk. It's Friday. Getting ready to head in the weekend. So it's Mike Bassick's Crosstalk. If he remembered. Let's see if he did. Crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece next on 105.3 The Fan.
Coming up in the next.
flowers. They were only going to see the flowers and the cards.
Great. Yeah, because dads need love too.
All right.
Right.
I will give these to my wife. I always feel like, in a weird way,
She's not your mom.
Let me ask you this question, Kevin. I think that's a great point that she isn't my mom.
Yes.
Do you worry more about getting your mom at our age
I don't worry
Mother's
about
Day
that.
stuff or your wife Mother's Day stuff?
I think it is wife, but
wife,
when I
isn't it?
reflect
It's
on
just
it,
wife
it
for me.
probably shouldn't be. Bobby, I'm really
you don't have a
sorry.
mom.
I
But
don't.
she's not our mom.
She's
I
gone.
know, and
Is this your wife's first Mother's Day? I'm trying to do math here.
so kind of, but
Okay.
like we've been
She became a
celebrating with her
stepmom.
and Brandon.
Okay, gotcha,
So-
gotcha. Okay,
But with Noah,
that's awesome. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Bobby.
What?
You brought it up a couple times, and I just feel bad.
Oh, no, it's cool. It's as Mike
Brought it
says,
up.
everybody dies.
True.
Sure.
They do.
It's a good point.
They do.
Only one
Except
is risen.
RoboCop. He didn't die.
They
Right.
tried.
Like
They turned him
that?
into a robot.
Hey, you know,
when
I
they
got a
ran.
question for you. I got a Mother's Day question for you, Mike.
Yeah.
I really wanted to talk
You know
about
how
RJ
Major-
being a robot.
Major League Baseball does pink. They do pink bats for Mother's Day.
Right.
Why don't they do brown bats for Father's Day for prostate cancer?
Because nobody
It's blue.
gives
Why
an
don't
They
they
do
do
baby-
brown?
they do
It's in your
baby
bu-
blue.
it's in your-
Bat's already brown.
You should paint it darker brown.
They don't look like a doo-doo stick
That's
out
the
there.
point. That's where your prostate is.
Oh, that's valid. Yeah, that's a good point.
I had one
I
year
would
chocolate
much rather be
bats
pooped on.
being made.
What did you say?
What?
I had 1 year chocolate colored bats made when I was on the Mets.
Oh.
Like a, I don't know, is that called mahogany or something?
Mahogany.
Mahogany
Something like
teak
that.
wood.
I
Sure.
love that word.
Mahogany teakwood's good scent.
Yeah.
I like the high
All right.
intensity. Big fan of the high intensity.
So I was at Bally's last night watching the Rangers kick butt. Somewhat watching the Stars kick butt. It's a little bit, I do have to concentrate more on the Rangers than I do everything else. But then in the corner of my eye, I caught the glimpses of Chicken Head Booker having another Chicken Head game with the season on the line. And I loved it. I would love to know. I assume all of us are Maverick fans in here, even though my Maverick fandom is
Waiting.
yeah, it's just I think we're about ready for the ultimate collapse. I think we're about in 1988, 89. If you look at the Mavericks make the conference finals in 88, 89 you're feeling great, but things start unraveling in a different way. Obviously Tarpley gets hurt and then decides cocaine's more important than basketball again.
I mean, that is true.
And then they start
Hell of a
making
drug, apparently. That's
then
what
they
I'm
start
told.
making horrible trade after horrible trade, and then you find yourself as one of the worst teams, well, the worst team in all of sports in the 90s.
Until
And I
Samaki
do
Walker
feel-
turned it around.
No, that is not what happened.
Cherokee
Well,
Park.
you know what?
No.
That was a good pick. There was this kid named Kobe that went a few picks after Samaki
You didn't need
Walker.
him. You didn't need him.
But-
he was never going to play here anyway. He was going to force his way out.
That is true, honestly. He was forcing his way to LA before the draft. But how I don't know if excited is the word, because I do take joy in the teams that I dislike losing.
Sure.
Maybe more.
That's part of being a sports fan.
Yeah.
Of course.
What was your level of enjoyment seeing the Chicken Head Bookers lose by 30 points at halftime again in an elimination
Freud.
game in
Boy,
Phoenix?
Is he gutless? The whole team's gutless.
Kendrick Perkins is gutless too for being like, hey, you know what? Jokic might be okay.
Nobody's more gutless other than Philadelphia. Like, to be up in an with a chance to go the conference finals, you score 13 points in the fourth
I
quarter.
mean, Tatum just
That's
decided
gutless.
to start making threes at the end out of nowhere.
God, he was
dude,
not
his,
good before.
Bipolar is he?
Yeah.
his, I'm not even kidding. He was about to have the worst offseason
Yep.
of anybody if he does not sink those 4 threes in the final 4 minutes.
And they're
1
still-
for 14
They're
and get
still
eliminated.
right, that's still their opportunity, right? Because if they go to Boston and they lose at Boston, I think Tatum gets roasted for this playoff stretch.
I'm with you, and especially he had just been first team All NBA,
Yeah.
and the follow up the next day would be like, you're historically bad shooting. Your team gets bounced after, like, because as soon as the Bucks lost, I thought the Celtics were going to cruise to the finals, and they've had Philly's number, so good for them for winning that game.
So I know the Mavs are in a bad position this offseason. They don't have money to spend for the most
Until
part.
Tuesday, Mike.
Yes, until you get Wembanyama or Scoot Henderson or Brandon Miller. I mean, I'd love to finish top 3 in this lottery system.
Cam Whitmore.
But right now, if you look at the Phoenix Suns, how big of a problem or issue do they have? I do think DeAndre Ayton was a healthy scratch last night. That's my belief.
So down by the rib.
They were down by 30. He was on the bench on his phone smiling at one point.
Oh, man.
And I'm like, that you
Bring
can,
him on
He's
down.
like, can't wait to play
it's one of those
with
things
Luka.
where like everybody's hurt, right? Everybody's
Candy Crush.
feeling something after 90 games
Yeah.
of a basketball season. And he's like, you know what? You guys are burying me. You guys want to play the white guy? You know, I forget his name. Landau.
I forgot his name
It's
too.
Lando
actually.
Calrissian.
Yeah.
He's a white guy.
But it's like,
It's
it's like,
furious about that.
yeah, but it's just like, all right, fine. You know what? My hip is bugging me or whatever. I'm sitting out. Let's see how it goes. And they gave up 81 points in the first half. And I'm like, as much as you crush Ayton, and I get it,
Yeah.
Ayton is not a perfect player. If Ayton comes to Dallas, there's going to be issues we have with Ayton's physicality and Ayton's engagement at times. But you could see the difference in their defense that they gave up 81 points at halftime without DeAndre Ayton out there. So I'm wondering from you guys, and maybe it's too much basketball talk right now after a Stars win, but how big
We'll
of an
kick off the show with Stars.
good?
Don't worry.
How big
We
of
did
an
Stars
issue
at
do you
9.
think Phoenix is in right now after trading for Kevin Durant and just getting boat raced by Denver at home?
Well, I mean, and we talked about this earlier in the week. I was like, I don't know what they do. I assume it starts from moving on from Ayton. Maybe you're packaging Chris Paul.
Chris Paul is a half guaranteed contract.
I think
So you
that
can-
is correct.
I saw that on the so you can release him but you still owe him $15 million, and that does go. You can stretch it, but
Yeah.
it does go on the cap.
Who says no? Kyrie Irving and Reggie Bullock sign and trade for Chris Paul and Ayton.
Bullock says no. He doesn't.
Forget him.
I did see Bullock.
Which team says no?
I think as long as if Kyrie's saying I'm not coming back to Dallas, if Kyrie's like I just don't want to be in Dallas and I don't want to play with Luka, nothing against the city, nothing against Luka, it's not the place I want to be. Kind of at the end of my career, I think Dallas has to take that.
Would Phoenix take it?
I do. I think they want to get rid of Ayton. Now, the one thing that I wonder about
KD and Kyrie, they're good to go.
Yes, they're good to go. They both still love each other. Is Phoenix might look
Sweet.
at Ayton as a way to get 3 $10 million players, if that makes sense. Because I do think it makes a little bit more sense for them. Now, they might want to go 3 superstars, and we'll deal with whatever we deal with only 2 other players who can play NBA basketball.
And don't you think Booker and KD could force that hand? That's the beauty of sometimes
Yes.
the NBA sucks, but the beauty of the NBA here could be like, we want Kyrie.
Yes,
Go
and that's what
get
they'll
him.
want. They would rather have Kyrie
Yeah.
than 3 really good role players.
Well, they could find somebody. I mean, somebody out there will want to play on a ring chase team.
Sure.
For cheap.
Sure.
So they'll be able to get a couple of guys who are, serviceable role guys on the cheap.
Devin Georges and stuff like that. Those types.
It is going to be, and that's a good one right
Yeah.
there. It is going to be an interesting off season for the NBA just because so many teams are in this kind of, lack of a better term, purgatory, where they're not really in heaven and they're not really in hell. And that's kind of where the Mavericks are in a way. They're different, kind of where the Phoenix Suns are.
So like Volbeat or
Yeah,
heaven nor hell.
there's just Memphis is a little bit in that direction now too. Like, what in the world does Memphis do to get elevated? Out of this kind of you guys are good, but you're not good enough.
And then, Mike, I don't know if you saw this last night. This could potentially be bad news.
All right.
This is the 5th time the Nuggets have made it to the conference finals. The last 3 times, they lost to the Lakers every single time, and that Lakers team went on to win the title every single time.
I mean, the Lakers in our lifetime. Why do I hate? Somebody said, "Why do you hate them?" Well, one, because their fans are half-assers.
Sure.
And they haven't fouled anybody in
They'll
35
flip
games.
over for the 3 years.
Unreal.
For the 3 years they're not a championship contender. All of a sudden they're a Golden State fan or they're a Miami Heat fan. You're like, hey, dip S's, stick with your team. And they're like, no,
Gotta be a day.
Oh man,
not until they're great again. And all it takes is, every other year, 7 of the 10 best players in the league all want to go to the Lakers. I totally get it, but it just stinks being a fan of another team. And they were always beating the Mavericks. Or if you're a Nuggets fan, always beating the Nuggets. Like, they're the most dominant team of our lifetime in the NBA, and they're in the Western Conference. So I don't know how you can't hate the Lakers the most if you're a fan of another Western Conference team.
You know what you can do tonight, though? You can watch the Lakers lose immediately after Corey Majors and I are at Jake's game day from 5 to 8, 4150 Eldorado, Peyton and McKinney.
I heard that Jake's is going to be giving 20% of their dinner sales to the various Allen relief causes?
Yes, 20% for tonight, the Friday dinner. So go out there, spend a bunch of money for a good cause, have some drinks with Corey and I. And remember, if you listen back at 6:40 and have the secret password that you tell me, I buy your first round tonight.
Oh,
wow. That's awesome.
Oh my gosh, they still got the Flaming Rooster, baby.
Yes.
Yes.
So Jake's, what is the
Jake's Game Day in
Jake's Game Day
McKinney,
in McKinney.
4150 Eldorado.
Awesome. Okay. And then Corey, I know I didn't tease much, but we have stars coming up right out of the gates.
And it sounds like we might have Schoonmaker on the show today in the 11 o'clock hour to get our Cowboys action.
Look
on.
at that.
Well, because we got to figure out how many wins the Cowboys are going to have.
Hail to the victors, gallant, hail to the conquering heroes, hail, hail to Michigan, the victors of the West. Coming up next, KNC Masterpiece.
Nice.
prison, but we're still working on figuring out the rest of it.
Yep, let's do that. Mike, what's up, man?
Just really excited. What a great night. The Celtics survive.
God.
The Rangers dominate. Nathan Eovaldi is awesome. And the Stars said, stick it up your Kraken. You know what I'm saying?
I love that,
Oh,
Mike. That is
my
awesome.
gosh.
That is awesome.
I told you.
Stick it up your Kraken.
Oh my gosh. I told you in the crosstalk this was going to be some kind of show. I
Nobody
am
knows
now
what
worried that we might teeter too far on the wrong edge. Corey is definitely on the wrong side with his humor this morning. He's hilarious, but
That's some dark
teetering
humor.
on the brink of cancellation. So let's just see how the day goes.
Yeah, no, I really love the stick it up your crack. I want to use that now. Like, this is awesome, Kevin. I'm not exactly certain what the goal was for the first segment, but Mike's right. This was a great DFW sports night. Like, this was one of those nights where you're sitting back going, man, we did all the things we asked for.
Phoenix gets blown out again.
Yes.
So that gives us the opportunity to trade him Kyrie Irving.
Oh, yeah, because that's a good point, because if you advance to the Western Conference Finals or obviously the NBA Finals and maybe even win it, they might not be looking and being like, hey, we really got to tinker with this team.
Right.
Oh, man, I forgot. I can't decide. Mike, I can't decide. I love the Flaming Rooster sandwich from Jake's, all right, from Jake's Game Day. It is
Jake's Game Day. You'll be at tonight.
I'll be there tonight from 5 to 8 in McKinney. Boss man just said, hey, I'll see you there. It's a grilled chicken breast, hot mustard, and dude, it's spicy.
Yeah.
Monterey Jack and Pico de Gallo. Always loved this sandwich, but I also have always loved the Works Burger, which is the double cheese, bacon, lettuce, tomato, and all the stuff on it.
All right, if you were to say, was it called the hot chicken?
The Flaming Rooster.
Flaming Rooster.
It's awesome.
Who's the Flaming Rooster on the Dallas Stars?
I would say Rope Hintz is the Flaming Rooster right now. He's on fire.
Huh.
Yeah.
What a question.
And the Works Burger would probably be odder because he's putting in double time.
I was wondering if it was Jamie Benn because he's.
Oh man, that's good too.
Yeah.
The kind of
Jamie Ben's
party
fiery.
Yeah.
And he'll get mad.
Yeah, he might be the hot hickory. That might be the Jamie Benn is the hot hickory because he can be that as well.
Okay, you know what? 877-881-1053. If you like Jake's or you're going to Jake's tonight and you want to throw out your own menu suggestion and comp to the Dallas Stars, I'm here for it.
I am too.
Here's my concern, though, is this show goes so far over the edge that they, discipline one of us. Maybe not us, but, what if something happened to Joey?
Right.
And they just, send him away?
I'm sure they'll find somebody to replace him pretty quickly.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah.
You got people already?
Very
Yeah, I
replaceable.
have multiple people lined up for that spot, but I'm not looking to lose him anytime soon.
Okay.
So that dude he has been nails for us, man.
Ooh, speaking of a team that's not looking to lose anytime soon, let's go ahead and fire off cut number 2 and get the cavalcade of Stars fantasticness going.
Tees one up, blocked by Wenberg. Hockenpah keeps the zone. A pass behind Johnston. Johnston scores!
That would be the beginning of
That was fast.
what was
dude.
a lovely, lovely night for the Dallas Stars. So here's my question, Mike, and feel free if you have your own. Well, they hit your key to the game. Score more goals.
They did.
That's good. They did.
They did exactly what Mike asked.
Can you imagine if they went to Mike? What's your 3 points to this game? And whatever the game was, score more runs, score more goals, score more points.
Yeah, they did it. It was awesome.
And for all the people who texted in and said give up fewer goals than the other team, they
That would
did
be my second point.
Yes. Okay. So far, 1 for 1.
Nice.
All right. Let's go to the next one. Go back to dominating the faceoffs. The bar we set was 57%. Because remember, game 1, 58%. Game 2, 69%. Nice. Game 3, 57%. Game 4 slides down to 54%. So still, you're controlling, but not as controlling. Last night,
58%.
59.6%.
Even better than that.
Rounded up 60.
Not as good as
Rounded up to 60.
Yeah, not as good as Nathan Eovaldi's first pitch strikes.
Yeah, we'll get to his first pitch strike soon,
Because I
Mike.
actually have a question. If he's mad at the end of the game, he was like, "Damn it, I was right there." All right,
good question.
So he got that done. 2 for 2. All right, Corey.
Yes.
What's up next? What are other?
Mine was to dominate the neutral zone. Make sure that, Joey, I did kind of feel like there was still some free free through that area. So I don't know that they dominated it the same way. Did you feel like they got the stretch passes that they've been getting earlier?
Especially in the first 10 minutes of that second period. The Stars were very shaky. It looked like Seattle started to get their offense going. But if I'm not mistaken, point number 3 was that quick response goal.
Oh, yeah.
See, and I was going to say, with the neutral zone, we were 3 for 3.
Okay.
So we'll add another point.
Was that cut 5? Is that what Joey's talking about? The responding?
Oh, that responding is a negative.
Yeah, it's bad.
Oh.
That's a bad one.
Oh,
So,
sorry.
yeah, no, that's okay.
I'm done. I got to turn my mic
Do you
off.
want to play cut 5? You know what?
I
You're
tried
right.
the hockey thing.
Go ahead and play cut 5. Let's hear cut 5. I'm ready for it.
Through Robertson, able to get there. Centering pass. Hits. Scores! But now they wave it off.
Dude, all right,
Then
so
they waved it back.
that moment where they were like, but no, they waved it off. I was furious. I was throwing things because I saw it. Like, I saw it with my own
And
eyes.
Johnson hit the pipe like 2 minutes earlier.
Yes.
So I was like, really?
Yeah, but I don't know how. Like, I was believed so much that was the one. That goal right there was an awesome goal too, because how quick he moved that puck around right in front of the netminder and puts it up in a corner. That was awesome. And Joey, that's again another one of those moments where they said high stick side on Grubauer, and that's a winner right there. So that was awesome.
You got to elevate to celebrate in tight, and that's what he did, baby.
I like that.
If you have goals of being a hockey announcer someday, you're gonna crush it, bro.
Thank you.
We'll see.
See it low, let it go. See it high, let it fly. That's actually just a hitting term.
Yeah, no, that's what you should have told my kids last night. They swung at everything 2 feet over their head.
So there was a whole lot of positivity. However, Joey did bring up, this is what we talked about, the quick response goals. Remember, go back to game 1. They gave up a goal after they had a 2-0 lead. Gave up a goal 2 minutes and 10 seconds later. Game 2 went up 2-0 again. Excuse me, game 1 it was 2-1. 2-0, gave up a goal 2 minutes later. Game 4, they're up 4-0, give up a goal 56 seconds later. So what happened in this game? You score really early in the second period. And at that point, I was like, is this going to be an easy night? Is this going to be like the inverse of when you look back at was game 3 and you're like, oh, well, I'm going to go to sleep because this game sucked.
Oh.
Is you're like, I'm going to, maybe you can go to sleep because we're going to dominate all night long. But then 84 seconds later, 1 minute and 24 seconds later, you got the dreaded quick strike goal, quick response goal from Seattle to pull within 3-1. And I'm telling you, when they scored later in the second period, I just kept thinking about that goal. And I was like, son of a.
But now after you like everything's said and done with, are you good with it? Or are you like, that's going to come back and haunt us in games?
I don't even think it's necessarily game 6. I think it's games 1, 2, and 3 of the Western Conference Final. I texted Joey. I was like, this is going to hurt you at some point.
I hate saying this. I forget. I know that the Stars won game 5 against the Fort Worth Wild.
Yeah.
But
nice.
When they beat the Fort Worth Wild in game 5, was it as dominant as this game 5 was?
It was more dominant.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that was pretty much a blowout.
Yeah.
And the Wild kind of lay down.
And that was the 4-0 game, right?
Didn't the Kraken look like they might lay down early? Like, I felt like they looked like they were ready to give up, and then they came back in the second period, they looked like they were like, no, we got to give it one more go.
Before you answer that, Slim Scotty, I did like when I looked up and it said shots on goal, Stars 4. Kraken 11, and it was 2-0 Stars.
Yeah,
we're very efficient with our.
That was
shots.
one of the shots on goal are not indicative of how the game was because the Stars were getting high danger chances, and Seattle could not get to the middle of the rink in that first period. When the Stars got to 3, I just kept telling myself 3 should be enough. It just felt like that should be enough when you have Otter in net, and they were able to shut it down. That second period, it just seemed like the Kraken got themselves going. And as I mentioned, I thought the first goal was going to be big because when the Kraken score, it just seems to open up the floodgates for them, and they scored again pretty quickly. They made it a 1-goal game, but the Stars really shut it down in the third period. I think they did
on not a
such
lot of shots
job.
again.
Yeah,
sorry, Joey.
Yeah, no. I mean, and that's sort of kind of the situation too. You're going to get Seattle's best. This team's like a cockroach. They are just not going to go away. So they're going to keep giving you your best. And the Stars were not pressuring to score. That was good to see. They took their opportunities and they took their chances. Rope Hintz got that one in tight, and then Fox. It was great to see him get that empty netter. He he played incredible all night long. And you talked about the physicality. I know Corey was talking about in Game 4. That line with Delandria and Glendening was phenomenal at just wearing down the defense for Seattle. And I think it took a toll on them later in the third.
And kind of like we talked about in Game 4, the Stars still won the faceoff battle, but it was the closest Seattle got. I get, because of the nature of this team, Seattle is still going to log up more hits and everything like that, but this was the closest the Stars got, not only in terms of hits, but in terms of you're watching the game and actual physicality.
I'm at a point though now, Joe, we've talked about this in the last series, and there were moments last night where I'm glad that I'm not on the ice because
I can't skate, so I am too.
Yeah, I've seen you ski, so if your skating's anywhere close to that.
I think it's probably close. I don't even want to try it because ice is firmer than snow.
Yeah, and more slippery for sure. But there was times last night where I was like, now hit him. Instead of doing what they do so well, which is puck. They're like, we see puck, that's all that matters to us. And I'm thinking, put that dude in the glass. And I'm glad that they were focused on their goals last night, Kevin, which was the puck, not the hits.
Now, there was one more thing that we threw out as a key to the game, and I feel like it hit in a huge way. Is we talked about the scoring drought of Robertson. And I know scoring drought, you immediately think goals. And I certainly get that. But we also talked about how much struggle Jason Robertson has had in terms of even putting points together on 5-on-5 hockey. That had been a nightmare. And we talked about how good the Kraken were in 5-on-5 hockey. You look at last night, Jason Robertson has not 1, not 2, but 3 assists. And Hintz has 2 goals, and Pavelski has a goal. There was a plethora of points off of that first line. I think that first line had 8 points, I want to say, and 3 goals. It was preposterous. That line was awesome.
And he's a first player. That is a first line. That's what they do, is they're going to balance each other out one at a time. And Kevin, this is my hope and desire, is that now that you've seen that kind of develop, if it's not in this series, it could be the next one. But the Kraken now have to go, crap, that line is back. We have to start defending Robertson, or we have to get our eyes on Hintz. And if that happens, then that means Pavelski or Robertson, you should have more space to make their shot.
Yeah, moving Pav back was pretty much inevitable at some point. They are a line that has created the most goals for expected in the last couple years in all of the NHL. We will continue to call out Robertson every day because it seems like it works now. So we will continue to do that. And one thing that
he played better.
He was reawakened.
I thought he was really good.
And one thing, if you're not going to score, you can still be effective, and that was part of the issue. He just wasn't effective, even if he wasn't scoring. But he was really good. He got to some of those goal mouth areas, and he picked up a couple points for it. He got rewarded. I love the play from behind the net on Rope Hintz to make it 4-2. He's behind the net. Usually you probably hold on to that. He just threw it to the front of the net. He's behind the cage. Just threw it to the front. You get a fortunate bounce.
Yes.
Pavelski moves it on to Rope, and you get a goal, and then you get insurance. Sometimes you just got to make the simple play.
Which is what we talked about. It ain't got to be pretty, is more often than not. And that has been the Stars' philosophy, I'll say off and on over the years, is just throw the puck up at the net and see what happens. But here's the other thing that I think is really encouraging for the Stars. Not only the effectiveness of Jason Robertson, but I guess I had forgotten about this, and I went back and I checked, is there was a spot earlier in the season when Robertson went 7 games without a goal back in December. Dallas won 4 of those games, and the 3 that they lost were all 1-goal games. So, you've seen in the last string where Robertson wasn't scoring a whole bunch of goals, this Dallas Stars team was still good. And in this current 6-game run, they're 4-2, having closed out the Wild, and now with a 3-2 lead over the Kraken.
Did you see the stat from K Twizzle that we just got, Kevin?
I don't think so.
On Twitter, right here, 2022 playoffs, 1 goal, 3 assists, 4 points, 7 games. 2023 playoffs, 2 goals, 9 assists, 11 points, 11 games. So a point a game.
A point a game.
Let's go.
I would have thought the shift would have been much more
in the goals section,
5 to 6.
Yeah.
Not because he can absolutely, he tallied up a ton of assists this year. But you would have thought it would have been a little bit more even. But hey, that's fine. I don't think he really cares. Maybe just a tiny bit, I should say. He cares just a little bit. But if anybody on this team is scoring goals and it's leading to wins and series wins, I'm sure he's like, well, I contributed.
Yep.
And this was the biggest contribution that Robertson has had since the last series.
Yep.
And so that's a huge deal. Now the Stars are up 3-2, looking to potentially close it out on Saturday. Because if you remember, the beauty of closing it out on Saturday is then you can go all out for Wyatt Johnston's 20th birthday on Sunday.
Where he has to be sober because he's 20
Yes.
and not illegal
I guess
age
you
to drink.
probably
Is he from the United
celebrate
States?
Mother's Day too.
I don't know. Johnston sounds
No, he's
like
from Canada, I believe. He's from
so
out
he wants
there.
some Labatt
What if they
Blues.
win the
Some
cup?
Molson.
What is he going to drink out of it?
Oh.
You drink like root beer and stuff.
Okay.
The
Milk.
Rangers did like a lot of Mountain Dew with Josh Hamilton.
That's true.
Squirt. It was squirt.
Ginger ale?
Oh, squirt.
It was squirt. Or tab. It was squirt. Yeah.
Those are very different.
Or tab.
Those are very different, Corey.
I remember my Aunt Sue used to drink a lot of tab in the 80s.
Awesome.
Tab
Mike.
is a great
It's
cola.
not it's
What
not
is
around
tab?
anymore, is it?
Jack and Tab. That's the way to go.
Did
Do
you
it
just
now.
hear
Do
Joey?
it now.
He said, "What's tab?"
Just well.
It was like it looked
this
like Coke.
bootleg soda.
I think
Dr.
it caused
Thunder.
like minor
No, but it's like
cancer
a-
issues.
It's a.
I think they had to get rid of it because they found out it causes cancer.
Oh my gosh! We should say that it's not fact checked.
All right.
I don't know that. I just don't want to get sued or
I'll
whatever.
look it up and see what happens.
It was like a real soda, but I feel like it was like the last non-store brand soda that you wanted. You're like, oh.
Oh no, Kevin! Coke stopped advertising the soda after a cancer scare involving
I take it
saccharin,
back,
the
Mike.
sweetener used in Tab. So, and the retro pink cans were quickly forsaken for Diet Coke, which
Okay.
launched in '82.
I just got nervous. I didn't want to run into any legal.
Why would you ever dispute?
Don't
my-
ever question anything I ever say.
Oh my gosh!
Oh man, that's a bad approach.
Okay. Well, you know what? You should question.
I was
things
going to
say.
say, or else welcome to the last KNC Masterpiece. Coming up next, the annual but absurd tradition. Now that the schedule is out, what will the Cowboys' record be this season? 877-881-1053. Twolos and YouTubers, we want to hear from you as well. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank and Celtic Bank, members of FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
Are you the decision maker in your company? Consider this.
AJ, if you got them.
I do, Kevin. I have a shout out that I was just texted from Tolo Bryan. He said, shout out to my daughter, Marissa. She just got a gig performing at Universal Studios Orlando as Margot Gru. That is
Marissa Tomei?
It might be Marissa Tomei.
I feel like we would have heard.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I'm just going to go off of her first name's Marissa, so let's just roll with Tomei right now.
Gru's wife?
But no, that is
Me?
the oldest daughter. The oldest daughter, Margot Gru.
I mean, that's still cool.
And so that's
probably more age appropriate now that I think about it. That's a good point.
Did you ever want to work at like Disney World or Universal or anything like that? Because I always thought it would be really fun, like as a summer job.
Like Six Flags?
No, not Six Flags.
Well, isn't it similar?
Yeah, but Disney World's different. Disney is a very different
I do
place,
not.
by the way.
That is true. I do not think I have the temperament for that. But for those who do, that absolutely feels like a dream job.
Like
right?
you could walk around as Mickey Mouse. Like you could just put on the Mickey Mouse suit and be
in
like,
the summertime in Florida, you want to put on the Mickey Mouse costume so you can smell like butt after you take that off because you're like, I have just sweated.
Or one of the Ninja Turtles.
You know what, Corey? I think you can go ahead and mark him down as a no.
No?
on that.
Okay, all right, all right.
Can you imagine the dehydration going on inside that suit?
Maybe they have a water bottle in there for you.
Well, nonetheless, that is an
That's
amazing
awesome.
accomplishment. And then also, can I get a shout out to my daughter, Chloe? Today is her 9th birthday. That's from Chris. I believe it's Byard, maybe Beard.
Why do they spell it Chol?
CHLOE.
Yeah, that's Chol.
Also, I'm not sure about your
I think
pronunciation of that.
Hold on, no, it's not. That's Chloe.
Yeah.
It's
Wouldn't
it's
Chol
Chloe.
be CHOLE?
CH makes a ch sound, right?
That's true. But then the
But
L
L's
is next.
So you put the
Cho.
O before the L, like in Favre.
But you think it should be like Well,
Choli.
No.
Choli.
No.
I guess you're right.
I was
Choli.
really-
Well, wouldn't Chloe be either CL or KL?
I hear you, Mike. But the point was it's her birthday. So happy birthday.
Hopefully you
Chloe.
spell your name more spell checker way.
Okay.
All right, let's get to the.
Okay, thanks.
All right, yeah.
Correct.
What's this?
Mike Bassick is. We've
Yeah.
all got weird names.
Listen, it was BASIK. And then when my great grandfather got off the boat in Ellis Island, I believe, yeah, Ellis Island.
Yes.
They made him change it.
Which is super weird. All right. Now, the Cowboys' schedule
That's
is
not really.
out.
Look at my last name, Kevin.
Look, we all have problematic
God,
last names.
I forgot about your last name.
The Cowboys' schedule is out. People's favorite pastime is breaking down what the record's going to be, even though we still have a ways to go. Obviously, the NFL is very fluid from year to year, potential injuries, but it is still very fun to do.
With the extra game that's been added to the schedule, and I know there's going to be another extra game, or maybe even three, Kevin.
I think definitely one more.
But with that, do you think it makes it easier to have an extra win in your season if you're a good team, or more difficult to have an extra win?
Sometimes I think it varies from year to year based on if your extra game's home or road,
Okay,
right?
all right.
But like that's a good question because theoretically you would say easier to win another game because you get another game. But also, like the Cowboys, for example, you pick up another road game.
Yes.
Like you would feel like inherently that would make it more difficult.
Because I look at it and I'm like, 17, I do think the Cowboys can win 12 again. Like, I really do. They are a better team, as good of a team, if not better than they were last year. So I do feel like they can do that again. But I'm also sitting at like 11 wins seems like the appropriate approach to this. That's the way that I would probably set it is. I would say the Cowboys can get 11 wins.
Okay. All right. Now, let's run it down. And if you want to say it out loud, keep it in your head, whatever, as people are sending it in, is you open on the road against the Giants.
On the road against the Giants?
I feel like you've probably seen this schedule.
Dak, actually, I haven't. Dak is. I didn't want to look at it until we got here,
okay.
so
Wow.
I could freshly
Holy
take it
cow.
in.
I
This
was
is gonna be
driving to my
fantastic.
job and heard Kevin Gray and Reggie Atatula give the schedule.
Nice, the get right.
They gave it like 14 different ways.
Okay.
And I was like, okay. But then when they ran through it week 1 through week 17, because like, here's the home games, here's the road games, and I was like, okay. I enjoyed it. It was great. But I was like, can we go 1 through 17
All right,
in order?
Game 1 against the Giants.
Yep.
Last year, Dak hurt his thumb in game 1. I think it's a loss.
Okay.
It's
That's
also
a-
Dabe's.
Double U.
That's what I think too.
It's Dabe's, dude.
Yeah.
You watch
well,
what I do in
Couldn't
this
figure it out
schedule.
last year. Oh no, are you gonna flip the? Oh my gosh! Second week, you host
We're
the
at home?
Jets.
Let me ask you this. You're a big Aaron Rodgers hater, and rightfully so.
Is that true?
Yeah, that is true.
Okay.
Does he play well early in the year, or does he struggle early in the year? Struggle bus Jets lose another one. 2-0.
Agreed.
Who are they playing? Who are the Jets playing week 1?
No. You were focused on the Cowboys.
Yeah, okay, they're going to get their first win against the Browns.
Fair.
Or I believe. No, they got the Bills. They're going to lose to the Bills,
Yeah.
beat the Cowboys. Cowboys start season 0-2.
What?
What's wrong with you?
I don't.
Yeah.
I'm trying to be y'all said be more realistic, Corey.
Are we reversing this?
Yeah, what? I'm honest to God. We are reversing this without talking about
This
it.
is the weirdest thing. I'm kind of tripping out about this. All right, week 3 at Arizona.
Are you kidding me?
Maybe the worst franchise in the NFL right
Let
now.
me ask you this. How many video games debut in mid-September?
Well, he's not even playing, though.
Oh, double U. It doesn't even matter. It'd be a W. They're tanking.
Who's their backup quarterback?
Josh Rosen.
How good are the Cowboys against backup quarterbacks?
Jake Plummer.
Seems like backup quarterbacks give us problems.
Yeah, Sam Howell was excellent last year.
Yes. Remember Sam Howell tore us up?
Yeah.
Who was Ryan Tannehill? We barely beat the Titans, dude.
But he's a starter.
Josh Dobbs.
No, but we went up against Malik Willis that night.
Honestly,
It
this
was
is
Willis,
pretty.
yeah.
That's a pretty easy W.
I'm going to take the win over the Cardinals.
Thank God.
Cowboys finally get on the board.
3-0.
Remember, some people reported the Cowboys were going to play the Patriots on Thanksgiving. They were wrong. You host the Patriots in week 4.
Mac versus Zap.
Zappy?
Yeah. We don't even know who their quarterback is.
Yeah.
They don't even know.
Double U.
I also think 4-0 is a very feasible start.
I think this is one of those times where more teeth matters, and I don't think that the Patriots at that point are up the hill far enough. I'll give the Cowboys another win. They're 2-2.
3-1 is probably likely.
Sure.
I'll be honest.
I think 4-0 is feasible. I'm not kidding.
But let's just put them at 4-0 because if I have them going to the Super Bowl, I need to get them to 13-4.
Week 5.
Yeah.
Sunday night football at San Francisco.
Crapola. I will say L there.
Until they prove differently, it feels really hard.
I don't know who their quarterback's going to be, but I will give San Francisco a win at home against the Cowboys.
Who would be your guess? Do you go back? Do you think Purdy's
It
backing
sounds
up
like
at that point?
it sounds like they want Brock Purdy to be their
Yeah.
quarterback as long as he's healthy. So it sounds like that. But look, I do think Trey Lance presents problems if he's healthy, not passing problems.
Cowboys win that one on the road.
Okay.
Oh my!
Yeah.
I
Now,
like
see
it.
how we're flip flopping.
Now we're rolling.
Corey, you're my yin to my yang.
All right.
Is that how you say it?
You're my
Yes.
yang.
I think it's
and I'm your
yin.
yin.
But
Yeah. Yin.
still good
Yin-yang.
enough. Then the Cowboys get an extra day off because they don't play until Monday Night Football again on the road against Lightning McQueen and the Chargers. You just wait for later.
All right, so Crapola. We did beat them a couple years
yes, we
ago,
did.
but there was a huge interception by Diggs. Like the first 3 plays were like, oh no. And then the 4th play, he's like, let's try to force this one. And we intercepted it, and momentum had changed.
This is Kellen Moore's chance to really show out.
I'll lean towards 5-1.
Okay. We're definitely gonna have to pick up the pace.
I think the Cowboys win.
Name
this
the
one.
next 3, and I'll just tell you.
Next 3. Host Los Angeles, at Philly, host the Giants.
2-1.
Win,
Agreed.
lose, win.
All right. Then at Carolina.
Keep going.
Oh yeah, that's a dub.
Yeah, go.
Host Washington for Thanksgiving.
Keep going.
That's a
easy.
win.
Host Seattle.
Ooh.
Yeah, keep going.
Yeah, that's a win.
Then you get a week and a half off to host Philadelphia.
Yeah, I gave him a loss at Philly. I'll split it.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll give him the win here.
And I know this is the part of the schedule that makes people nervous, where you host Philly and then you're on the road against Buffalo.
Loss.
And then Christmas Eve on the road against Miami.
Oh, in warm weather though. That's what matters there. On the road
Sure,
in warm
but
weather.
A good team,
Yeah,
though, right?
I'll take the Cowboys in that one.
I'm going to take a loss there, and that gives me 4 losses.
Okay.
I'm going to take a win against Miami.
Okay.
So that's got me at 11 right now.
All right. Man.
Cowboys lose the last
Is that
2.
the season over?
No, you got 2 more. Host Detroit.
Lose.
And you finish at. Whoa, I should have known you would say that. And then you host Washington
Lose
to
again.
finish.
13-4. Done. Super Bowl.
Crap.
You said go fast. I just did it.
No, you did.
Las Vegas, baby.
That so
See you
they at this point, Kevin.
You really think they're losing the last?
They're in the playoffs. And I don't think that, like just like last year, they don't need to win the game, and they just kind of roll.
I think if
into
they
it.
lose the last 2, though, they would be in big trouble. Like we would worry about that.
Going into the playoffs.
Yeah, if you lost to Detroit, and then you're like, and we don't need to play the last game, because I'd feel like if you lost to Detroit and you lost to Washington, you're not winning the division.
Yeah, I know how the Cowboys kind of they'll be like, you know what? Let's take that time off. Let's relax just a little bit here at the end of the season. It's last year they barely beat the Titans and then they lost to the Washingtons. So I think that I'm going to have but I did say it seems like they can get to 12. If they win one of those 2, that I put them at 12 wins.
See, and I'd originally said 12-5, but I do understand the logic of they'll lose a game on you.
You're like, what?
Like most teams in the NFL, you're like, what the hell just happened there? From the 8-0-6, oh no, 1-16. From the 9, no chance. From the 9-4-0, 10-11 wins, way tougher schedule than last year, depending on injuries from the 2. And that's a great point. Is you can look at this now, but like depending on who's healthy and who's not, you might go into some of these games and be like, we're going to get annihilated, or this is an easy win. That's the tough part.
It is a tough
this.
schedule. You can see it going all different ways, and then the thing is, we don't know in October how we feel about the Cowboys, how we feel about the team they're playing.
But we do know that Mike said that Tab had the cancer situation.
Yeah, that's true.
And Mike also said the Cowboys are going to the Super Bowl this year. So those are 2 things that we can consider facts.
I said that for the 2017 season, and look how right I was. Remember when the Cowboys were in the Super Bowl?
No, they didn't. From the 2-5-4, 10-7. From the 8-1-7, 10-7. From the 5-1-2, 5-12. Actually, they might be just saying 5-1-2 Mike, and that might be the completion of another one. And from the 2-1-4, 17-0 when they go to the Super Bowl. And then what happens if the team goes 0-0-17? Remember, essentially on winning percentage, that would be like 8 wins, 8 losses, and a tie, essentially.
Then I guess we'd have the 16th pick.
You would not get Caleb Williams. I don't think it's going to work like that. And it also is good. That's a good point, though. 5-1-2 Mike was the shout out to his wife, Rhonda. So that was not the record. I apologize for that. 40 years on Sunday. And obviously, Sunday is Mother's Day as well. Holy crap. They said, love her as much as he did May 14th, 1983. Congratulations. That is an amazing achievement right there.
But you're not really happy with them getting married on Mother's Day? Is that the whole?
It wasn't necessarily Mother's Day that year.
Oh,
keep that in mind.
All right. Good point.
Like December 25th.
Yeah, okay.
Spoiler alert, don't get married on a holiday. We're the KNC Masterpiece.
You did?
Man, I would never. Right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick.
Do you really believe the A's are going to score in this series?
Oh, no.
Next.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, big show. Eric Nadell joins us at 5:20. And then at 6 o'clock, Linda Cohn.
But they're going to win, I guess, 40 games. I don't even know if I'm going to put them
because somebody just asked over under, would you put the A's at 120 losses? I think
that's a lot. But
I think that's pretty close because I was thinking like 45 and 117, which would obviously be awful.
Yeah.
He hasn't given up a run in the last 3 games.
Right, 28 2/3 scoreless right now in a row. So if you look at
how deep he's going in the game.
Old Oral Hershiser, he needs 32 more innings pitched of scoreless ball to have the record.
It is wild to think he's not even he's like close to halfway there.
Yeah.
You know, even though he's been fantastic.
59 2/3 is the record for Oral Hershiser.
But he's 11 more to get to the Rangers record, I believe.
Okay.
It's Kenny Rogers is some 39 something, 39 and a half or something like that.
And now I will say it's going to be really tough because his next opponent is the Atlanta Braves.
But he shut down the Yankees too.
Yes.
Oh yeah, the Braves are the Braves.
But the Braves are 15-3 right now on the road. When he did shut down the Yankees, I hate doing this, right? You don't want to take anything away. He's facing major league teams. Giancarlo Stanton was out, Aaron Judge was out, and he did what he needed to do. The Rangers needed that win, and it was 2-0. He needed to put up zeros on the board, whether they're against a team that has injuries, whether it's against the Oakland A's. It's not the easiest thing to do to just go put up 8 zeros or 9 zeros in a row. So I don't want to take anything away. Vivaldi's doing his job. It'll be very tough, though, to, let's say, go 6 to 9 scoreless innings against the Atlanta Braves, the next start he has.
When the season started, Mike, and he gave up 3, 2, 6, 2, 3.
Right.
I was like, okay, that's what I'm expecting out of him.
Right.
And this stretch, I don't think it's you can keep it up. 3, 2, 6, 2, 3 is more what we're going to get for the season, but a chance to win. That's the most important part.
Looking at Oakland, the Rangers are 5-2 on this trip because we won't be talking, obviously, Saturday or Sunday or after tonight's game. Will you guys be disappointed if the Rangers go 2-1 in these 3 games? Or will you be like, hey, man, they won 3 out of 4?
Yeah, I don't think so. But 2-1 is the bar, right?
1 and 2 would be like, what in the world happened in Oakland there?
And by the way,
with 2,900 people there last night. And
God, that's
Sandler did say the possum thing was overblown because I was like, did you see the possum? Is the possum still there? Is that like I was asking way too many possum questions for him, and he was just like, it's overblown, Mike. Shut up.
Oh my God.
Like, I'm sorry. I just want to know about the possum situation.
And also, what a hell of a road trip if that ends up being like you finish out 2-1 the rest of the way. This I know
7-3 road trip is really nice.
That's phenomenal.
And I mean, honestly, I'm looking at it. You're favored in all the games. Like Vegas, you're favored in all these games. It doesn't mean you're going to win all these games, but looking at it, I won't be surprised if they end up going 8-2 on this. If they go 7-3, they're going to be 25-15 coming back home.
Holy moly!
Which game are we losing if we go 2-1?
That's the deal. Is anything can happen, right? A team can get hot in an inning. A pitcher can all of a sudden start executing his pitches for the Oakland Athletics. But when you look at the matchups, it's tough to see a loss.
Yeah, I mean
they did lose though at home to him.
Heaney was the one I was like, all right, let me go look at Heaney real quick. But they're going against Rosinski, and he's got an 8.9 ERA right now. And so I'm just like, I think Perez and Gray are giving you a great opportunity to win.
This is maybe for a longer discussion than 2 minutes here, but there's an article out about AJ Hinch. And remember he benched Baez because Baez made some blunders, especially on the bases. He's like, I can't play you anymore. I'm taking you out of the game. We can't have these stupid A mistakes.
Yeah.
They were 3-8 when they did that. Since the tough love happened to a superstar player, they have gone 14-11 since that.
Okay.
And it's a bigger question in all of sports. It feels like in basketball especially, you just need to be best friends with the best players.
Yeah.
You're not actually coaching anymore. You're just like, hey, whatever you want, Luka, whatever you want, whoever it is. I'm just using that for an example. Just kiss their asses as much as possible.
Yeah.
And AJ decided not to do that. He decided to go a little bit old school. He pulled him underneath where no camera caught the conversation and
smart
to make sure that it wasn't like an embarrassment on camera. So I'm just wondering as a question, why have we decided in coaching, whether it's whatever sport, that we have to be so soft on our team? Because it seems to have worked to kind of show a little bit of tough love.
Do you think the concern is, this is the idea that I come up with. It works so everything is fine. But if it doesn't, or like even if it's neutral and your star is mad about it, that could be a wrap for you.
It could.
Sucks.
I just wonder when it comes to, I know this is a little bit off the beaten path, but this is why I love baseball nuggets. Like, I know baseball, like our competitors don't even understand sports, really.
Yeah.
I mean, to be honest.
You're right.
But
let alone watch it.
yeah, so it's just I can combine, if you're not a huge baseball fan, I can combine it with our basketball team. Like, Bochy's going to show a little bit of tough love. But it's like, if Luka doesn't try on defense, doesn't get back, and I know Jason Kidd did do that last year in the playoffs, he has to participate. I liked that quote from him. But it seemed like this year it was like, whatever he wants to do, he can do. And I'm like, I would just wonder how much tough love needs to be shown to, at times, your player you're relying on the most to make sure it sends a message to, whether it's all 26 guys in baseball or whether it's all 15 guys in basketball.
If you want to gain the respect of the entire group, you have to.
Facts.
Not just the, like, some of the guys, but even the leader of the team. You got to get his respect too.
100%. I think that's a great point. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan on a Shout-Out Friday. We got a bunch coming in, so we will try to catch up. But also, the NHL, Churchill Downs, again, TMZ, and Crooked Fishermen. Do any of these entities deserve Forgiveness Friday? Do you? We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
All right, Tolos, join me and thousands of DFW Tolos who trust the team at Men's T Clinic to quickly, safely, and effectively optimize their T levels and get them back to being them with testosterone replacement therapy and more. Stop ignoring the signs. Guys, if you've lost your energy, drive, focus, mood, you're not feeling like yourself anymore, it could be your testosterone levels have dropped. It happens with age to a lot of men. I'm telling you, it's happened to me. It's happened to a lot of your friends. And maybe you're like, gosh, I wonder how they're doing all these things. Maybe they're going to Men's T Clinic. Bobby and Derek started Men's T Clinic. They're the founders, and they had a mission to make sure that you get individualized treatment when it comes to your health as a man. And they are doing a great job. They have 5 DFW area locations now. They started off with 1. They have 5 Houston locations now. So go to menstclinic.com, find the location nearest you. They are open on Saturdays at select locations.
Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan on a shout-out Friday from the 469. Shout out to my fellow letter carriers. Let's have a successful food drive tomorrow and fill up the food banks. Your favorite Mesquite mailman. That is phenomenal because it's the National Association of Letter Carriers National Food Drive. That is fantastic. Obviously, I think we would all wish you lots and lots of success. Shout out to my wife, Judy. We got married on South Padre Island, May the 4th. May the 4th be with us. Fantastic. Good decision.
Dame Judy Dench? Is that who it is? Or different? Is it? There's more than one Judy, right? Yeah.
I don't know that it's not.
There you go.
Dame Judy Dench. We're the KNC Masterpiece, and it is also time for some Forgiveness Friday. 877-881-1053. If you perhaps need to ask for forgiveness, or maybe somebody needs to ask you for forgiveness.
I need to ask for forgiveness. I can't make rice to save my life. Mike, I know the instructions are very clear. I can't make rice. Last night I did make a red beans and rice thing, and I put it on. It said put it down to a simmer. We don't have simmer on our oven. All right.
Is it electric?
It's electric.
Yeah, gas is easier to do that with.
And it's not my fault. Just bought the house. But Kevin, I walked back to my oven, and the chicken and sausage and bell peppers were all cooked. But when I looked at the rice, it still was a moat of water. And I was like, what is happening here?
I would say this. We have a rice maker, which is very easy. They're not expensive. Did you not do it in the rice maker?
I think it's a pain in the butt to get it out of the cabinet.
Okay, well, it does make rice very easy to make. If you go to a lot of, let's say, restaurants that are making a lot of rice, they usually have those in the back. They're not like stirring up the water or anything like that. They're just putting in. It's usually 2 to 1.
Okay.
Usually 2 to 1 is you're going to put in a cup of rice, 2 cups of water.
All right.
And then you just let the machine do it.
Okay. Yeah, because
it's different with different rices, but that's a very basic, a white rice or whatever. It's somewhat of a 2 to 1 ratio.
Okay. All right. And you know what? Look at this. Corey, it's hard. It took me a year to master. See? Thank you. What? Why did you make that face, Kevin?
Don't forget, coming up at 1:30, we got Masterpiece of the Week. I'll let you decide if you thought there was any relation there. Now,
what are you saying?
The NHL might need to ask for forgiveness. They put out this staggering study of 6,000 NHL players going back from 1969 to last spring. Joey, have you seen this study?
I have not.
All right.
Is that a small sample size or a large sample size?
I mean, considering all the years it's gone over, that's a pretty big sample size.
All right.
Now, here's the good thing. 90% of the players who they studied are still alive.
That's awesome.
That's great news. Here's the bad news. The control group, the average age that they pass away at is 57.7 years old. If you had at least 50 career fights, the average age of death is 47.5.
You said 50 fights?
50 fights or more. So if you're like, I don't know if you think that fits for the term goon, like the way they did it, but if you do, it says the average age of death was 10 years younger than the other players who passed away.
Oh, wow.
Which is pretty shocking.
Crazy.
Just if you were fighting.
Yep.
Okay, now I'm interested in average years of age for boxers, MMA fighters, when it comes to this.
And that's a good question. I know what the NHL's counterpoint is. They were going to be, but since so many players are still alive, let's wait it out. It'll take many, many, many more years, and then revisit the study and see if the number is closer to like half a year or 1 year or like terms that some people might find negligible. But the early
because there's less fighting now, right? Am I wrong about this?
No, you're right about that.
No, yeah.
But also, since I said 90% of the people are still alive, your argument could be like the precincts reporting are 10%, right? And like, so it's a 10-year gap. I shouldn't have said that.
Did you just go into election
politics?
Wow.
I
can't help yourself.
I can't. And I know some people will argue then like, so just wait, give it more time. But I just found that pretty shocking is that if you had that many fights, 10-year age gap.
Yeah, it seems like they're still doing studies on it where they're trying to, I guess, keep it kind of closed about the effects of,
which makes sense when you hear this.
Yeah, the game and whatnot. I mean, I think of a guy like Bob Probert. I don't know if you ever watched that documentary. There's a documentary about him, and he was one of the big enforcers back in the day with the Red Wings. And man, the effects that he had, because he was fighting just night in and night out, and he dealt with alcohol abuse and all that. So
yeah, that's a great point. Now, Corey, I have one specifically for you because you're the one who showed me that this was a problem in the world.
Oh no,
I didn't realize it was.
Is this about our Ted Lasso discussion?
No. Yeah, I haven't thought about we're probably going to need to pick that back up. The weights in fishermen, which apparently you're the one who told me this is like a huge, it was the scourge of the fishing world, or the scourge, if you will.
I don't know what that means.
He got sentenced to 10 days in jail and had to forfeit his boat.
Oh, this is that story? Or just a news story that's popped up?
One of them.
Okay, all right. Wow.
These are the people that got caught in Lake Erie last September.
Yes, okay. All right.
10 days in jail, suspension of their fishing license, and forfeit the $130,000 boat they won in a prior fishing tournament.
All right, so their fishing license is suspended. You can get that every year. Is this dude going to be able to get it next year? That's my question. Also,
what
how many
percentage of people fish without a license?
I don't know. Maybe 10? Most people that fish are going to want to have a license, like, because they like to fish.
Okay.
If you don't like to fish, you're probably not fishing. Like, that's just
that makes sense.
Like, Mike, if I
that
asked you
sounds
to go,
the most non-American thing, that you have to have a license to fish.
Well, I mean,
That's an interesting
Mike,
point.
this
I don't really thought about that.
Yeah, catch something that can feed your family, and you have to have a license for it. I have other thoughts. Mike.
Yes.
If I asked you to go fishing, though, then you're like, you don't like to fish.
Busy.
Yeah, see, Mike didn't like to fish, so he's not going to have a fishing license.
I don't know what day it is, but my schedule's booked.
Yeah, see, I know that about and I know that about you too.
Yeah.
I have a buddy, he's like, I like being there and drinking with y'all, but I don't love fishing.
Yeah.
So I totally get that part of it. But my other question though is, how many days in jail do you think you could make it? This isn't prison we're talking about. But this is 10 days, they said. That seems
That's a tough question.
That seems like a tough night.
I am a big fan of routine. However, I never go back to my home and think I'm in imminent danger. So I don't know if I don't.
You always poop with the door shut, right?
That would be tough too.
Yeah, you can't do that.
That's a good point.
My understanding.
I think I'd be more concerned about the danger part than the poop.
Eventually, he would poop.
Yeah, that's true. It would have. My body would be like, I did my best.
Would you try to hold out as long as you could, or would
yeah.
you just realize I have to?
No, like I don't think
I'm
my
going
alpha
to.
male move would be like, I'm gonna dump at like right when I get to jail. Like I get the fighting.
I think
part.
you want the dirtiest butt possible, and let everybody know.
My God, it is 11.
I think Mike's right. That's a
in
great
the
strategy.
morning.
Martin Lawrence said that in his stand-up comedy
he did?
once. Yeah, he was like,
Okay.
"This is the approach. If you want this."
I didn't know that it was even a joke until I said it, and I just stole it, I guess.
It's a long time ago. No, it was a long time ago.
Do we have to have an inmate, like roommate, in this
Probably,
situation?
Yeah, I feel like I don't know how jail works.
Oh,
So
okay.
if you've gone to
Like
jail,
solitary confinement. Or something.
I think for him to get solitary, he has to like walk up with a lunch tray and smash somebody or something.
Yeah, but then again,
And they're like, we're putting him away for a little
here's
bit.
the problem.
This is General Pop.
See, I'm basing a lot of my thoughts about this off of like
Movies
dumb
and
movies or
Oz.
TV
The
shows
Oscar
I've
trade.
seen. Yeah, I don't know the legitimacy of any of that.
No, if you're gonna be there for just 10 days, is it one of those like, hey, just put them in that area for a little? I have no clue how it works, but I appreciate you bringing up the fishing story again, Kevin.
Now, somebody said from the 940 he got his license taken away for 3 years, and then other people had thoughts about getting a license from the 682. A lot of people fish without a license, which is a shame because the actual money goes towards good things like stocking lakes and ponds.
Texas Parks and Wildlife
community
Department
events.
and their conservation efforts. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that is a good use of that money to go to that. I like it.
Absolutely.
What about driver's licenses? What does that money go to?
Supposedly fixing the roads, but you know what? We got toll roads that we paid off, and they're like, hey, look. I know we said the tolls would be up when this road was paid for. You're like, and the road's paid for. Right. But
Yeah, Tollway seems like it's been around forever.
we got other stuff to do, and I kind of feel like we should be able to tell tech.
You used to have to
That sounds
stop
like
and
your
throw
deal.
coins in
Yes. God, can you imagine if
remember
we
those
still had to
days.
do that? Yeah, Joey, there was a time you had to pull up, maybe talk to a person, throw the coins in there, or at the very
If you didn't have
least-
change, you had to give them $1. They
Yeah.
would put coins in there and then give you change. And
I
then
don't want to
miss
talk to anybody.
10
so
miles
that's
down
good.
the road, you'd have to do it again.
Did you ever miss the coins? Like a dime once fell on the ground, and I was like, oh my
Okay,
God.
my bigger concern is you have exact change or whatever because you know you're doing this and it didn't register that quarter, and I'm like, screw you, toll people.
Just driving through a
I
thing.
I paid for it, but yeah, so we paid off all those roads. And
All right, so
we got
driver's
other
licenses pay for the roads.
guess.
The fishing license pays for conservation.
Yeah.
What other licenses do we have, Kevin?
stuff. No, that is that what we're
Boating
doing?
license.
Boating license.
I think there's a license to ill out there.
All right. Oh my God. So that's for the That's for the doctor community.
A gun license.
That's for the Sioux people. Like they're gonna the license to ill. They get sick. They get healed. Any other licenses?
A license to doctor.
You're
I
interested
don't
in?
know if
Kevin?
I'm going to make it the rest of the
No,
next
what's
3
the
hours.
time?
It's time to get ill. Damn it! I knew it.
Yeah.
I knew that was the next one. All right.
It just
Churchill
feels
Downs
right.
needs forgiveness again. Because you know how Forte was the favorite going into the Kentucky Derby on Saturday?
Of course, yeah.
Running back Bears.
But not Matt Forte.
He was awesome for like 2 years.
Okay, but he had a bruised hoof. Okay, the horse. Shut up, Jason Kidd. The horse, not Matt Forte.
It's the AD of
The
horses.
horse. The horse had a bruised hoof.
Of course.
But then we also. I hate my life. Look, 4131 North Central
love your
Expressway.
life.
If you want to take over for the next few hours, I probably would do it. Is apparently Forte also failed a drug test in September. How come that horse wasn't suspended longer?
I don't know how long do the drugs stay in their system.
I know, but like that's not how you do suspensions.
Why would you do
don't
that
go
to the horse,
steroids will be
though?
cycled out in a week. You're back in.
But you shouldn't do that to the horse. The horse didn't say, give me the drugs. The horse was like, hey, I'm just standing here.
Okay.
Eating a salad and some sugar cubes.
Okay, first of all, I dispute part of what you said. I don't got time for that. But secondly, do you think the horse innately would have its feelings hurt if it doesn't get a run in that race? Like, there's no way that Forte is like, what? I can't be in this race? Like, there's no way.
He did it too. It's so good.
Mike just looked at me and gave me a thumbs up, and I'm so ashamed of my life.
Keep going.
decision.
Keep going. You're Forte the horse. Play it
I am
out. You have 3
done.
more minutes to talk as Forte the horse, and I want to hear it.
And
Tolos.
They
No.
suspended the trainer.
Okay,
all
20
right.
seconds of Forte.
okay, but hold on. But why is the horse still running if they're like, well, it was on drugs? Don't you think you should take this horse to the side and be like, hey, let's work with this horse and like make sure its body is back in normal condition? But they're like, that's fine. Put it back in there.
Yeah. I'm trying to get a triple Forte joke in here right now, and I'm just trying to figure out how to land it. Plumbing license, Kevin. What does that go for? Does it go for the pipes, the city
Don't you
pipes?
think that's probably union dues and stuff? I don't know. That's okay. From the 214, hey guys, quit horsing around. And then 972, Forte the horse is the best radio of 2023. And this is the best segment I've ever heard. Stop this.
1120.
Stop this.
1120. Schoonmaker's on with us.
Okay. Not if he heard that segment. He's like, I heard that. I'm out. And don't put this on G-Bag of the Day. No. I get Masterpiece of the Week. Might be too late, but...
I don't know, man. That would win for me.
And then also, I was just going to throw this out there in non-horse news. Did you see that when Denny Crum died, TMZ Sports put up a photo of Dean Smith? And, you know.
He's dead too.
I mean, I guess. But, like, if you died, wouldn't you be, like, kind of bummed if they put up a photo of some other dead person?
I don't know, man. If it's Dean Smith.
That's true.
You talk about
the
yeah, you think the show better? Like I'm like, yeah, Dean Smith was better.
Okay. What a weird hierarchy. If you think so they could put Jacob deGrom's picture and you'd be like, awesome.
Yeah.
Okay.
Even though he gets hurt a lot, man.
He does. I don't know.
Take a breath, bro. Take a breath.
You want to take a break and get ready for the schooner?
Yes. Coming up
The
next.
Scoonie?
Let's talk with Luke Schoonmaker, one of the newest Dallas Cowboys. I guess
I'm
we'll
proud
do
of
that
you, bro.
next.
Yeah,
right
we are
here
doing it, man.
on-
I'm pumped.
On your home of the
It's Scoonie
Cowboys
time.
and the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan.
Donate your old vehicle in any condition to carsforkids.org to make a difference in the lives of kids. Towing is free. Carsforkids.org. Right off the car, not the kid.
If you're looking to get an engagement ring, or maybe the time for that has passed and you need to get an engagement ring, either way, you should go to lillianmcollection.com. They have a thoroughly curated, customizable set of engagement rings. Maybe you've been to some of those big box shops and they've got elements of what you like, but it's not right what you're looking for. That is the perfect part about the Lillian M Collection. You can customize and design that ring exactly how you want it.
Thank you.
Those were like the two biggest ones. Oh, yeah.
I've been calling you Scooney after you got drafted, so I'm happy with that.
Okay, yeah, that's one of them. Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Is that the official? Is that what we're rocking with every time we see him out in camp this year in Oxnard? All that we're gonna say Scooney, and that's how we're rolling with.
Yeah, it's got a good ring to it.
Yes.
Now, this is going to sound like a weird question, but one of the other hosts on our station, I was talking with him, and he said, I'll have to edit part of this, that you're going to be effing awesome. So what are your thoughts about that? And what does it mean to be effing awesome?
Oh, that fires me up for sure. I'm just really fortunate to be down here and get started. But like, I'm just so excited to be here and be around such a great culture, great organization.
The kind of idea that we were a lot of people thought is this guy is a blocking tight end. That's about it for him. What are your what's the best explanation of what your game is completely?
Yeah, and you kind of said it. I think I'm pretty complete, and I feel like I can contribute a whole lot in the pass game as much as I can in the run game, and I take both sides real seriously, and I try to really work on a lot of things in both sides of the game. So I really just love doing whatever's asked of me and like doing it to the best of my ability.
The tight end position, I mean, Kevin, we go back to years of tight end. It was security blanket with Jay Novacek. Jason Witten was a guy that had all these different abilities. Dalton Schultz was kind of a security blanket for Dak Prescott. Is that kind of is that the connection with the quarterback? I'm the security blanket, or is there something else that you like to see in the tight end position?
Security blanket, but yeah, just someone that can be reliable on every down, and I think just be really consistent and play at a high level consistently. So, yeah.
Did you ever take the term blocking tight end? Not just you, but like people in general. Did that ever feel like a derogatory term where they're like, yeah, he's not going to give you much on offense? I've always wondered how tight ends actually feel about that term.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like I would love to be able to hear that he can do both, but especially in the league nowadays, like a blocking tight end is someone that is elite in that regards is kind of hard to come by. So I think it's a specialty, but at the same time, I mean, I love being able to master both parts of the position and do that. So.
Scooney, were you a tight end growing up?
There it is.
Kind of in grade school, high school? Did you transition to tight end? And then maybe who are some of the people that you love watching play the position?
Yeah, I actually was a quarterback for most of my life, and then I transitioned over to tight end. I was doing about 50-50 my last year of high school, so didn't really get too much practice at tight end until then, and I was a quarterback up until that point, and I give a lot of credit to actually that transition, and I think the quarterback position just correlates so much with tight end position, so pretty fortunate to have that.
I'm wondering if you feel like you have a lot more room to grow. I'm just thinking of, I believe Kelsey did the same thing in Kansas City somewhat, like he wasn't a tight end from, let's say, 7th grade on, that you feel like there's still a lot more room to grow and know about the position?
Yeah, absolutely. I think like the sky's the limit. Like there's so many things that you can learn about it, and I'm already starting to do that here. Like so many things that you can work on and just continue to unravel and incorporate into your game.
I got to know, at least when you're in high school, were you a better quarterback than Will Levis?
Oh man, I'd like to think I was, but no, he was definitely a stud, and it's such a fun position in high school too. You really do get a lot of freedom there. At least I did. I had a blast with it, and yeah, it was great to be able to compete with a guy like that. So.
What were the thoughts? I mean, I know it's been a while, and obviously y'all ended up kind of, going different paths, but did you have any feelings watching him during the draft? Because clearly that became a huge focus of the draft, and y'all do go back a ways.
Yeah, I know. And having that history with him and just knowing him for so long, because we go back to grammar school playing town sports against each other, like to see him and what happened there in the draft. Like I was just, hoping that he'd get what he wanted and things happened the way they did, but I'm so grateful that we're both in the position that we are today. So
Luke Schoonmaker join us here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. And Kevin, Luke,
Did you want to say old Scooney?
Old Scooney. That's the Dalton Schultz, like he had a really good role with Dak Prescott. But one thing stood out around here is that he took shots at the Tex-Mex. In the
true.
DFW area. Have you had an opportunity to get to some of these Tex-Mex restaurants and try that out? Was there Tex-Mex at Michigan?
there was not Tex-Mex in Michigan, I can tell you that. But I'll definitely be making my way there soon.
All right, so there's some. We'll get some suggestions over to Trey Hand. We'll make sure he slides those in your pocket.
Yeah.
Would you rather go with, if you had to try first, and maybe you already have, Tex-Mex or Texas barbecue?
Ooh. You know, I've always been a pretty big barbecue guy myself, so I might say Texas barbecue.
All right. So it sounds like steak. Like you're like, give me a big old steak and some potatoes kind of guy.
Big steak guy.
How do you cook your steak?
Medium.
Okay.
Well,
That's
I
the
mean,
only
think
way to
about
do
this,
it.
dude. He had Harbaugh as his coach. Didn't Harbaugh say that his best vitamin is a steak?
Yep, steak and a glass of milk.
Okay.
Oh, wow. I don't know if I've ever had milk with.
I'm hoping you could tell.
That's more Coach Harbaugh's thing, but that was, oh, yeah. He brought that into the team. Oh, yeah.
I've heard stories about that, but it is still astonishing to hear somebody, because I heard an interview with him, and I think it was a little kid, and the little kid said, "Can you drink too much milk?" And Harbaugh said, "That might be the best question I've ever been asked." So I knew he was a huge milk proponent.
Yeah, he is big with his milk.
This is a different coaching style than with McCarthy. You had a chance to visit with McCarthy yet, or is it more about Lunda and getting to know Lunda Wells pretty well?
Yeah, I'm getting to know Coach Wells real well, and eventually, Coach McCarthy too. But I've been spending a lot of time with him, and we've already been going over so much and forming a great relationship. So it's exciting.
Now, a very popular thing in sports talk radio is when the schedule gets announced, we automatically go through the schedule and determine what the team's record would be, because nothing ever changes in the NFL, of course. Have you already looked at the Cowboys schedule and you have your official record prediction for it?
Oh man, I did. I did look at it a little bit, and I'm excited to get this season going, and I think we're going to win a lot of games just from being here. In the short amount of time I have, I can tell the culture is something that, it's honestly like Michigan, and I just am so in love with it, and so excited for what is to come.
When you're immersed in a college season like you have been, how much pro football do you get to watch during a college career playing football?
I think I do a lot of my watching, during the weeks. We'll put on pro film and get to watch that. But Sundays, when we'd have our off days, I'd try and throw in a couple games if I could, or watch highlights, stuff like that. So a fair amount.
Yesterday, we were talking about maybe the TV shows that we have been obsessed with or are obsessed with right now. If we were going to watch a show that Scooney recommends, what's the Scooney recommendation of a TV show or something right now to watch?
Yeah. Off the top of my head, I went through a little phase of watching some medieval shows, and back in the Viking Saxon era. So I watched The Last Kingdom. I don't know if you guys have heard of that one. It's on Netflix. That was a really good show.
Man, those are pretty good suggestions right there, as a matter of fact. Yeah, Scooney, yeah. I'm gonna get this, Scooney.
It feels right.
It does. Give us your thoughts on Mozzie. What's being his teammate, and what are we getting in that dude too?
Yeah. well, you guys are getting a freak because he's got the biggest shoulders I've ever seen on a human being, I swear. But just a great energy and passion about him, and he really is just a great person to be around all the time. Like, he's so engaging, and it correlates to the field too. He works so hard, and he's so consistent, and he's reliable. So he has a great motor, and I'm excited to be down here with him.
Man, appreciate the insight on everything from being drafted to Michigan to the new teammates to TV shows. Fantastic talking with you. Welcome to the Dallas Cowboys, good sir.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate it.
All right, see you in Oxnard, man.
All right.
There you go.
That's our Scoonie.
Yeah,
Luke
that's our Scoonie
Schoonmaker right
That's
here on 105.3 The Fan. I wasn't sure if people had to earn being able to call him that, but he seemed to really enjoy it.
He's like, look, I'm a rookie. This is kind of the situation here. But they're at their rookie mini camps right now, getting their first steps of work in and getting that process. Just kind of basically, here's your playbook, right? Here's what everything looks like. Get ready to be a Cowboy. So hopefully, I hope he's a big-time contributor. Bobby's big on him. That was Broadus's guy coming in. So I'm very excited to see how he affects it. And Kevin, you said, give me a good tight end. And everybody's like, this is going to be just give me somebody good.
Yeah.
I need somebody good. And that dude is going to be good.
Give me a good tight end.
Feels like an easy request.
Yes.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. It feels like there's no way the Titans season will be as good as their schedule release video is. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Get DFW Security.
Steelers would be, if you don't know football, that would be a tough logo to look at the Steelers and go, I have no clue. It's just.
Except it says Steelers in the logo.
It does. It says Steelers
Okay.
right there. By the way, from the 817, about to be late to a meeting because I cannot get out of the car because of this segment.
Okay.
I want a team to be called the 69.
I do too.
I just need a
I do
team.
too. Nice.
Is there any gold rush in 69?
We continue. We continue after those are the Red Stallions and I don't know, the Stars. Incorrect. Let's go from there.
It's a Pirates from the islands of the Caribbean.
Tampa Bay.
That is correct.
Chester Cheeto.
Whoa, Cheetos?
He said
Time out.
Chester Cheeto.
Jaguars?
Pirates.
Nice, my God, 2 in a row, baby.
From the island of the Caribbean is in fact the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, and Chester Cheeto, which I don't think is correct either.
But he got it right.
Is the Jacksonville Jaguars.
This is amazing
We're
to
on
me.
the same wavelength.
Because
Okay.
these
I'm moving to
people are
Nashville.
getting it wrong, but Mike is nailing it based on their explanations.
I am really impressed. Let's continue.
Tigers, North Carolina Tigers.
They've already done Bengals.
Texas. That's the Cowboys. Texas. Got that.
So the Houston Texans if they messed up.
All right, so the first one was the North Carolina Tigers.
Yep.
But I would assume we've already done Bengals, so it can't be because they've already played them on the schedule.
And it's the Titans, so they don't play them twice, correct?
Panthers?
That is correct.
Nice.
It's between Panthers and Lions, and I feel like Lions is a pretty easy logo to get right.
It's a lion.
And the next lady, in case you missed it, goes Cowboys. Got that one.
And was it Texans?
Mike.
Was it
What division are they in?
Houston Texans, right?
Who else?
It is the Indianapolis Colts
Again! 2 times!
That is another person.
They thought that was the Cowboys?
Yeah, and remember, she's like, got it, and clapped her hands.
Very
and
emphatic.
She was
How many different
pumped.
people?
I think there might be like 2 repeats. These are all like different people.
It's amazing how much we do this job. We just assume. I'm gonna assume everybody kind of watches the NFL or knows. I know my wife doesn't watch, but maybe 10 minutes of the NFL all year.
Yeah.
But like, I think. I don't know. This would be a fun game to play with her if I just gave her the logos of who the Cowboys are playing, but she has 5 seconds or less to answer because I think after a while she would get it.
Yeah.
But I need her to quickly answer.
Here's an amazing note for you. Thank you to the fan text. The Atlanta Falcons have changed their little Twitter name. It now says the Red Stallions.
No way.
It's still at Atlanta Falcons, but it says the Red Stallions on it. All right.
And the Colts did not the Cowboys.
Oh,
I
my.
love that
That
too.
is all right. Mike, you're doing really well. Let's continue.
Atlanta. Florida.
Florida Dolphins.
I'm assuming Miami Dolphins.
Texans.
The
All
Texan
right.
Texans.
They're on a roll there.
They got the states right.
Yeah. The Atlanta, Florida Dolphins is, in fact, the Miami Dolphins. And then the Texans is the Houston Texans.
Yep.
They're on a roll now.
If Miami moved to Atlanta and they kept that name, that would
Dolphins.
be amazing.
The Atlanta
It is,
Dolphins.
like the Utah Jazz is probably the most amazing name in all of sports.
Or the
Maybe-
Los Angeles Lakers.
But I assume there are lakes in
Probably.
I don't
that
know.
area. Like there's lakes everywhere, I think.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Maybe not deserts. Obviously, they're struggling with water.
There's 3 more, Mike.
All right, this is fun.
Let's
this
let's
is the best
continue.
football nuggets ever.
Eagles. Pittsburgh.
Whoa.
Who's that? Bulls? Who? Patriots? That's the Patriots logo.
All right. She said Eagles
Yeah, she
from
was
Pittsburgh.
Adamant.
Uh-huh.
So it's Philadelphia Eagles?
It is not. It was the Seattle Seahawks was what we were looking for there.
Oh, man.
And then, was it a Patriot? Is it a Bull?
Uh-huh.
Houston Texans again?
There you go. They got
That
the
is
Texans
correct.
twice on their schedule.
All right, Mike. It's the last one.
Yeah.
Let's see how you do.
That it actually does not exist.
That's a tough guess. That does not exist as a team logo.
That actually does not exist.
So it's a creature that doesn't exist.
That's not even true either. This person, she just didn't know, dude.
I mean, it is a creature that exists.
It exists, yeah. It
That
exists.
actually does not exist.
My favorite, though, is the NFL music, because they would put up the schedule and they would be like, week 18 does not exist with the logo.
I will say
I have
this.
no clue.
You've already named them once.
And you love them with all your heart.
The Chiefs?
Oh.
The Jacksonville Jaguars.
Yes.
dang it.
She thought a Jaguar does not exist. So
I think I would root for the Chiefs over the Jaguars in an AFC championship game. I think.
Well, you had that
Yeah.
a chance to root for the Chiefs and the Jaguars in a playoff game last year.
Yeah.
And I think you did go for the Chiefs.
That's
so.
that would be a very tough matchup for me, is Mahomes versus T-Law. But I think I root for Mahomes more than T-Law. But
I just thought that them attempting to do that was
That's
delightful.
fun.
By the way, a couple more things.
that's a fun game.
It is. I thought you would like that.
Multiple people said that they took the long way home to drive home. One guy said his mail route, the people must think that he's crazy right now because he's laughing so hard. So I appreciate that.
I want to go around and take one of those Danucci hats. And I want to say, if we did your city in this logo,
How would you do
think
it?
it was cool?
And poor Jaguars, they got named as Chester Cheeto
Yep.
and a thing that doesn't even exist. Like, that's a tough break.
That's tough that it doesn't exist, because it is a jaguar on there, or a leopard. I could see if somebody said the leopards.
Yeah, you'd probably figure that out. That video now is up to 7 million views that the Titans put out.
It was great.
And good on the Falcons for changing their name to the Red Stallions. I feel like the Titans were the winner of schedule release.
From the 325, y'all should do the logo test on Mike with NHL teams.
Oh,
you could.
My God.
I honestly think I could get them.
That is the best
Mostly
idea
right. I might get them all right.
ever.
I like this
think
idea, though.
There is no shot in hell
We would need
that you get all of them
like
right.
the Oilers are an easy logo to get right.
We
It
would
says
need
Oilers on there with a teardrop.
Carter, and this might be something because he's not here. I know he's around, but we would need Carter to get all the logos from the hockey. We could do it Monday.
Yes.
Let's do that Monday. That sounds like a great
Absolutely.
idea.
We're the K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, a team I know you know. We'll go back to the Stars with the series lead in hand. Will they close it out Saturday? And do you have a preferred Western Conference Finals opponent? 877-881-1053. We'll do that next right here on The Fan.
This is Damon Amendolara with your Odyssey Sports Minute. When the Suns traded for Kevin Durant, the expectation was NBA Finals. And then injuries happened, and we saw how thin their bench was, and expectations changed. But after getting smoked last night, we should not forget, this is a huge disappointment. You trade for KD to win a title, not get blown out at home in the second round. This is Damon Amendolara.
Wendy's $3 breakfast deal is a bacon or sausage, egg croissant, plus small seasoned potatoes for $3. It's the breakfast that don't miss. So if you did miss Wendy's breakfast, don't imagine. Fresh cracked eggs, sizzling sausage, crispy bacon, and block out those hot, buttery, flaky croissants. Croissants don't really make a sound, but if they did.
The Stars closing it out on Saturday.
I do. And this goes back to the way that it looked like the Kraken started that game. And maybe it was just the Stars were like, hey, we drew up these 2 plays and we're going to score immediately. And that's the way that it worked out. But it just looked like the Kraken were a little bit worn down already from a lot of hockey. They had moments where they had some really crisp things that happened, but it's becoming more evident that the Stars' skill is there. The Stars' ability is there, and they have found the things that the Kraken know that they do well and said, okay, we know how to defeat that. And that's where I am in my mindset of they just won 2 in a row. They're going to make it 3.
Yeah, I feel confident because the Stars continue to get better as the series goes along, and we saw that in round 1. I would not be surprised if it goes 7. This Kraken team, I don't think will go away very easily, and we've seen it in just a few of these games. They can respond quickly, and
you just saw this for them in the Colorado series.
Yeah, they continue to. So they have no issue coming back. They have no issue beating defending Stanley Cup champs. So don't think they won't do it to you. So they'll be a tough out. But I think the Stars continue to just get better, and they've kind of shown that they're the better team. Their penalty kill was good yesterday too. They killed a couple of huge penalties, and even when they're kind of taking on water, they seem to kind of settle it down. And Otter was, I think, the sharpest he has been all series in that game too.
I can see that.
So I think he's getting better. And if you can get a shutdown performance out of him again, you should have no problem finishing this thing off in 6. But this is not going to be like the Wild, where it just kind of they laid down and the Stars took it to them. It'll be a phenomenal game, and they'll be rocking and rolling at Climate Pledge Arena.
Here's my situation, Kevin. Saturday, I have to leave tomorrow morning. So tonight, 5 to 8 p.m. Jake's game day in McKinney, and then I'm going home to pack for 2 days. But I got to drive to Memphis tomorrow morning for graduation party.
7 hours, I believe?
It's about 8 hours, 7.5 to 8 hours.
Drive faster.
And I've done that before too. That being said, I'll be walking in Memphis for sure. I'll definitely be walking in Memphis. But it's a graduation party for the nephew.
How many feet off of Beale?
10. I think it's 10 feet off of Beale.
Is that right?
It is.
Okay.
In your face, Ken.
So Saturday night, though, we're supposed to have graduation party for Eli, our nephew who's graduating this year. He graduates Wednesday or Tuesday night, but this is the party where the family's going to get together. Do I just turn the TV on at their house and just start watching the game, or do I make a loud suggestion to the group and the family? How does this work?
No, because here's what the deal is. Women will go, at this time, are you kidding me?
Mm-hmm.
So you just have to do it.
That is a fascinating counterpoint.
And deal with it.
Just turn the game on.
Right,
and
like,
be like,
what's more important, Eli's graduation? And you're like, you know what? In my life, it's the Stars.
Yeah, exactly.
In your life, it must be Eli.
Yeah.
Eli graduated. What is he graduating?
High school.
There's a major issue if you don't graduate high school.
Oh my gosh. You know what? Like graduating kindergarten, not a big deal, right?
Yeah.
High school,
My opinion, graduating college, a lot more difficult. Graduating graduate school, like after graduating college and getting like a master's or going to, really tough. A lot of discipline there. Graduating high school, for the most part, it's pretty easy.
Okay, the father-in-law.
I graduated high school. I don't remember barely any of my teachers. I can't remember anything I learned there.
See, and that's the thing. The father-in-law, again,
just
it
need
goes
to
back
show
to
up.
when I started dating Adrian, we watched the entire 99 Cup run together. So he's going to be there too. So this seems like a very simple, like he's the grandfather in that room. So I think he's going to back me up. Both of the boys, the Noah and Eli, are both huge sports fans.
What time is the party?
I mean, we get there, we leave at 6 a.m. on Saturday, and as soon as we get there, we're partying until the end of the night.
I think Mike is onto something about driving faster. All right, let's say you do drive a little faster.
All right.
You get there in 7 hours. You're there at 1 p.m.
Mm-hmm.
No feasible person should expect you to have taken that 5 hours and then not have a little time for you.
Oh, this is
and the
really
game
good point.
starts at 6.
Yes.
So you've been partying for 5, let's say 4 hours.
Uh-huh.
And you're like, I've given a lot. I need this. And then you can go back and party after.
I like this. I like this plan.
And
Yeah.
you're going to a high school that you know nothing about.
Oh, actually, I'm not even going to the high school. I'm just going to the house. Their house
that's
is a
great,
family party.
because
yeah.
I was like, God. And like, listen, I sat through this crap.
Yeah.
For a good couple hours.
And it's not
I
like-
don't know who the valedictorian is. I know one kid at this school. And let's face it, you guys live in Memphis. How well do I really know this
Yeah.
kid?
I mean, I live in Dallas, DFW. I live in Plano.
Like, how many times have you seen Eli in your life?
A lot, actually. We do see him pretty
Okay,
frequently.
that's great.
But,
That's
but
a good
Mike,
Trying to
family.
get you out of it.
But Mike, he's not a blood nephew. You know, I'm married into this nephew. So is that another
There's a
factor?
big difference in our family. The Bassick family is very big into blood family and not very big into the others. I'm not saying it's right. I'm just saying it's the way we were brought up. If you're not blood, are you part of this family?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh,
I
Mike,
know.
do you think that?
A little bit. I mean, you know, it's kind of, now the Myers family is what Sue used to be. Now she's a Bassick. My God, you're part of the family if you've been to the house.
Which is kind of weird because you're not blood related with Sue.
Right.
So that is super weird.
Anyway, I just
I
wanted
think there's
to.
a lot of families out there. No, you're not blood.
And so even though marriage and you're like, nope.
It's just easy to cut them out if something goes wrong.
Okay, if something goes wrong, I get that more, but you sound like actively while you're all together, you're like, it's a marriage cousin, so.
Yeah.
So I think I got a good plan here. I think if I just kind of find the remote, turn the TV on, and when Adrian gives me the look like, what are you doing right now? I'll say, it's not my blood family, right? And then I'll be fine. For that.
No.
Thanks, Mike.
No. I know Adrian. She is not going to go.
Guess
"Oh,
what?
it's
Guess what?
fine."
Hold on, Mike. Hold on.
I know Adrian too.
I'm driving home with the kids by myself. She's staying for the graduation. So I think I'm even more in the clear here, Kevin. She can deal with it. I have to deal with these kids for a whole drive home.
Please, when you tell your wife to deal with it,
Roll-
will you roll
roll
on
on the
that?
audio?
Because I want to hear.
Okay.
Oh, that's a
She's
great
gonna
point.
make you feel guilty for like watching sports over visiting family that you
Great
don't really care
counterpoint.
too much
You're
about.
No, you're not watching sports. I mean, I heard that. You're working. From the 214, simple. You tell them you have to watch for work.
Mm-hmm.
Because they're like, because if you don't watch, then you have to go work at the ticket.
And then I know that I can see it because this is a TNT game, so this
Sure.
isn't like a local thing. So I'm all right. I think this is all going to work out for me. I'm going to be fine. If I get a divorce, I'll let y'all know.
Now, I want to point out that my question was,
I think when you
do
go-
you think the Stars will close it out in Game 6? That was part of the answer.
I feel like you have to, when it comes to the wife situation, I think you have to go, will she divorce me for this? That's
do
a
you
major
think about things
question.
like that?
No, because I don't think she'll divorce me. Like, I mean, I know certain things she'll divorce me for because I'd divorce her for that. But I think, like, if I choose watching a sporting event over this situation, she might be mad for a little bit. It's not going to be fun. But, I mean, afterwards, I did get to watch that sporting event.
Yeah, and that's the most important part, I think.
So did you notice that he was like, she's mad, but I do get to watch that sporting event and then deal with her being mad later.
Last year, a lot of her friends were mad because there was this big event. And I told Sue, it was game 1, I believe, of the Mavericks and the Warriors in the Western Conference Finals. And I'm like, look, I'm not missing this game.
Yeah.
I don't really care about this event.
That's an interesting. Yesterday, you asked Mike, at what age do you stop trying to get invested in new sports? At what age do you just tell whoever, your significant other, this is tough. I'm not missing this game.
We had a couple that was somewhat recently married, and they recently had a child at this time last year, and the wife could not believe what I did because we were supposed to leave like at 5 o'clock.
Oh, yeah.
And like, let's say the game started at, I can't remember what time, let's say 7 o'clock. People didn't start gathering to leave until like 6 o'clock. We didn't leave for the event until like 6:15. We got to the event at 6:30. And Sue was like, I'd really like a picture with you at the event. So I dressed up, took the picture, and immediately left.
I love it.
And,
See, I'm
the
in on
other
this.
wives were like, what in the world? And I was like, if you wanted me to stay for the event
You
longer,
spelled it out.
we should have been at the event at 5 o'clock when you said we were starting the event, because then I could have left at 6:30 and I would have been there for an hour and a half. Since we didn't get to the event till 6:30, I took the picture and I left.
See, I think I'm going to be just fine if I take Mike's advice here, Kevin. 877-881-1053.
Watch the Mavs lose by 20 as
Yeah,
we
that
turn
kinda
some
did
dude
stink,
named
yeah.
Kevon Looney into Bill Russell for 5 games.
Now, Mike, I'm going to ask you one more hockey question.
All right, I got the answer.
I think you might. If the Stars win on Saturday, who would you rather see in the Western Conference Finals?
Well, I guess I would want to see Connor McDavid of
Okay.
the Edmonton Oilers.
Then your other option.
I don't know who's on the Golden Knights.
Okay. Oh, but he knew both of the teams. Joey, who would be your preferred opponent for the Stars, assuming they can advance?
I would like to see the Oilers too. I think it would be fun to just have that matchup with Draisaitl and McDavid. That would be thrilling to watch.
Is that a better matchup for the Stars, though? I guess?
Probably not.
Yeah.
With the Golden Knights are without their starting goaltender who got hurt. They're on to their backup, Aiden Hill, he's okay. So, yeah, it wouldn't be the better matchup, but I think it would be the more fun matchup to watch. I think Stars could pummel Vegas like they did a couple of years ago in the Western Conference Finals.
So maybe better matchup Vegas, but more fun matchup for the fans.
Correct.
And everybody is getting to see Edmonton.
Kevin, I did want to throw this out just because I haven't had a chance to bring this up, and I know we got to go real quick here. But if you're watching the Florida Panthers play, it freaks me out every time they say Verhaeghe, because it sounds like they're
Somebody
saying
did text me about that.
Forhaeghe, and I'm
Yeah,
always
yeah.
like, are they saying Forhaeghe?
Yeah.
But it's Carter Verhaeghe, and
Yes.
so but I'm going to say he's part of your family now, Kevin. So
So a couple of people have asked me about that, and I
Congratulations.
Thank you. I did. They're not blood related. I did want to throw one more
an important
shout out
note.
in the hockey space, and I thought it was really cool. Is both the Kraken and the Stars last night had the Alan Strong decals on their helmets, and the 50-50 raffle went to help out charities, and I think they're going to auction off helmets that will benefit Victims First and support the Allen Fund. And so a lot of work being done in the sports space, and I know that FC Dallas did the same thing, and so I really appreciate the efforts people are making to try to, I know it doesn't fix anything, but try to help just a horrible, horrible tragedy.
I appreciate that too, Kevin, and I hope they can also use their platform to try and help us figure out a solution for the something that
For sure.
so we don't ever have to
For
do
sure.
these things again.
For sure. I co-sign with that 1,000,000%. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, the Rangers have been in a roll, so we straight up stole this from social media. If you could add, we tweaked it a little bit. If you could add one of these 3 former Rangers at their all-time peak to this year's squad, who would you pick? We'll give you the options and hear your selections next right here on The Fan.
Are you ready for some commercial-free KNC Masterpiece?
Yes, of course.
It's happening next, all the way until 1, right here on The Fan and the Odyssey app.
If you're within 10 years of retirement, listen up, because I know you're seeing what's going on with the stock market, and you want answers. This is Sean Sharif, sitting here with Jeff Jr. of Trade and Wealth. Jeff, is there anything we can do to offset our losses?
Well, you might be surprised that there is. If your goal is income in retirement, you may qualify for an upfront bonus of up to 25% for opening an account and guaranteed growth of up to 10% per year for income. That'll certainly offset some of these market losses.
So if I invest $100,000, I can get up to $25,000 up front and up to 10% per year guaranteed?
That's exactly right, but keep in mind it's designed for income in retirement. So if you like the thought of getting a check every month that you can't outlive, this could be a great option for a portion of your assets.
If you're within 10 years of retirement and want up to a 25% bonus just for opening an account and up to 10% per year income growth, call Trajan Wealth today. Call 469-579-3500. Guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company.
Kelley Blue Book is the one-stop shop for pricing, fixing, selling, and instant cash offering. Instant Cash Offer is exactly what it sounds like. An official offer to buy or trade your car. Woo-hoo! Just enter your VIN or license plate, answer a few questions about your car's history, and what kind of condition it's in. In minutes, you'll receive an offer to sell or trade your car that you can be sure is fair. Then choose a dealer to purchase your car and schedule a time to meet. For all of the its, KBB.com.
Wendy's $3 breakfast deal is a bacon or sausage egg croissant plus small seasoned potatoes for $3. It's the breakfast that don't miss. So if you did miss Wendy's breakfast, don't imagine. Fresh cracked eggs, sizzling sausage, crispy bacon, and block out those hot, buttery, flaky croissants. Croissants don't really make a sound, but if they did, for a breakfast that don't miss, Wendy's is that breakfast. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's $3 breakfast deal.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Select a request $3 breakfast deal to obtain discount. Not valid for a la carte or combo orders.
Make your next heating repair, HVAC repair, or maintenance job easier with SupplyHouse.com. Get the plumbing, HVAC, and electrical parts you need at the speed you need with Supply House's TurboTrack delivery service and receive your parts in under 24 hours. Visit SupplyHouse.com to learn more or order parts.
If new Heineken Silver was at the invasion of Troy. Oh my, the Greeks sent us a big wooden horse.
Oh no, it's full of armed and angry soldiers! And we only have these ice-cold Heineken Silvers to defend ourselves.
Forget plundering.
Let's party!
Get all the taste, no bitter endings. Crisp and refreshing Heineken Silver. Only 3.2 grams of carbs and 95 calories. Order now at Heineken.com/silver. Must be 21 and older to purchase. Enjoy Heineken responsibly.
Eric Chiafalo here of the G-Bag Nation. And Tolos, honestly, I've been a little bit apprehensive about handling firearms, but thanks to the great folks over at Shoot Smart, that's no longer the case. I now have the confidence and the ability to protect my family at the highest level. Shoot Smart's mission is to make you feel safe and comfortable while at their range. Over 20,000 DFW residents have graduated from their training programs, and you can be next. Visit ShootSmart.com to book your one-on-one lesson, or with a class, get on the range or shop at a location near you. That's ShootSmart.com.
Don't miss out on savings on top brands at NFM this weekend only. Our in-stock selection has everything you're looking for. Shop legendary low prices on Tempur-Pedic and Ashley. Upgrade one room or your entire home with savings on top appliance and electronic brands like Samsung, Maytag, and LG. And update your flooring with deals on Shaw and Karastan. Plus 24-month financing. Get ready to save this weekend only at NFM in Grandscape. Minimum monthly payments required. 18% APR. Some exclusions apply. See store for details.
Maytag month has got it going on. It's all you want with the savings all month long. Baby, can't you see? Maytag month is all you need. You know you can't go wrong when Maytag month is going on.
Upgrade to the performance you need on all Maytag major appliances during May is Maytag month, happening all month long.
Maytag month is going on.
For adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy, now there's Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection. With Skyrizi, 3 out of 4 people achieve 90% clear skin at 4 months, and Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Nothing in me go hand in hand. Nothing on my skin.
Pitch. Belted to left field. High and deep. Way back. Goodbye. Grand slam for Juan Gonzalez.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to get to which Ranger legend you would want to add to this team. Actually, I should say really, really good Rangers player. At least one of these people is not a legend. From the 469, shout out to my wife for being a champ so far through lots of sickness as we await kid number 3. And
I'm sorry, Kevin. I'm fascinated. I know the 3.
You have to know the one.
I feel like I know, but I know how you feel about one of the two. But he's a legend.
Yeah,
okay, all right.
From the 214, can you guys shout out my friend Pup? He's a Tolo, but I just want to make sure if he's really, really Toloing. And yes, his name really is Pup. So shout out to you.
All right. Pops.
So social media, this came out on, I saw it yesterday.
Yeah.
But a lot of people gave other answers besides the 3 people pictured. And I wanted to stay focused on the 3 people pictured to start. Is you can add one of these 3 former Rangers at their peak to the current Texas Rangers squad.
Okay.
Who are you picking? Are you picking Juan Gonzalez, Josh Hamilton, or Yu Darvish?
Real quick, the starting pitching has been so good
Yeah.
for the Texas Rangers. That's the tough one to say, well, how much would Yu Darvish help?
I last night I did tweet that out. I was like, the best offseason pickup, Eovaldi. Because you're going to rely on this dude like you kind of did last night. He's kind of your ace right now, Kevin, without DeGrom. He's going to eat up innings for you, and he's been really good over the last 3 games, so much so that nobody can score on him. Obviously, the answer that everybody is tweeting back at me is, hey, what about Bruce Bochy? And
sure,
I will say, I think the boss tweeted that last night at me, and I was like, okay, of course management would say something like that, right?
Yeah, that's a good point.
But he's been fantastic.
And so I want to start with those 3. We can perhaps expand it out, even though I already have a problem with some of the answers that people have sent in.
So Juan Gonzalez, Josh Hamilton, or Yu Darvish. All right. I tweeted, or I saw this, and I looked at the responses, and I couldn't believe it. Kevin, for me, and I'm seeing it right now, there is no way it's not Juan Gonzalez.
That's what I think.
And I know that I texted you guys about this last night, and I was like, this team's kind of left-handed heavy right now. Jonah Heim's is hitting so well from both sides of the plate. You have a good option there as a left-handed bat. You got Corey Seager coming back. Hopefully he's going to be really healthy and ready to rock. I was like, man, you feel pretty comfortable. Nate Lowe, really good left-handed hitter for you. Put Juan Gonzalez as a power right-handed bat in that outfield with Adolis, and I think you're set. That dude, I don't think he gets enough credit for how amazing of a hitter he was. Sure, he chased curveball outside on 2 strikes. It happens, and I say 2 strikes, not 0-2. But he did that a lot. But that dude, he hit rockets, he hit moonshots, he hit everything, and he was an RBI machine. So I'm going to say Juan Gonzalez. I put him on this team. I feel like I am a contender for the World Series immediately.
From the 214.
No argument.
And that's the thing. Hamilton for 2 years was unstoppable. I don't know if people just disagree or if there's an age discrepancy or what the case might be and those years were always separated apart, right? Because Josh Hamilton, when he got here in 2008, it was a revelation. Then he won the MVP in 2010, and then he had, just as the whole team did, the most incredible start to 2012 we've ever seen. And those seasons were separated, but still, that's all part of his prime. He was insane. His best statistical seasons, 32 home runs, 130 RBIs, 32 home runs, 100 RBIs. By the way, he also hit 359 that year, which is bananas. And 43 home runs and 128 RBIs. So I definitely hear you. The dude is a monster, and I'm not taking that away from him whatsoever. Here, when the Rangers were making the playoffs for the first time, and this is why I say Juan, These are all back-to-back-to-back-to-back seasons. 47 home runs, 144 RBI, 42 and 131, 45 and 157 while hitting 318, and 39 and 128. By the way, he won the MVP twice in that run. If you pick Josh Hamilton, no beef with that. Josh Hamilton was amazing here. He won an MVP. But Juan Gonzalez was also amazing here.
The only way that you would, from my opinion, say Josh Hamilton is if you feel like you're desperate for a center fielder. If you're going to go, if you're going to go position specific, Adolis Garcia is your right fielder. Juan Gonzalez was a Rangers right fielder. Now he could transition to left, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. But if you want to go, well, he could only play right field. What's the bigger upgrade, Juan Gonzalez over Adolis Garcia or Josh Hamilton over, let's say, Leody Taveras? I think that's a good argument for Josh Hamilton. But I feel like overall, the better player, it's to me not close. I get the short burst of Josh Hamilton. But when you look at Juan Gonzalez, pretty much from 1991 through about 2001, it's not very close. But if you're just saying 1 year and I get the best year of that player's history, it becomes very in position specific. Maybe you go Josh Hamilton.
That's a fair point, and I still think it's close. But that's why I certainly wouldn't begrudge anybody who picked Josh Hamilton.
Yeah, I feel pretty comfortable with Juan in left, Adolis in right, and I'm fine with center field. I'm pretty fine. Yeah. There.
And you've had all kinds of problems in left field,
or even moving Adolis to center if I need to, and and all that. I like what Mike brought up but obviously there was the big problem with Josh Hamilton, and this is for this 1 year maybe alone. The big problem with him was, will he stay healthy enough to play center field the whole season? Because he was so kind of reckless with his body. He was like, I got to play one way, man. I don't know one way to play.
I will say this about Josh Hamilton and Juan Gonzalez. I played with Juan in Cleveland, and he was great. Great teammate. He was awesome in 2001. By the way, just looking real quick, he had 35 home runs, 140 RBIs, and batted .325 for us. So, he was a great player when I played with him on the Cleveland Indians. That was in 140 games, so he averaged an RBI per game.
Wow.
In that year. I will say that they both had issues of engagement. And what I mean by that is, obviously you had to worry a lot about drug use and alcohol use with Josh Hamilton because of his history and make sure that Mr. Nairn, I always forget Nairn's.
Jerry?
I think it was Jerry. First name that you kind of had to have, for lack of a better term, a babysitter with Josh Hamilton to make sure he didn't go back to his addictive ways.
Yeah.
Juan, you didn't have to have a babysitter, but you did have to have a coaching staff and especially teammates that made sure he stayed engaged in what he was doing, because he was okay with disengaging from a game, from a season.
You trust Bochy with that though, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Right. But there is similarities in that, but then also major differences that you didn't have to worry about Juan with alcohol and drugs.
Yeah.
Where you did with Josh Hamilton. So they're both great players. But I'd still lean towards Juan Gonzalez just because they were both super threats, but it felt like, maybe I'm wrong about this, maybe because it's a longer time ago, I felt like when Juan Gonzalez hit the playoffs, you didn't have to worry about, well, how hurt is he at the end of the year? Where to Corey's point, Josh Hamilton, you hear about in the World Series, how just fatigued he was, how hurt maybe, I think it was his back at that time was really bugging him, that you always had to worry about
groin,
that.
I think. A groin.
Okay, thank you.
Because he runs into the fence out in the outfield, and then all of a sudden his groin was just a problem for him. But yeah, man, that was the thing. I will say this, though, Kevin, did we ever get to see Juan Gonzalez in a World Series and be the guy that said, I got this? Because we did see the biggest moment. Josh stepped up to the plate and he did it.
He absolutely did. Now, unfortunately, you ran into a buzzsaw Yankees team in 96, 98, 99.
Juan carried you a night.
He did.
Juan looked like he was going to single-handedly beat the Yankees.
And that was an incredible part. And that's why one of the reasons why, I think it's different for those two than you, Darvish, for example, is because Juan Gonzalez won multiple MVPs and helped carry your team to the playoffs for the first time in franchise history. Like, that team had been here for what, like 24, 25 years?
Yeah.
And you hadn't gotten to the playoffs, and he helped get you there. Josh Hamilton, he won an MVP the year he won MVP. You got to the World Series for the first time ever. And Yu Darvish was a really good player, but his claim to fame is like he finished second in the Cy Young the season that we played game 163, right?
Mhm.
So, like, there's a difference
Yeah.
in terms of pressure, and we've seen, unfortunately, Yu Darvish is not consistently good under pressure.
Right.
And so for playoffs and stuff, I'll take the other one.
Now, when it comes to Josh Hamilton and playoffs, and I'm going to kind of be pro Juan Gonzalez here. Josh Hamilton had 163 at-bats in the playoffs in his career, spanning from 2010 through 2015. Now, in 2015, he had 18 at-bats. So you can just kind of get an idea that he didn't get many at-bats like with the Rangers that second time through. So a lot of his at-bats obviously came 2010 through 2011. In his 163 at-bats, what do you think Josh Hamilton's playoff batting average was?
250.
I'll say 265.
202.
Interesting.
His OPS was 633. If you look at his 2010 World Series, he was 2 for 20 in the World Series. Because I think we got down to, like, when you got to the end, he was tired.
Yeah.
And he was, I think, mentally and physically tired because it seemed like, from what I understand, a lot of stress on his mental part of actually staying engaged that long, like adding at times that extra that home run against the St. Louis Cardinals in, I believe, the 10th inning.
Epic.
Awesome. Epic. If I go to that St. Louis World Series, he batted 241 in that World Series and had 1 home run.
Wow.
So that was his home run.
By the way, if
in
you're
that
curious,
World Series.
I did look it up. Juan Gonzalez's postseason OPS 1.075.
Is that good?
That is.
I know he didn't have as
amazing.
many at bats, and then you look at it's 633 for Josh Hamilton.
Interesting.
In his playoff career.
Mike, maybe his, like, you talk about the focus and the ability to stay. Maybe that's why he was such a first pitch swinger, because he was like, I got to do it now, otherwise I'm going to lose focus.
Now, there's one person who's probably got the most votes outside of those three, although I don't really see a whole lot of votes for you, Darvish.
I'm going to assume Pudge.
Okay, so we got John Wetland, Neftali Feliz. I can't.
Oh, because of closing
Yeah,
situation.
and so I get that. Rafael Palmeiro, Nolan Ryan. The thing that's tough about that is you didn't get peak Nolan Ryan in
Right.
Texas, so that feels like a little tough. But
You still got some great moments, though, man.
You did.
You definitely did.
Absolutely did. But it's
Even if Kevin's always trying to tell you that he wasn't that good of a pitcher.
I never said that. Just when they're like, "Oh, he's the best pitcher of all time."
You don't have to do this part.
preposterous.
You don't have to do this part.
Preposterous. You've met me. You know I do.
Greg Maddux or Nolan Ryan?
Greg Maddux is much better than Nolan Ryan. That is not even a debate. Is
Mike's over there.
Do you disagree with me, Mike?
I agree that Greg Maddux is better, but I don't think it's like there's a gap.
Okay.
Greg Maddux is better than
Okay.
Nolan Ryan. I will admit that, and I love them both. I think they're totally
But
completely
it's like the
different
people
pitchers.
said Josh Hamilton, it's not even close. You're like, it's close.
It's close.
Okay.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Fair enough. All right, fine. Give me Greg Maddux then. All right. You're right. Pudge. Pudge is overwhelmingly, like I said, there are other people. Rusty Greer even came up. And so, like, there's a lot of other people, but Pudge is the number one person who's like, why isn't he on this list? Why not Pudge? Why not Pudge? Why not Pudge? I know Jonah Heim has been playing incredible,
Right.
but I mean, Pudge had a hell of a career.
I think when you look at the history of catching, you look at 4 guys in whatever order you want to put them, but it's usually Johnny Bench, Pudge Rodriguez, Yogi Berra, and like you could kind of go Mike Piazza, even though he was just offensive, right?
yeah.
I mean, sometimes you go with Carlton Fisk in that, but like, I mean, if you add Pudge, you're arguably adding the greatest catcher of all time. And nothing against Juan Gonzalez. He's not even in the Hall of Fame. Neither is Josh Hamilton. Like, you would be adding what some people consider the greatest catcher of all time.
He is a weapon
team.
behind the plate. In an era, though, where you're not stealing that many bases. So,
It wasn't that bad back then.
Yeah.
I mean, if you think about it, he threw out Ricky Henderson some. Like Ricky was in his prime with Oakland for some of the career.
What I'm saying is now is an era where a lot of. So how much does that matter? I mean, you're probably not stealing against him, but like that's the part of he was great. I feel comfortable with Jonah though. Like I'm fine there. The one spot on this team I'm concerned about is an outfield bat. That's the only thing.
That's probably the weakest part, right?
Yeah,
Center field and left field are your kind of two weakest positions right now.
Yeah. And man, whenever people bring up Yadier Molina, that you put that dude in that list too for sure when it comes to catchers. But I am comfortable. I am comfortable at catcher, especially the power I'm getting from that spot right now in the lineup. I would like another power bat in my lineup. That's why I'm like, hey, give me Soto. But I would. That's why I'm still sticking to Juan here.
If we throw Pudge in, what would be your order?
Batting order?
No. Of the four. So like with the people we said. So you,
3.
Pudge. Okay,
because I would take Hamilton.
Order.
I would take Juan Gonzalez first, Hamilton second. This is very specific to this year's team and needing an outfield bat.
And then I'm going Pudge, then you Darvish last.
Yeah, you Darvish is fine, but I don't need him. I wouldn't. There are other pitchers. Cliff Lee. I would take a year of Cliff Lee. I would take. There are other guys that I would probably take. Hell, I'd even take the Aaron Seeley year.
This isn't fair. Game on the line. Who do you want up to bat in the history of Rangers baseball? Because Josh falls down for me because I'm worried about his discipline because really his scouting report is for almost every pitcher in Major League Baseball, and I mean almost every pitcher, you can't get Josh Hamilton out. I know this scouting report, and they'd say, here's the great news. He loves getting himself out.
Interesting.
So if that's your report on your best player, your biggest threat in the lineup, you can't get him out. Great news. You don't have to get him out. He will get himself out the majority of the time by being undisciplined at the plate. Now, it doesn't mean he wasn't great. He wasn't an MVP. I mean, Josh Hamilton, I'm not trying to take any shots, but Juan would chase. You mentioned it. He loved chasing a slider down and away from a right-handed pitcher. But I don't think the scouting report on whether it's Beltre, Pudge, Juan Gonzalez would become the closest is don't worry, they'll get themselves out.
That's interesting because I guess even if it was between now, I'm going Simeon. I want Simeon at the plate in a big moment right now.
Right now, I think for this team, I agree with you.
So that's interesting. He'll get himself out.
Really great. He's undisciplined with nobody on base, and he becomes more disciplined in bigger situations, which is a great trait.
That is a fair point, man. What a charged discussion. There are people who they go, if you say Greg Maddux, I'm never Toloing again. I was like, I'm sorry, but I hope you'll still listen. They go, I was kidding, but don't think I'm going to let this go. Oh, trust me. There are things from years ago that still get brought up on the fan text. They're like, don't think I forgot about that one time.
Yeah, man. Somebody said Michael Young anytime. And when we all love Michael Young. Absolutely. That dude, I'd love to have that guy on my team any day of the week.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. No break, all content. It's time for Mike Likes It.
Well, we're going to stick with baseball, but we're going to go in general and all sports here as we're having basketball playoffs. We're having hockey playoffs, which are fun. Obviously, we're having a blast with the Rangers playing great baseball. And then we're talking a lot of football because of the schedule and everything. So, I mean, there's a lot to talk about right now in the world of sports. But I was thinking about this the other day, and I want to bring it up here. Baseball stars of the past.
Okay.
They are so much more important than any other sport when we think of any other sport. When we talk about whether it's Babe Ruth, Lou Gehrig, then you get to kind of DiMaggio and Mickey Mantle and Willie Mays and Jackie Robinson. We talk a lot about them like there was no other sport. And it's interesting to me how popular they are because there's not really football players that are popular. In fact, I was looking this up just to give you an idea. I looked up since Jackie Robinson, obviously we had Jackie Robinson Day about a month ago. And I was looking this up. I've done this before, and it's interesting to me that in our society, we could care less who Earl Lloyd is.
Right.
He is the first NBA basketball player. And here's what's amazing, because we think of NBA, we think of NBA as much more of a black athlete sport than we do baseball, especially now, right?
Yeah.
the first black player in the NBA was 1950.
And I don't know,
like
comparatively, I know almost nothing.
Do you feel like we say a lot of times, gosh, how racist baseball was?
That is interesting.
And it was. Obviously it was. They
Sure.
wouldn't allow black people to play. Neither would the NBA, and neither would the NFL. In fact, this was an interesting deal I found about this, but nobody cares about it. Kenny Washington is the first ever black NFL football player. He played baseball at UCLA with Jackie Robinson. He's actually a really good baseball player too, but he ended up having knee surgeries, didn't have much of an NFL career because of kind of bad knees, but he's celebrated. He signed with the Los Angeles Rams, I believe, and he became the first ever kind of modern day, I guess you would say, because I think if you go way back when you're not really sure if it's the NFL or not, they might have had like a person of color play, but it really wasn't considered a professional sport like baseball was with Major League Baseball. But it's just interesting to me that baseball players are so celebrated from the past, and NFL and NBA basketball players are not really celebrated at all from the past.
Like, I was thinking about it when you brought this up, is there was a time, I know you have to go in the way back, where people would say like, oh, George Mikan was the best NBA player of all time. I don't know jack S about George Mikan compared to like some of the baseball legends.
Right. It's just when we think of, there's a documentary coming out here pretty soon about Yogi Berra, and I can't wait to see it. But there's really no documentaries of football or basketball players from the 40s or 50s or even before, but I'll even just go to the 40s and 50s. Let's say when the breaking of the color barrier.
Yeah.
I mean, I've never heard in my lifetime. The NFL is 100 times more popular than any sport in the United States of America. Have we once ever celebrated Kenny Washington for one thing he's ever done?
I don't feel like
I don't think we ever have. I don't think the NFL ever cares to.
Yeah.
In a weird way, this is going to sound a little bit weird. MLB doesn't, they look at themselves and go, look, we screwed up, man. Like, we were a pretty racist organization for a good 50 years approximately. Yeah. Once Major League Baseball started until 1947, and they were still very racist at the time, but they at least got a black player into the game, and then it opened the doors for obviously other players. Larry Doby of the Cleveland Indians was the first ever American League black player, and he celebrated tremendously in Cleveland being part of that organization. And then obviously Willie Mays and Hank Aaron, and it goes on and on and on. But it's just weird that, like, I wonder if the NFL and NBA don't want to go, man, we were super racist too for a long time.
I am kind of curious about that part of it because, like, the way you look at the NBA right now, it is a predominantly black sport.
Right.
I don't think that's and it has been for how many years?
Ooh,
would you say?
I would say since the 60s,
I was gonna
late
say 50 years. So I'd have to go back and look. A long time.
Football has a very eclectic mix, but
maybe 70s. I guess you got to go to, if you go to I always call them University of Texas at El Paso, but Texas Wesleyan.
Right.
I mean, they're taking on an all-white Kentucky team that's like, we still don't allow blacks at our school, and we can't believe we're playing a starting lineup of black players in this championship game. So.
Baseball, on the other hand, it's been predominantly white, and now is it more Latin? Is it more that now?
No, it's predominantly white. Now, obviously, there was a time, if you look at it, in kind of your 60s and 70s and probably even 80s, where it wasn't predominantly black, but you would say the numbers were pretty darn good.
Sure.
And from about the 80s on, or early 90s, it slowly deteriorated.
The Griffey, Kevin Mitchell, Tony Gwynn era. Okay, I'm seeing that a little bit more. Okay, it is interesting that the way they approach it. I do wonder if the NBA if it's not that they want to recognize something, or if they're just like, look at the court. They actually celebrate Jackie Robinson almost. Yeah. It's weird that every sport will go, we're not going to celebrate our black guy. We're going to celebrate Jackie Robinson. And it's just interesting to me, and I didn't want to really get this into a black and white conversation. I'm kind of sorry I did that.
Yours is more historically.
My point is like, isn't it crazy that nowadays people say don't talk about baseball? not a lot of people, but some. I mean, there's a station right now that's doing programming saying we don't watch baseball, care about baseball.
Yeah.
It's really weird what they're doing there. And then they celebrate, like I'm watching 10 games this year maybe. Is baseball was so important 60 years ago that nobody even cared about the NFL. Nobody cared about the NBA. It's not even celebrated. We don't recognize it. People that are like our age that are 40 plus years old, let's say 35 to 50 years old, I'll say kind of my generation, we don't really know much about the NFL or NBA before like the 70s because even the sports, like we don't even care about it. Nobody cared about it back then. They weren't going on any of the night shows.
Yeah.
They weren't like, it just wasn't celebrated at all. And it's just weird to me, like how much we look at whether it's Willie Mays just turned 92, Jackie Robinson Day every day, 42's retired in all of baseball. And it's like this celebration of whether it's Mickey Mantle, whether it's in the sports card world, people could care less about, old football cards or old basketball cards for the most part until you start getting into Magic, Larry, and Michael, until you start getting into somewhat in a weird way, Joe Montana.
Yeah.
Like it almost takes till 1981 until people are like, hey, this football thing's kind of cool. And now you're like, no way. Like football's always been like this or that. If you're 25 years old listening, like football was a nothing sport. In fact, in the biography here of Kenny Washington, they're like, we don't really care about him in our society as an American because nobody cared about the NFL in the 1940s.
It's in college football was much more prestigious. I know that sounds insane. And I'm not saying like, cause of the atmosphere, I'm saying like legitimately college football, a Notre Dame game mattered way more than like a Chicago Bears or at one point Dayton Triangles game. And like, that's just true. And so it is odd to see what it's morphed into and still like lack of knowledge about some of these historical perspectives.
Okay, so that being said, I know I'm running out of time here. Baseball is gaining popularity right now, which is great. For the first time, I think in a while, it's starting to gain popularity again, and it's going to take a long time. Do you think baseball will ever separate itself from, I'm not going to include football. Do you think baseball will ever be able to separate itself again from all the other sports? And do you have if you say no or yes, can you kind of give an explanation why?
No, and it's just because, I mean, there was a time where it felt like it was dipping and other sports were gaining popularity. I think they'll ebb and flow back and forth where, I'm still fascinated in trying to figure out why baseball is getting this resurgence other than there was off-season interest. Like there was real off-season interest, and there have been NBA off-seasons where you're like, man, we are waiting on pins and needles for whoever's going to go somewhere, and we're excited about it. But there was a drama about that you're like, man, now I've kind of lost track and interest in that. But I think it'll flow back into it, and those two will continue to compete with each other. Hockey will keep working its way, but the NFL will continue to be a dominator.
I don't think so because of how omnipresent basketball will remain in kids' lives. Like I know there's so many kids who do baseball and like do hardcore baseball, but that can be really expensive too. Right. Whereas sometimes the path for just playing basketball can be easier. Yeah. I think they'll stay close.
Yeah, no, I hear what you're saying. I was just thinking, and the attendance numbers, by the way, that you gave, how it's up 1,100.
Yeah.
There are only 1,100 people. There's actually 2,900 tickets sold last night for the Rangers game. But can you imagine? There's no other, like in basketball, there's no team drawing 2,900 people.
That would be so weird.
Like that is, it's just crazy that attendance is way up. If you took Oakland out, it would be up. Like if they were just a normal team drawing 12,000 last night, which would still be a low number for a Thursday night.
You know what? It's crazy that you say that. As years ago when we were out in Arizona, we went to a Stars Coyotes game before they got booted out of their arena for taxes and stuff. And they were like, tonight's attendance, 7,000. And I'm like, my ass. There are 2,000 people in this building. It was the weirdest thing in the world, Mike. Like seeing how empty that arena was.
You're weird.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right
but I
here
like it.
on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Well, is it time to bring these two guys up? And I got something special that Lucy's doing that I want everybody to know about.
Ooh.
Next in the fan.
All right, let's talk about this month of May. It's going to be the Memorial Day sales event all month long at Southwest Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. Located just minutes from the Metroplex, it's worth the short drive to Cleveland to save a lot more if you're looking for a brand new Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, or Ram. The Memorial Day sales event happening right now. Owner Stephen Gilchrist and General Manager Mike Brown are going to make it happen for you. They've made it happen for so many total.
free Odyssey app.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan, and it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Thank you, Kevin. Are there any shout-outs that you'd like to get to before we get into the C Block here?
Yes, if that is possible, that would be freaking fantastic. From the 817, shout out to me going on a 6-week trip to Monterrey, Mexico, starting this Tuesday. Woo, I would love more information. Work, pleasure, whatever the case might be. And from the 682, shout out to me for going back to college. We'll be getting my associates after this semester at 35 years old. I know that absolutely can be tough if you decide, hey, I'm going to go back to college and do the thing. So a lot of great shout outs there. Y'all have been rocking with these shout outs and feedback all day.
I graduated at 29.
Yeah, I didn't remember the exact age, but yeah.
33 in your face.
Oh, nice. See? So there you go. And Kevin, he went to A&M and graduated somewhere else.
That is true.
How was
That is
A&M,
very
though?
true.
Did you love it while you were there?
I loved A&M.
Handfuls.
Would you buy Mike's hat if you were a college kid?
I would. I'm not kidding. I know he's gone on a couple of diatribes about how much he hates that upside-down Dallas hat. I think that upside-down horns one is actually a really good idea.
I like it, Mike. All right, so how do all of your kids know that Sunday is Mother's Day?
No.
I haven't mentioned Mother's Day
not.
one time to my kids.
Oh,
My dad hit me with the text. He goes, "You got your mother anything?"
And?
I said no, and he goes, "Might want to get on that."
Oh, yeah. Probably so, Joey.
Get
Probably
her a Stars jersey.
Yeah. Does she like hockey?
Yeah. I don't know if she wants a jersey though.
Okay.
Yeah, that didn't sound convincing. Yeah.
No, she does. Yeah, I don't think she wants that.
All right. This is interesting. Kevin, you say no because Noah
He has no idea.
doesn't know yet, but one day he will.
Yes. Brandon knows.
Okay, my both of my sons, I asked them, what are you giving? I'll go in order. Avery, I said, what are you getting for your mom for Mother's
And Avery is
the oldest. And he said, I gave her first child. And I was like,
I mean, that's a baller answer that will not hold up.
and exactly. And I was like, and I did the Joey's dad, you may want to get on that just a little bit. And then I went to Carter and I said, Carter's my middle kid. And I said, Carter, when is Mother's Day? And he said, I don't know. And I said, it's Sunday. What did you get for your mom? Or what do you want to get for her? And he said, the love of a son. And I was like, that is not going to work at all.
See, and I ran into this problem in the past with Brandon before he had a car and everything. He's like, well, I'm not old enough to go places and buy things. And I was like, yeah, but when you want something like a video game, you make sure to
Absolutely.
come on around and let me know. So what is it that you want to buy?
Yeah.
We will go get it.
I will take you, dude. I'm good at this. I can drive. Avery did get his permit recently.
Oh my gosh.
Only hit one mailbox and 2 curbs.
Oh,
so
okay.
I'm pretty proud of that. It was terrifying, Mike. There were moments. And the one thing he said, he pulled over and put it in park without hitting the brake all the way.
mailbox brake?
No, it was fine. The mirror just kind of moved, but he didn't put the car in park completely, Kevin, or it hit the brake and stopped.
Yeah.
And I was like, dude, you got to do this. And he was like, Dad, why are there so many cars on the road right now? And I was like, all right.
Is a good ass question. Guess what? Here's the answer. You'll never get a good answer. There will always be a time. For a lot of people, or for me for the longest time, I felt like it was Saturday night on 635. And I was like, now we decided to close every lane? It's like, yeah, we did. Now, quick side question.
All right.
For the 817, does anyone else get annoyed that wives expect Mother's Day gifts from husbands too? If you have no children together, I do think that's odd.
I don't think I got her Mother's Day stuff when we were married.
That would be odd.
Yeah.
But I do also think she got pregnant within the first year of our marriage. So we were on that route to having a child,
And
I do believe.
That's a different deal too. Like if you're pregnant, I get that as well.
She was pregnant 3 months after we got married.
I'm just saying, like,
because Kevin, that was the first time.
Yeah. I'm just saying, if you don't want kids, you don't have kids, like I find that to be strange.
By the way, tonight I will be Sans Kids at Jake's Game Day in McKinney off of El Dorado Parkway. Come out and see me and Bobby Belt.
What time?
5 to 8 tonight. So setting up for the best baseball tonight.
Okay.
Best baseball team in Texas. We'll be watching them. So make sure to come out and hang out with us.
It's in McKinney.
Thanks, Mike. Off El Dorado Parkway. All right.
You question the PM or AM part of it?
Just want to make sure everybody knows.
So
I dare you to stay for the whole Ranger game.
I have 3 kids. All right. So
you
Lucy
just mentioned 2 of them.
Well, Mike, I had to go back to the story I was asking about earlier because I got to get through this. I have 3 kids.
Yep.
Lucy is the youngest. Earlier this week, she came home and said, Dad, what are we doing for Mom for Mother's Day? I've already made my card for her.
Oh, I love it.
And like
that girl's a winner.
I'm like, and she's so excited. I'm like, we're going to be out of town and we're going to be driving back from Memphis during Mother's Day. So we'll get anything together. She gave me the card and I said, I'm going to put this in a drawer because I did get a really funny book for Adrian that I'm really excited about. So I did get that for her. But she's already pumped up for it. That's not really the whole big deal. I did want to make sure everybody knows it's Mother's Day Sunday.
Make her brownies.
Maybe. The big deal, though, is, and I want to let everybody know that I understand how fortunate we are that this is possible. Last week, Lucy came home with a slip of paper, and she said, Dad, I'm running for president of student council next week.
Ooh.
And I was like, hold on, what? And she said, and she showed me the slip of paper. And evidently in school, when they were passing around the papers, she just hopped up and was like, I want to run. And this is like, listen, man, we're still working on reading and writing. Like there's a lot of things that she's still behind on that we're working on. When it comes to connection, this girl's great at it. When it comes to personality, she's got it locked down. But Kevin, this goes back to day one. You saw me. You saw how distraught I was. It was a Father's Day, I believe, whenever I did the show with you.
Out at the stadium.
And she was still in the NICU, and you were like, are you sure you want to do this show? And I was like, look, man, I need a break. I need something that's give me something right now. And then I got to see the Tolos reach out and say, hey, man, we're here for you. And that was so awesome. It always has been such an amazing part for me.
Can you just real quick tag on whenever people are like, I'm sure you hear this all the time. Maybe you don't care. Like, you cared a lot.
Yes.
I remember that.
And there was I go back to this a lot. The doctors at Children's who were amazing. They saved her life. All right. They told us, this is were neurologists. They were like, we don't know if she'll ever walk or talk. We don't know. They were like, look, we're just trying to get her out of this NICU bed right now. Like that's our first step. And there were all these, like in my mind, I was getting into this elevator with Adrian and her sister who works at St. Jude. And my mind was going, all right, wheelchair, like what else are we going to have to deal with? And I never even thought about this, but her sister who was a doctor said, hey, guess what? They didn't say anything about her dying. And she said, usually if there's any chance of that, they will bring that up immediately. They're not going to try and catch you off guard with it. So we're good there. We'll work on every step of the way here. So for this step of the process, for her to just step out and say, I want to do this. I want to be part of student council. And then she wrote her own speech. Like she sat down with Adrian and she dictated exactly what she wanted in her own speech. And Adrian typed it up for her. And get this, they took the speech and her speech teacher took that speech and then made it into cues. So there are pictures and it starts with I. And then so when she's up there doing her speech today, it gets all these things where she can recognize and read through that isn't just the words and letters because she has a hard time with words and letters, but she can recognize pictures. And so she almost had the whole thing memorized. I just, again, wanted to tell all the Tolos out there just that, she's doing remarkably. Again, something we never knew could happen. We didn't, we knew she would be loved. We just didn't know where she could go. But on top of that, like we are very lucky that she gets the opportunity to try for student council. I tried for student council, ran for vice president because my best friend was running for president. And I was like, that's fine. I'll run for vice president. I lost because the dude said no homework. I was like, you can't prove that.
Yeah.
Then he had to quit because everybody beat him up on the blacktop because they were like, hey, man, you said no homework. And I was like, see, I was just talking vending machines.
East Dallas.
Should we stuff the ballot box, you think?
No.
Okay.
I will say lots of parents, because Adrian did post, her board's really cute. Like, her and Adrian sat down and she put glitter all over that board. And it looked like a night of Woolchuck coming home after, you know what I'm saying? Just glitter everywhere.
It's a Wednesday. So the other thing when you said the doctors didn't know if they could talk, I chuckled because that girl can talk.
Yeah, yes.
She can talk.
She is a chatterbox.
Yeah.
And it, like every day after school, she sprints to me with her arms wide open every single day. And now she's getting to a point, her teacher used to have to point me out and say, hey, there's your father. And now she's getting to a point where she gets out of school. She looks for me. She says, I see my dad, and runs straight to me. And I'm very lucky to have this little girl in my life. It's an absolute blessing. Like I said, man, this part of it, it's just, these are the steps that Kevin, we did MP's event on Saturday night.
Unity Ball, yeah.
And Michael said something at the end of our ask that I never even really thought about. And
Not
that is,
me, right?
What's that? Not Mike Bassick. This is Michael Thomas, the director of My Possibilities. And he said, you know, a lot of us take for granted that once we're done with high school, we have every option in the world to go do things, you know, to go be something. You have all these different opportunities, but not everybody else does. Yeah. So seeing Lucy, like, she has the opportunity. She's very fortunate that she has that opportunity and she's doing it. So I'm really excited for her, and I do appreciate Lucy for president. Like, I think she has a big heart. Ooh. She'd be great. It's just the debates, you know.
Queso for everybody.
She has thrown out some like digs on Carter that I'm like, dang, I didn't know she had that in her. But that's awesome.
If she could take down Carter to become the alpha of your family, that would be something.
Oh, yeah, Carter has already pointed out she's obviously the favorite. Anyway, she's the little girl. She's the only girl.
That's what I respect about Carter. Lucy is clearly the favorite, but Carter is clearly the dominant one. Like, that's just the way it is.
He's tough. So I'm really pulling for her. I think we find out tomorrow the results. Again, I told Adrian last night, because Adrian's like, and this is the tough part. Adrian's like, I don't want her to be completely crushed if she doesn't get it. I mean, because she's running for president, dude. That's,
sure.
You know, everybody wants to be president of student council. And I said, listen, man, this is the except for me, I want to be vice president.
Yeah, do you run for vice president?
Yeah, we ran for everything through treasurer, secretary, vice president, treasurer.
She loses. I got some ideas.
And that's my whole point. I was listening to a guy, Mike. He was talking about hitting re-election. Oh, rigged election. Okay,
I said that off air, Corey.
Oh, sorry, my bad. There is this guy who was talking about, he was up at bat for a state title game, and his best friend was one of the best hitters in the game. And he asked his best friend came to him and said, "Why are you so clutch?" And he said, "Well, I'd really put a lot of thought into this. A lot of parents are yelling from the stands, especially in these moments of big pressure, and they're yelling at you to do this or do that." And he said, you know, a lot of kids are afraid of the failure in that moment, as opposed to being excited about the success of that moment.
That's a good point.
And so like, that's where I really took that. He said, this kid's dad was standing up, fingers clenched on the fence, yelling, do this, do that, do this, do that. My dad was sitting out behind the foul pole out there, and I knew when I got in the car, it was the same level of love if I succeeded as if I failed. He said, I was always excited about the success of what was going on rather than the failure. And that's all I hope for her and any of your kids out there that are trying to do something that's difficult for them or that they want really bad is, don't be afraid of the failure. Be excited about the success of it all. So that's what I'm hoping for Lucy. No matter what, the experience is great for her.
Yeah, Corey, your segment has created some problems. People are asking how they're supposed to drive with watery eyes.
Yeah, me too.
Fair.
Thanks.
From the 903, this is a shout out. They didn't ask for shout out, but we're going to shout them out. My oldest son spent the first 96 days of his life in the NICU. He was 1 pound 13 ounces at birth. That was the longest 3 months of my life. He's doing great now and will be 23 this year, serving his 5th year in the Navy. He's also now 6'2".
Yeah,
So,
wow. That's insane. That's awesome.
Holy moly. And then people asking for updates tomorrow.
Oh, yeah, we'll let you know.
If it doesn't go the right way, I'm not letting it stand.
I did have a baseball thing I want to get to, but that'll have to wait until next time.
Well, you know what? We could talk about the baseball thing next. We could go back to the schedule, or we could talk about the NBA playoffs. All of things that have got pushed off because we had too much content today. That and Masterpiece of the Week. It's the fastest segment in all of radio. Good news for you. It's next right here on The Fan.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, it's bigger game days and bolder fight nights. I mean, where else can you find a scratch kitchen that always comes in clutch? Every day, from lunch to late night. Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
Business owners, are you feeling stretched thin by the pressures of growing your business, keeping up with the changing regulations, staying HR compliant, hiring and retaining top talent, handling payroll? You see where this is going. The list goes on, and it's very tough to maintain.
And he did have to come around and he apologized for it.
It was like he voted for first team All-NBA.
Yeah.
He's like, I voted for a center, 2 forwards, and 2 guards. I'm like, Mark, do you not know how voting works? Like, I understand what you're voting for. If it's the All-NBA team, you have to vote for your first team All-Center, your first team forwards, and your first team. That's how he voted.
Yeah.
It was like he didn't understand how voting works, and he's almost 60 years old. How do you not know how voting works?
He said he apologized to the Nuggets and Jokic directly as well. But one thing I live by, you make a mistake, you own it. I'm not a guy that does it for clicks or to be trending. I'm thinking, how did I make that mistake? He did also say he would offer up his MVP ballot. Like, he would relinquish his MVP ballot if that is what they decided. The Nuggets crushed the Suns last night. Suns are out. Nuggets in the Western Conference Finals. And now we get Game 7. You could get 3 Game 7s on Sunday. Did you know that?
Oh, wow.
Yeah, because Game 7 is Celtics 76ers, not on Saturday.
Okay.
So if both games tonight, Knicks Heat, I'm not saying they will, but if they did, Knicks Heat and Warriors Lakers.
According to Shaq, the Knicks only packed 1 suit.
Which makes sense because they're playing 1 game there and then going back. So, yeah, Shaq probably is. So, but if the Knicks were to win and the Warriors were to win, Sunday would be 3 NBA Game 7s.
That would be very cool. I'm glad Boston won. Not that I'm rooting against Philadelphia. It really doesn't matter to me who wins, but I do like Jason Tatum. I do hate that he's so bipolar in these playoffs and had such a bad NBA Finals that he kind of got crushed for what he did up to that point. So it goes to show you, it doesn't matter what you do. Chickenhead Booker, he had some really good games against the Denver Nuggets. But in the end, with everything on the line at home, he once again turtled up and said, I cannot handle this situation. If you lose, you lose. But you want to, in a weird way, like when Luka lost, I can't remember in the bubble, or like Luka goes for 42 and 18. You're like, hey, like, you'd like to win, but I can't look at you and go, dude, 4 of 15 for 8 points or whatever it is. You know, you're like, what? I get like your role players might turtle up. That's tough situations. Why are you turtling up in these situations?
And that kind of looked like that was going to be the fate of Tatum until he got on fire in the fourth quarter. By the way, it looks like now the NBA might have seen this possible scenario, and I think maybe they're shifting Heat Knicks Game 7 if it happens to Monday.
Oh, great. So I don't have to worry about
that'd be kind of a bummer.
2 games on Saturday during this graduation party. Is that what I mean?
No game.
No games on Saturday.
It'd be on
awesome.
Sunday.
This is great.
But yeah, Tatum.
Ignore your moms.
Tatum looked like he was going to face that same fate until he went on a hot streak. He hit 4 3-pointers in the fourth quarter because before that, he was horrid. This will be the 8th time the 76ers and Celtics have played Game 7. All right, I know we got a little baseball we wanted to throw out.
I was listening to Sean and RJ this morning and Bobby. This is on the farm. Yeah, play the farm music, Joey. And last night I texted y'all this because I saw it. I was curious, and I saw that Jack Leiter has been exceptional in his last 2 games.
Right.
In his last 2 games, Mike, he has struck out 15 people total. All right, 7 and then 8. He's only walked 4 people, and he's only given up 5 hits, and he has no earned runs in the last 2 games. And I was like, man, has he figured it out? I know nothing about opponents in the minor leagues. Okay.
No. The answer is no.
Okay.
Here's why. It doesn't. Two games is 2 games. Just like if he is going great, would we say, is Jack Leiter a lost soul as a prospect because he had 2 bad games? You're like, no, he's figuring things out, and he seems to be getting better, which is a great sign because he got off to, once again, a tough start.
Yes.
But I'd be like, is he getting better? It looks like he's getting better, and it looks like he can maybe start having continued success in AA after 2 good starts. But no, he hasn't figured it out.
91 pitches and 98 pitches in his first in 6 and 5 innings. So still a lot of pitches, a lot of strikes though, 60 and 56 in those 2. Then I was listening as I was driving in, and Bobby was bringing up, hey, I was kind of, I don't know about this, Bobby, because we're trying to figure out our bullpen situation.
Yep.
Do we have anything on the farm to fill in? And he was like, what if we fast track, much like they did to
David Price.
David Price, thank you. Kumar Rocker. And Rocker, in his first 5 outings, was very, very good.
Yeah.
He gave up only 7 runs in his first 5 outings.
Okay.
He gave up his first home run in high A ball this week, and he had a rocky game this week. He had a rocky game on the 11th, and so it wasn't very good at all, Kevin. He gave up 5 earned runs. He gave up 6 hits, still struck out 5. But he had been 8 strikeouts, 4, 8, 9, 8. He was striking out a lot of guys. But, Mike, that is high A ball. Are you expecting he finishes high A ball out this season and never sees double A?
I think he could see double A after the All-Star break. I think that it could be half and half. That being said, 3.86 is not impressive in A ball. I'm sorry. It's just not. It's not bad, but we're fast tracking. Why are we fast tracking? Like he's trying to figure out high A ball. He's not dominating high A ball. I looked this up real quick. So in 2008, when they fast tracked David Price, here's David Price's first season in the minor leagues. He went 12-1 with a 2.3 ERA.
Okay.
Does that sound like Kumar Rocker? And that is what he did in Double A in his 9 starts in Double A. He went 7-0 with a 1.89 ERA.
Yeah.
So they don't really sound like the same person doing the same things. So look, the other thing too is Kumar Rocker went through a major injury.
He did.
And he has barely pitched in 2 years.
True.
You have to watch his innings tremendously. The other thing too, he's not on the 40-man roster. The Rangers have a little bit of issue on 40-man roster situation. Now, if they do trade, let's say 2 40-man guys for 1 major league guy, that can help out. But Kumar Rocker isn't anywhere close to what David Price was in 2008. Take your time with him. I'm not against Kumar Rocker, but we have to watch his innings, and he needs to be dominating at some point. He is not dominating.
It is also a shout-out Friday from the 586. Oh, wherever that is. Shout out to my baby mama, Nikki, graduated from UNT this morning. Congratulations. And now congratulations to our audience because you get to listen to Masterpiece of the Week.
She said, list this.
Good afternoon, fellas.
Hey, Joey.
It's a pleasure to be with y'all on this beautiful
won.
Friday. The Stars did win, which was exciting. But it is now time for an even more exciting segment, Masterpiece of the Week. And we are going to play some of the funny clips that happened on this show and relive some of these. We had a couple of submissions from today, so we'll get to those. But first, we will start with Kevin here. And we know about Kevin's affinity for the Pittsburgh Steelers and his love. Can we add another team now?
The positive, Rangers win another series, and they have a 2-game lead in the AL West. Look, I was with you, and I still think Houston is awesome.
Wow.
I knew that was this clip,
Kevin.
too.
What happened?
Kevin. Are you just talking about the whole city?
No.
Or the Astros?
I was with you, and I still think Houston is awesome.
Wow,
really?
bro.
That's where Reggie's from.
Come on, man.
Come on. That was my Hail Mary.
I've heard some things about zoning in this state. And I've heard Houston zoning situations kind of
I don't know if they fixed it up, but you can have like a strip club next to a daycare, which actually kind of makes sense.
Strippers have kids, too.
Yeah. If you know strippers
They
got a
need
kid,
somewhere
it's
to
her
drop 'em
Mother's Day
off.
on Sunday, too. I don't know what that look was for.
Just a handful of kids.
Shut up, Joey.
On Wednesday, Derek was here, Derek Holland.
Yep.
Wonderful as always. And, he drinks a lot of water, but he cramped up on Wednesday, and it brought us this.
And so when it comes to this, Derek, are we okay over there? Are you?
Oh, he's cramping up over here.
And he's drinking water. It shows how useless water is.
What a weird. Oh, no. Do you think you
I
drink
co-sign
water and
that.
it just magically,
You could have been drinking a gallon of Mountain Dew and you would have had the same thing happen to you. Over there.
We need to water our plants with electrolytes.
Yeah. At least he's
That
having a
was
cramp. I was like, is he orgasming over this?
Oh, my
segment or
God.
something?
That's what you thought was happening?
I don't know.
Do that on air.
He's an organism. Okay, so
That's not the same thing. But you notice in Mike's mind, he was like, close enough, let's move on. And you're like, well, the rest of us are left in the aftermath of what he said.
That was interesting.
That was.
I've had lots of cramps on air before. You've
good for you.
Not that other thing. You've seen me over here whenever the leg will cramp up, and I'm like,
yeah,
Charlie Horse.
Terrible, dude.
The first time it ever happened, we're like, all right, now we're going to talk about the Mavericks. And you were like,
and the thing about Kevin in that moment, he's trying to be professional, and he's like, would you just turn your mic off instead of doing that? I'm like, man, come on, this is live in the moment. We got to tell the people what's up.
I apologize if this one was played a few weeks ago, but it wasn't marked that it didn't. So here we go. Mike, maybe a little Tom Brady at home?
Last week, my son Cal missed a day of school because he wasn't feeling well, and I'm assuming that I got sick by Cal. Even though I do tease my kids all the time, I'm like, hey, do you need a kiss on the lips? Because Tom Brady does it to his kids. And they always say no, and honestly, I'm glad they say no. I don't think I want to kiss my kids on the lips either at the age that they're at, but I just think it's funny to kind of threaten them that I'll kiss them on the lips like Tom Brady does his kids.
Mm-hmm.
It sounds like if they're doing something wrong, Mike's like, I'll kiss you on the lips.
That's it. I've had enough of this. You show home. You come home by curfew.
Or else I'm going to kiss you on the lips.
Kiss you on the lips.
Right when you get to the door. Smackaroo. Is that's a kiss, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, I think everybody's waiting for this one. No. We talked about Forte, not the running back, but the horse. And Kevin, take it away.
First of all, I dispute part of what you said. I don't got time for that. But secondly, do you think the horse innately would have its feelings hurt if it doesn't get to run in that race? Like, there's no way that Forte is like, what? I can't be in this race? Like, there's no way.
There have been very
Scooby-Doo-ish of you, honestly, re-listening to it. Scooby-Doo and what's that horse's name?
I think I've spent too much time reading books with Noah, and we do the different voices. I didn't even think about doing a horse voice. It was like, let's just go for it. I regret that decision.
There have been very few times, but, always there are some times where the entire show can't say anything because we're laughing. That was one of those moments this morning where Kevin surprised us all. And we could not.
Didn't see him going there. I didn't see him being a horse on the show today. I'll say that.
Yeah.
And he wasn't a horse's ass. That's a crazy part about it.
He said, hey, Corey's going to be a horse today on the show. I said, I can see it.
See that happening.
Yeah.
Me? That's
yeah, Kevin.
Yeah.
But you were, man. Hey, congratulations.
Yeah, dude.
Thanks. His
You
horse
always
voice
say-
sounded kind of like Nixon a little bit, too.
What?
I am not a crook. I'm a horse. All right, back to you, Joey.
Well, Mike may have had a longer major league career if this happened.
Like, if you went out for a start and you'd been struggling and your wife slapped you in the face and said, get it done.
Jeez, I'd feel a little bit more pressure, I guess.
I think you would get it done. Last year?
Maybe she should have slapped me more.
Where?
Yeah.
Wherever it works, I guess.
Oh, my God.
My favorite thing is when Michael says something like that. I'm like, all right, let's go. Let's see how far he's going to go with this one.
Yeah.
And then he'll throw out, you're good, dude. You're
I don't know
really good
you
at
and
what
Adrian's
do."
relationship, but I would be shocked if Sue just slapped me in the face. Like, I'd be like, whoa.
I would too. It would
you
really
just say that?
Yeah.
I don't know. I just can't imagine like getting slapped in the face.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Over wanting to retire from football.
Oh, my gosh. All right,
She
next.
would never.
We got one more for you.
Okay.
This is Corey. And this is one that Kevin heard. This is from today, and Kevin picked up on it.
Okay. All right. And you know what? Look at this. Corey, it's hard. It took me a year to master. See? Thank you.
We weren't even needed in that part of the conversation.
What were you talking about?
Rice. Cooking rice.
Oh, yeah.
That oddly sounds worse.
What do you mean?
I've been trying to master cooking rice for a year.
Get your wife a rice maker today. Stop by Kohl's or somewhere.
I thought you had one.
I have
Kohl's
one.
the only store that you know? He goes Kohl's or
somewhere.
I don't know.
Where do you buy rice makers?
Yeah, where would you buy rice makers?
Yeah.
Target, Walmart,
Costco.
Yeah.
Maybe.
How would you even know there's a rice maker?
Costco, they probably, if you go to Costco, you're like, hey, you want 7 bags of rice made right now? No, I am not feeding a school.
Oh my god!
And the only rice makers they have are like gallon size.
Vats of rice. They're like, we're taking a rice bath?
What? I don't know.
I'd vote for that. That was hilarious.
I am voting for Mike threatening his kids like Tom Brady would.
I'm voting for the Oregon.
Yes!
I'm voting for the horse.
I'm voting for the horse.
Oh, there it is.
So there we go. Kevin, Mr. Forte,
You rarely win.
is the masterpiece of the week.
First of all, I dispute part of what you said. I don't got time for that. But secondly, do you think the horse innately would have its feelings hurt if it doesn't get to run in that race? Like, there's no way that Forte is like, what? I can't be in this race? Like, there's no way.
Next thing, Kevin,
That
you're going
horse
to be
needs a
eating
Scooby snack.
salads and sugar cubes. And that's going to be your main problem.
Okay, I see what you're doing, and this is just for you, Mike. Well, we're the KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up,
I'm learning more about Kevin.
What a day. Have you ever heard him do Kermit?
The fellas.
I think I have.
The G-Bag Nation next right here on The Fan.
Who else can you do?
What?
He's a former coach with 2 sons who played professional basketball. Satch Sullinger's a competitive individual, but his golf game was suffering because of painful joints.
Right, that's real important. The golf game. Right. As we get older, we create these bad habits.
Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Excellent. Hey, how are you?
I'm doing great, and I do apologize. I had a few more shout-outs I should have already said from the 224. Shout-out to my wife, Jennifer. She's an amazing mom. Happy Mother's Day in advance. And then we go to the 682. Would like a shout-out for some of my friends. They had twins at 25 weeks in February. Unfortunately, they lost one of them, and the other one is still fighting every day up to 5 pounds last I saw. So shout out to the little one. Keep fighting and keep growing. And then from the 817, I did like this. Can I get a shout out? I can't listen because I'm in a meeting right now, but I know Masterpiece of the Week just happened. I'm going to radio rewind it. You can skip it.
No, you have to. That was amazing. Wolchuk's over here like, what are you even talking about?
What the
right
hell?
now?
It's my favorite segment.
It is. It's a great segment. I made a fool of myself today.
Hey, Kevin, I do want to throw this in real quick. When folks get done at the Byron Nelson today, which is right around the corner from Jake's game day out there in McKinney, it's about 15 minutes away. So just come say hi to me when you're done at the Byron Nelson out there. And me and Bobby are going to be out there eating food and getting ready for the best baseball in all of Texas tonight.
Oh, I love it.
You're going to get the chicken.
I'm trying to decide between the Flamin' Rooster and the Works burger. It's double patty. It's got everything on top of it, plus that sesame seed bun.
Get one
Do we eat roosters?
Poppy seed bun.
Of course we eat roosters. You kidding me?
When we eat chicken thighs, are they also rooster thighs too? We just don't know.
Okay, let's see. So a chicken head is Devin Booker.
Yes, 100%.
So a chicken
Male. What's a male? Is it a rooster?
Yeah, a rooster's the male, but I don't know. Like,
I was trying to remember which Stars player were the sandwiches.
Yes.
To be honest with
we
you.
were trying to figure that out. Could you order both? Eat half of each.
Order a
Yes.
Wyatt Johnston
rest
tonight.
home.
Yeah, I'm gonna order both and I'm gonna eat half of each and then take the rest home. And then they're not making it home.
No,
There's no way
you're
that's
gonna
happening.
crush them in the car.
Yeah.
Oh,
they're not
yes.
even making it past the door.
And then one more shout out for you guys. Can you shout out my wife? She's in Mexico, and we're in the process of getting her papers to become a citizen. She's been there for 3 weeks today. Finally got the email. She's approved, and we'll be able to come back to our 2 kids in the States within the next week, and their daughter's 2nd birthday is next Friday.
Congratulations, man.
Oh,
Is
that's awesome.
outstanding. Now, you guys reversed the confidence for a reason with the Stars yesterday, and it worked. Do you believe, thank you very much, I appreciate that. Do you believe they will close it out Saturday, and do y'all have a preferred Western Conference Finals opponent if they do?
No, I don't. And no, I don't.
Oh, okay.
No, man, those are solid
Guys,
answers.
It's Vegas. You just don't want to deal with Edmonton and their firepower. You know, with guys like Draisaitl, McDavid, Nugent Hopkins. I mean, they've got such a variety of ways to beat you. And their team speed also. I mean, we've seen how Seattle has caused an issue for the Stars.
Edmonton is lightning
Edmonton
fast.
is the fastest team in the West. So I'll take Vegas. And also, you might have a little bit of inside info with Pete DeBoer having coached there for many years. Maybe he's got some info to help you out there.
It is a 5-hour and 56-minute flight to Edmonton. Also, where I think it's 2.5, 3 hours to Vegas.
less than 3, I think 2.
Yeah, it's a very fast flight to Vegas. So I think, Kevin, we need to take the shorter travel time for sure.
Okay, are you planning on going up?
Yeah,
to
we're all going to go to Vegas and
Sounds good
watch
to me.
games 3 and 4.
Yeah,
I have to imagine that'd be a
guess-
more fun proposition than, hey, Hoosiers, we're going up to Edmonton. What do you think?
Hey, what do you say?
What?
Hoosiers?
Yeah.
Do that again, Joey.
What? That's
horse Kevin.
That was
right
me
there.
as Forte the horse. From
Kevin says,
earlier.
"Hey Jess, you want me to be a horse tonight or a Canadian?
You're a horse.
Reggie's got that
Get the saddle.
that Halloween horse head.
Yes,
you can take home.
BoJack
He does,
Horseman.
BoJack.
He's got BoJack.
He's terrifying.
By the way, speaking of animals, I just want to confirm roosters can be eaten, Mike, but they're not commonly found in the marketplace.
Okay.
That according to canyoueatroosters.com.
That
This
sounds
is real.
Can you eat roosters?
It feels like they would know their
Great
stuff.
information.
Maybe it was
No
.net.
way.
I think it was .edu actually.
Now, on the
Very
NBA
educational.
front, Lakers, Warriors, Heat, Knicks tonight. What say y'all in the game 6s? Do they both get closed out, or do we go to game 7 on either?
I think they both get closed out, but I'm hoping Warriors push it to game 7.
Me too. I'm hoping for the Warriors, hoping like crazy. And I picked them to win the series, so I'm just sticking with it. I'm sticking with it. It's gone a different route to them end up winning, but they're going to end up doing that.
Yeah, but you, Gavin.
The extender has been welcomed into the
already getting started.
The Knicks and Heat. So because of the extender that I'll get more into later,
But the extender, what do you mean the extender?
The Eastern Conference series is going to go till Game 7, thanks to that extender.
And you've always been an expert on the extends and such matters. So
that's right. That's right.
I never bet against the home team. I almost never bet against the home team in Game 6s. You know,
yeah,
it's sitting there at 3-2. They've won multiple games. They're desperate. There's just no reason to pick against them.
Now, if they were to lose, you'd get Lakers-Warriors Game 7 and 76ers-Celtics in Game 7. I don't know if this is the extender, but the NBA is cowards, and they moved Game 7 of Heat-Knicks to Monday if that goes down.
Oh, okay. I did not know they did that.
I do not believe we're getting triple Game 7s, which at one point looked like it was on the schedule.
That would have been sweet.
Now, obviously, it sounds like NBA harassment is on the docket. What else do y'all got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold, as always. Thanks for asking. We do have big things coming up, including Linda Cohn at 6 from ESPN. We'll get her thoughts. You know, she's a hockey expert.
Yes.
And at 5:20, Eric Nadel. So it's a double guest Friday.
Man, I remember that. Eric Nadel at 5:20. That should absolutely be a must listen. So roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us on Monday, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say something in a horse voice, Kevin.
Can I just say Happy Mother's Day?
Yeah, in the horse voice.
In the horse voice.
Happy Mother's Day.
Horsey style.
Happy Fool's Day? I don't know.
This is Andrew Bogish with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The Sixers' 3-2 lead is gone thanks to last night's stinker. Now at Game 7 in Boston on Sunday. Doc Rivers has done it again. It's not all his
G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It is hour one of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. I hope you're having a fantastic little Friday. We got a big Friday planned for you. General at your service at ease. Lucius Alexander is in the Pimp Cup at Master Control. Broadus is he's off today. I believe he's doing college dad stuff.
Yeah, he's going to see Bennett in Austin.
Very nice. There's Wolchuk and Chiafalo. Carter Freeman's coordinating your video. And along with you, we are the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Happy Friday. Thanks to Kroger for doing it right. They're always there to take care of you, whatever you might need. And they're perfect for Mother's Day. Okay, so I'm going to dedicate this show to the great people at Kroger.
I love that idea. They have definitely saved me a trip to the store with their delights that they've delivered us here.
Yeah, I'm on the Kroger bandwagon. Absolutely. As long as you let me on, General, I'm on.
There, yeah, come on, everybody.
And they're my local grocer. I mean, that's the one that's the closest to me. So
that's beautiful.
The Kroger's always a home game.
The Dallas Stars now back in control of the series after a home game of their own. They have retaken and held home ice advantage against the Kraken, and now we go to Seattle for Game 6. Stars with another chance to close out a team on the road. That always sends such a strong message if you can get that job done. Do you think they're good enough to overcome against Seattle? Desperate team theory. There's just so much going on, but hey, they did it in Minnesota. They've done it before that, so why not, right? Why not?
100% why not? Yeah, I mean, it's certainly it's a tough thing to do when you go into somebody else's house and have to end their season. They're going to be fighting like crazy. This is going to be the best effort for sure. But you have dominant players. If you get a Rupe Hintz game, if you get another Pavelski game, if your Otter plays like his best self, there's no question they can go out there and win the game.
It's crazy how the parallels have been from this series to the Minnesota series. And it's really falling into place exactly the same. I think they've got something with this Harley and Hanley defensive pairing. I would personally like to see less Yanni Hakanpää. Not super into Hakanpää, but they took Miller out. He was a scratch, and Hakanpää was back in there. But it was nice to see Robo. 3 assists.
Yes, it was.
Last night.
Yeah.
He had that top line back together. They were feeding each other very nicely. Pavelski, his 71st playoff goal as he's inching closer and closer to passing Alexander Ovechkin. The Stars are playing dominant hockey right now.
877-881-1053. Let's get some truckwreck.com fan text feedback here for you as we want your thoughts. I know a lot of people are excited about the Stars. Around town a lot, and definitely the Stars are the biggest sports topic of conversation. Is they are making a run here at this thing and have a chance to bring some glory to North Texas. A lot of people are just jumping on the bandwagon. A lot of people have been watching them all year long, and now they're having big old parties, and the whole neighborhood's suddenly interested. That's what happens when you go on a playoff run like this. This is the kind of stuff that you just soak up as a sports fan. The day of games is huge. The day in between games is huge, and we want to relish in it with you. 405 says, Dawson, the series over. Closing out in Seattle tomorrow.
Hell yeah.
Stars are going to close it out Saturday, says the 214. Vegas is our best matchup, and a boys' trip to Vegas is a hell of a lot better than Edmonton. I know that's right. That would be amazing if you can get the guys together. Okay, so truckwreck.com fan text is open, but you mentioned Robertson didn't have the goal, but the 3 assists, drew fouls in front of the goal. I think he played with more of an edge, and I think that's key for him is playing like you're the man instead of a mouse running around trying to pick up a piece of cheese and run back in the hole. He was actually looking like a 6'3", 200-pounder last night.
Jason Robertson, I think now we realized he is a little bit of a finesse player. He's so tremendous at creating with his skill, but he is not a guy that wants to go in there and be physical and throw around his body. He's just not. There are times where he looks a little bit passive out there, and you saw whether it was Pavelski, I thought you saw Glendening get very physical last night. Robo's not that guy, but him just being able to attack the net, you're absolutely right. He was able to draw that big power play opportunity. Stars didn't score off of it, but still, he was much more aggressive in terms of creating offensively, and I think getting Pavs back up on that top line with him and Rope definitely are making a difference, and they probably just need to leave that as it is.
Hey, and big shout out, because we talk about the youngster Robo, and he has not been himself, his regular season self in the playoffs, but Wyatt Johnston, 19 years old.
Wyatt's a beast.
Nothing's too big for this guy.
Wyatt Johnston looks very similar to Rope. in his coming out party in the bubble. I mean, they're both extremely fast, very skilled offensively. They chew up ice. Wyatt Johnston's going to be a stud.
360 says, I live across the street from Jake's and McKinney. Should I go visit Bobby? You should, but you should wait 3 hours because he and Corey Majors are going to be up there. Jake's Game Day and McKinney from 5 to 8 tonight, watching the baseball and basketball and having great food and a great time. Jake's Game Day is the move. I'm still exhausted from last night, says the 214. That's all.
Good, man.
Yeah.
Playoffs take it out of all of us, you know? We all got to sharpen ourselves a little bit, bounce back the next day.
Got to sacrifice sometimes. Try not to go back-to-back days without 8 hours sleep is the rule I live by. Sometimes I fail at that, to be honest with you. But that's the important thing of between game days, especially if they're on weekdays with 8:30 starts. You got to get your game together on that off day.
It's that kind of veteran leadership we need as a fan base this time of year. So I appreciate that, General.
Been there, done that.
Especially heading into a Saturday game sixer. I mean, it could get the best of all of us if we're not careful.
It absolutely could.
Be a fun day tomorrow.
Game 6 closeout style?
6 o'clock game 6 tomorrow, and then 7 o'clock XFL Championship with the Renegades.
See, and I didn't want to break it down like this, but you guys are. What happens if you lose game 6?
Why do you do this?
Now you got to drink it off Sunday fun day. Next thing you know, Monday night game 7, you're up late, you're partying, and now Tuesday and Wednesday are shot. I mean, we've advanced in the series, but you ain't closing deals with that mindset, bro. You ain't bringing home the bacon.
No, you're not.
Okay.
No, you're not. That's going to become that turns into what
Negative
we call
freaking
a good old.
Nancy
No,
over
that
here.
turns into a good old
Are you
fashioned long
kidding
week
me?
at that point.
Well, I'm just trying to say, let's be prepared for the worst case scenario.
Well,
let's hope for the best, Wolchuk.
Hey,
We hope for the best. We plan for the worst.
Game 7, you'll just be invigorated anyway, right?
That's
You're
right.
just going to be playing off of that type of
You'll be
momentum.
you
the
could-
balls
you
to
could
the wall
probably-
game.
dude. If you're going conference finals, you could probably close deals
Hell
on
yeah.
4 hours sleep. You just go in there and high five that son of a gun, and tell him what a badass game 7 it was, and then you ask for the money.
Damn right. You were walking in crotch first at the water cooler on Tuesday.
Took our 7-year-old to the first hockey game last night. Wow, what an experience!
And an experiment.
Yeah,
You
no
know?
doubt.
Absolutely.
Yeah. 7 years old. She's probably good to go for the most part. Probably was going to bug you a little bit too much to hit the concession stand, but she's at least old enough to stay paying attention for the whole deal.
And that's a great time and place to welcome your youngster into the sports world. You want to come out of the gates with a banger of a game that packs a playoff punch. The vibes in there last night, that's euphoric. She'll never forget it.
Yeah.
That becomes a hockey fan ingrained forever because of last night. That's a pro level dad move.
That is good. It's great timing as well as they take a 3-2 lead. That energy in that barn definitely left an impression. Dawson, I'm offended. Broadus picked his son over giving us a much needed rookie mini camp report.
Oh, listen, trust me, it is eating at Broadus right now. I guarantee it, dude. He's like, gosh dang it, this kid.
Not to brag, says the 469, but I did text in yesterday Stars would win 6-1, but my Robertson 2 goals prediction fell short, but still,
I was with you on the Robo 2 goals. I tweeted that out before the game. But hey, 3 assists, we'll take that.
Yeah, man. Baby steps.
We'll
Baby
take
steps.
it.
But the confidence, you know what the confidence is going right now? Back up.
Yeah.
Back up. That y-axis is starting to look good on the graph.
Lot higher confidence than at 3-2 last night. I tell you what, that was a little too close for comfort there in the second period. But the Stars, they held the challenge and held it down. Okay, as per usual, the G-Bag blessing with the Texas Rangers player show is in full effect. You come on this show as a Rangers player Tuesdays at 3:20. The next 48 to 96 hours can be magical. Now, for Evaldi, he'd already been magical, so it just maintained that standard for him as he goes out last night, 8 2/3, a 3-hit ball, and the Rangers win 4-0 in Oakland. He struck out 12, had the walk. I think it was the last batter he faced, but his ERA came down almost a half point to a 2.7, and his whip is now sitting under 1 at .99, Wolchuk. That's our guy, Evaldi.
Yeah, man. I mean, he's only, and Boach talked about it last night after the game. As soon as DeGrom went out, Evaldi seemed to just get better. And he's got the longest streak of scoreless innings in all of Major League Baseball. He passed Zach Gallen, who had 28 consecutive scoreless innings. Rangers snapped that, by the way, of Zach Gallen. So now he's got 28 2/3. He's been fantastic. And over the scoreless streak, he's struck out 25 batters. He's given up 14 hits, walked just 4. There's only 2 other Rangers since 1976 that have totaled at least 25 innings pitched with 25 Ks. It's Nolan Ryan and Cliff Lee back in the World Series year of 2010.
Gosh, dude.
This is special stuff.
Going
that
full
Nathan
Cliff
Evaldi's
Lee.
doing.
Yeah. Yeah, he's an absolute horse.
His last 3 starts, 9 innings, 8 innings, 8 2/3.
That's right.
This guy's a freaking throwback too.
The only person in the Metroplex more horse-like than Kevin Hagelin himself is Evaldi. He's a damn caballo on the mound right now. And when you look at
Nate Diaz, he's looking like a horse up there on the podium.
That's a good call. Baseball Savant on the Evaldi page, 91st percentile for walk rate. He's walking just 4% of hitters. And the only thing that he ranks even slightly poor in is his curveball spin rate. But apparently he's been throwing the split finger at the highest rate of his career. So he's working that right now.
How could it go bad with Evaldi? Like, why was he available? What's the past?
Well, I mean, he's been fantastic with Boston. I just think Boston moved on. You know,
Cool.
they're trying to rebuild. They've got some younger talent there. They're still struggling a little bit. And I think at 33 years old, they were like, I don't know if Nathan Evaldi's in our plans anymore.
He still got it, that's for sure. Tonight it's Perez versus Waldachuk. Perez and
Waldachuk, my distant cousin.
Yeah, in Oakland. Yeah, the branching centuries ago from the Wolchucks to the Waldachucks. It's an ancient feud.
It'd be like if Wolchuk had just a D in the middle of the name. That's what they did to spice things up a little bit.
I think so.
Just threw an extra consonant in there and
an I. Waldachuk. Okay.
Fantastic.
For the second
I gotta
year,
see this guy.
Yeah, no doubt. Okay, for the second year in a row, the Suns got blown off their home court in an elimination game.
Oh, I loved it.
The big story, Tim McMahon says they're expected to aggressively shop DeAndre Ayton. To me, this one has the Mavs written all over it because it's a highly distressed asset, and you could get him at the low. Like that's the way they've gotten superstars, is trading for them when the team they're on is like, crap, we don't know what to do, and not that many other teams want him. Porzingis, Kyrie Irving, DeAndre Ayton. We'll have to see how big the market is. You know, the Pacers did a contract with him for his services last year, and maybe they want to throw something at Phoenix that would be much more interesting. But, you know, maybe they want the 10th pick. Maybe they want Kyrie Irving. Would you do Kyrie Irving for DeAndre Ayton, guys, if it's a sign and trade?
If that's how your hand ends up getting forced, and the only other option, I guess, is like Kyrie walking free in free agency, and you don't get anything in return for him. If he can force your hand that way, there's other players that I want over DeAndre Ayton. I'd like to think that I could keep Kyrie and still get DeAndre Ayton, you know, but because I think it's a very sell low opportunity.
This is a buy low.
Yeah,
no doubt. This is the lowest value
Yeah.
that I think DeAndre Ayton's ever going to have.
I think the other great thing would be, hey, how about we give you the 10th pick and Bertans or Tim Hardaway Jr.'s contract, right? Then you could keep Kyrie, have Ayton with Luka. Is that a contender? Would you guys rather do that one?
I would definitely be down for that. I mean,
I'd much prefer that than Kyrie for Ayton.
Yeah, getting rid of the Bertans contract and getting Ayton is really, really awesome. I don't know. I still think you got to do some things from a defensive standpoint to make sure this thing is going where it needs to go. But that solves some problems there as long as you're getting the best version of Ayton. I mean, there's just so much not to like about him that I'd be looking elsewhere if I could to acquire some talent. But I mean, that might be their only option.
Yeah, like we talked yesterday about Miles Turner, Euler's Trinity Zone. I would probably at this point much rather have a Miles Turner than a DeAndre Ayton. But beggars can't be choosers. And I think the Mavericks right now are in a situation where you got to take what you can get. And if that ends up being DeAndre Ayton, bring him on because he's an upgrade over what you got.
I might be wrong about Ayton, but I think the deal is you put him in an environment where he's got more responsibility and importance, and I think you get much better from him. He did average 18 and 10. He's been healthier than Miles Turner. He's a lot more skilled than Miles Turner. And I know things aren't going great, but he's been in a difficult situation with the Phoenix Suns. And I think playing a two-man game with Luka where he's getting tons of touches and is constantly involved, you would get a more energized and consistent beast in DeAndre Ayton than what he's shown in Phoenix. But I'll admit, it's been underwhelming. And the fact that you could acquire him for a fraction of the value previously believed, I get it, you know, but it's a unique opportunity and a risk I'd be willing to take. For the history of like Porzingis or Kyrie Irving, I think DeAndre Ayton would move you closer to having a solution as far as a winning roster.
Sure.
Okay, I think the lesson with the Suns, and Zach, I got to give you credit for it, is, you know, the multiple superstar model is very difficult to pull off. LeBron set a trend, but that was LeBron and D Wade in his prime and Chris Bosh. and other teams that try it, it's just not working. And the Heat needed like 18 months to continue to tweak the roster to make it good enough. They needed to go find a Shane Battier to be the ultimate role player to push that team over the top. The Mavs got him in 2011. They needed another year to build their chemistry. And I think that's the lesson I want the Mavs to look at. You have Luka and Kyrie, okay? They had Kevin Durant and Devin Booker. Who are the other like mega superstar models that have been hanging banners? It's not working. LeBron's pulled it off in Cleveland, Miami, and with the Lakers. Salute to him. I don't know if it works for anybody else.
Yeah, and even with LeBron, it became, I guess you would still consider it the 3-man super team situation with the Kevin Love and Kyrie, but that Kevin Love got casted to the side quite a bit even when they won that. And then with the Lakers, it's been him and Anthony Davis. When they tried to bring in big name superstar Russell Westbrook, it went to hell on you.
That's a good point.
So I mean, the Heat was a true super team, and as you said, they still needed a full year to at least to win it. They had to get that roster right. Like the depth absolutely matters. If you got two guys, the two guys should be fine. Get some depth here, because the Suns are a perfect example of not enough depth, and even two sorcerers offensively, it's not going to be enough.
Yeah, and unless it's kind of organic, Boston, you could say maybe they've got something brewing now with Tatum and Brown.
Yeah,
but they drafted those guys, right?
Yep.
They kind of built that themselves. It wasn't, hey, we're going to go trade or pluck somebody off another team to add to this.
No, I think that's another great point. Okay, gentlemen, we're sitting about.
Hey, how did that Boston squad come together? That 2008 Celtics.
Yeah, that was the first.
Wasn't that the first?
Yeah, they were the OG. Those triplets. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
and even that one, they won just the one.
Just the one.
It's not
that
like
was a
something
fun
that really
team.
lasted. That was a super fun team.
Yeah,
for sure. And it was super veteran heavy.
And I guess Rondo, I don't know, Rondo didn't really turn out to be like a star of that caliber, but Paul Pierce and KG certainly were.
And Ray Allen.
Yeah. And Ray Allen, yes.
Ray Allen, yeah, they had an incredible team that Danny Ainge managed to trade for. And then, they've tried to do it again with multiple draft picks. And, I think when it comes together organically and they all grow together, it gives them an opportunity to know how to play off of each other great. And their roles get much more solidified if it comes together over years. Throwing it together and thinking, here we go, now it's time for championship. Usually that's like the first part of a process that's going to take a couple of years. Okay, we got to run. G-Bag of the Day is coming up 2:30. Chief, where are we going next?
Walchuk's your top 10 list guy. I got a top 5er for you.
Let's
Football
go.
style. Next.
Always a welcome sign for this clubhouse. Featuring breaking sports news, inside info, opinion, with laughs along the way. Turn it on, leave it on. The Fan and the Odyssey.
Acres of savings all month long. You won't have to shop anywhere else.
We have something for everyone, even the powerful new 2023 Chevy Silverado 1500 with $3,000 off MSRP. Over 200 to choose from. Plus, you get a $1,500 trade allowance. It's the perfect vehicle for all your summer adventures.
Take advantage of unbeatable Memorial Day savings. Classic Chevrolet makes it easier to find the perfect gift and enjoy once-a-year offers. This is Texas. This is classic. Find new roads.
5 or more available. RST models only. Chevy rebate $250. Classic Chevrolet discount $2,750. $1,500 Chevy trade-in allowance plus tax style license and $150 dealer doc fee. Expires 5/31/23.
Carsforkids.org. Right off the car, not the kid.
Donate your old vehicle to carsforkids.org to make a difference in the lives of kids. Free towing from carsforkids.org plus a $50 gift card.
Hey, Mary, is that a new phone?
Yeah, just upgraded at T-Mobile. Their new Go 5G Plus plan gives me the same great phone deals as new customers.
I am so jealous. AT&T's got me locked into a 3-year device contract, and my phone is locked to their network, too.
Ooh, that's a long time.
3 years! That's like the length of 2.5 relationships.
It's time to ditch AT&T. Bring your locked phone, and T-Mobile will pay it off, and they'll give you a new 5G phone for free.
Boom! You hear that, AT&T?
Introducing the Easy Unlock. Bring your AT&T locked phone, Trade it in, and T-Mobile will pay it off up to $650 and give you one of the latest 5G smartphones free. Plus, next time, you're ready for an upgrade a whole year earlier. Free your phone now at T-Mobile.
Pay off via virtual prepaid MasterCard in 15 days. Free phone via 24 monthly bill credits for well-qualified, plus tax and device connection charge. Contact us before canceling to continue bill credits or credit stop and balance on required finance agreement is due. See T-Mobile.com.
Don't miss out on savings on top brands at NFM this weekend only. Our in-stock selection has everything you're looking for. Shop legendary low prices on Tempur-Pedic and Ashley. Upgrade one room or your entire home with savings on top appliance and electronic brands like Samsung, Maytag, and LG. And update your flooring with deals on Shaw and Karastan, plus 24-month financing. Get ready to save this weekend only at NFM in Grandscape. Minimum monthly payments required. 18% APR. Some exclusions apply. See store for details.
I used to get frequent heartburn at night, so I made Prilosec OTC part of my morning routine.
One pill in the morning, 24 hours, zero heartburn with Prilosec OTC. It's possible while taking Prilosec OTC. Use as directed for 14 days to treat frequent heartburn, not for immediate relief.
Without the ones like you, who work tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. Hospitals, factories, schools, and power plants, they all depend on you. No matter the weather, emergency, or time of day, you're the ones who get it done. At Grainger, we're here for you with professional-grade industrial supplies. Count on real-time product availability and fast delivery. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing, together millions of things for our planet. May is National Bike Month, so it's a great time to remember the benefits. Biking is a great mode of transportation, being faster than simply walking, while being cheaper and more environmentally friendly than driving a car. Plus, it's low-impact exercise, so it's easy on your joints and muscles. Biking can also help you sleep better and make you look younger. When we each share our one thing, it becomes 100 things, 1,000 things, 1,000,000 things for our planet. What's your one thing?
Finding great people to hire can be like trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Their powerful matching technology delivers so many qualified candidates. It's like finding a needle in a needle stack. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. For less hay and more needles, head to ZipRecruiter.
And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. At ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
My friends at D&M Leasing want you to know that traditional financing companies are bringing back 84-month terms again. And this can put you in a place where you owe way more on your auto loan than your car is worth when it's time to trade. Leasing can give you low payments and guarantees on much shorter terms. Do what makes sense. Lease with D&M Leasing. Save on your payments and eliminate the risk that you will be upside down when you trade. Call 972-35-LEASE or 817-35-LEASE or visit dmautaleasing.com and start leasing today. D&M Leasing.
We make leasing easy at D&M.
RJ Chopper here for my good friends over at A Number One Air. Right now, do not miss the A Number One Air Instant Rebate Special. Yep, still going on with a new heated and AC system. They're going to give you up to $3,000 cash back, plus payments as low as $79 a month. That's right. Buy a new heated and AC system. A Number One Air gives you up to $3,000 cash back and payments as low as $79 a month. Heating, plumbing, AC, electrical. 1-800-NEW-COOL. 1-800-NEW-COOL or ANumber1air.com.
Cloudy with chance of showers today or high reaching 87.
Weather brought to you by Maytag. It's May is Maytag month, which means it's the perfect time to upgrade to the performance you need with big savings on all Maytag appliances. Now through May 31st during May is Maytag month.
Welcome back, G-Bag Nation. G-Bag the Day's coming up 2:30. Time now here for Chiafalo. Segments brought to you by Soda. Segments brought to you by the Frankels. As well, there's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Franklin. Frankel consultation's always free. Truckwreck.com. Here's Chief.
All right, the NFL schedule is out and about, ladies and gentlemen. You know this, but do you know the most expensive average cost per ticket for the games? Probably not. Probably not. We already got people are buying up tickets left and right now for these games now that they're set in stone in terms of day and time. And so I got the top 5 most expensive NFL regular season games according to just average cost per ticket. I would imagine, how many Cowboy games do you think would be on this list, by the way? 4. 4 out of 5.
I was going to say 2.
Okay. Well, there's going to be one Cowboy game.
Just one.
Will it be at Jerry World?
It might be Buffalo.
Might be Buffalo.
The San Francisco game is in San Francisco.
There you go. That's the one. We'll get to that one momentarily. But on September 10th, this is opener. This is first game of the season in Chicago. Packers and Bears, average ticket price $349.
What losers, man! You got nothing better to do. We gotta go watch these two bad football teams.
That's football. That's football towns filled with football guys that are looking for things to do at every
They got
turn.
nothing to do.
And all of a sudden, there's some football. Let's do this thing.
You making stuff up over there?
Not. Absolutely not. October, Walchuk, for the record, is sitting in the usual Broadus seat, so he will probably assume some of the Broadus roll today. And
stuff like that.
And stuff like that, yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
I like what you're saying there.
Thank you.
You're not wrong.
October 1st, the fourth most expensive ticket going right now. This one makes some sense. This one's in New York with the Jets. It's Mahomes. It's Rodgers. It's $354 average ticket cost.
Okay, that makes sense.
That one,
number 5, baloney.
And the Jets have a doozy of a schedule. I know we'll get into some more schedule stuff later, but their situation is going to be.
They're like first 6 weeks are pretty rough.
Yeah, right out of the gates. September 7th. Oh, this is the first game of the season. This is Detroit at Kansas City. That's $444.
Makes sense. You got the banner being unveiled.
Yeah.
I get it.
Yeah, that's a moment.
Man, Lions fans are temporarily deluded into thinking they're good.
Right.
Yes.
They got to
They're ready
capitalize.
to travel. They might not get another opportunity like this for a couple decades.
I need to text my Lions fan buddy who's a big Tolo. Jordan, if you're listening right now, I got to text you and get your Lions thoughts because I think they're all just delusional right now. The D in Detroit, delusional. Dallas Cowboys, Niners, $501. That's October 8th. The average
it's not
ticket.
number 1?
501. It is
Come
not
on.
number 1. This one actually was surprising to me.
It's 501.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah. That's a good call. That's a good call. I didn't even consider that. But Philadelphia at New England.
Okay.
Week 1 is $807.
Well, I know that the Patriots, outside of the Cowboys, their tickets have been the most expensive in the NFL.
Isn't Tommy going to be there?
Yeah, this is the Tommy. This is the Tommy
yes,
bump.
It's the
But I'm like,
season opener.
dude,
They're giving him the praise and the love.
That's $300 more than a Cowboy Niners game in San Francisco, where everything's 1,000 times more expensive. But I guess the Tommy situation is so much that the Boston fan market there is jumping to go see a good quarterback for the first time in that building in a couple of years.
They might not
can't
have another
necessarily
good
blame
home
them.
game. You know,
They want to show their appreciation.
They could stink.
Alrighty. What else you got, Chief?
Well, my quarterback that I'm riding for in this this previous NFL draft is Anthony Richardson.
Okay.
And
why?
Definitely not Will Levis. Well, because Anthony Richardson just had the best opportunity, certainly with the team he's on right now, but also he's the guy that could end up if he ends up being as good as he could be insane.
Mm-hmm.
And I love the spot that he ended up in. And we read his Players Tribune from a few weeks back, and you hear like the way he grew up and everything, and he just comes across extremely likable. And now it goes even further here. Will Levis would never. Sorry, if Broadus was here, I would have really loved to jab him on some Will Levis. But apparently, when the rookies had like this giant luncheon before the draft, and all these rookies are there, including Anthony Richardson. Troy Vincent of the NFL calls the general manager of the Colts afterwards to tell him what an impact Anthony Richardson had left on him at this rookie orientation thing. Specifically at the dinner attended by all potential draftees, the room was left a mess. Everyone was leaving, and Troy Vincent saw one person who stayed behind and was bussing tables before the staff came back in the room. Vincent walked up and approached him and said, "You don't need to do this." To which Anthony Richardson responded, quote, "We left this room in an unacceptable condition, and it's not right for us to expect the staff to clean it all up." Vincent said that he was free to go, to which Richardson responded, "No, it's all right. I'd like to stay and help." And he did until the room was cleaned up entirely, and he was the last person working along with the workers on the shift.
Look at that. Yeah, that's taking Dak's pick up the
about
cup
to-
and throw it into the
Yes,
next level.
It really is.
Yeah.
This is a huge heady
That's
play.
attention to detail guy right there.
Yes,
doing
it is.
things the right way guy. Darrelle Revis would love a player like this.
And like I'm buying into the Anthony Richardson mystique in a big way. I think he's got the it factor, the guy factor, the franchise factor. So I'm fired up, dude. Anthony Richardson. That's a cool story that I'm gonna just believe forever.
I believe in him. I think he's gonna have a lot of success with that Colts team. And I think his ceiling is massive.
I like the fit with Shane Steichen. I really do. You're not wrong.
I'm with you on that one, Chief. It is a Friday here in the G-Bag Nation. What you drinking, what you thinking is going to run at 5 o'clock tonight because we have Eric Nadel joining us at 5:20, Hall of Fame voice of the Rangers. You haven't heard him yet this year. His first broadcast appearance is coming up at 5:20. It's time now for the G-Bag of the day. Here's Lucius.
Hello there, folks. It's been a while.
Wow.
I'm back in the game.
Hey, I was thinking over the weekend, and I meant to ask you all week, how many of us can you do?
I don't know.
Okay.
I really don't know. It's got to be in the moment. I don't know.
Okay.
If I sat down and studied, I feel like I can do anybody, but
I wouldn't bet against you.
All right, let's see here what we got. Hey, by the way, you guys were talking about tickets and everything. How much are Cowboys season tickets, decent season tickets? What are we talking about here?
I don't know, because you got to have that personal seat license. It's going to set you back like 20 grand, 30 grand to even be in the game.
Yes.
What? Yeah, you got to have a PSL to even have the right to buy the seat.
Just to get a decent seat, you got to drop a $20K. And you ain't even bought the seat yet.
No.
Unbelievable.
That's a one-time thing, and then
now
they're yearly.
Yeah.
That is ridiculous.
Yeah. That's what my grandparents
Can you sell your seat license to somebody else? Is it like the cab drivers in New York? How you got to get your token and you can sell it to somebody else?
Question, I don't know.
I don't know. All right, well, I guess I'll send that text to my dad and put a sad face next to it. Sorry, Pops.
Yeah. Oh, he's looking.
He's looking.
Yeah, that's worth looking into. I bet the truckwreck.com fan text will help us. I tried Googling it real quick. I don't know if you can get one off secondary from somebody. Maybe there's a discounted way, like buying somebody out of a timeshare or something.
Yeah. All right, let's see. Our winner and champ of G-Bag of the Day is Dallas PD and Nate Diaz.
Hell yeah.
One Dallas police officer gave Nate Diaz permission to blaze it up.
That's weed. That's weed.
While he's in town.
There's some back and forth tweets about steroids. You want there to be drug testing?
Yeah, but I don't care either way. Everybody I've been fighting my whole career has been on steroids. They know how to pass the testing.
There will be testing in this fight.
We're going to be testing. There's a lot of weed in mine. There is.
And maybe, Zach, you can chip in. There's no tolerance policy for marijuana here in Texas. How are you planning on handling that, Nate?
Be determined based on our deal with VADA.
Wait, what happened?
They have a no tolerance policy for marijuana here in Texas with the commissions.
We're talking with the commissions and VADA about how that's going to play out.
Is that breaking news to you, Nate? Well, let's go to California.
We got the cops behind us. Is it cool if Nate blazes a blunt in Dallas?
That's what I'm talking about.
What is that?
Dallas PD's you're good to go.
Shout out to Dallas PD. We can't dap you on camera.
They say we can't dap you on camera. I don't want to look too suspicious. They screenshot it and send it out there and think I'm working with the peoples.
I think there is some tolerance policy for citizens, right? They can write you a citation and let you go in a lot of cities. It's a lot better than it used to be.
I will say that I have been down in the Deep Ellum area during the afternoons.
Okay. Yeah.
With a strong scent, and I seen officers, and they were just minding their business. As long as you're not like being disruptive and hurting people,
cool.
Being drunk, and I didn't see it. I wouldn't test it, but I didn't see it.
I hear you, man. That's I think we're making some pretty good progress there, and I know a number of cities have passed that legislation actually that gives the authorities the right just to be like whatever, or just write you a note instead of taking you to jail.
That's what Vegas really needs to do. You can buy a whole lot of weed out there in Vegas, but you really can't smoke it on the strip.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, you're right.
They'll tap you on the shoulder.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's come tap
It's weird because you can walk around and drink and booze, but they won't
all
let you.
day.
Will they take you to the jail for smoking?
I don't know. I didn't get that far. I put a patch on.
I'm going to circle back to my room real quick.
Yeah. That is one of the things I noticed about the hotels in Las Vegas. Like on a big fight weekend, the entire floors just smell like it.
Yeah.
That's weed. That's weed.
Yeah, it's a big party weekend. They definitely have a high tolerance policy in those hotels.
Yes. This is not one right here. But it is involving a police officer since I just played one Dallas PD winning G back in the day in the G Bag Nation. Dropping these nuts, you know that little joke, these nuts?
Yeah.
Dropping these nuts on a cop is wild. Check this out.
And a middle name for you? D. What's that stand for? These nuts.
Well done.
That is really testing your look right there, because it's going to be like, what? Put your hands up against the wall real quick. I've had about enough of this.
Cop was in a good mood.
Yeah, it surely was. Let's go to WFAN 660. We got a radio host right here accusing Tampa Bay Rays of cheating. Tampa Bay, they're doing pretty good right now.
Yeah, the Rays, yeah.
He doesn't believe it.
Tampa's playing stupid ball right now.
Yeah, and there's something suspicious about that, by the way.
Yeah, they're probably
very
cheating.
suspicious. I didn't say it, but all I know is I'm a baseball fan. I know baseball. I like baseball. I was very skeptical with what I saw this weekend. I have no evidence other than
journeyman outperforming the baseball card.
All of them. Christian Bethancourt. Hello. Taylor Wolves.
Yeah.
What? Because you know what we do, most of us do? We don't know who they are, so we say, oh, the Rays are brilliant. Here's the problem. I know who they are. They're not good.
Yeah.
The Rays are 19-3 at home.
Yeah.
Hello. Is everybody going to wake up? Are you going to wake up when the article's written in The Athletic, or are you going to wake up now? Sometimes you don't need evidence. Sometimes you got to say what I'm watching doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
So I'll do it. I'm not a Yankee fan.
Okay,
I have
raise your
no
hand.
reason to say I'm going to raise my hand.
Yeah.
Hey, ladies and gentlemen, what I'm seeing in Tampa makes no sense.
No sense at all.
That's all.
No.
That's all.
I love getting messy out here.
I have no evidence. This is just eye test,
They weren't
okay?
just in the World Series
Something
a couple
smelled
of years
funny,
ago.
and I put my eyes on it, and I could tell.
Freaking idiots.
I don't believe it.
Yeah, great pitching. I mean, come on.
I mean, you guys might not want to make 1 + 1 = 4, but I'm here for it.
No, I like it. I like getting messy out there.
I just see Will Ferrell. I don't believe you. I don't believe you. I don't believe you.
Terrific.
We got a little baby right here, a little girl, little precious, sweet little girl right here. Has a beef with Mickey Mouse and Winnie the Pooh using curse words. Mama had to check that ass.
Oh, for real? For real?
Mickey Mouse.
Mickey Mouse? Oh. Why are you getting so bold? Why are you doing all this cussing? Huh? Why are you cussing? Watch your mouth, okay?
I like the old person in the background. They're still on the couch or the love seat, wherever they at. And they're like, hey, what's up now? Don't talk like that. Be quiet. He didn't even get up one time. Hey, don't say that.
Yeah, there's a period of time, like 6 months, where they're repeating everything they heard, but they don't realize some of it is off limits for them. You know what I'm saying?
I wonder who in the house was saying that then.
Oh.
Let's go to Disneyland. No, F Mickey Mouse. We ain't going out there. Who got Disneyland money?
Okay, what do you say, Lucius? Time to vote? You want some more?
I'll play this one. It really doesn't count. But this fella right here tracked down his phone at a restaurant, pulled a seat to the middle of the restaurant, stood on top of the seat, and demanded his phone back from somebody in there.
Yo, everybody listen up! I need my phone! Somebody took my phone! I'm gonna find my iPhone, and my phone says it's in this building! Now, if I don't get my phone in 2 minutes, I'm gonna clean the teeth. Set it off in this.
That's phenomenal.
I hope he got his phone, man.
Having the presence of mind to reference Queen Latifah in a rant about his phone. I like that guy.
I'm going to set it off in his beat. What a great movie. I used to watch that. What's it gonna be?
Alrighty, is it Nate Diaz with Dallas authorities? Is the cops getting a D's nuts joke played on him? Something suspicious about the Tampa Rays. F Mickey Mouse. I'm going to vote for the radio rants about the Rays, Chiafalo. That was good stuff to me. How about you?
I like that one quite a bit as well.
Alrighty, Lucius, what do you say?
Yeah, Nate Diaz.
We're at 2-1, boy.
Somebody says Nate Diaz sound like an old man. Tell him that.
Yeah, good luck with that.
And record it, please.
In fact, for that reason, I'm voting for Nate too, buddy.
Okay, we're tied at 2. Jump onto @GBagNation's Twitter account, @GBagNation. Please follow us when you're there. We're going to create an Insta poll, and you'll be able to decide today's G-Bag of the Day champion. Is it Nate Diaz, or is it something suspicious about the Tampa Bay Rays? All right, Krusty's Corner is coming up next, guys. And Brian's favorite analytics guy, Warren Sharp, has what you need to know about the Cowboys schedule coming up next right here. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. I want to chat Men's T Clinic with you, though. Then I'm going to get that Insta pull up, so don't go anywhere. Get to at G-Bag Nation. I want to chat Men's T Clinic with you, though, because if you want to get your edge back, here we are. It's Friday. We've made it for the weekend. If you need the entire weekend to recover instead of going out and doing what you want to do and dominating,
McKinney. Enjoy the Jake's Classic taste while we watch the best team in baseball. And that night, Jake's Game Day will donate 20% of all dinner sales to the Allen cause. Jake's Game Day, 5 to 8, 4150 Eldorado Parkway in McKinney. Jake's Game Day is the move.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet.
Well, thank you, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Insta poll created. You did some voting at G-Bag Nation. We'll get the results of that poll here in just a second. It's time for Krusty's Corner here on 105.3 The Fan. And here's Chiafala with the strength of schedule report.
What an absolute honor on the heels of the schedule being released. Warren Sharp does a nice job looking at it a little bit differently in terms of what's most difficult, strength of schedule, that kind of thing. And through the first 6 weeks of the season, the Cowboys actually have, according to the way he does it, one of the top 10 easiest schedules through the first 6 weeks. So you might be able to come out of the gates and have some good success, and it's all based on what the Vegas win totals are for each team. So instead of looking at what the team did last year and how many games they won, what is Vegas telling you that each team is supposed to do from a win-loss standpoint, and that's what you go off of. And so in the first 6 weeks of the season, you have some teams like the Jets that we'll get to in a second where they have one of the hardest schedules ever to come out of the gates, whereas the Cowboys, they should come out and be sitting in a pretty good place, and then after 6 weeks, boom, it's bye week. You may get to the bye week and sitting at 4-2, 5-1, feeling fantastic.
I think that's important, too, because the negative vibes of losing can really kill momentum and confidence and morale. And you can be done before you get a chance to feast on an easier part of your schedule.
Yeah, there's no doubt. I mean, the Jets certainly have a difficult schedule in the early part, but you're playing them week 2, right? So, I love what Warren Sharp's doing over there, but how much is that really going to affect that game when the Jets are still going to have everything that they're playing for and probably still be healthy at that point?
I have an important announcement. I accidentally posted the poll at Gavin Dawson.
Oh, geez, okay.
So that's my bad, but the Challenger won.
That's weed. The Challenger won. Okay.
The Challenger won there. The D's nuts joke on the cop.
D's nuts.
What?
On the cop.
D's nuts on the cop.
Wow.
Yep.
That was the victor.
That was a funny joke. I think they like the cop's response.
Let's just keep that to ourselves so Nate doesn't hear that. Okay.
Oh yeah, because that's our big goal right now. We don't want to offend Nate. All right, no problem. So it was at Gavin Dawson. You are forgiven.
Yes. Okay,
it is Forgiveness Friday.
Yeah, I mean, look at
good timing.
Looking at these first 6 games, I kind of like what Warren's saying here. I mean, Arizona, not good. New England shouldn't be good. And then you do have some toughies with San Francisco and the Chargers, right? But I think the Cowboys have a good chance here. I agree with him to start off a little hot, get a little sexy heading into the bye.
Yeah. There's nothing better than feeling sexy heading into the bye week, man. Because when you have the bad taste in your mouth and it's 2 weeks of bye week and we're off a loss,
you hate
we're
that.
down in the dumps, and now we're trying to we're trying to change things up here. That's not what you want at that point. Now, you also have the Cowboys being one of the few teams that has 3 straight home games.
Yes.
Only a few teams get the honor of getting to go 3 games in a row at home. That's going to be weeks 12, 13, and 14. So that's Commanders, Seahawks, Eagles. And those are all, and the fact that those are NFC games and more importantly, NFC East games, 3 games in a row late in the year that you're like, all right, we get a 3-game homestand here. That's pretty nice. Most teams don't get that.
Well, and the part of that I love the most is, so Seattle's the Thursday night or a week after Thanksgiving. So you go Thursday night, back to back, but then you get the mini bye a week and a half leading into that Eagles game. And that sets up very nicely, a little bit extra prep, a little bit extra work, and before the gauntlet that is December for the Cowboys, where they've got the Eagles, the Bills, the Dolphins, and then who knows about the Lions. I mean, if I'm in the Brian Broaddus chair, I'm thinking that Lions game, that could be for the top seed in the NFC.
That could be an all the NFC marbles game. There's no question about it. You have by far the toughest schedule. Again, the first 6 weeks is the Jets. They're going to face 4 teams that are projected to win more than 9 games.
Ooh.
So, you're talking about playing against dominant teams, at least what Vegas is projecting to be double-digit win teams, and that's how you're going to come out of the gates there for Aaron Rodgers. So, it is going to be fun. I kind of hope the Jets are respectable and Rodgers is respectable, because we're going to get a ton of them on these primetime games. So hopefully they're not a nightmare situation. I mean, I guess it would be kind of funny to laugh at Aaron Rodgers, but we're going to have to watch a lot of them.
You can take your opportunity to laugh at me now because I have another announcement about the G-Bag of the day.
Hysterical.
It is. It's great. And I just realized what happened too. And I looked right at Gavin. Did
Hysterical.
he get the wrong number? He starts nodding. Yes, we have an issue. We have a pickle.
Okay, so I posted it on the wrong account. I posted the wrong poll. It was actually between Nate Diaz and the suspicious race. So we now restart the voting at G-Bag Nation. Please follow me when you get there. It's definitely it's a Loose Friday vibe.
It's a Friday party, man.
It's definitely a Forgiveness Friday. Unlimited in his incompetence.
Hitting bombs.
That's wonderful, man. Do you think those will be the most egregious mistakes made on the show? We got 4 more hours to make
you
worse
and I
ones.
both know.
I'm on tilt now. It's in my head. This is going to be a disaster.
You got the yips.
Yeah, bro. We got Jason Robertson hanging out with us.
We got the Maharati over here running the
Maharati. Okay, per DraftKings, the Steelers at over 8.5 wins is the most bet win total since last night's schedule release at 8 p.m.
People are loving the Steelers, huh?
Eastern time, that is.
Well,
people are loving the Steelers.
Because 8.5, right? There, they're getting 9. Mike Tomlin doesn't lose.
He's a 9 guy, man. He's a 9 guy. You also have Bears over 7.5, Lions over 9.5, Ravens over 9.5, and Packers over 7.5, rounding out the top 5 most bet teams in terms of win total since the schedule release.
What's our confidence in Jordan Love?
Very low.
You think you can get over 7.5?
I'd go pretty low.
I kind of like 8,
like
9.
Specifically for this season.
I kind of think 8, 9's realistic for them.
Not enough for me to bet the over. I think I'd probably be betting the under on the Packers if I had to make that bet.
To bet the over there.
All right.
That is a roster that has been decaying.
Yeah, it is.
I mean, what do you like about it?
Not much, but I don't know. There's something that's just screaming at me like, you don't like it, which means they'll play better than you think they will.
By the way, the Cowboys are favored according to DraftKings. They're favored in 12 of their 17 games to start. Now, obviously, these lines are going to move a million times before each game, and it'll change. But coming into the season, the Cowboys are favored in 12 of their 17 games. It's
a lot of games to me to be an underdog in, to be honest. Just thinking of how good the Cowboys are, I would expect that to be higher. But then a review of their schedule, it could be really tough.
It's treacherous.
Yeah.
Look, the Morning News put out their win-loss predictions. They had the Cowboys at 9-8.
What?
Really? 9-8.
Now, is that like a composite score?
Yep, that was going through and basically predicting every single game. They had the Eagles sweeping the Cowboys, which I don't think will happen. I think at worst they split both of those games. But
a lot of haters.
They had the Cowboys at 9-8. Yeah, a lot of haters. And in week 2 against the Jets, they had the Cowboys losing that game.
Which one doesn't belong? Kansas City, the Chargers, the Bills, and the Cowboys are all tied at 6 for the most primetime games. Chargers, Chiefs, Bills, and Cowboys. Why do they love it? Is it Herbert?
It's Herbert.
It's just the Herbert effect.
He's a young phenom quarterback that's super. I mean, they're a fun team to watch. They are, but yeah, they're the team of those that you can't rely on.
A lot of star power. They wanted a big shopping spree on the other side of the ball last year. A lot of star power. I think they're trying to invest in Los Angeles a lot. They're trying to build
now.
Second biggest media market, 20 million people.
Makes sense. That's true. That's true. And I don't know if I'm stepping on any NFL News of the Day toes
then
here.
Don't do it.
But if it,
we got that coming up next.
Anything involving Schmalvin Schmuck?
Yes.
Okay, then we will not address that. We will not address that. But overall, I am very excited. Did you guys go and mark win-loss for every game?
I've got us at 10-7.
You got
and that was trying to not have my Cowboy game day thong on. I was trying to be.
Wow, so that's pessimistic. Walchuk giving them 10 games.
Yeah.
10 or 11?
10. 10-7.
Okay. Yeah, I'm going to go 11. I'm going to put the call in for 11 victories for the Cowboys this year.
There's still another minute or so of voting, but I am very confident Nate Diaz is still your G-Bag the Day champion, defeating the analysis of the suspicious Tampa Rays. He just wants to call like he sees it. I mean, you might need a positive drug test or some other kind of evidence, but that bro was ready to rock. He had his hot take and going that day. We got to run, Nation. Rim session coming up at 3:20. Biggest L, biggest dub, 3:40. NFL news of the day is next. Chuck, what kind of a tease do you have for us?
We got a wrench in the Brady to Miami plan, and this former All-Pro wide receiver would unretire to play with Aaron Rodgers. Next on The Fan.
The more you listen, the harder we cry. Cry, 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 cry.
football. KRLD FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go, Hour 2, G-Bag Nation, 105.3 The Fan. Time now for some NFL news of the day. We're a little light today. Broadus is out doing some son stuff. He's doing some dad stuff with young Bennett. And Carter Freeman has some sort of a day off. So salute to Carter and salute to Broadus, and they shall return on Monday.
He's going to go down there and see the championship game for the XFL.
Hell yeah,
he's going to San Antonio.
You know he is.
Carter don't play, man. He's all about that OU, though. Anything that connects from the OU is going to follow.
Really?
Stoops.
Okay, that's the
yeah.
You didn't see him pitching a tent back there yesterday when Stoops was on the line?
Trying to look away the whole time.
Lucius had to get out of the way. That was crazy.
Yeah, almost called HR, man. Put that thing away, bro.
He's like Charles Haley hanging out in the back room of a film session.
You called him yet?
Did you let him call him? Did you let him call Bob?
No, but he got in here as soon as I got ready to call Bob, and he wanted to scream. He told me, he was like, I wanted to scream, "Hey, Bob!" while you were talking to him. I was like, I'm glad you didn't, buddy.
Should have let him ask your question.
Thanks to Carter, and thanks to Bob Stoops for joining us yesterday. It was a really fun conversation. 4 o'clock segment, right? Is that what it was? 4 o'clock
Yes,
yesterday
4
with Bob,
o'clock
if you want to go back
yesterday,
and listen to that. Here's Wolchuk with your NFL news of the day.
Thank you very much. We'll get to a former All-Pros comments about maybe coming out of retirement to join Aaron Rodgers with the Jets here very, very soon. But I do want to start with a glorious text that we just got from the 972. Y'all need Papa Broadus. He's the glue guy. And I think that he would really appreciate you saying that.
Broadus glue guy, man. Absolutely.
He is.
That's one of the highest compliments a player can have in a team sport.
Just a glue guy. Just able to keep it all together. Eric alluded to this in the previous segment, but Diana Rossini of ESPN is reporting that all signs are pointing to the Vikings parting ways with running back Dalvin Cook. We have had uncertainty surrounding Cook's future with the team throughout the entire offseason, and their general manager remained non-committal when he was asked about Dalvin Cook's status a few weeks before the NFL draft and since the NFL draft. It appears they're looking to get rid of Cook and maybe try and shed some of that money to be a little more financially flexible. By cutting him after June 1st, the Vikings will save $9 million against the cap. Now, they will have $8.2 million in dead cap that they can spread throughout the 2023 and 2024 seasons, but it just opens up a little bit more space for them to be flexible. And they like Alexander Madison, who is the backup, but they also drafted UAB's own Dwayne McBride in the 7th round of the NFL draft. So
Danny's son.
Yeah, no doubt. And look, I was a fan of Dwayne McBride. I think where they got him in the 7th round was tremendous value. But if there's teams out there that need a running back, and I don't think it's going to be the Eagles because they already traded for DeAndre Swift.
Oh, I wouldn't put it past old Howie, dude. Just stack him up. Just stack him up. They're all going to be able to play for like 4 or 5 games.
Right, because Swift and Penny can't stay healthy. But Dalvin Cook could be hitting the free agent market here very, very soon.
Well, dude,
fellas.
I mean, that'd be a no-brainer jump on board if you're the Cowboys, in my mind.
He's still only 27 years old. He's been in the NFL for 6 seasons. He's never been over 312 carries, has not even approached 370, 4.5 yards in attempt last year. If the Cowboys could, get him, I'd be shocked. I don't think they'll throw around the kind of money, but it'll be really interesting to see where that market settles for Dalvin Cook. Right?
Yes.
Like what's the NFL going to say here about this guy? They'll try to do a 1-year deal for $8 million or something like that, 2 years and 20 or something. I feel like that's about Dalvin Cook's value.
That makes sense. I don't think anybody was getting over 8 among the free agent running backs right now. And I can understand a team saying, hey, I'm not trading for him, giving you compensation while taking on that massive contract. So you can release him, and then we'll look into maybe signing him. But Dalvin Cook's still a very good football player.
Yeah, I'd be blown away if a team trades for him. So he gets released, and then, how does this market develop? What team feels like at that point in June, a little before training camp, or you're like, hey, are you willing to give him much guaranteed money? I don't know. I mean, you're right, Dawson, to where the only way you get Dalvin Cook in a Cowboys uniform is if he's taking some level of discount.
Yeah, I don't see Dalvin Cook coming to Dallas.
But that'd be a cheap guy that I'd be down to jump in on if it's $5 million or less.
Yeah, $5 million or less. That's a good number. I mean, I love the idea of multiple backs, and if you had Pollard, Cook, and the rookie, and I don't know what would happen at Jones at that point. And now you're looking at a total stable of running backs that could be fresh enough, athletic enough, dominant enough to make up for the fact that you don't have a great offensive line.
No doubt. But they've already spent $10 million on Pollard. You're not spending another $8 million on Dalvin.
Oh no, absolutely
You're
not.
not doing that.
Not spending $8 million. I will be excited to see how much money he gets.
Me too. It'll be interesting. And look, if he ends up being cheaper, then let's do it. Make the call, Steven. I mean, I'm sure that's what they'll be waiting for. Now, we have an interesting development with Tom Brady. He's working towards acquiring a minority stake in the Las Vegas Raiders, as he's working with the bowl cut himself right now, Mark Davis. But ESPN was first to report the news, and the hope is that Brady's ownership of a small stake of the Raiders could be finalized at the NFL's owners' meetings later this month in Minnesota, according to Ian Rappaport. He still would not have any say in football matters, apparently, and it would not conflict with his Fox broadcasting contract, which he said that he is still going to follow through with, despite reports that he's not going to do that. But that's set to become active with the arrival of the 2024 NFL season. But it's interesting, if he goes through and becomes a minority owner of a team, I don't think he's coming back and playing.
Yeah, I wonder if there's any rules against it. I mean, I
would
don't
think that there would be.
But what about the fact that last year with the Dolphins, he was talking about becoming a minority owner
right,
there?
But he was going to play there. So
Yeah.
I think if you're playing for the team in which you own, then that would make some more sense.
So why
But it'd be
wouldn't he go
weird-
play for the Raiders?
Well, there you go. Maybe with the Raiders, but
Yeah.
we were thinking about Miami.
No, that's out.
I don't see him being a minority owner of the Raiders and then going to play for the Dolphins.
That would not happen.
No, I don't see that.
But the
happening
Raiders
either.
may be. I mean, Josh McDaniels and him go way, way back. And Jimmy, that would be so funny if all of a sudden something happens with Jimmy G or they just bench Jimmy G and in comes Tom Brady.
I just don't think the Raiders are good enough, and they're in a division where it's Mahomes. Like, is Brady going to step into a kind of a beaten down Raider, at least defense? Like, their
Defense is
secondary
bad.
and stuff. I don't really
you
know
got
about their
Devontae
offensive
Adams.
line.
Offensive line's average.
If it's a middle of the season injury and the Raiders are much better than we had given credit for, then sure. But I think it takes a special. Like, Miami made some sense because that feels like a roster that is
ready to go,
a healthy quarterback away to do some serious competing.
Yeah, I thought that crazy how that's developing right now, but we'll see what ends up happening there. Now, we have Brandon Marshall, Eric's good buddy from the Super Bowl. Do it the right way. Although we did, Brandon, and you just decided not to show up on our show. But the I Am Athlete podcast, which is very good. Brandon Marshall's talking with the cast, and they ask him about, hey, would you come out of retirement to play for Aaron Rodgers?
Yo, Brandon, if an opportunity came, I guess, to play with the Jets, would you take it?
Yes.
So if Aaron Rodgers calls you and he's like, yo, B, come play with me for the season. Come back to New Jersey. Put on the gang green.
Yes. I'm already ready. I got my jersey.
Is 15 available?
It will be.
Oh,
I'll walk in the building.
This is his audition tape. And go.
Here's why I'll be ready if I get the call to come back as a New York Jet at tight end. We're going to win the Super Bowl. I'm going to be able to contribute at a high level. And this is what I'm going to give you. 45 catches throughout the year, okay? 20 to 30 plays a game. And I'm going to give you 8 touchdowns, Corey, not 4.
My biggest question, my biggest concern, rather, how are you going to do the first time you get hit?
Ooh, that I don't know.
It's been a while since you've been hit.
I'll watch the games now,
Mm-hmm.
and I'll be like, how the hell did I do that?
Right?
Like, and I was a guy that played, like, relentless, fearless. I might get hit the first time and be like, why the hell did I do that?
Nah, better yet, got Von Miller on the edge, and you got to block Von Miller. What you going to do then?
Oh, I got Vaughn.
You got that?
I got Vaughn. I blocked Vaughn. I just got to speed with speed. No, but Von Miller, pause moment coming up here. You ever seen his thighs?
Bruh.
This guy's thighs are like tree
pause.
trunks.
Nah,
Is that a pause moment?
The man put together pause.
No.
He put together.
Oh, my God.
The man put together
Hey,
pause.
so you could say the same thing about Brandon Marshall. That guy's
is.
put together.
He absolutely
He's
is.
got some thighs. He's walking around Radio Row, okay, in February, Hoochie Daddy in it up, and he had every right to. Very impressive.
Oh, absolutely.
I thought he was a pass rusher.
I think this would be fun. I'm kind of, just for funsies, if they end up being on Hard Knocks, Why don't they just invite him to camp and just line him up at tight end just to see, like, even if it's just for some practice,
See what it looks like.
and it ends up just being a bid, right, for the I Am Athlete podcast, whatever it is. It's good content. I think it'd be fun to just watch him line up at tight end and try and block some of these pass rushers, like Will McDonald, their rookie that they just drafted at Iowa State.
Yeah,
gosh, it'd be a fun bit there to see Brandon Marshall out there.
I actually think he could probably hang a little bit.
I wouldn't be surprised.
I mean, not from a blocking standpoint.
No, but as a tight end,
catching
look, he
some
was an
balls, little
outstanding
security
receiver.
blanket.
Yeah.
Hey, if Mercedes Lewis is doing it 100 years old, still catching some balls 8 to 10 yards down the field, why not Brandon Marshall?
I bet he could catch at least 20 balls this year from Aaron Rodgers.
He said 45 and 8 touchdowns.
Yeah, the receiving part wouldn't be a problem. All you got to do is get a linebacker matched up against him.
Yeah.
This guy could produce.
Sure. I guarantee if that's the case, him and Rodgers, we're doing some Brandon Marshall TD Tuesday stuff up in here. He's going to find pay dirt.
Let's get it going.
Excited.
Jalen Carter of the Philadelphia Eagles was apparently driving with a suspended license on the night of that fatal Georgia car crash, according to reports from ESPN yesterday. He previously pled no contest to misdemeanor charges of reckless driving and racing for his reported role in the incident, but they have since found out that his license was suspended. He was sentenced to 12 months probation and a fine of $1,000, ordered to 80 hours of community service, but another layer in the ongoing saga of Jalen Carter.
We're just now finding out he had a suspended license?
We are.
That's interesting.
Maybe they've known about this, but this has just been reported to the news. Because you would think they would know that the night of. But he did flee the scene. So
yeah,
maybe that had a part of it.
Yeah, you hate to root for the downfall of anybody. Hopefully the guy, has a solid pro career. But that's your opportunity where this nightmare of a back-to-back drafts for the Eagles defense could actually develop better for the Cowboys. It does not seem like a guy that is terribly mature or professional, and the Eagles are betting that he'll transition in that age from 21 to 25 that can be, a huge developmental period for people. But if it doesn't work out for him, you're seeing enough signs of immaturity and lack of professionalism. He won't reach his potential.
No,
that's why he went where he did. A lot of teams don't think he will.
It's going to be interesting if he can stay out of his own way. The sky's the limit for Jalen Carter.
Incredible talent.
But now, just being him being an Eagle, it's like I kind of hope things don't work out for you, and then you leave and you have a renaissance later on in your career, maybe when he's matured a little bit.
Yeah. Second chance in the AFC.
Absolutely. Or maybe with the Cowboys or something. They like taking second chances on people. That'd be perfect.
That sounds like a match made in heaven.
I like this idea.
Right up Jerry's alley.
Damn right.
He's counting down the days.
Let's stick with the Eagles. You guys brought up Nick Foles in retirement last week.
Yes.
Well, Philadelphia Inquirer was interviewing Nick Foles, and they asked him about his future. He said, shoot, almost every year of my career, I've almost retired. Every offseason, I think, do I still want to play? Do I still want to keep going? Specifically this last year with everything, God's really been testing my identity in the game because I was able to get rid of it many years ago. It was all about Christ. But after the Super Bowl and different experiences, it starts creeping back in. That's sort of what you're recognized for. But I'm just a man. I'm just a human. And he is pondering retirement right now. As I don't think anybody wants him.
He's really rocking that I am second thing strong.
He is.
And he's been doing that for a number of years. I think it's given him tremendous peace, as far as not managing or not stressing about the day-to-day struggles of being a pro athlete with all the expectations on him. But you go through adversity, and it's hard to maintain that, that sort of mindset, that ideal mindset for dealing with stress because, you're about to get kicked out of the NFL and everything that's been your identity for 20 years is getting thrown right into the forefront. So good luck keeping yourself second. But if anybody can do it, I think it's BDN.
Texas kid, and I do remember him with the Rams considering retirement even before he ended up being the backup and winning the Super Bowl with the Eagles. So he's telling the truth when it comes to he's considered this every single year. I think it is probably time to hang it up for Nick Foles.
Yeah, he's already been to the mountaintop. He got the statue.
And he cashed the bag.
He cashed the bag in a huge way.
He certainly did.
So, I get it. It'd be tough to battle that where, of course, you win the Super Bowl, you get a statue. Now all of a sudden you think, okay, the ego and the football and, okay, it's back to being me. Here we go. That's a tough thing to not let creep into your mind, I would imagine.
I get that. Shout out to Foster Moreau, former Raiders tight end.
God's not going to do him 2 miracles anyway, Chief. I mean, he should appreciate the one that God did for him 7 years ago.
That's a good point.
He
Count his blessings.
He should have hung him up right after that Super Bowl. He absolutely
just
should have.
walk
Thank
away.
you, Jesus.
Yes.
I retire.
All right, I'm done. I made it to the mountaintop. But Foster Moreau, who was battling Hodgkin's lymphoma, he has now been signed to a 3-year, $12 million contract, including $8 million guaranteed by the Saints. Amazing story. He's making a recovery from cancer there for Foster Moreau. It appears Austin Eckler not going to be traded by the Chargers. Also, not going to get a new contract, but Tom Telesco, the Chargers GM, told Rich Eisen on the Rich Eisen show, nothing's changed. The situation is unique. I completely understand that, which is why he kind of allowed them to look and see what he could get on the open market. But we had no intent, no interest of trading him, but fully knowing his situation to go ahead and do it. So I think they're just like, look, Austin, you're going to play for us, and sorry you're not making the money that you deserve, but this is kind of how things work in the NFL.
Let's go.
Mothers, don't let your sons grow up to be running backs.
No, you play another position.
Is there anything else you could do, son?
Play another
Safety?
position.
I mean, it's tough out here to make a living as a running back these days. I've said for many years, they need their own CBA. Like, you should have the option to just be a free agent every year. Like, you can't draft me and hold me for 5 years and be like, okay, your career's done. I have to be able to negotiate a little bit quicker if we're literally going to be done before we're 27 years old at this position.
Yes.
Austin Eckler, training camp holdout, collision course.
Probably, but I don't think it's going to go anywhere for him.
100%.
You
I don't know. Kellen Moore's on that staff. He's like, listen, man, the way we do it, when the running back tries to scare you into not playing.
That wasn't a Kellen Moore thing.
You
That
give
was a
him all
Jerry
the
thing.
bag.
Yeah.
You give him the farm.
Listen, gentlemen, I know we have a rim session coming up. I'm excited to talk association with you, and I know we're sitting here at 3:16. We're already 30 seconds late for break.
What the hell?
But I look up at the clock and I demand 60 seconds on
soccer!
Why? Why do you ask?
It's football, damn it.
A matchup between Barcelona and Real Madrid at AT&T Stadium announced today, July 29th. Highlights a 6-team summer tour of the U.S. for European clubs. Arsenal, Juventus, United, and AC Milan will be here. The match is dubbed the Soccer Champions Tour. Will be comprised of 8 games beginning July 22nd, ending August 2nd. Take place in the market of Dallas, Houston, L.A., Las Vegas, Orlando, and San Francisco. Barcelona, Real Madrid, El Clasico.
Gosh, dang it, dude.
AT&T.
You would be there, but I think we might be, July 29th? You said July 29th?
Yeah.
I think we might be in
We'll be in Oxnard.
Oxnard.
I would assume.
You guys will be in Oxnard.
You're going to stay back? Hey,
we'll hold down the fort.
Actually,
I
we did
doubt
that
it.
last year for the first
Hey,
day.
as long as you got like paint on your face and stuff, and you go shirtless, and you're like one letter of a defensive thing with your boys or something, then I think we could go for this.
You could sign off on that?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. All right, we'll open negotiations on that note. It's time now for a rim sesh. Chief, what kind of subject matter?
People are calling Doc Rivers the Michael Jordan of something that is probably going to be disappointing to Doc when he hears it. And the NBA is ushering in the extender just in the nicks of time. That's next.
All right, my friends at D&M Leasing want you to know they won big awards this year, once again, for exceeding customer expectations.
another 17 years. It's not always in the budget to replace your old unit. So at Elmer's, we specialize in repairing old units as well to keep them going as long as you need it. That's part of who we are.
Online at callelmers.com.
Welcome back, Nation. Hope you're having a great day. Happy Mother's Day weekend, by the way. You're going to want to swing by Kroger's or, florist near you, but we recommend Kroger's. They're big in our hearts today. And get probably a little cake, a little chocolate, little flower assortment, and she'll be one happy lady. That's just going to get you started. I'd also recommend breakfast in bed, and probably, if you can do it, a homemade dinner, but maybe take her out to dinner. Maybe take her out to lunch.
That's bold. Breakfast in bed. I'm sure my wife will be up for cooking for me, but that's going to be a tough ask.
Maybe she's up for a breakfast in bed of a different kind.
Golly. I'm sure my wife will be up for cooking for me, of course, on Mother's Day.
If she's down to dial up the breakfast in bed for me, then that's going to be awesome.
You sly dog, Chiafalo. Segment here is brought to you by the Frankels. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. Consultations always free. Truckwreck.com. Here's Wolchuk with some breaking NFL news.
He put a sausage index finger
We
up
do
in
have
the
it.
air.
We do have it. And you knew where we were going with this, Gavin. Dan Snyder is officially selling the Commanders to Josh Harris.
Dang it.
The nightmare is over in Washington. There's a press release out that the Commanders and Josh Harris enter into a purchase and sale agreement, as the Washington Commanders, in a partnership led by Josh Harris, have entered into a purchase and sale agreement. It was jointly announced today. The purchase and sale agreement calls for Harris and partners to acquire the Commanders from the Snyder family, and the agreement is subject to NFL approval, as well as the satisfaction of customary closing conditions.
It's just a matter of time now before there's 4 professional outfits back in this division. So it is kind of a sad day, but congrats to all the employees and the victims there of that. At least this, will give you some gratification, I believe, that you were right and you're at least important enough that he got chased out. Now, he is fighting to limit the release of the scope of all of the infractions.
Of course,
and if he gets away with that, I'll be livid. And I wouldn't bet against him keeping it out of the news. Here's Chiafalo with a rim sesh.
Yeah, my wife just texted me. She heard that breakfast in bed line. So,
and what'd she say? Go bleep yourself.
Yeah, this will be the only rim sesh for me today, boys. We cut the lights out. We put the kids down for that afternoon snoozer. The G-Bag Nation's going all 56 inches around that rim.
Let it rain! Rain dance!
Rain dance.
I gotta join here, man. I've been saving for a special occasion.
It's always a special occasion when we have an NBA fine that I believe is the first of its kind. We will get to that here in just a moment, but we have to point and laugh at a couple of people, and then we'll get to the extender as well. Gosh, so much good stuff in here.
The extender.
Should we just make fun of Devin Booker? I almost called him Dylan Brooks because they remind me so much of each other.
Dylan, you son of a bitch.
Devin Booker pulled a Dylan Brooks last night, if you will, because he dodged the media after that embarrassing season-ending loss back-to-back years. Last year, the Mavs broke the Suns. They found a way to put it back together Kevin Durant style, only to end up down 30 at halftime, facing elimination once again. At home, nonetheless. Yeah. I mean, it's just almost a year to the day. 2 of the largest postseason halftime deficits in the franchise's history go down.
There have been rumors that Devin Booker is an elite superstar. I got him as a 3rd-tier star. I think you have the best 5 players in the game. Then you have a couple of guys, including Jason Tatum, and then Devin Booker is in the 3rd tier. So I'm not surprised that in the game's biggest moments, he does not have what it takes to excel. It's no indictment on him. I think you need better players. He's an awesome player. He's just not the elite of the elite.
Is he he's a number 2 on a championship team?
I think so.
Yeah. I agree with that 100%. I think that was very well put.
Well, Devin Booker now averaging 14 points on 38% from the field and 7% from the 3-point line in 40 minutes while going winless 0 for 3 and minus 83 in playoff elimination games. So he's averaging 14 points on sub 40% from the field, sub 10% from the 3-point line in elimination games. And it's crazy because a few days ago we're talking about Devin Booker being it's like who's been the best player in the playoffs at this point? Has it been Devin Booker? Has it been Jimmy Butler? At this point, you can throw in Nikola Jokic for sure.
He was huge in games 3 and 4.
Yeah, I mean he's put up some ridiculous games. It's super efficient as well. But now this is when the narrative starts to take over, and it's like, can you overcome the narrative? And some guys definitely can. We'll see. But now in elimination games moving forward, where everybody's just going to be pointing their own personal sausage index finger at the fact that he's 0 for 3 in those elimination games, and he's giving you 14 points on disgusting efficiency.
Yep.
7% from the 3-point line. I didn't misquote. 7%.
7%.
His plus minus 83 in those games.
Putting
Not
this
good. Not good.
straight at him, pointing right at you, Devin.
So Devin Booker's the Michael Jordan at sucking in elimination games.
I think Luka got in his head last year.
You might be onto something. Luka was out of his head for a good chunk of the playoffs, but Luka came right back in there last night.
Let's
That
go.
is for sure.
You're a bleep hole, Devin Booker.
And then you also have the Doc Rivers stuff
Yeah, what's
because
up with that?
Philadelphia botched it last night. And it's always fun it's fun. Either way, it's a win-win. You get to either watch Celtics fans, just with sadness on their faces, or Sixers fans. So, for guys like us, it's kind of a win-win series no matter what.
I never felt like I would probably pull for Miami, but I think they're probably the least dislikable fan base that's remaining there. Because Miami's so
In the
fair
East.
weather over there in the East.
Oh, because it's definitely not going to be the Knicks.
It's the Knicks, it's Boston and Philly. And Miami really only shows up when they're good.
I think that's
a
actually
good point.
From a fan base standpoint, I think you just convinced me, Walchuk. Now, I do feel bad for Doc Rivers because he's being called the Michael Jordan of sucking in elimination games as well. Or just blowing series leads more than anything. He has an NBA record 32 losses now in series clinching games. In series, what are you not laughing out loud about over there?
It's nothing. I'll talk to you about it.
You
all
said he
fair.
was the Michael Jordan of sucking.
And
He's good at blowing leads.
He's good at blowing leads.
Wow.
It caught us off guard, bro. I'm sorry.
Yeah, caught me off guard there, hearing it back.
Yeah.
You ever hear
I
what
was
you
gonna
say
let it
sometimes?
just marinate, and then we'd go back and maybe pull the tape.
I was like, where's the bad part?
Yeah. Where's the bad part?
Well, Doc Rivers is he's definitely a laughing stock right now. Doc Rivers' last 9 games that were games to make it to the conference finals. Going back to 2015, you're talking about loss, and Game 6, 2023, loss as well. So pressure's on in a big way. And I mean, you had Joel Embiid after the game yesterday for Philadelphia saying like, dude, I didn't get the ball for the final 4 minutes of the game. When you were looking in that fourth quarter, and they scored like 86 points or whatever. It was an epic level disaster meltdown at home with a chance to move on to the conference finals. And they just, in the fourth quarter, they collapsed in a huge way.
That's crazy, but, especially for Doc Rivers, one of probably the top 5 respected coaches of his era, to be so bad, to be on such a horrible run.
Yeah.
Obviously the numbers were good when he was with Boston, and I thought they were going to be outstanding when he was with the Clippers. And now with the 76ers, he's had some great players. He's had players that can create matchup nightmares for the opposition. Hadn't been able to close.
So you guys are not familiar with the extender, but it is official. Adam Silver has called in the extender for Game 6 in Miami.
He's a ref.
You guys will know him as Scott Foster.
Okay. Ooh, legend.
The F in Foster stands for effing up games.
Probably responsible for $200 million of revenue.
He's CP3's nemesis, right?
He's CP3's nemesis, and apparently the Miami Heat's nemesis as well, because obviously the NBA is going to want Game 7 Madison Square Garden Knicks situation. And so in order to get that, you need the extender to come in and extend this series tonight in Miami and make it 0 for 11 is what it will make it, because right now the Heat have lost 10 straight games with Scott Foster officiating going back to last season. So the internet conspiracy theorists are already on the, hey, just like we keep seeing the Lakers at the free throw line, we're about to see the Knicks at least for a Game 7, and then I don't know if they can overcome it.
There's been a lot of runs like this. I think for the Mavs it was Danny Crawford during their championship run, and it's interesting, once it gets to this level of awareness, they often break. You can have 23 in a row, 10 in a row, 15 in a row. Like, something happens where the official knows it And they're talking about it nationally, and he approaches it with a different mindset.
So this isn't the extender game. This is a change the narrative
It could be. The NBA might be thinking extender.
Wow.
They were trying to slyly send Foster
Right.
to do what he does, but now Foster is aware of why he's there. You know,
now he's going to just go ahead and do the opposite.
Yeah.
Bleep you, NBA.
It is amazing how humans will change their behavior based on just the knowledge they're being observed. Right? And that's what you're looking at right here.
Totally, man.
Yeah.
Absolutely. You're comfortable
Are we
doing
being
something.
observed?
It's all eyes.
Okay.
Like remember when we did the putting thing? I was just going ball hole, ball hole, ball hole. Here comes Carter with the camera.
Hold on.
Eyes on me. Ball not hole. Did you know? Here we go again.
Don't have
style.
that problem in the bedroom.
No, I don't
or the
think we
restroom.
do.
Yeah, or the restroom. Jeez, Dawson, get it together.
Good Lord.
76ers. Just to like put into context how bad it was for the Sixers in the fourth quarter last night, though. Sixers shot 0 for 6 in clutch time, tied for the most attempts without a make in clutch time, with a chance to clinch a series over the last 25 postseasons. It really was a legendary fiasco in Philadelphia last night. So we'll get a game 7.
Boston win game 7. I think Miami does win tonight. I don't think that's going 7.
Okay, so despite the extender.
I don't think the Knicks are good enough. I think Jalen Brunson just went ahead and gave it all he could in game 5.
I have some great sound of a rookie NBA player being fined for a reason that I don't think's ever happened before, at least not to my knowledge.
This is a great story.
And it sounds like it's a big L, so we'll do it on the other side. Dawson.
Okay.
How about that?
Oh, look at this. What a tease. Is that back-to-back from these nosebleed guys? There's a reason at one point they were the fastest growing evening sports radio show in America.
It's on record.
They've joined the G-Bag Nation. Radio pros right here. Biggest L, biggest dub coming up next year on 105.3 The Fan. Gotta chat Frankles with you, though, before we do anything else, because if you're hurt in an accident and it's not your fault, you're going to love
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet.
Well, thank you, Lucius, and thanks to everybody for making this part of your day here on a Friday. We'll talk some Cowboys coming up at 4 o'clock. Time now, biggest L, biggest dub. Here's the Chief.
Yes, sir. 877-881-1053. Where have you taken some L's this week? More importantly, where have you gotten those personal victories? Let's party.
Oh, yeah. Now listen here. It's time to toss things over to that silly twit, Eric Chiafalo, to give us this week's L takers and dub makers. On and off the field, no one is safe from this imbecile's tongue. It's biggest L, biggest dub.
Walchuk just informed me that we got a big dub thanks to Tate Skaggs and DJ Rocket on the Twitters. Today is the official 1-year anniversary that we joined the nation.
Congratulations, John.
Wow, it's amazing.
Been an epic first year.
I hope that PTI today, Michael Wilbon and Tony Kornheiser do a happy Annie to the G-Bag Nation and us joining them 1 year ago today.
I put in a submission just now.
Good.
So I'm hoping that they see it in time for their broadcast.
What's up, G-Bag Nation?
And as I'm fond of occasionally saying, this is what we called a rebuilding year in the G-Bag Nation.
That's right. That's right. Now, we have some really good L's this week. We'll get to the biggest one, but here is Christian Braun. He's a rookie NBA player for the Denver Nuggets, and we were actually talking about Stan Kroenke owning the Nuggets just the other day. And listen to the story about how the rookie player, Christian Braun, as he tells it himself, got fined originally $15,000. Imagine he walks into his locker and he sees at the facility there's $15,000 fine sitting in his chair. And so he's freaking out. Here's the story on why he got fined.
$15,000. Like I haven't even got a paycheck. Like, what do you mean $15,000? I call like our person, her name's Morgan. I'm like, Morgan, 15,000? Like that's not gonna work. Like, we're not gonna do this. And obviously with some more colorful language, like, no chance, basically. Like, no, you're not getting my money. And she's like, what do you mean we're not getting your money? It comes straight out. Like, you don't even see that money. And so now I'm like, no, there's no way you're not taking $15,000 from me, and I haven't even got a single check yet. But turns out she was very nice, and this is why. So I parked in the 3 spots I parked in are Mr. Cronky, which is our owner. Okay. I park in he has 3 spots. Not only did I park in his spot, I parked in all 3 of them sideways.
What?
So it's $5,000 for each of those executive spots, and then or whatever owner spots. So I get $15,000 on my chair, and I'm like, Morgan, I'm not paying $15,000. So she was nice, and I was like, look, there's nobody, not a single person at the arena. My car's still on. I was there for 2.5 minutes, and they just caught me on the camera, and they looked up whose car it was, and it was mine. So they came in, put the fine sheet. She ended up getting it down to $2,500, which obviously the difference between that and $15,000 when you have never been paid yet is great, but you don't even see the money. Like, it just comes straight out of your account.
Okay, Morgan's the real MVP here, obviously, getting that thing from 15 Gbos to 2,500. But how about that parking in the owner's parking spots, plural? He's got
all
3
3
next
of
to
them?
each other.
That's
Not
amazing.
sure why you need more than 1 parking spot at a time. I guess for your guests, you want to make sure that when Stan's bringing, some guests over to the facility.
Yeah.
There's no one at the arena. I mean, that gal is a hero, but Stan should be embarrassed about this. Nobody's at the arena.
And they go, they check the tape on it. It wasn't even like someone. It's like we got you from the eye in the
Does this
sky.
guy actually
don't
play
lie.
for the team, or what's the deal?
I would still
What's
feel
this
like
idiot
I'd
doing?
still feel like hitting Stan. I would if I'm Mr. Braun here. I'm like, dude, I dare you to trade me. Before I leave this organization, you're going to see me in that parking lot. I'm going to be in your parking spot looking for my 25 hundo still.
Yeah, because Cronky.
Screw you. Nobody's here.
This is how you become the wealthiest dude amongst billionaires. Because Cronky he's cashing in at every turn.
He's flaunting how many parking spots you have.
2 minutes in my spot is going to be 5 Gbos.
This guy is Mr. Marry a Walmart heiress,
right?
And then take that Walmart dough to buy up sports teams. He's living the dream. Okay,
Oh, for
you don't
sure.
you don't need to be stealing 25 hundo or 15K from rookies.
Agreed. But that's just fine. I've never seen that
Take a
before.
look around.
Never seen that before.
Talk
in any
about a
sport.
sugar mama and making the most of it, man.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, that's true.
If there are any Walton
shout out
ladies
to
out there,
Stan.
I can make your dreams come true. All I need is Manchester United. I got a daughter. You can take my daughter. You know, Walton.
A Walton fortune. All right, let's see here. We got the 214. My dub is proposing to the girlfriend tomorrow. Apparently, his work buddy is going to be a little bit jealous of that, which is a small L to take. But he's proposing to the girlfriend tomorrow. He's calling it a dub already, which means he's done the thing that you should do if you're proposing, which is already know that you're getting the yes.
Absolutely. I hope she's not listening to this right now, because that would be a little bit of a spoiler.
Well, I didn't say any names. No names were said. Just 214. Okay, just 214.
It was Daniel and Forney, right? No,
it was not. It was
Daniel,
not
you're
Daniel
a 469.
and
You're a legendary Tolo.
Okay, we have a big dub for USC basketball. It started with Bronny James, but they're also going to have the #1 overall recruit for 2023 as well.
Ooh.
And then on top of it, how about this for a super team? Dennis Rodman Jr. is coming
Let's
to
go.
town.
Yeah.
USC is about to be the funnest college basketball experience. I mean, think about it. We get Colorado Buffs with Dion and like this excitement for the college football in the Pac-12, and then you're going to get the same thing with USC in basketball.
Hell yeah.
Shout out to Dennis's kids, man. He's got some incredible athletes. Trinity Rodman dominated soccer.
Oh, absolutely.
Now his kid's about to go dominate basketball.
Is he, you think maybe can be better than Pops?
I don't know. I haven't watched the kid play. I don't even know if he's a high recruit or what kind of a player he is.
He's transferring from somewhere. I need to see where he's transferring from. He's already been in college basketball, but I'm assuming like that's the effect. Like you get the #1 overall recruit, and then you get
the Bronny effect.
You get the Bronny, and then now you're going to get transfer portal guys saying, "Boom, that's the place to be, dude." You're going to get all eyeballs on you if you're playing for USC this
I wonder
next
if they
year.
can get Caitlin Clark to transfer.
So some people would be advocating for that.
I am.
She would. They actually would be.
She can hoop.
It wouldn't be fair at that point.
No, it wouldn't.
Would not be fair.
You're cutting down the nets.
Yeah, well, no question about it. Well, I wonder what the new tradition is going to be now that Jim Nance's tie is no longer available.
Well, and a good question
for the
here,
best player.
just to throw it back to the other previous big dub, 817, why is the work buddy jealous that he's proposing to his girlfriend? Is he in love with the best friend or also with the girl that he's proposing to?
Yeah, see, okay, so I'll just read it, and you guys tell me what you think.
Work husband?
214.
Work husband.
My,
Taking an L.
my dub is I'm proposing to my girlfriend tomorrow. The L is my work partner is jealous because he wants me for himself.
Got it.
So that's what it is.
But now I was open to sharing you, Eric, with Marion.
It's a good bit. It's true. That is true. Walchuk acquiesced. He was like, all right, that's fine.
Like, this is a throuple now. No big deal.
It's all good.
She's pretty hot.
Yeah.
I bet it made her day to find out she was worthy. She passed the Wolchuk test.
Yeah, man. She's fired up about that. I wonder how fired up Jimmy Graham was when he took the L of getting hit by a car while training to sail around the world. Did you guys see this from AJ Hawk? He was on the Pat McAfee show. He says Jimmy Graham is actually training to sail around the world right now. He was riding his bike down in Miami yesterday, got taken out by a car, but he said he did more damage to the car. So I guess that's an L for the car and for Jimmy Graham. Anytime you get hit by a car, really no matter what happens after that, you deserve an L.
So was the sailboat on a road or was the car in the lake?
So I think what he's doing is he's using the bike.
He's riding a bike.
He's riding a bike in an effort to get in shape to be able to sail. Like I think the biking is the
cardio to get you there.
Yeah, the cardio.
Yeah, okay.
I don't know how much sailing cardio is needed or whatever, but
Hey, I do the row machine every other day downstairs on the second floor. Let me tell you, that row machine will kick that behind.
It will.
It gets the core initiated, the back initiated. You're doing cardio. You got your chest, your arms, your legs.
Yeah.
You are on fire when it's over with.
it's the ultimate full body cardio, I would say. No doubt about that.
Hey, I got a dub for you too.
Please.
And it's an update. Remember about 5 or 6 months ago where I lost a bottle of liquor in my house?
Yes.
I hid it from everyone in my house and I ended up hiding it from myself.
Yeah.
I found that joke.
Nice.
Where was it?
I found that VSOP, that Remy Martin. I did. I found it.
That is beautiful.
My logic told me where it was. See, I hid it. You know, you hide things where people are not going to look, right?
Yes.
I hid it in the back of the freezer.
Ooh.
I said, she doesn't go back there and cook that much.
Oh.
And then I was back there digging for something to cook, and I was like, well, I'm in jail.
There it is.
There it is.
Hey, but good on you because maybe it was going to take you a while to find it, but when you did find it, it was going to be in perfect condition.
Bro, it was
to
so
be used.
cold.
Yes.
It was froze. Oh, my gosh.
Phenomenal, dude.
Yeah, fire. VSOP, man.
That's a big dub.
I was humming.
That's the biggest dub of the week right there. It's like finding the $5 bill in the pants or whatever that you weren't expecting.
When you don't want to do the wash and you find a 20, you're like,
Gosh, that's awesome. Congratulations, Lucius. Congratulations also to the 405. Big dub. Finished third semester of RN school. Externship in the ICU this summer. Graduate in December, baby.
Congratulations.
Dude, that's freaking awesome, man. Congratulations to you. But the biggest L of the week, of course, is still it's our guy, Bo Jackson. Man, we talked about this earlier in the week, more at length. But if you're just hearing this for the first time, Bo Jackson has been living with a health nightmare for the last year. Chronic hiccups. He can't stop hiccuping. And so he's about to have to resort to surgery, but he told the entire world that he sniffed the rear end of a porcupine because he was told that could potentially remove the symptoms of the chronic hiccups.
And it didn't work.
This is a full on at every level an L. He's got the incurable hiccups. He does the sniffing of the rear end. It doesn't work. And then he tells America.
By the way, you'll try anything if you trying to get rid of hiccups.
I think so.
Especially for that long, you'll try anything.
Yeah. He said he's had people scare him randomly. He's like, dude, just come scare me, please. Let's make it happen. I don't care what you do.
Nothing's working.
Promise I won't whoop you. As soon as Bo Jackson should have been the best running back of all time. Shattered his hip pretty much, popped it out of socket, did massive damage.
Doing too much with two sports. You got to focus on one.
That's right.
Yeah.
He was an all-star in both sports. You can't do too much.
Incredible. Open an all-star game with a home run.
Yeah, come on, bro.
That's so cool, dude.
Amazing.
Guy was next level.
I'm going to ask Linda Cohn if she would go that far as to smell the rear end of a porcupine if she was stuck with the year-long chronic hiccups.
I think that's a good question for her. Let's maybe save it for the end.
I was going to come out of the gates.
I'll lick up a porcupine's behind to get rid of them hiccups.
Yeah. Oh, dude, the porcupine.
Well, thank you, sir. Biggest L, biggest dub every Friday here in the G-Bag Nation. It's time for Cowboys Chatter. Okay. And the topic is we have Pro Football Focus rankings. And how good is the roster? They come in exactly where you could predict coming up next year in the G-Bag Nation. I got to chat Twin Peaks with you, though, because we have big doings going on at Twin Peaks. Cool moms love the lodge. Celebrate Mother's Day with Twin Peaks in store. Sweet deals on some of our favorites.
105.3 The Fan.
It's hour 3 of the nation. And coming up at about 5:20 today, Eric Nadell's going to join us, and Linda Cohn from ESPN is going to join you coming up at 6 o'clock. She's a big hockey expert, hockey fan, and she's going to talk with us about the Stars, their big dub, and where the Stanley Cup goes from here. All right, it's time for some C-Note, Cowboys news of the evening. General at your service. Broadus is out today. He's doing dad stuff with Bennett. Lucius Alexander's in the Pimp Cup over there, Master Control. Wolchuk and Chiafalo are present. Carter Freeman is not. He is off today, and he shall return on Monday. So I hope everybody's having a nice little Friday. A lot of people having a good time on social media today, like our friend from the 214. My mouth is watering thinking about Janelle Monáe. LA, check your timeline.
Yeah. Shout out to her.
Wolchuk broke that Monáe news to me seconds before the microphones turned on before Crosstalk earlier, and that was eye-opening.
One of the most desirable actresses in Hollywood. She's got a movie coming up about desire and pleasure, and I think it's part of like a grassroots marketing campaign for the movie.
It's the rollout. We call it the rollout.
Yeah. So she's dancing and having a good time at like a smaller private party, maybe doing some karaoke. And the next thing you know, she lifts up her shirt and just starts,
wham, wham. Things were just swinging and banging, bro.
I didn't even know about it.
Tell you what, I would have bought a few albums if I would have known that was happening a long time ago. Take them damn tuxedos and stuff off, girl. What you trying to do?
She's got a great voice, huh?
Yeah.
I love listening to her.
It was a motorboat invitation for the ages.
Hilarious.
Hell yes, it was.
So, yes. So that's out there, and that's probably the biggest thing on social media today, just overall.
Those are the biggest things.
No doubt, dude. Yeah, she's a blessed lady.
Great pair.
You know, I think I'd show them off all the time if the things were situated like that. You wouldn't find me with a shirt on.
Wolchuk used to. He's lost him now. There was a time he would have given Janelle a run for her money on Twitter
What a time
today.
to be alive.
Go pick for pick.
We got a Cowboy headline here. How pre-draft training gives insight into Cowboys rookie trio's physical mental makeup. And this is Michael Gelkin in the Morning News. And some interesting things about these 3 players who worked out at the Exos facility in Phoenix. They were 3 of the 44, and the Cowboys took them. So maybe this is a hot spot where the Cowboys are looking, or maybe it's just a coincidence that there were so many guys that the Cowboys were interested in training at Exos in Phoenix, Arizona. The group featured 7 future first-round picks, so it's a pretty good cross-section of different kind of dudes working out. As part of the training, though, the men performed squats at a lighter and heavier weight on a Kaiser Power squat machine. It sounds powerful. But their movements were translated into a score that represents lower body explosiveness. And something that we learned about, from Jerry when he talked about Emmitt Smith is Jerry's a huge fan of lower body explosiveness.
Yes. Yeah.
Anyway, the deal turned out to be that linebacker DeMarvion Overshone, Cowboys' 3rd-round pick, nose tackle Mozzie Smith, their 1st-rounder, and cornerback Eric Scott Jr. were numbers 1, 3, and 4 on this bad boy.
Wow.
Doing massive work. DeMarvion's number 1. Mozzie Smith was 2nd, and then Eric Scott Jr., the 6th-round corner, was 4th at 505 pounds score. So that is insane to be a corner and be doing as much explosive athletic work as linebackers and defensive tackles. But there's no doubt they targeted explosive athleticism, at least with those picks, Wolchuk.
Absolutely. And with Eric Scott, a lot of people were, oh my gosh, you ran a 4.7 40. Well, he did that. He was hurt when he ran it. So, I mean, this guy is an explosive athlete, and you can tell when you watch him play. This might be the 2nd year in a row. The Cowboys hit an absolute gem on day 3 with Deron Bland. I don't want to set the expectations too high, but Eric Scott's going to be a fun watch when we get out there to Oxnard at camp.
Yeah, the coaches in the article were talking about that 4.7 that he did at the pro day, and apparently he had a tight quad.
Yes.
They said based on the metrics that he's putting up and some of the splits, he should be running more like a 4.4 or maybe even better.
Yeah,
a 40 time. And maybe the 40 is why he slipped a few extra rounds?
Probably, and also maybe the conference in which he played in. But the Cowboys were very interested. In fact, they ended up, I believe, having a FaceTime or Zoom type call with him afterwards, and I think he ran it again for them and reportedly clocked in the 4 threes.
I like the idea of it being a FaceTime.
I think FaceTime's better.
That would tell me he's an iPhone guy.
Not
that
an
would
Android
tell me,
user.
That would tell me he's welcome to be a Cowboy.
Okay. All right. If the number is higher, says one of the coaches here, Keegan Ross, a performance specialist, that means they can move more weight with speed relative to somebody else. So is this your ability to not only move with speed, but to move weight while you're doing it?
Mm-hmm.
Explosive strength, not just like raw quickness. It'd be interesting to see where Kevontae Turpin or some of these smaller guys, what they could do. Because if you're a smaller guy that can really move weight, that's special athleticism. Mozzie, DeMarvion, Eric can all move a lot of weight and speed despite their body weight. Very explosive. Another thing we saw in the piece, Mozzie, not only a team captain at Michigan, but the story says the guys at Exos, the coaches, were saying that he was a leader in the workouts. And there were 4 first-round defensive linemen in the group, all very competitive. But he was kind of the leader that brought all those guys together, kept them on the same page, and kept things light and fun in that group that was full of some pretty intense dudes. It can get quiet, it can get awkward, it can get competitive. I mean, you're fighting over the same pool of millions of dollars, but Mozzie, that's just another setting where his leadership traits really rose to the top. And, I wouldn't draft guys based on just leadership traits, but if I get it too, I'm stoked.
Right, and it did seem as though getting to interview, and thank you to DallasCowboys.com for allowing us to talk with those guys after they get drafted. And all of them were high character individuals, the Cowboys. So it ended up just being a perfect blend of, freak athletes, clearly guys that they liked a lot, but also very high character. And Mozzie is. I mean, we got to have him on G-Bag on the Friday right after the draft, and he is a certain personality.
Of course, Garrett had what he called the RKGs, the right kind of guys, and then S-heads. And, occasionally,
you need a couple of S-heads.
I think he overdid it.
Yeah.
I think he way overdid it. And, so I'm not looking to draft a team of all super high character guys either. I want it. And if the athletic traits match that, then I'm totally thrilled. Okay. How insane is this theory of mine?
Pretty insane.
I brought it up a few times. I don't know if it's the most insane theory that I've ever come up with, but it might be in contention.
Ooh.
I wanted to give it a minute here. Put it out on the truckwreck.com fan text or on your Twitter or your YouTube and your Twitch chat. Is it possible that Jerry Jones, who hates losing deals and negotiations, got bullied by Dak's agent so much that he's setting up Dak to have an inefficient year so they can negotiate from a position of strength? I don't know. Maybe it's my conspiratorial mind, and maybe it's getting the best of me again. But I'm looking for a reason why they wouldn't make the offensive line better. And it makes no freaking sense to me. The offensive line might be worse than last year. You're doing everything else to build. They got safeties and defensive tackles now, and they say, oh well, you have to be able as a quarterback to be able to play without a good offensive line. Really, because the Eagles and Niners don't think so. The Rams didn't think so when they won the Super Bowl. I don't think the Chiefs think so. They lost their good offensive line. They're like, what Patrick effing Mahomes needs is another great offensive line. Let's build it. And the Cowboys did have good offensive lines for a pretty good period of time. I'd call it about 5 years, 14 to 19. They had Connor Williams, and he wasn't great, but he could at least hold the fort down. And when Lyle Collins was playing well at right tackle, Zach Martin was in his prime. Tyron Smith was still pretty healthy. It kind of hung together, but it's never been as good as it was in 2016. And in 2016, Dak's ability to make plays without basically any threat of an interception jumped off the screen. He could make a ham sandwich back there. And I'm like, what makes you think that Dak is going to elevate a bad offensive line? They don't even ask Patrick Mahomes to do it. So I'm sitting here scratching my head going, why else could they be doing this? And I'm just wondering, you went into this offseason saying, we could have a deal with Dak any day. We could wake up and the deal's done. The agents wanted nothing to do with that. They never got close. They didn't even talk about it. They never got to negotiating a contract. So whatever offer the Cowboys were giving out there was offensive to Dak and his team, or at least a non-starter. It was such a non-starter, it never got off the ground. Even the feelers that they were putting out was like, no, we're not doing this. So if you're Jerry Jones and you have all your Super Bowls and your billions of dollars in your gold jacket, but damn it, you love winning deals, negotiating is what gets you going. could you have said, wow, this guy, you put him under pressure, and we can blame it on the receivers, but you put Dak under pressure, and the efficiency drops below Pro Bowl level. It doesn't really even drop below All-Pro. It's like, he's pretty good, but look at all these stats. We got lots of yards, but I think the turnovers skyrocket, the ability to be good teams skyrocket, and my issue is I think they want to win so bad that they would be like, well, to hell with this. We're not going another year without a great offensive line. But maybe the pain of losing that negotiation is just enough for them to say, we got a good team. Screw Dak. We ain't giving him everything. Let's give him a bad offensive line. And if he tries to play hardball with us next year, we'll put out the word that he's led the league in interception percentage back-to-back years. Oh, and let's do this. Let's give him a new offense to learn. How about that? He doesn't like the new offense. Oh, well, that's too bad. Our head coach is going with this offense. There's a lot of things that have happened. Kellen Moore's gone. They're making it less Dak friendly, I think, in some ways. They gave him Brandon Cooks. Okay, cool. They took away his top tight end. That's a guy Dak loved. He's gone. Lyle Collins is gone. How much are they really in his corner? So I don't know. There's 3 minutes of inside my conspiratorial mind. 972 says, drop that knowledge bomb, Lucius. 940 says, tinfoil hat time. 817, you're an idiot.
I brought my hat today. Thank God. I don't think you're an idiot. I just think your third eye's open. And I can't get mine to open up on that one just yet, but I do respect and appreciate the theory. I think they look at their offensive line and their whole team different than we do. And I know that Philadelphia's got that dominant offensive line, but outside of them, I think there's 31 cities talking about their team and thinking about the offensive line being certainly not a strength, maybe not all the way to a weakness, but it's across the board. Everybody's got some questions on their offensive line. San Francisco, they just lost their right tackle, Mike McGlinchey. They didn't think he was worth it. Okay, fine. Who'd you replace him with? You replaced him with a guy named Colton McKivitz. I know nothing about him.
Exactly.
But they got Jake Brendel. I know something about him. He was not good in previous stops. He's their starting center. They have Trent Williams and a bunch of nobodies. And it's funny because Mike Clay, who is works for ESPN, he does analytics stuff, he does fantasy stuff. He put out his 32 offensive lines. He had Dallas ranked as 6th. And I don't know that that's as much of a like paying respect to Dallas, or if it's just that's the state of offensive lines in the league right now. Their offensive line's not great, but I think they're wanting to build this team with they're building a defensive first team right now. That's very, very clear. So that might say something about your quarterback as well, but they're trying to win with defense.
Will McClay told us, he said, look, you can't have first-round linemen across the board. And it's true. And the Cowboys need to figure out a way to find serviceable linemen without just having to throw first-round picks at it all the time.
Yeah.
The Eagles don't have that, right? The Eagles have Lane Johnson, but who else was a first-round pick along that offensive line? The Cowboys have not had success other than Tyler Biadasz, who I do think is improving and is a good center in the NFL. I think he's a top 10 center now in the league. I think Tyler Smith should get better. I think Steele's better than you think of him. And Zach Martin still is a Hall of Famer on the right side. Now, you have a gaping hole at left guard. What's going to happen there? But I don't think this line is as bad as you do. I do think that Dak is better, of course, with a good offensive line. Every quarterback would be. But
he's not good enough to take you where you want to go with that
Dak,
offensive line.
No, but I think he's good enough with this offensive line. I think they're good. I don't think they're great. I think we were spoiled, and I don't think that line's ever going to be as good as it was in 2016.
How are you going to start running the football? They're 23rd in yards per attempt.
Well, I mean, I think that you drafted a blocking tight end for that reason, right? And Schoonmaker.
And you were very obvious of when you were running the football. Kellen Moore, no one loved to run on early downs more
Schematic
than him.
Changes.
Defenses knew it.
Now you actually have a blocking tight end for big personnel packages.
The better explanation was it Occam's razor or Occam's something is that, the easiest, simplest explanation is more likely, the most likely by far. And the easiest explanation is they're just incompetent at team building, or I disagree with them. Those are much more realistic theories. But it makes no sense to me how you could continue to do this to yourselves after going, and building such a great roster. You let Shaq Mason sign with Houston for $12 million, and it's not any one decision. You have free agency, you have trades, and you have the draft. And there's nothing really that can make sense. You're signing up to lose in the same way. Dak Prescott's not elite. You get bullied by defensive lines. The pocket caves in. You can't run the football. You have 3 or 6 points at half. And it's, it's like going up against Aaron Rodgers with bad defenses like they did in 2014 and 2016. It's highly predictable. I appreciate the truckwreck.com fan text coming in on this. Sounds like Alex Jones has some catching up to do. Gavin, Dallas gave up the 4th fewest sacks this last year. Sacks are a quarterback stat. And while he was avoiding getting sacked, you had the picks go up. Under pressure with more guys than ever dropping into coverage. You have linebackers just dropping and waving their hands in Dak's face. The defensive blueprint on how to stop these Cowboys has been well established. The only way out of it is to run them back into man coverage and let Dak Prescott feast. Cowboys are ignoring it. They have pretty good explanations when we bring it up. For example, you can't always have the best offensive line. A quarterback has to help the team. I think that the signs have been clear, and the negligence is at an all-time high with this one. Wooly Bully's Top 10 is coming up next. Where are we going with that, sir?
We got Mother's Day coming up this weekend. The best TV moms of all time next on The Fan.
Baby Doll Saloon Dallas is the ultimate after-work happy hour spot. A true home away from home. You won't want to miss our daily buffet Monday through Friday from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. Plus our stadium buffet Monday through Friday from 4 to 10 p.m. Saturday from 11 a.m. to 10 p.m. and Sunday from noon to 10 p.m. Join the Fan next Wednesday, May 17th for our monthly VIP party with free barbecue all day. Baby Dolls is your sports headquarters.
fixes on Bullfrog Spas, Marquee Spas, and Nordic Hot Tubs. 0% APR financing with no money down. Over 80 models to choose from. Visit southernleisurespas.com.
Now we're back, nation. And I don't think Broadus will take a day off again after he realizes what he missed. It's a brisket sandwich Friday here in studio in the G-Bag Nation. Hope you're having a good one. It's time for Wooly Bully's Top 10, brought to you by the Almated Procedure, only available at EliteSkinCenter.com. Here's the Bully.
Thank you very much. We got Mother's Day coming up on Sunday. Shout out to Kroger, by the way. They hooked us up. We got flowers. We got cupcakes. And all kinds of goodies to give the moms. And Kroger, definitely the place to go if you need to get some quick Mother's Day gifts or whatever. Just make sure you're doing something nice for your mom on Sunday.
All the good things for mama.
All the good things. So I decided, you know what? In honor of Mother's Day, why don't we do best TV moms of all time? Because there's a lot. There are a lot. Now, we got a text for Stifler's mom.
Yeah, what about can we throw in some movie moms?
So if you want to throw in some movie moms, absolutely be my guest. This list is specifically going to be TV moms, but you can throw in some movie moms if you want to. They just won't be featured on this list. Here I am being agreeable, but I don't care. I think it's fun, baby.
Stacy's mom?
She's got it going on. She's all I want, and I've waited for so long.
Wow.
You're a
Stacey,
patient
can't
man.
you see?
Wow, it's a big song for you.
Man,
You're just not the girl for me.
All I knew was the name.
Might be something wrong, but I'm in love with Stacy's mom.
Proud of you for finally admitting that.
It is weird.
It is a little bit inappropriate, but inappropriate. But I will say, I'm a big fan of Stacy's mom. Now, this is a good list. I will say, before we dive into this thing, they listed on NFL.com the top 9 primetime games of the season. I think this was our guy Adam Shine, who uses all of the hair gel. How many times do you think the Cowboys are listed in these 9?
None.
4.
Dude, yeah.
4?
Yes.
Well, they got 6 primers.
Yeah, I think
at least 4 of those things.
They got a third of it. They're in 3. But it's incredible how many times they're listed. The Cowboys are littered with primetime games. They got Lions and Cowboys on here as number 8. They go ahead and skip over Bengals and Jags. And Bengals and Jags could be a fun game because you got Burrow and Lawrence. Lions and Cowboys, I don't know. I'll have to wait and see. That's going to be a Saturday game, December 30th. It'll be at AT&T Stadium.
Detroit will have fallen off.
Right? Like, we'll see. I know Brian's going all in on the Lions. They're going to win the division, and they'll end up going ahead and winning a playoff game. I don't know. We got to wait and see. But they will have Jameson Williams back, their wide receiver, because he's going to be facing a 6-game suspension. By that point in the year, they'll be back. They got Ravens 49ers on here. Eagles Cowboys is the other game. Bills Bengals, that'll be a playoff rematch. Cowboys 49ers is number 4. Playoff rematch. The 3 games ahead of the Cowboys 49ers, do we think they're more enticing? You got Eagles Chiefs Monday Night Football in week 11.
Yeah.
Chiefs Jets with Mahomes and Rodgers. That'll be week 4. And then number 1, the number 1 primetime game, they're going with week 1, Monday night, September 11th, and it is Bills Jets. Rodgers' first game in a Jets uniform.
Yeah. I think the Super Bowl rematch has to be at the top. I mean, we don't even know what Rodgers and the Jets are going to look like.
Sure.
Which I guess is part of the fun because maybe they suck, but you want them to be good on those for all these primetime games. So, but I think the rematch of Chiefs and Eagles is pretty special.
Yeah, I'm pretty excited about that too.
Can't wait for the Chiefs to win again.
I just loved how dominant it was at the Cowboys, 3 of those 9. And it just goes to show you the pull that America's team has. All right, let's slide into the top 10 list. We got a lot of lists to get to, and we got a lot of texts coming in.
You have multiple mom lists?
I got.
Are you going to be juggling lists?
I'm going to be juggling lists here. We got the Mrs. Huxtable. We got Leave It to Beaver's mom. Yeah, shout out to Mrs. Beaver.
Mrs. Beaver in the show or
June.
the? I'm mostly
the movie.
The movie. Leave It to Beaver. The movie was incredible.
Not bad at all.
With Shooter McGavin.
Shooter McGavin's in that. He's Beaver's dad. Yes, and he gets stuck. What was it? A hot coffee cup or something that he gets stuck in up there?
Yeah,
we're not doing that.
He gets stuck on
you
top
didn't like
of the restaurant.
movie?
The movie does not exist, bro. When you're talking about Leave It to Beaver.
It's the show.
1997, hour and 24 minutes of pure cinematic gold. Leave It to Beaver, starring Cameron Finley as Beaver Cleaver.
God, he was good.
Eric Von Detten. Gosh, what a freaking heartthrob he was. Brink, yeah, that's Brink. Dang right. And then, of course, you have Ward Cleaver, a.k.a. Shooter McGavin. Who was the mom in the movie? I'm about to find out who mom
Barbara
was.
Billings.
I don't know,
was
but
the only June Cleaver.
She was hot.
No, there's never been a hot Barbara.
But we do love
ever.
June.
Has there?
Yeah, we do. Gemma Teller from Sons of Anarchy. 903.
Janine Turner is June Cleaver in the only Leave It to Beaver film that matters. It's Janine Turner.
Gemma was cool, but Peg was her best character ever.
Oh, yes.
That's Bobby's favorite.
Peg Bundy. Peg Bundy's getting love here as well in the text. L.A., if I were to go with, all right, best TV moms, where are you going?
The grandmother from Golden Girls.
Oh, yes.
You talking about hilarious.
Good call. Yeah.
One-liners all day, and all she did was just roast those chicks. Just roasted them. Bow, 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 bow. And Mama from Mama's Family, because she was surrounded by a bunch of idiots, and she made it happen.
Okay.
Yeah.
Honorable mentions, and some of these might be a little bit of a bummer that they didn't make this. We've got Carol Brady from the Brady Bunch. We have Peggy Bundy, Married with Children.
Ow. That was so wild by that.
Dude.
Oh, come on. He was so wore out, man.
June Cleaver, Leave It to Beaver.
Yeah.
Claire Huxtable from The Cosby Show.
Wow, didn't crack the top 10.
Didn't quite crack the top 10.
Well, this is going to be a who's who of a list.
It's a good list.
This is one of those OLIs where you're like, hey, man, that's just chalk that up to the competition.
We've got Reba.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well,
McIntyre?
The show was named
after
Reba.
Reba.
Okay, yeah, I like Reba McIntyre.
And then Jill Taylor from Home Improvement. Yeah, man. Gosh, I used to love Home Improvement.
Yeah.
Wanda Maximoff from Wanda, getting some love on here. Elastigirl, yes, from the Incredibles. I like that text as well. Number 10, we got Lily Munster from the Munsters. You guys ever watch the Munsters? It's kind of like a knockoff of Addams Family.
I did a little bit.
Yeah.
The original, not the remake.
Number 9.
Referring to.
They remade it?
Probably.
Oh, yeah, you're probably right. Number 9, Lucille Bluth from Arrested Development.
Oh!
Yeah, that's funny. If you haven't watched Arrested Development, highly recommend.
I'm going to Army, Mom.
Number 8, we got Lucy Ricardo from I Am Lucy.
Oh,
I Am Lucy?
Yeah,
I love Lucy.
I love Lucy.
Okay, I was like, damn, dude, how many Lucy shows did we have?
She probably had a ton, and I think her outfits and everything, she made a killing off of everything Lucy.
Hey, Ricky doesn't get a lot of love out here. His studios put a whole lot of TV shows and movies out there that nobody talks about.
I'll never forget the
To
scene
this date.
in Rat Race where it's like all the Lucys, and then Cuba Gooding Jr. ends up breaking down the bus, and they're like, "Oh no, you ruined our vacation!" And it's just a bunch of Lucys all behind. It's crazy, man. That's a great movie if you haven't seen Rat Race.
I heard someone refer to a good old fashioned cigarette square heater as a Lucy.
Yeah,
the other day,
one by itself.
Never heard of that.
Yeah,
I
when you
had
get
a
one
Lucy
by
hanging
itself
from my lip. I was like, what the heck? What does that
just a
even
Lucy
mean?
here.
Yep.
Number 7 is Samantha Stevens from Bewitched.
Was there a time where you could buy just
Single
Lucy's?
cigs?
Yeah, just a single Lucy.
Yeah. That's why they call Lucy's. Out the pack, one at a time.
You're not supposed to allow it, but yeah.
Like 25 cents, 50 cents, 75 cents, up to $1.
Gosh.
Yeah.
469 texted in Laura Linney and Ozark, Mom of the Year.
Yeah, you get like 3 or 4 in a 40 ounce.
Yeah.
Heck yeah, fool.
There you
buy
go.
them joints all the time.
Yeah, it's a blessing, if you've just had a couple of coldies and you're like, I want one. I don't want to buy the whole pack. I'm going to wake up tomorrow with this pack of smokes. I don't want it like that.
You just
100%.
keep it until the
One
next
right
time
now.
you need one,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, they tax you to buy just one, but it came in handy.
Got some love for Courtney Cox in Cougar Town. Never saw it, but you should probably look into it.
Samantha from Bewitched was great.
Yeah, she is. Number 6 is Marge Simpson from The Simpsons.
Bewitched, she was real mean, wasn't she? Like, she came off real nice, but she was always trying to trip the old dude up, wasn't she? Was it? I got the right one? Yeah, she would winkle her nose and make something happen. Yeah.
Always
She was real
sabotaging him.
vindictive.
She was.
Very. Her and that mama hers.
You're right. Rob Zombie did do a Munsters remake, and I do want to correct myself. 760 said, get it right. Addams Family was a Munsters knockoff. Now, I knew of the Addams Family before I knew of the Munsters, so that's why I said that. But if the Munsters was first, I'll give credit where credit was due.
Yeah.
Proud of you, man.
Number 5, Wilma Flintstone from the Flintstones. Freaking love Wilma,
Good
man.
gal.
Great.
Shout out to the 682 Marie from Everybody Loves Raymond.
Yes.
Ray's mom.
Absolutely. The mom from Good Times. Yep, Good Times was a great show.
No, she was a villain. The mom from Good Times was a villain. Whoever said that doesn't watch the show for real.
We also
she was a 100% villain of that show.
I think we're getting some bit text because someone even texted in the 214 Skylar White from Breaking Bad.
Yeah, she was not a good mother.
She was terrible.
She was a total B.
Awful wife.
Number 4, Morticia Addams from the Addams Family. Number 3, here you go,
Who
Lucius.
said Lucy wasn't a mom? Yes, she was. They had little Ricky.
Yeah, she definitely was a mom.
People just say anything.
Yeah,
They really will. Man.
They think it's true.
Did the Bewitched lady have a daughter or a son?
100%.
Yeah, I remember that one.
Number 3 is Sophia Petrillo from Golden Girls, and that's who you're referring to, Lucius.
She is hilarious. She's on the list.
Yep.
Look at that. Look
Number
at your boy.
3.
Look at your boy,
And
bro.
the picture even looks funny. She's like on the phone, looks like she's just giving somebody some grief.
She used to roast those old broads.
Number 2 might be number 1 for me, Kitty Foreman from the 70s show.
Oh, yeah.
Yep, that 70s show.
I always remember
fantastic.
how worried about Aunt she was.
Oh, she was hilarious.
Yeah.
We got some love for Angela from George Lopez. That's from our buddy David and Hazlitt. And yes, Angela Smoke Show. Absolutely. Lois Griffin from Family Guy. Looking thick with 2 C's.
He liked to party, too.
But number 1, the best TV mom of all time. Maybe recency bias, but people do love this show. Moira Rose from Schitt's Creek.
Ooh.
Oh, yeah. Great show. Fantastic. Kind of died on you during the season.
So I never finished it. Is
Yeah.
it worth going back and finishing?
Where did you stop?
Like at season 4?
Yeah, you got it good enough.
Okay.
Just what was happening there.
Did you dump that? I believe it's Skits Creek.
Well, I mean, I think you can say that it's a name, and
Oh,
it's
that's
their
right.
it's their family name.
You got it.
Yeah. The Shits are a legendary lineage.
You know,
Yeah.
You can't do it, bro.
It was uncomfortable.
You know any other names for the Lucy cigarettes?
No.
Okay, good.
Just Lucy.
Got it.
Maybe Viagra.
I want to put a vote in for Ashley Judd, by the way. Rebecca Wentworth, Joe Wentworth's mom in Simon Birch.
Oh, hell yes.
She was amazing, dude.
Is that did
She got
Simon
baseballed
field her
in the
Hooters?
temple.
Is that what happened there? Or is that a different girl?
I think that was that was Kitty Cat, who's another great mom.
Call me. Oh, Jane
And
Seymour.
Jane Seymour.
Gosh, I
Hoffman.
love you, Jane.
All righty. G-Bag Nation, there it is. Woolchuck's Top 10 at 420 every day at this time. Now, I believe we're going to stay on the Woolchuck train because Around the Bases is coming up next. Let's get the latest on these dominant Rangers next here on your home of the Rangers. Pregame at 8 tonight in Oakland on 105.3 The Fan. And Eric Nadel is now coming up at 5:20 here on The Fan. What you drinking, what you thinking, top of the hour. I'm going to chat D&M Leasing, though, because if you want or need a new vehicle, just call D&M right now and get signed up in the Easy Lease program.
1053thefan.com.
Welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Time now for Zach Wolchuk to take us for a round trip. Let's do it. Let's go around the bases here on The Fan.
Hell yes, let's do it. All right, Rangers are crushing.
Should we cut the lights out and put the kids to bed to go around the bases?
Yeah, we don't have to do that. The kids can stay up for this, right? It's a family sport. It's America's pastime for a reason. But 4-0, Rangers knocked off the A's. Evaldi extending his scoreless inning streak to 28 and 2/3 innings. Martin Perez on the bump against Waldichuk, my distant cousin, for the A's. The lefties 1-2 with a bleeping 7.25 ERA. Oh, the lineup's going to feast on Waldichuk tonight. Martin looking to go 5-1 on the season.
It's going to be a good night for the Chicks, man. There's going to be dong balls left and right.
And okay, I don't know if you guys were able to, because I know we've got the Bally situation. But so at the end of the Stars intermission, I flipped over. I was listening to the game on the Odyssey app, with Hicksy and Jared, and we'll have Eric Nadell coming up at 5:20, by the way. But it gave me COVID vibes watching the Rangers in A's game because there's nobody there at the Coliseum. Literally, it's an empty ballpark.
Is that why you FaceTimed me last night and you had your mask on?
Yes. I was like, I feel like we're 2 years ago, man.
It's ridiculous.
We need to Zoom with each other. We need to do at-home radio. This is crazy.
You called me out of nowhere and be like, hey, did you get your booster? Like, Walchuk, shut up, dude. Just watch the game.
Come on, don't project on me.
It's pretty bad. I don't know if any of the Rangers teams in recent memory were this bad.
No.
It's horrible.
No, it's historically.
They're 8-31.
It's laughable.
8-31 is their record right now. What the hell?
My guy Raider Joe went to a game the other day just to see it for himself. He sent me a picture, and you would think it was a Photoshop of him and just an empty ballpark behind him as he sat in the seats.
That's on pace for like 30 and 132, bro. That's how bad of a pace that is.
Ooh. That's how you tank it.
Yeah, it's really bad.
And A's fans, they won't support even a good team, to Raider Joe's point. Even a good team, the A's fans are kind of like, yeah, I guess we'll go there, and it's kind of lightly attended. And you make them this bad, and I wouldn't be surprised if they got to start paying people to come.
Yeah, well, look, if you were a baseball fan, you could pretty much go and sit front row if you wanted to at those games, but it seems like nobody cares, and their team is so bad. I get it. 817 wants to know if we can open up Club Stars at some point. We'll have to talk about it. We'll see what the Tolos want. 877-881-1053.
Good question.
We used to do
would you like that, Tolos?
Club Mavs. But yeah, if the
I
Stars
haven't been able to do Club Mavs since last year in the playoffs.
But if the Stars advance to the Western Conference Finals, we might need to bust out at Club Stars.
I'd be due for one.
So we'll see. We'll see what the people want, and they'll get what they want.
Because there is a fair thing to say, like, okay, you bust this out too late in the playoff run.
Right.
Are you
you
throwing a late curveball in a bad way?
We might just need to wait till they hoist the Stanley Cup.
Oh, then it'll just be full on 5 hours of Club Stars.
Right. And then we'll be able to just party, and we won't have to worry about any jinxings or anything like that. Rangers shortstop Corey Seager went 1 for 3 with a double and 2 RBIs. Oh, yeah. Oh, don't tickle me like that.
Yeah.
Don't get me going, Lucius.
Felt good.
Seager 1 for 3 with a double and 2 RBIs in his first rehab assignment with Frisco last night. Great sign as Corey Seager looks to get back in the lineup, hopefully as soon as the Rangers return home against the Braves. And Jack Leiter, maybe we don't need to worry about him. I know a lot of people have been concerned. What's up with Leiter? But he's got back-to-back.
I saw that.
Stunning outings.
Man, I was starting to put him on Arch Manning watch.
Mm-hmm.
Just the son of a legend or a royal name, if you will, and expectations with these guys get hyped up, and I don't know. Like, pitchers can take a while, but if you're 24 years old getting your brains beat in minor league baseball, I don't know how good the odds are. So we needed this badly, and hopefully he does not go back to that. We need this to be he figured something out. And now he's in the process of going to the next level, Wolchuk.
Yep, I agree. And he's 23 years old. In his last 2 outings, he's given up just 1 earned run in 11 innings and posted a 15-4 strikeout to walk ratio. He's walked just 5 batters in his last 3 outings. After that was a major problem for him. He walked 14 in his first 4 starts. So he's settling in nicely. Great to see from Jack Leiter. AL West news. Jose Altuve is beginning a rehab assignment tonight. And you've got kind of the Astros looming right behind you. Rangers need to make sure they get the sweep here in Oakland. Okay, you can't be messing around and dropping some games that you should win.
Yeah, we can't.
We're looking
Cincinnati
at the
Reds
postseason.
this thing all over again.
Yeah, we're looking at the postseason here. Okay, so we need to go ahead and make sure all these dubs are
They have
magnified.
lost so many players, though. The
Luis
Astros.
Garcia. But getting Altuve back is going to be a big boost to that line.
Sure it will. And right around the same time, the Rangers will already have had Corey Seager back.
I love this confidence. You're right, and maybe Mitch Garver comes back soon too. Kenley Jansen has joined the Elite 400 Save Club as the Red Sox closer was gifted a custom bass guitar from his teammates as he's joined the 400 Save Club. He said, it's just surreal. It's just crazy. I can say today I'm the 7th guy who did that. With baseball being around for so long, it's unbelievable. I'm just going to continue to let this keep motivating me and keep striving for more. So congratulations, Kenley Jansen.
It's incredible. He's been able to do all that, and while pitching through having a girl's name this whole time, Wolchuk.
Yep.
I really, want to express my appreciation for the greatness of Kenley Jansen.
I love Kenley Jansen. Number 5 are the Rangers in ESPN's new MLB Power Rankings. I'm thrilled about this. They were kind of keeping them low outside of the top 10. Rangers up to 5. They were 8 last week. Let's freaking party. 22-14 on the year. Rangers are doing big things as they continue to be one of the best teams in Major League Baseball this year. And you get to listen to them on 105.3 The Fan.
Doesn't Kenley just sound like a dime, though? Like that name right there?
Just as a girl?
You're not going to find a Kenley under an 8.
I think that's, I think the stats would back that up.
Yeah.
Probably rocking blonde hair, skirt with some cowboy boots.
He'd be a great chick.
UT or OU.
No doubt.
Yeah.
All right, so we got some AJ Przinsky audio we're going to get to here.
Yeah,
he's apparently talking about when going on the IL, having to fake an injury, which is a thing in Major League Baseball. But AJ is able to deliver this stuff like nobody else's business. Here's AJ Przinsky talking about the situation.
Snicker was the manager at the time.
Yeah.
It still is the manager.
Still is.
He was just in the room. Like, he had nothing to do with this whole meeting. And then the GM and the people in charge, and they said, we're going to either let you go or we're going to put you on the IL until September. I'm like, well, just put me on the IL. I don't care. What do I do? Go home, hang out. And I'm like, what did I hurt? Because I'm not hurt. They said, well, what do you want to have hurt? And I said, I got a great idea. This will work. Nobody will believe it. And they said, well, what is it? And I said, anal fissure. And they go, no. And they looked at me like I was crazy. And I was like, yeah, that'll work. And they said, no, we're just going to go with right hamstring tightness because people will believe that. And I go, well, no, they won't because I've never pulled the hamstring in my life. And they're like, okay, well, it's hamstring. Enjoy your 2 weeks.
He was, oops. He saw a player go on the IL at one point during his career with an anal fissure.
Excuse me?
That was the reason why this particular
Dwight
player.
Howard?
Yeah, it might have been.
Well done.
Right? Didn't Dwight Howard say like his cheeks was busted or something like that?
Yeah, he did.
He said something like that.
He did say something like that.
Man, that's a 30 for 30 we all need. The Dwight Howard. Woo.
Would you rather that one or the Bo Jackson porcupine?
Oh.
It's a porcupine.
Wow. I don't know what I said.
Porcupine.
Porcupine.
Yeah, I like the porcupine pronunciation.
Oh, dude, a porcupine.
Yeah, I think that's how Jerry would say it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a U.
Yeah. You done?
Chuck, we went around those bases.
We did. Gosh, we
nice
covered them all inside the park homer there.
Well done. Clean execution in the G-Bag Nation once again. We got 3 hours down to 2 to go. We're going to do it a little bit early because Eric Nadel is coming up at 5:20. The first broadcasting of the baseball season from Eric Nadel is coming up at 5:20. A baseball conversation kicks off the expressway. So coming up next at 877-881-1053, it is the one segment of the week you're encouraged to call in while intoxicated or in the process of catching a buzz. That's right. It's time for What You Drinking and What You Thinking at 877-881-1053. And we're back right here on 105.3 The Fan. Got to chat with you about my friends at Twin Peaks, though. Before we do anything else, it is the weekend. And it really doesn't matter what day of the week.
Rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour 4 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. I hope you're having a great day. It's time now for the one segment of the week where you're encouraged to call in while intoxicated or in the process of catching the buzz. It's what you drinking, what you thinking at 877-881-1053. We're going to go around the room, then we're going to get to your phone calls. A little bit early today, for the first time in a couple of years, what you drinking, what you thinking, not starting at 520. Because we have Eric Nadel coming up at 520, a very special interview with the Hall of Fame voice of the Texas Rangers. You haven't heard him at all on the air this year. So Eric's going to join you, and we'll have a baseball conversation coming up at 520. Currently, as per usual, sipping on a 20-ounce Diet Coke and my water bottle, going back and forth. I've switched from the Hydro Flask to the Stanley. I'd highly recommend it. The Stanley, it's not only more popular these days, but it's got a wide opening, which allows you to just pour the ice in there right out of the fridge ice machine.
Huge.
The Hydro Flask, it hits the rim and kicks off.
No.
You end up with ice on the ground. It's a disaster. So the Stanley fixed that. So I'm happy about that. I'm thinking no soccer this weekend. I'm going to video game my balls off, maybe for the first time since Remy was born about 20 months ago. You got to scale your video games way back.
Yes, you do.
When you got little ones, because they come
buddy.
up to you and they say things like, hand? And they just want you to hold their hand. So you're like, I guess I'm done playing video games for now again. But with no soccer this weekend, I can stay up late after little baby Remy is gone to sleep. So
that's awesome.
I'm excited about that. And then beyond that, I think the Lakers lose tonight. They would lose this series. So this to me is for all the marbles this evening. It's the bet payoff sweats going into this, as Brian and I have put a bet payoff on the line against Wolchuk and Chiafalo. Lakers a 3-point favorite, and I'm not sure. I'm where's Anthony Davis's head at? So I have a lot of anxiety about this game tonight here.
I think you're going to get a LeBron game tonight, and it could silence everyone, including me and Wolchuk, and we'll pop back in here on Monday with a bet payoff situation lapped upon our shores.
I thought we had a LeBron game going in Game 5, dude. He was making all the threes. He brought them back from dead in the second quarter, and then Steph Curry happened at the end of the half. They never looked back. So we shall see.
By the way, if we don't get a Monday G-Bag of the Day nominee of you on the headset cussing out some kids playing Call of Duty from this weekend, that video game, I'm going to be a little disappointed.
I should roll video on that. That might be kind of fun. I never intentionally cuss out kids.
Right.
I usually assume it's an adult, and I don't really use bad words. I'll use some like PG-13.
Well, it's fair game now. It could be AI for all you know.
That's fair.
Every time you ever cussed out a kid, it was an accident.
Awesome. And I'm always playing Warzone. I like the Ashika Island resurgence mode. Here's Wolchuk with what he's drinking and what he's thinking.
I just put down some water, and I'm thinking tonight we will have the end of one series and the continuation of another. We will get Game 7 between the Lakers and the Warriors, and we'll be okay.
Yes. Will this thing to victory?
I got faith in the Corgi. We'll go to Game 7. Now, will this thing end up being a dub for the Warriors in Game 7? Yes, it will be, because they're going to be playing at home. But I don't think that the Knicks are going to be able to push this thing to 7 games. I think Jimmy Butler is going to go ahead and put that series to rest tonight.
Chief, drinking
some ice cold water, and I'm thinking about what movie I should dial up for the kiddos tonight, because we're going to do the air mattress in the living room popcorn movie night style with the 3-year-old and the 2-year-old. I'm trying to figure out what's the perfect movie that will keep their attention long enough for them to fall asleep.
That's a good question. How old are they?
3 years old, 2 years old.
Frozen.
So Frozen. Okay.
Have they dug into those waters yet?
They've experienced it, but they haven't gotten like fully immersed in the frozen waters. They're super in the Lion King situation right now.
I do love the movie Togo about that dog I told you about, but that might be 5-6 years old, something like that. They'll be totally entranced by that whole deal.
Okay.
Lucius Alexander in the Pimp Cup. What you drinking? What you thinking? Sir?
Yeah, that old school Fly movie. Oh man, my uncle used to put that on and knock us out. I'm talking about the old school one from back in the day. Oh no!
Like from the 70s?
Yeah, it was
Gina
so
Davis?
damn boring, dog. It took us out the game.
I used to see that at the VHS store. I was like, man, I wonder what that's about.
It was awful. Go swimming all day and get us some pizza and turn that movie on, and we're out of there. Night. We don't see him till the next morning. He probably snuck out.
Legendary.
Yeah, I'm drinking water. I'm not thinking anything other than where's my music. Okay. And let's get to these phones.
All right, at 877-881-1053. We do have a good 10, 12 minutes here for you and what you're drinking, what you're thinking. And we're going to start on line 1 here with one of the most up-and-coming shock jocks in DFW radio. It's Kenny and Quinlan.
Oh.
What up?
Evening, Kenny. What you drinking?
Frozen peach mango with a shot of rock and roll tequila and a fresh sliced orange.
I love it, man. What you thinking?
Well, no shout-out today, but I got a bone to pick with Mike Bassett.
Oh. What happened?
Fritz Pollard,
wrong show,
not Kenny Walker, was the first black African-American to play in the NFL. In 1919, during the formative years of the NFL, he played running back for the Akron Pros. First year, their record was 8-0 and 3 ties. Played running back, All-American in 1916, first black player to play in the Rose Bowl 1916, and he was nicknamed the Human Torpedo. And he also set the world record in the low hurdles and qualified for the Olympic team. In 1916, led Brown University 8-1 and 12 touchdowns. Was the first African-American head coach in the NFL. First black quarterback in 1923. Elected to Professional Hall of Fame in 2005. Was in the College Hall of Fame. And the first college quarterback to be on a championship team in 1920, the first quarterback in 1923 to organize Chicago Blackhawks and the Brown Bomber in order to promote integrated competition to professional football. So
what's his name?
His name is Fritz Pollard.
Thank you, bro.
And Mr. Mike Kenny Barron is an equal opportunity ball buster.
Never know, Kenny.
Have a great weekend, Kenny. Thanks for the history lesson. Once again, that's your guy, Kenny in Quinlan. He's back on his A game. And we go to line 2 where Black and Gold B is standing by with what he's drinking and thinking. Sir?
What's going on, fellas?
Hey, buddy.
Just pulling into the driveway. So I'm a few minutes away from cracking open a Yingling Flight.
That's right.
And I'm thinking tomorrow night, it's time to put the women and children to bed and go looking for dinner. The Stars are going to go ahead and end this series so we can sit back and wait to see who we're going to play between Edmonton and Vegas. And then my song for the Tolos is Radar Love by Golden Earring.
Radar Love, Golden Earring. Thank you so much for the recommendation. I'll be jamming to that a little bit this weekend.
Go Stars.
It opens the line at 877-881-1053. A lot of people are Stars excited right now. Do you guys agree that the sports thing everybody's excited about right now in your social circles is the Stars?
100%.
It's the playoffs.
Yeah,
no doubt.
Everybody's digging in.
Now that the NFL schedule release is done.
We go line 3. It's Doug. You're in the nation. Doug, what you drinking? What you thinking? Douglas?
Heffernan?
Doug.
There you go. He hung up.
Doggy,
Let's go to Walt in Waco.
Hey, buddy, Walt. How you doing? What you drinking? What you thinking?
Hey, man, I'm doing great. And right now I'm just hydrating, drinking some water, en route to drink some Natty Light, baller on a budget.
Let's go.
And I'm going to follow suit with Kenny real quick on a birthday shout-out to my 9-year-old niece today. He wants to make fun of the spelling of her name, but it's all good, Mike. We know how you are. But, hey, no, I want to shout out to my niece Chloe, 9 years old today. Believe it or not, her favorite segment of the week is What You Drinking
And What You Thinking. Thank you, Walt, Mr. Baller on a Budget yourself, and a happy birthday to the lovely Chloe sitting there at 9 years old. Mike must have been on one today.
Yeah, dude.
He's got people calling in. They've been thinking about his ass for over 3 hours now, trying to get a piece of Mike.
That's what happens. The sugar rush, man. They bring up here some giant cupcakes. He gets a little of that in his system, and he can't think straight.
Friday
All hopped up on
vibes.
Mountain Dew.
Yeah.
And Nathan Evaldi's just an absolute horse on the mound.
That'll do it. And a little Mavs frustration mixed in.
Oh, dude, that's a recipe.
Ooh, Travis, line 5. You're in the nation. What you drinking? What you thinking?
How's it going, guys? Good to take your call. Good to take my call. Sorry.
Got it.
You took
just
us.
pulled up to the house, about to open me a nice cold Miller Lite.
Yes.
And I'm not throwing any shade on the Stars. I'm excited about the Stars. I love hockey, but I am excited about the Rangers. They are doing so good this year. First year in a long time they have been doing that well. I love the schedule for the NFL. And I just love you guys so much, man. Y'all keep doing what you do.
Love you too, Trav.
Love you, Trav.
Love you so hard.
Get you some of that Miller Lite, buddy. Crack them if you got them. Opens the line at 877-881-1053. It is a Friday tradition here in the nation. We are now 10 minutes away from our conversation with Eric Nadel, and we're less than an hour from Linda Cohn, ESPN legend, hockey expert. She's going to join us. We'll talk some Stars and the Stanley Cup picture here coming up at 6 o'clock. Here's Will on line 6. You're in the nation, Will. What you drinking? What you thinking?
Oh, we're drinking some Rocky Mountain Kool-Aid, a.k.a. Coors Light, and what I'm thinking is them Rangers are kicking ass, and them Stars are going to go win it all. Let's go Stars!
Yeah. Whew. Man, who would have thunk it would be the Texas Rangers we're getting all excited about here, and the Dallas Stars. You know, obviously they've had a pretty good run. I didn't think they could be this good again, though. And now this time, unlike their last trip to the Stanley Cup Finals, this seems like it's earned and it's like deserved, where that year they were hot. You know, they were hot. Now it's like they really planted their flag, made their team significantly better. They're healthier than they were that year. And I feel like we got a real shot at this. I'm interested to see what Linda's going to say at 6 when we ask her, you know, to what extent are the Stars a favorite to do this thing? Is it Edmonton? Edmonton's the real favorite?
You know, Edmonton and Vegas. Yeah, Edmonton probably is, I think, the favorite in the West.
Line 7 is John. You're in the G-Bag Nation. John, what you drinking? What you thinking?
Hey, fellas. I'm drinking some Diet Dr. Pepper. I'm going to add some Crown here in a minute when we get home. Thinking about how it feels a lot like 2011, and really excited about the Rangers this summer. Just, you know, think they need 1 or 2 pieces. Curious what y'all think that looks like. And then just still pissed off at Dish and Bally and whoever else is responsible for taking them off the TV. Thanks, Luke, Jared, and Matt. Keep it flowing on the radio. Love you guys. Bye.
Take care, buddy. Yeah, Jared and the guys, Matt, they are doing some excellent work on the radio.
Hey, can you go to the Bally's app and just like click it and watch it? I feel like since they had their little situation, thank God, knock on some wood, I've never had trouble with the Bally's app. But it seems like it's a lot easier now. I just click on the thing and it pops right up.
And the Rangers come up for you?
Yeah. Like since they got in trouble.
Really? I don't know. Maybe something got simplified, but I hadn't heard about that. There's two different Bally's apps. You got the Bally Sports Plus, I think, which is just the app, and you don't get the Rangers with that. You will get the Mavs and the Stars. And then there's the Bally's app that you can like sign into if you have a cable subscription or satellite subscription that includes Bally's. You get the Rangers on that one. So it's a freaking disaster. I was trying to talk the fiance wife into switching back to DirecTV Stream, and she started yelling at me for the last time we switched away from DirecTV Stream to Hulu, and I said, that's fine. We're putting that satellite dish back on the house. I'm never going back. Mm-hmm. This is it. Okay. And that's what I would recommend. Like, it's actually doable to get the Rangers on TV. You just have to switch your package and go back to the old school cable or satellite to make it easy. I mean, they got us playing hot potato with these streaming services. I've probably had 6 different ones since I cut the cord, trying to get all the sports channels that I want on the same streaming service. And now they've made it impossible. You know, so I'm not playing their game anymore. Line 9 is Tim. You're in the.
I love my Fire Stick, bro.
Yeah,
Fire Stick be coming through for you, boy. I'm not gonna lie, bro.
I'm such a boomer for not having that Fire Stick thing worked out yet. Okay, line 8 is Tim. You're in the nation, Tim. What you drinking? What you thinking?
Hey, boys, I'm heading back from Cedar Creek Lake to Saxy, and I've got a cup of McDonald's water. But what I'm thinking, I'm pretty excited about the Rangers and a couple missing pieces. I'm a little premature here, but let's get Evan Carter up there, baby.
Yep.
That guy is solid.
Yeah, he absolutely is.
Definitely by, I don't know, September 5th or something like that. But I'd be looking to get him up here and see what's going on. He's not a player that you have to worry about how many trips he has up and down. If he goes up and down once, that's going to be it. And next year, he'll be up full time. Yeah. So I'd start playing with that and pushing him and seeing if the talent could adjust. That's what talent does. Like, sometimes if you have a guy talented enough, you just put him against great players and he figures it out. And you're like, I don't know if he's ready. If he's great, you'll find out real quick. And they often surprise you. Line 9 is Thomas. You're in the G-Bag Nation, Thomas. What you drinking? What you thinking?
I'm drinking the GOAT of all Cokes, and that's the McDonald's Coke. And I'm thinking that the Rangers, since getting swept by the Reds, are playing 750 baseball. They've lost one game of every series since then. So they've won every series except for one against the Diamondbacks. And I was at the game last night at in Frisco. Leiter looked really good, except for that he early on he was really amped up, and his fastball just traveled up too much, so he had a lot of balls, so he only got through 5 innings. But other than that, he looked really good.
Nice call, Thomas.
Awesome.
You sound like
Love
a
it.
baseball man. 750 balls since being swept by the Reds. We're back at baseball paradise, gentlemen. One more. Cody's online, too. Cody, thanks for calling into What You Drinking and What You Thinking. Tell us about it, sir.
Hey, gentlemen. Well, right now I'm drinking water because I'm playing Uber, driving my kids around. But tonight I will probably be sitting in my jacuzzi watching the ball game and maybe partaking a little bit of hippie lettuce. But
there you go.
What I was thinking was, looking at this Cowboys schedule, looks like we may have a pretty decent chance this year. But being a Cowboys fan for as long as I am, it's kind of like being a Cowboys fan is kind of like comparing it to my ex-wife. If I don't set the bar too high, I can't get disappointed. So, I'm just hoping not for another 8 year, and then maybe we can make it all the way, and still excited about the Rangers. So,
Love you, Cody.
Gets it, man.
Have a great weekend. Yeah, that's sage wisdom being distilled for you here through the power of broadcast technology, and What You Drinking and What You Thinking is in the books. Did it a little early this week because we have a special guest coming up next. You've been wondering, where is that Eric Nadel? Where are those Hall of Fame pipes? I mean, dang it, I love listening to Sands and Matt Hicks here. They're killing it on the broadcast. But where's Eric? He'll join you coming up next right here on your home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. Got to chat Frankels before we do that. If you're hurt, not your fault, call them. 214-333-3333, truckwreck.com. These guys have been around for over a quarter century. segment here is a Texas Rangers segment, and it is brought to you by Tylock George Eye Care and Cars for Kids. Hall of Fame announcer Eric Nadel joins you now here on 105.3 The Fan, and a good afternoon, Eric. How you doing?
Good. I miss you guys.
Miss you too. It's good to hear your voice. It really is, and we'd love to hear you on the call with this great start. Jared and Matt are doing a nice job, as I'm sure you are aware of. But what can you tell us about why you haven't been around this season so far?
Well, I've been dealing with some mental health issues. It started with insomnia back in December, and then kind of led to anxiety and depression. And I've been getting a number of forms of treatment, and I'm starting to feel like myself again. Starting to feel better every day. Following the team really closely, and those guys are doing an incredible job. And the Rangers have been really understanding, in not putting any pressure on me, letting me work things out. Mental health issues have become, so prevalent both in the country and, even in Major League Baseball. 3 or 4 players have, taken leaves due to anxiety already this year. It's something you need to learn to deal with, and the fact that I've done this has, I think, caused a lot of people, hopefully, to reach out and get help themselves. I've gotten a lot of messages to that effect.
Yeah, I mean, we salute you. I was saying when we first got this news, after it had kind of settled in, I think it's one of the bravest things that anybody's in your position has done, because of the example that it sets for others, and it sounds like others are reaching out to you indeed.
Yeah, well, fortunately, there's not the stigma about mental health issues that there used to be, and I think that's why you're starting to see, more and more celebrities and professional athletes. Michael Phelps has been very outspoken about his battles with depression, and several other really high profile athletes have done so. And that's one of the reasons I'm so glad to be able to do an event every year for the Grant Halliburton Foundation that helps high school kids, junior high school kids, even the educated